Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 8, the next moment, around. Chubby figure suddenly appeared beside her virtual projection. Boss, I didn't let you down. I, Full Ozen, have finally made it out of the God-forbidden land. This person was none other than Fujiya Changxia, who hadn't appeared in a long time. Now that the Divine Dragon Empire had unified the entire God-forbidden land No. 7, and with the backing of the Divine Dragon Palace, he had expanded the Myriad World's Chamber of Commerce to every city in the new Divine Dragon Empire. But his goal had never been just the small Divine Dragon Empire. Having decisively chosen to sign a soul contract with Baiyi during the early stages of the game, Fujiya Changxia's vision was far from ordinary. His dream was to make the Myriad World's Chamber of Commerce truly live up to its name. Only then would he be worthy of the title God of Wealth. And fortunately, ever since Sumyubai entered the Myriad Worlds, Fujiya Changxia felt that his own expansion speed could not keep up with his boss's rate of improvement. Even the rewards shaken from the fortune tree were now useless to his boss. His God of Wealth contract had the ability to conduct cross-world transactions, but he himself had been unable to leave the God-forbidden land. This item could only be signed face-to-face. So before entering the Myriad Worlds, it was basically just a decoration. Aside from being used to trade with Sumyubai, if things continued like this, Fujiya Changxia was terrified that he would lose his status as a gold medal employee. Ever since he gained the authority to use the cross-world teleportation array, Fujiya Changxia had been longing to enter the Myriad Worlds, but due to insufficient strength, he couldn't withstand the energy tearing of the cross-world teleportation array. Now, with the help of Feng Yuan, he had finally succeeded in entering the Myriad Worlds. Old man Feng really has his ways. Sumyubai nodded toward Fujiya Changxia. Master, who was this? Vivian curiously sized up Fujiya Changxia. Although it was only a projection, she could sense a thick aura of wealth from his appearance. Don't forget, what this top-tier succubus loved was never men, but wealth. Let me introduce you. Fujiya Changxia, this is Vivian. Sumyubai gave a brief introduction. From now on, you two will be partners. Hearing this, Fujiya Changxia and Vivian exchanged a glance out in each other's eyes. They felt a faint sense of mutual appreciation. The other person was the same kind of person as them. It wasn't about romance, because they were both emotionless money-making machines. And their service object was the same, Sumyubai. All right, work well together from now on. Sumyubai looked at Fujiya Changxia. Where are you now? Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Bylon Star, Vivian. Make a trip there and pick him up. Understood, Master. Keep a close eye on the operating model of the Death Realm Bank. Don't worry, boss, I understand everything. Deep in the eyes of Fujiya Changxia, who was far away on Bylon Star, a flash of excitement appeared. It seems the boss is planning to open a bank in the Myriad Worlds. That's more like it. Isn't his God of Wealth talent a perfect match for a bank? Thinking of this, the excitement in Fujiya Changxia's heart was beyond words. If he weren't in the undead realm, a place where he was a stranger, he would have even wanted to call a few regiments of elemental mages to perform elemental fireworks to celebrate. Looking at this magnificent, unfamiliar city, a sense of ambition welled up in Fujiya Changxia's heart. With the boss around, it wouldn't be long before he could earn countless cities like this. Or, to broaden his vision even further, countless planets like this. After giving a few more trivial instructions, Sumyubai ended the communication with both of them. With two top-tier workers joining forces, the speed of his wealth accumulation is bound to reach a whole new level. However, this is not something that can be achieved overnight. The most important thing right now is to figure out what is special about the Pale Dragon Tomb. With money in his account, Sumyubai finally managed to complete the payment and purchase the level 3 intelligence on the Pale Dragon Tomb. Although the information from the bounty hunter's home is expensive, it is guaranteed to be authentic and highly efficient, just as the notification sound for the successful transaction echoed in Sumyubai's ears. The communicator received the intelligence on the Pale Dragon Tomb. By this time, Ding Xuan had already passed through to white light barriers and arrived at the first level of the Pale Dragon Tomb. The suppression effect here had almost no impact on Sumyu-bai and Bingshuang anymore. The moment they entered the first level, Bingshuang's speed surged. A series of notification sounds rang out in Sumyu-bai's ears in quick succession. This was the cataclysm effect of a top-tier map, alerting him to the presence of creatures at the peak of the Saint extermination level within the same map. Sumyu-bai shifted his divine sense, raising the alert range to the Lawlord realm. And only then did his ears finally fall silent. "Master, the thing calling to me is on this level." Bingshuang's voice sounded, and at this moment, there was a hint of urgency in his eyes. "Let's go take a look first." Sumyu-bai nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the communicator on his wrist. The virtual light screen appeared once again, displaying detailed intelligence regarding the Pale Dragon Tomb. Extra chapter for today, Chapter 581. Stone Stele. Claw marks. You get what you pay for. Although the information sold by the bounty hunter's home is very expensive, it is worth every penny. This intelligence provided a crystal clear introduction to the Pale Dragon Tomb, from how it was born to the wild monsters, bosses, and treasures that existed here. It was detailed to the extreme. What surprised Sumyu-bai was that his previous guess had actually been correct. The so-called Pale Dragon Tomb was truly the corpse of a powerful divine dragon. It was just that this divine dragon had fallen so long ago that anything of real value here had long since been taken away by others. Only this massive corpse had been left behind. Seeing this, Sumyu-bai couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. With such a massive corpse, he wondered what kind of effect he could cause if he unleashed a death destruction. I'm afraid even a high-level god wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? Normally, an SSS-grade death destruction would have no way to detonate the corpse of a true god. But when has Sumyu-bai ever been normal? His death destruction possessed the blessing of the cataclysm characteristic, allowing it to be used on corpses of any level. This naturally included the corpse of the divine dragon beneath his feet. Thinking of this, Sumyu-bai shifted his divine sense and left the space-time mark here, regardless of whether he would use it or not. This could be considered a powerful trump card. The only pity was that he couldn't store away the corpse of this divine dragon. Withdrawing his thoughts, Sumyu-bai continued to examine the intelligence regarding the Pale Dragon Tomb. If it were only the information from before, it would not have been worth 10 million soul diamonds. What truly made the price worth it was the information that followed. Pale Dragon Tomb. The Pale Dragon God was one of the descendants of the ancestral dragon. Although he had long since fallen, he left behind his own inheritance. It is rumored that the inheritance of the Pale Dragon God lies within his corpse. Only young geniuses of the dragon race whose bloodline has undergone atavism and who possess a sufficient proportion of the ancestral dragon's bloodline have a chance to obtain his inheritance. For this reason, the dragon race specifically dispatched clansmen to take charge of the Dragon Mountain Divine Kingdom, using the Pale Dragon Tomb as a trial ground for their younger generation. However, until now, no young talent of the dragon race has ever been able to obtain the Pale Dragon God's inheritance. The inheritance left by a descendant of the ancestral dragon. Sumyu-bai's eyes lit up. The call that Bingshuang felt must definitely be related to the Pale Dragon God's inheritance. Due to the influence of the cataclysm characteristic, the ancestral dragon bloodline within Bingshuang had already fully awakened. Now, he had even successfully condensed a divine body, and his race had changed to the dragon race. In the future, he might even grow into a new ancestral dragon. When it came to the ancestral dragon bloodline, Sumyu-bai did not believe that anyone in the dragon race could compare to Bingshuang. The cheat-like cataclysm characteristic had never let him down. "Master, it's right here." Bingshuang's excited voice rang out. At this moment, he was soaring high in the sky, looking intently at the area below. The entire first level was the dragon tail of the Pale Dragon God. After entering this place, the figures of players from various races also became more numerous. Even though this was a secret realm controlled by the dragon race and contained an extremely important inheritance, players from other races were still able to enter and exit as they pleased. This point was described in the intelligence from the bounty hunter's home. Although the dragon race was strong, after breaking away from the monster race, they were only ranked 10th on the 10,000 races list. Furthermore, since the Pale Dragon God's inheritance could only be obtained by the dragon race, they simply opened up the Pale Dragon Tomb. After all, apart from the inheritance, There were no longer any good things left here. Players from various races entering this place would, at most, harvest some mythical grade and saint extermination grade materials. Flying all the way here, Bing Shuang naturally attracted the attention of many players. But in the Pale Dragon Tomb, there were quite a few players from the dragon race. So, he did not stand out too much. Moreover, the aura he exuded was extremely powerful, far beyond what these mythical grade and saint extermination grade players could compare to. They almost all just took a glance from afar, not daring to approach. Let's go down and take a look. Sumyubai stood up from his throne, and with a shift of his divine sense, the death shroud instantly penetrated Bing Shuang's body. The next moment, both of them vanished from high in the sky. When they reappeared, Bing Shuang had already transformed into human form, standing on the earth alongside Sumyubai. This was almost at the very edge of the dragon tail. With high mountains towering on both sides, it appeared to be a gully in the tail section of the Pale Dragon God. The call that Bing Shuang felt came from within this valley. Sumyubai nodded toward Bing Shuang, and the two of them quickly headed into the depths of the valley. There was nothing special here, and there were no other players in the vicinity. Soon, an unremarkable stone stele appeared before the two of them. The stele bore no inscriptions, nor did it emit any aura. It was merely carved with a faint claw mark. And like what Sumyubai had imagined, there were no restrictions here, nor was it hidden. The stele stood upright in the center of the valley just like that. In front of the stele, several individuals were attempting to study something. No, it would be more accurate to say several dragons, like Bing Shuang. They all possessed dragon heads and human bodies. The arrival of Bing Shuang and Sumyubai naturally caught the attention of the dragons. However, they merely glanced back before turning their heads once more to observe the stele. Only the Saint Extinction Great Dragon player's pupils contracted slightly the moment he saw Bing Shuang. He had clearly sensed the powerful bloodline force within Bing Shuang, but that was all. In the Pale Dragon Tomb, there was never a shortage of dragon geniuses coming to try and obtain the inheritance. The Saint Extinction Great Dragon player just took a deep look at Bing Shuang before continuing to study the unremarkable stele. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to wish they could stare a flower into existence out of the claw mark on the stone. Forget it, let's go. This stele has existed for countless years. If it were truly valuable, how could it ever be our turn? Sigh. I really don't know what kind of talent one must have to obtain the inheritance of the Pale Dragon God. Looking at the unresponsive stele, the dragons shook their heads in disappointment, preparing to continue exploring other areas. But the Saint Extinction Great player suddenly spoke up. Don't be in such a hurry. What if the new brother here manages to gain something? How is that possible? Exactly. We're just trying our luck. It's said that even Ally couldn't gain anything from this stele. Could he possibly be more powerful than Ally? If he can gain something, I'll eat it right now. Hearing this, the Saint Extinction Great player nodded as well. That's right. He must have been overthinking it. At this moment, Bing Shuang had also arrived before the stele. Regarding their skepticism, he did not refute them, merely casting a faint glance in their direction. It was this single glance that caused all sound to come to an abrupt halt. The pressure from divine power, combined with the suppression of bloodlines, caused the players beside the stele to fall silent instantly, involuntarily making way for Bing Shuang. Is Ally very impressive? Bing Shuang let out a cold snort and walked straight to the stele. At this moment, that sense of calling reached its absolute peak. Following the guidance of the call, Bing Shuang extended his right hand, and his dragon claw gently pressed onto the claw mark. The next moment, the terrified dragon players suddenly widened their eyes. Apologies, foster fathers. I really didn't have time yesterday. But today the update is back to normal. Your workhorse author is currently rushing to write the manuscript. Here is the first chapter. Chapter 582. The Inheritance of the Pale Dragon God. The stele, which had been completely unresponsive and devoid of aura, suddenly began to vibrate the moment Bing Shuang's dragon claw pressed against it. The next instant, a pale divine light suddenly emerged, completely enveloping Bing Shuang. This scene left the surrounding onlookers completely stunned. This. How is this possible? Who exactly is he? Is this a joke? Does this stele actually have something inside? Quick, let's try it too. Maybe we can get a share of the spoils. After a moment of shock, The dragon players' faces were suddenly filled with wild joy. They all reached their hands toward the stele, attempting to gain something through the changes triggered by Bing Xuan, but the next moment, they were all sent flying by an invisible force, crashing heavily onto the ground in the distance. Immediately following this, the pale divine light suddenly retracted into the stele, and along with it, Bing Xuan's figure vanished from the spot. The few dragons had just climbed to their feet when they froze. The stele that had existed for countless ages had simply disappeared. Quick! We must notify the clan about what happened here. The Saint Extinction Great Dragon player was the first to recover, immediately raising his arm, intending to report the situation regarding the stele. The other dragon players also made the same move. This was the Pale Dragon Tomb. If this stele was truly related to the inheritance of the Pale Dragon God, it would be a major event for the entire dragon race. However, just as they raised their arms, a look of confusion suddenly flashed in their eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In an instant, they completely forgot what they were supposed to do with their communicators. Even everything that had just happened was temporarily forgotten. The players looked at each other, shook their heads inexplicably, and then, led by the Saint Extinction Great player, turned and left the valley. When they passed by Sumyubai, they didn't pause for even a second, as if they hadn't seen him at all. Soon, their figures disappeared from the valley, never to return. Only then did the purple light in the depths of Sumyubai's eyes slowly dissipate. He had just used the law of soul control to manipulate the souls of those dragon players. However, they were merely ordinary members of the dragon race and were not worth Sumyubai's attention. Therefore, Sumyubai only sealed their memories of this event, rather than completely controlling them. Temporarily manipulating a few mythical grade and one Saint Extinction Grade dragon player was an effortless task for the current Sumyubai. Sumyubai didn't know much about the dragon race. Before distinguishing friend from foe, it was better not to attract attention. Although the disappearance of the stele would certainly be discovered, that was a matter for the future. By the time Sumyubai and Bing Xuan left the Pale Dragon Tomb, it would be too late for the dragon race to do anything. It really is related to the inheritance of the Pale Dragon God. Sumyubai looked at the spot where the stele had vanished, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He had a contract with Bing Xuan, so he had not lost contact. At this moment, Bing Xuan had already been teleported into the inheritance space. Master, I have met the Pale Dragon God. Bing Xuan's excited voice echoed in Sumyubai's mind. Go ahead and accept the inheritance. Sumyubai was naturally pleased to see Bing Xuan making progress. Master, I may need some time. It's fine. No rush. Sumyubai nodded slightly, signaling his understanding. According to the intelligence provided by the bounty hunter's home, there were descriptions regarding the strength of the Pale Dragon God during its lifetime. It was not the peak upper god that Sumyubai had imagined, but a sovereign of rules. Although the Pale Dragon God had not comprehended the supreme rules, it was still not something a Tier 11 Master of Laws could compare to. Its inheritance was clearly not something that could be accepted easily. Even though the ancestral dragon bloodline within Bing Xuan had fully awakened, it still required a series of trials to be completed. The Pale Dragon God's inheritance would be gradually integrated and mastered by Bing Xuan throughout these trials. As for how much of an improvement this would ultimately bring to Bing Xuan, that was not something Sumyubai could predict. After all, he had never before come into contact with an existence at the Tier 12 Sovereign of Rules realm. Even a Sovereign of Rules cannot escape death. Looking down at the pale earth, Sumyubai couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't expected that his first close encounter with a Sovereign of Rules would be while standing on the entity's corpse. The bounty hunter's home had no description of how the Pale Dragon God had fallen. Why the dragon race would allow its corpse to remain here was also an unsolved mystery. However, these things were not important. As long as Bing Xuan could obtain the inheritance, that was enough. Withdrawing his thoughts, Sumyubai looked once more at the location where the stone tablet had previously stood. A golden light flickered in his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his forehead opened. Mystic Heaven Pupil. The next moment, a series of ancient and complex inscriptions faintly emerged there. Upon seeing these inscriptions, Sumyubai's heart sank. It seemed his previous actions had been futile. These inscriptions serve to convey information. The powerful figures of the dragon race should already be aware of everything that had happened here. Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but furrow his brows. How would the dragon race handle this matter? Although Bing Xuan was a member of the dragon race, she had already become his mount, without needing to think. Sumyubai knew that the dragon race would never be able to accept this. How could they possibly allow a genius within their own ranks who had obtained the pale dragon god's inheritance to serve as someone else's mount? And that person belonged to the human race, which hadn't even made it onto the myriad races ranking. If this were to get out, how would the dragon race maintain their standing among the myriad worlds? This was a point of conflict between Sumyubai and the dragon race, one that was almost impossible to avoid. This is truly troublesome. Sumyubai frowned, pondering how to deal with the upcoming situation. Although his calamity talent was strong, the time he had had to grow was simply too short. At this stage, how was he supposed to face a behemoth like the dragon race? This wasn't just one or two powerful individuals, but one of the top 10 races on the myriad races ranking. Even Sumyubai, who had been cheating and crushing his way through everything, found himself in a difficult spot for a moment. The dragon race, Sumyubai murmured in a low voice. The current situation had completely exceeded his expectations, but if he had to make the choice again, he would still let Bing Xuan do it. After all, this was the inheritance of the pale dragon god. How could he possibly pass it up? For now, he still had to observe the attitude of the dragon race. This matter might not necessarily be a bad thing. Whether it was the fully awakened ancestral dragon bloodline within Bing Xuan or the inheritance she was about to receive, both were unique and invaluable to the dragon race. No matter how strong the dragon race was, they still needed the geniuses within their ranks to grow up generation after generation and constantly give birth to new powerhouses. And Bing Xuan would inevitably be the most dazzling star of the dragon race's new generation. His attitude might, to a certain extent, influence the dragon race's decision. Thinking of this, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Regardless, his team was indeed in need of a major upgrade. He withdrew his thoughts, and with a movement of his divine sense, he activated the sovereign authority he had previously obtained. Chapter 583. Entering the Void Rift again, Myriad Demon Realm, Dragon Abyss Realm, Ruins of the Ancestral Dragon. When Bing Xuan was pulled into the inheritance space, a heart-shaking dragon roar suddenly erupted from the void area at the center of the ruins of the Ancestral Dragon. On the next moment, dozens of divine dragons sleeping near the void area opened their eyes once again. Eyes as dazzling as stars lit up this pitch-black cosmic space. The last time they had opened their eyes was when Bing Xuan had come of age. Ha 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 ha. The pale dragon god's inheritance is finally about to reappear in the world. How many years has it been? The day for my dragon race to return to its peak is finally arriving. First, a junior fully awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline, and now another genius has met the requirements for the pale dragon god's inheritance. My dragon race is destined to flourish. By the way, what exactly is that kid Aoshin doing? Why hasn't he found the little one who fully awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline yet? The divine dragons spoke among themselves, their eyes filled with undisguised joy. As they spoke, their pupils remained fixed on the void area in the center of the ruins of the ancestral dragon, as if watching something, mentioning Aoshin's incompetence. One of the divine dragons sighed and spoke slowly. This matter cannot be blamed on Aoshin. That junior who fully awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline does not belong to any of our branches. What do you mean? Could he have just appeared out of thin air? Have you all forgotten about the forbidden land of the gods? As soon as these words were spoken, the starry sky suddenly fell into silence. The expressions on the faces of the divine dragons became complex. After a long while, voices were heard once more. I hope it doesn't have anything to do with the human race. The last time, it left us severely wounded, and we still haven't recovered to this day. Enough. That was our own choice. We simply failed. Yes, we failed. A sigh echoed through the silent starry sky, followed by a long period of silence. It was not until the group of immensely large divine dragons slowly closed their eyes that voices were heard again. Do you think the junior who obtained the pale dragon god's inheritance this time could be the same little one from before? He certainly meets the bloodline requirements of the pale dragon god with ease. Let Aoshin go and take a look. regardless of whether it's true or not. Such a junior should be brought back. Last time, due to the world announcement triggered by slaying a god at the 8th rank, Sumyubai had not only received an infusion of origin power but also obtained a sovereign authority. To put it bluntly, this thing was meant for searching information. The intelligence from the bounty hunter's home was simply incomparable to the sovereign authority. The former was information collected and organized by oneself, while the latter was equivalent to directly accessing the back-end data of the Myriad Worlds game. Regarding this sovereign authority, Sumyubai had been contemplating how to use it to maximize his benefits. After all, such authority was clearly not easy to come by. Now, the potential crisis brought about by the Dragon Clan had forced Sumyubai to make a decision. Although he wasn't sure if this counted as maximizing benefits, keeping it unused indefinitely was definitely not an option. Sovereign authority only has value when it is used. It's a pity this thing isn't a physical object. It can't be subjected to catastrophe. Sumyubai took a deep breath, and with a thought, he activated the sovereign authority. The Death Codex emerged, and a heart-stopping power of death descended, condensing into a large number of inscriptions. The inscriptions formed a light gray portal, which directly sucked Sumyubai inside. Notification: you have entered the Void Rift. As the system prompt sounded, Sumyubai entered this void world for the second time. There was nothing here, nor were there any directions. Even though he clearly didn't have the sensation of standing on solid ground, he did not fall in this place. Other than using the sovereign authority, Sumyubai was completely unable to do anything else. The Death Codex erupted with dazzling light, activating the sovereign authority and bringing a trace of change to this void world. Notification: you have used one sovereign authority. Please state the information you wish to search for. Please note, this search can only yield one piece of information, and the search range includes all realms. Listening to the system prompt ringing in his ears, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. The search range includes all realms. This was much larger than he had imagined. The last time he used the sovereign authority, not only could he not actively choose the information he wanted to search for, but the range was also limited to the world he was currently in. Clearly, this sovereign authority was much stronger than the previous one. The light emitted by the Death Codex shone on Sumyubai's face. He organized his thoughts and spoke slowly. Search for a location closest to me that can shield the perception of a rule sovereign, with the requirement that the area must not be an independent secret realm. For a long time, Sumyubai had not dared to rashly freeload the promotion of the laws of the path that he and Bingshuan and the others had comprehended, because the fluctuations caused by comprehending a rule Great Tao were very likely to attract a rule sovereign. The last time he freeloaded the promotion of the Blood Sea in the Blood Realm secret realm, it had left Sumyubai with lingering fears. If it weren't for the Star Dome having the ability to perform spatial jumps, he would very likely have been discovered by an existence at the Rule Sovereign stage. And that was just for promoting a single thing. With so many laws of the path among the group, if they were to be freeloaded and promoted one by one, how much of a fluctuation would that cause? Even if they could quickly leave the scene once or twice, who could guarantee that unexpected situations wouldn't arise? Therefore, Sumyubai wanted to use the sovereign authority to find a place where he could safely freeload and promote the rule Great Tao. As for the final requirement, it was also influenced by the Blood Realm secret realm. At that time, promoting a single Blood Sea had directly drained the entire Blood Realm secret realm. And it still wasn't enough. An independent secret realm simply couldn't withstand the plundering of the catastrophe talent. Such consumption could only be borne by the Myriad Worlds. Notification: consuming one sovereign authority. Searching for a location that meets your requirements. The light of the Death Codex was like a key, completely unlocking the Void Rift. In an instant, countless visible streams of data emerged from the Void Rift, and the entire void turned into an ocean of data. Within the vast data streams, Sumyubai saw world after world once again. The search range this time was extremely large, and the requirements were not low, so the search speed was significantly slower than the last time. After a long while, a wisp of data representing the Death Realm suddenly separated and merged into the Death Codex. The system prompt followed, ringing in Sumyubai's ears. Extra update delivered today. Happy May Day, my patrons. Please give gifts, recommend the book, and leave 5-star reviews. Chapter 580 for Aoshin. Notification, search complete. The clue has been stored in the Death Codex. Exiting the Void Rift shortly. The moment the countdown ended, Sumyubai felt his vision go black. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the valley on the first floor of the Pale Dragon Tomb. Not far away, the traces left by the disappearance of the stone tablet were still there, and Bing Xuan had yet to emerge from the inheritance space. But there, a person had been added, to be precise, a dragon. The other party stood quietly beside the traces, his figure straight, and his bearing heroic, making it obvious at a glance that he was extraordinary, due to their race. The appearances of the dragon clan did not look very different after transforming into a semi-human form. The biggest difference between him and Bing Xuan lay in the color of his dragon scales. This was a black dragon, unlike the color Bing Xuan had before condensing her divine body. The scales of this black dragon were deeper, as if they had swallowed all light. Is this the person sent by the dragon clan? They are certainly fast. Sumyubai's gaze flickered. The flow of time in the Void Rift was 1,000 times slower than in the normal world. But Sumyubai had only spent less than 10 minutes inside in total. Calculating it, about 6 days had passed in the outside world. In the context of the myriad worlds, this amount of time was nothing more than a fleeting moment. Given the vastness of the myriad worlds, a simple journey would take more time than this. For the dragon clan to be able to send someone to investigate so quickly, there were only two possibilities. Either the other party was already nearby, or they also possessed a sovereign-class starship like the Star Dome. Moreover, the moment Sumyubai saw the other party, a sudden urge to do battle with them welled up in his heart. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Golden light flickered in the depths of Sumyubai's eyes. After reading the other party's information, he instantly confirmed that it was the second scenario. Mystic Thunder Dragon Emperor Aoshin 5-Clawed Black Dragon Dragon Abyss Realm. Top Tier Dragon Race Entity Law Lord Stage Vitality 8,569 stars Divine Soul. Late Stage Median God Divine Body. Late Stage Median God Combat Power. Late Stage Superior God Laws. Law of Thunder. Law of Spatial Movement. Law of Spatial Lockdown. Law of Thunder Annihilation. Authority. A tiny fraction of Thunder Authority. A tiny fraction of Spatial Authority. Weakness. Extremely arrogant. He disdains attacking ordinary players of the same realm. Aoshin. The most talented existence among the new generation of the dragon race, and the current pride of the dragon race. Only after seeing that the other party was the current pride of the dragon race did Sumyubai finally understand why he had suddenly felt the urge to fight him. This was a clash between the prides of two different races. When players who hold the title of pride meet, even if they cannot see detailed information, they can sense that the other party is also a pride. Aoshin's status panel was the most luxurious one Sumyubai had ever encountered. His divine soul and divine body were only at the late stage median god level, yet his combat power had reached the terrifying late stage superior god level. Most importantly, this was the first time Sumyubai had seen rule authority on another player, and it even included a supreme rule authority like space. The 11th tier Law Lord stage was completely different from the first 10 tiers. The gap between each minor realm was incredibly exaggerated. A newly ascended median god could completely crush countless peak lower god existences by relying on the power of their world. Back then, the three of them, Brian and the others, had only been able to defeat Victor with the help of Sumyubai's world power, and that was only because none of the three were ordinary peak lower gods. Now, Aoshin's combat power could actually span an entire major realm, and from median god to superior god at that he was completely worthy of his status as a dragon race pride. The resonance between prides caused Aoshin to turn his head instantly. When he saw the suddenly appearing Sumyubai, his golden pupils narrowed slightly. A god race pride whose strength and information he couldn't even perceive. What surprised Aoshin even more was that he hadn't sensed how the other party had appeared at all. The surrounding space had clearly been locked down by him. So why was this god race member able to appear here silently and without a trace? In that instant, countless thoughts flashed through Aoshin's mind, but soon, his heart tightened. Wasn't the god race pride that crazy woman, Yu Xiaoyu? When did it change? He couldn't possibly have received no wind of such major news. In other words, the person in front of him did not come from the god race. Thinking of this, Aoshin immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" Just as Sumyubai was about to speak, a pale divine light suddenly lit up beside Aoshin. The next moment, Bing Xuan's figure appeared where the stone tablet had vanished, but the tablet with the claw marks never appeared again. For a moment, Aoshin couldn't bother to ask about Sumyubai's identity and turned directly to look at Bing Xuan. "You finally came out." Facing Bing Xuan, his gaze was extremely gentle, as if he were looking at a junior with exceptional talent, and his voice was no longer deep. It was completely different from how he had acted toward Sumyubai, because the moment he saw Bing Xuan, he felt the powerful bloodline power within her. In an instant, Aoshin confirmed that she was the target he had been searching for all this time. At the same time, he tried his best to restrain his powerful aura and the divine power swirling around him, appearing completely harmless. He hoped to leave a good impression on Bing Xuan and let her understand that the dragon race was a harmonious big family. But precisely because of this, Bing Xuan simply treated him like the other dragon race players who were just watching the show. She merely glanced at him and had no intention of paying him any mind. Sumyubai could see his specific information, but Bing Xuan could not. Bing Xuan ignored Aoshin entirely and flashed in front of Sumyubai. The first sentence out of her mouth made Aoshin, who had just turned around, tremble all over. "Master, this is only a small part. We still need to go to the second floor." The word master was like a heavy hammer, smashing directly onto Aoshin's divine soul. He was so angry that he trembled, his golden pupils filled with rage. "An existence of my dragon race who has fully awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline, the hope of the future, actually calls this person master. This is simply outrageous." In that instant, Aoshin was burning with fury, completely forgetting his arrogance as his terrifying divine power instantly suppressed the area. The next moment, his figure appeared between Bing Xuan and Sumyubai. At the same time, a system notification rang in Sumyubai's ears. "Notification. You are affected by spatial authority. You cannot leave this area for 5 minutes." Sumyubai's pupils shrank slightly, surprised to find that even the wheel of time and space's instant movement and portals had been blocked by Aoshin. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. An incomplete world treasure had actually fallen at a disadvantage against Aoshin's spatial authority. At the same time, Aoshin was also extremely shocked. He had mobilized his spatial authority, yet he could only lock the area for 5 minutes. He looked at Sumyubai in disbelief. "Who exactly are you?" Meanwhile, Aoshin grabbed the bewildered Bing Xuan and gritted his teeth. "Tell me, why do you call him master?" This matter had to be cleared up. If this girl had signed some kind of contract with the other party, his rash attack might cause her to perish as a result. Chapter 585. Clash of Prides. A terrifying power of death descended, and Sumyubai immediately activated the death descent state. Having encountered such situations where he could not easily escape one after another, his desire for strength grew even more intense. Once this matter was resolved, he had to go to that place immediately to elevate his group's path of laws into a great Tao of rules. "I am the master's mount, so of course I call him master. Are you stupid?" Bing Xuan looked at Aoshin with a puzzled expression. He did not sense any hostility from this fellow clansman, which was the only reason he bothered to reply. But these words made Aoshin feel as if the entire world had turned gray. "IK mount. The hope of the dragon race was actually someone else's mount. What the hell kind of situation was this?" A mount contract was the handiwork of the Myriad Worlds game. Even the dragon race had no way to forcibly break it. For a moment, Aoshin felt as if the sky had collapsed. As proud as he was, he had no idea what to do. Sumyubai spoke slowly at this moment, but instead of answering Aoshin's question, he asked in return, "How do you plan to handle the inheritance that Bing Xuan has obtained?" "Bing Xuan?" Aoshin was slightly stunned, only then realizing who Bing Xuan referred to. However, he couldn't be bothered right now as to why a 5-clawed golden dragon had such a strange name as Bing Xuan. "How to handle it? We will naturally cultivate him with all our might." Having said this, his tone shifted. He looked at Sumyubai with a cold gaze and continued, enunciating every word. "But the prerequisite is that you must dissolve the mount contract with him." Before Sumyubai could speak, Bing Xuan retorted directly, "Who are you? What does it have to do with you whether I dissolve the contract with my master or not?" "You, Aoshin's expression stiffened. He really wanted to give Bingxuan a good beating, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. If he were to damage this hope of the dragon race, he didn't know how the elders would deal with him upon his return. He would never forget his experiences beneath the ruins of the ancestral dragon for the rest of his life. But how could this guy be so dead set on being someone else's mount? Looking at Bingxuan, who felt no shame but rather pride, Aoshin said, feeling that he was failing to live up to expectations. A member of my dragon race. How can you serve as someone else's mount? I like it, and I'm willing, so what? Bingxuan glared back at Aoshin without showing any weakness. In the past, after sensing Aoshin's strength, he naturally wouldn't have acted this way to avoid bringing trouble to his master. But in the Pale Dragon Tome, it was different. As long as a rule sovereign did not descend in person, no one could make his master suffer here. Not even his own kin. All right, Bingxuan, this is a prodigy of your dragon race. Sumyubai stated Aoshin's identity in one sentence, and only then did Bingxuan carefully size Aoshin up. Although he didn't say anything more, he felt confident in his heart that he would surpass the other party in the future. This self-confidence came not only from the inheritance of the Pale Dragon God but also from the fully awakened ancestral dragon bloodline within his body. More importantly, he firmly believed that as long as he followed his master, his future achievements would be absolutely unimaginable. So what if he was a dragon race prodigy? If he had witnessed his master's heaven-defying methods, he might even fight him for the position of mount. Sumyubai looked at the distressed Aoshin and was just about to say something when a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The next moment, he made his decision. The helmet component of the everlasting silence tribulation slowly faded away, revealing his true face. At the same time, a portion of his information appeared. Aoshin's golden pupils widened slightly. You are Bai. The name Bai had been in the limelight throughout the myriad worlds during this period. A human, yet he had triggered the myriad worlds announcements one after another, achieving things that even the prodigies of the top races had failed to do. Moreover, the other party was only at the 8th rank, yet he could actually prevent him from seeing through his information. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know that, apart from rule sovereigns, no one had ever been able to hide their information under Aoshin's golden pupils. But today, he had encountered one, the one and only. Sumyubai smiled slightly. We will talk about Bingxuan's matter later. Right now, I want to have a match with you. Hearing this, Aoshin was startled. He pointed at Sumyubai, then pointed at himself. You want to have a match with me? Bingxuan was also a bit stunned. Although he was very certain that his master's future achievements would far exceed those of this fellow clansman. That was the future. At this moment, Aoshin suddenly realized. Are you referring to a prodigy duel? Of course. Sumyubai nodded. I am not arrogant enough to think that I can defeat you at the 8th rank. A prodigy duel was slightly different from a challenge between prodigies of the same race. It did not require passing a trial. It only required the other party's consent to initiate it directly. However, at the same time, both parties' attributes and ranks would be suppressed to the same level by the myriad worlds game. Any prodigy of any race was an invincible existence at the same rank. A prodigy duel was a contest to see who was stronger among those of the same rank. Normally, the prodigies of various races were at least at the 11th rank, the realm of law lords. But Sumyubai happened to be an anomaly. Because the human race had failed to produce a prodigy for a long time, he had obtained this title while at a low rank. If it weren't for that, he would have needed to challenge a former human prodigy and succeed before becoming a new prodigy. But if that were the case, even Sumyubai might not have been able to do it while at a low rank, because although attributes and ranks would be suppressed, one's comprehension of laws and various methods would not be affected. At this moment, a fighting spirit rose in Aoshin's eyes. Although he was arrogant and disdained attacking ordinary players of the same rank, but the name Bai gave him the urge to fight him. For no other reason. Aoshin just wanted to see how the other party had managed to slay a god while at the 8th rank. Such an achievement was something even he, a dragon race prodigy, had not managed to do. Of course, this also had to do with him leveling up too quickly along the way. As a demigod level creature, he was a 10th rank saint extermination level upon adulthood. Where would he have had the opportunity to attempt slaying a god at the 8th rank? The existence of the Myriad Worlds game has greatly accelerated the growth rate of individuals before they reach the stage of comprehending laws. Especially for top-tier races like the Dragon Clan, only the comprehension of the path of laws can limit the speed at which their strength increases. Aoshin looked at Sumyubai with burning eyes. Although he longed to fight him immediately, he did not forget the purpose of his visit. He glanced at Bing Xuan before speaking. I can fight you, but there are conditions. Bing Xuan knew exactly what he wanted. Fearing that Sumyubai might agree, he hurriedly employed a provocation tactic. I think you're just scared, aren't you? At the same realm, my master could crush you with a mere flick of his hand. Hearing the word master again, the corner of Aoshin's mouth twitched involuntarily. However, he did not get angry because of this. Instead, he provoked him in return. Since you are so confident, do you dare to make a wager with me? Bing Xuan was left speechless. He hadn't expected that his provocation would not only fail but also be turned back against him. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, lifted his hand to signal Bing Xuan to stop, and directly initiated a heavenly pride duel against Aoshin. If you win, I will immediately dissolve the Mount contract. Good, Aoshin laughed loudly. I like dealing with people of your character. Regardless of the outcome of this battle, Aoshin, have decided to make you my friend. As his voice fell, a flash of white light streaked across, and the figures of the two men vanished from the spot instantly. Chapter 586. As you wish. Bonus chapter. System prompt. You have initiated a heavenly pride duel with the Dragon Clan prodigy Aoshin. As the system notification sounded, the figures of Sumyubai and Aoshin appeared in the midst of a silent starry sky. This was not the true Star Universe, but a temporary space created by the Myriad Worlds game. However, the laws and other elements here were identical to those in the Myriad Worlds. A golden pillar of light descended from the sky, rapidly scanning the specific information of both parties. The next moment, a majestic voice resonated throughout the starry sky. Detected that human prodigy Bai Yi is at a lower realm. Dragon Clan prodigy Aoshin will be suppressed by the system. Realm suppression, 8th rank. Divine body suppression, no divine body. Divine soul suppression, peak lower god. The moment the voice ceased, Aoshin suddenly felt an irresistible force descend upon him. In the next instant, his realm, attributes, and other stats plummeted rapidly. Even the divine body he had condensed was suppressed to the same attribute level as Sumyubai, losing all the effects of a divine body. The only difference was that his HP was not reduced to just 1 point. The Myriad Worlds game suppresses attributes, while HP is linked to the Constitution attribute. The reason Sumyubai only had 1 HP had nothing to do with his attributes. The unknown reason behind it remained a mystery to him, and he still had no clue as to why. At the same time, a battle arena condensed within this starry sky. It would be more accurate to call it a small continent rather than an arena. It floated silently in the starry sky. On the arena, Sumyubai and Aoshin gazed at each other from a distance. Your attributes are much stronger than I imagined. Aoshin clenched his fists, adapting to his suppressed attributes, and looked at Sumyubai in the distance with some surprise. Such attributes were almost comparable to some of the weaker Saint Extinction level creatures of the same rank. Wasn't it said that humans were inherently weak? While this couldn't be called extremely strong, it was definitely not weak. What shocked Aoshin even more was the opponent's divine soul. An 8th rank human whose divine soul had actually reached the peak of the lower god realm. How did his physical body manage to withstand such a powerful divine soul without collapsing? Is this the reason you were able to slay gods at the 8th rank? Aoshin quickly adapted to his suppressed strength and beckoned to Sumyubai with his finger. Come on, let me see how much of my strength a human prodigy can force out. This statement was not arrogance, because although his realm and attributes were heavily suppressed, the various complete laws he had comprehended, as well as the tiny fraction of authority he possessed, remained completely unaffected. If Bai Yi were just an ordinary 8th rank, he would have lost the ability to mobilize laws and authority. But the opponent happened to possess a divine soul at the peak of the lower god realm, which was fully capable of bearing the consumption of mobilizing laws and authority for a short period. So confident, Sumyubai grinned and also extended a finger, beckoning to Aoshin. I also want to see the rule authority mastered by a Dragon Clan prodigy. Under the state of death descent, he was already invincible. Perhaps there were terrifying existences in the myriad worlds capable of breaking death descent. But that definitely did not include Aoshin. Although he was a Dragon Clan prodigy, he could not yet be called an absolute powerhouse. The Death Codex and the Wheel of Time and Space were different. The latter was still an incomplete rule-level supreme treasure, while the former was a rule-level supreme treasure that had not been fully unleashed. Different prefixes carried different meanings. All the abilities of the Wheel of Time and Space were incomplete, but the Death Codex was different. The abilities it currently displayed were all realized through the mobilization of the authority of the Death Rule, especially when activating Death Descent. Sumyu-bai was the embodiment of the Death Rule. How, apart from that madwoman Ju Xiaoyu, you are the first person who has dared to say that to me. Aoshin snorted coldly. But he did not make a move. His pride did not allow him to strike first against someone he deemed weaker, at least in his eyes. Bai Yu was a weakling before him. Seeing this, a flash of purple light flickered deep within Sumyu-bai's eyes. Soul Annihilation Law Death Gaze. Since you don't want to make the first move, I will force you to. Sumyu-bai did not use Death Judgment directly because he did not want to end the battle too quickly. He wanted to see just how strong a Dragon Clan prodigy was at the same realm. With so many cheats enabled, could he defeat the opponent without using Death Judgment? Two gray beams of light shot out from Sumyu-bai's pupils, wreathed in the power of the Soul Annihilation Law, and struck Aoshin in an instant. The latter's body surged with divine power, lightning crackling into existence. A more formidable power of law instantly shattered Sumyu-bai's Law of Soul Annihilation, Law of Thunder Annihilation. Though both were laws of annihilation, their essences differed. Sumyu-bai's Law of Soul Annihilation was directed entirely at the soul, whereas the Law of Thunder Annihilation belonged to the rules of thunder, targeting both soul and flesh simultaneously. If their levels of comprehension were equal, the former would naturally be far more effective against the soul. However, Sumyu-bai had only comprehended his Law of Soul Annihilation to the three-pattern realm. Facing Aoshin's fully comprehended Law of Thunder Annihilation, it naturally crumbled at the first touch. Show me your real skills. If this is all you have, I am truly disappointed. Aoshin shook his head, his tone indifferent. As you wish. Sumyu-bai's gaze turned cold as his divine sense stirred. The next moment, a powerful force of the world swept forth. Aoshin was not surprised by this. He still remembered vividly how Sumyu-bai had triggered a world announcement upon creating his small world. Under the suppression of the Myriad Worlds game, an equally powerful force of the world surged out. Since both were at the same level, neither could suppress the other. But suppressing his opponent was never Sumyu-bai's goal. In an instant, the force of the world connected this space to the small world within Sumyu-bai's body. The next moment, Aoshin was submerged in an endless sea of golden skeletons. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of clashing bones resonated across the entire arena. Even the starry sky surrounding the arena was filled with the figures of golden skeletons. Roar! The skeletal dragon kings roared toward the heavens, backed by an overwhelming army of bone dragons. The next moment, these skeletal dragon kings began to fuse with one another. With every fusion, the gold on their bodies grew a shade deeper. Today's bonus chapter is here, chapter 587, You Go Too Far, Break From Me. Submerged in the sea of golden skeletons, Aoshin let out a sharp shout, and his violent thunderous divine power erupted suddenly. Wemble! The thunderous roar instantly echoed throughout the arena. A massive amount of black mysterious lightning surged from his body, transforming into divine thunder dragons that annihilated countless golden skeletons in an instant. Although these skeletons had been strengthened by the Sea of Death, they still had no power to resist before Aoshin, a prodigy of the dragon race. Even though his realm and attributes had been suppressed to the 8th rank, his peak lower god soul still allowed him to mobilize divine power to unleash complete laws. The move he just used was Aoshin's way of applying the Law of Thunder Annihilation. Before his divine power was exhausted, the combat strength he could erupt with was fully capable of reaching the level of a law master. With just a single strike, he had nearly cleared the entire legion of golden skeletons from the arena. But this was of no use. These golden skeletons were merely a small fraction of the Scourge Legion. No sooner had Aoshin dealt with the troublesome skeletons and caught his breath than gray-black curtains of death suddenly emerged all around him. The next moment, The golden skeletons from the starry sky surrounding the arena rejoined the battlefield. How can there be so many? Shin's gaze tightened. Though he showed nothing on his face, he was inwardly shocked to the extreme. One had to realize that Bai Yi was only at the 8th rank. It was simply unbelievable that he could summon such a massive quantity of undead creatures. Do not be fooled by how easy it seemed just now. Shin knew that without a divine body, relying solely on his soul, the efficiency of condensing divine power was simply insufficient to sustain the rate of consumption. If this continued, his divine power would eventually be exhausted. Conversely, for Bai Yi, these undead creatures had been summoned in advance. Aside from the minor consumption of world power to release them from his internal small world, there was no other cost. Thinking of this, a Fangshan halberd suddenly appeared in Shin's hand. With a casual wave, he crushed dozens of charging headless knights. As the Fangshan halberd danced, accompanied by the constant explosions of black mysterious lightning, it shattered group after group of undead creatures. But the Scourge Legion were emotionless war machines that knew nothing of fear. No matter how fast Shin killed them, countless golden skeletons would pass through the curtains of death to fill the gaps. This was true not only for the surroundings but also for the space directly above him. HMPH, do you really think it's that simple to exhaust my divine power? Shin let out a cold snort and slammed his Fangshan halberd into the arena floor. This time, there was no explosion of black mysterious lightning. Instead, it triggered ripples in space. The next moment, his figure was once again submerged in the sea of golden skeletons. Seeing this, Sumyu felt no joy. His frequent use of the Wheel of Time and Space made him exceptionally sensitive to fluctuations in time and space laws. In that instant, Shin had used more than one spatial law. First was the law of spatial sealing, which rendered his curtains of death useless. The SSS rank skill Death Domain Leap was rendered meaningless in the face of a complete law of spatial sealing. Not only that, but Shin had also sealed the space around the arena, preventing the massive Scourge Legion in the starry sky from entering for the time being. Even Sumyu force of the world could not force them through. In the past, it was always Sumyu sealing others. This was the first time he had been sealed by someone else. Moreover, on the surface, Shin's spatial seal seemed superior, because the seal of the Wheel of Time and Space did not prevent outsiders from entering. The next moment, a soul-shaking dragon roar resounded through the heavens as Shin reverted to his true dragon race form. To make it easier to fight Sumyu, he shrunk his size down to several dozen meters. However, he did not appear on the arena floor below, but rather high in the air, directly in front of Sumyu. His pride would not allow him to use spatial movement laws to ambush a weakling like Bai Yi. If he was to win, he must win fairly and squarely. At the same time, lightning flickered between Shin's dragon horns, and the remaining golden skeleton legion on the arena was instantly annihilated. However, when Shin's gaze fell upon Sumyu, his composure finally shattered. Bai Yi, you are going too far. Shin's eyes blazed with fire as he opened his mouth and spat a breath of profound lightning dragon breath toward Sumyu. This attack was filled with his overflowing rage. How could a mere human prodigy dare to act like this? Did fighting him really pose no pressure at all? Shin just wanted to take back the words he had said before the prodigy clash began, because he would never make friends with someone who was even better at acting arrogant than he was. Directly opposite him, not far away, Sumyu was leaning back against a throne condensed from the power of death. This posture made it clear that he didn't think much of this Dragon Clan prodigy at all. What angered Shin the most was that this guy was even leisurely crossing his legs, even when facing his profound lightning dragon breath. The expression on Sumyu face remained unchanged. He simply spoke indifferently. Bring out your real skills. If this is all you have, then I am truly disappointed. Hearing this, Shin's expression froze. Why did that sentence sound so familiar? Roar! X9. The next moment, the throne beneath Sumyu suddenly flashed with the light of death, and 9 golden skeletal divine dragons appeared out of thin air. The soul fire within the 9 dragons' pupils surged out simultaneously. They opened their maws and unleashed Death Dragon Breath, which contained terrifying fluctuations of death divinity. Boom! In an instant, the 9 streams of Death Dragon Breath collided with Shin's profound Lightning Dragon Breath. The powerful shockwave even caused the surrounding space to begin to tremble. Sumyubai did not retreat in the slightest. Still leaning against his throne with a calm expression, under the death descent state, he was an immortal being. Why would he need to avoid the brunt of the attack? Aoshin, on the other hand, felt his pupils constrict, because his profound lightning dragon breath was actually being suppressed. The two sides only wrestled for a few breaths before he was forced to detonate his attack. Boom! A violent explosion rang out, and the two powerful divine energies erupted, filling the surroundings with a black-gray mist of divine power. The 9 golden skeletal divine dragons did not hesitate in the slightest doubt with fluid movements. They tore through the divine mist and swarmed toward Aoshin, facing the siege of the 9 dragons. Aoshin found himself completely suppressed for a moment, as the battle grew more intense. The shock in his heart deepened, especially after fully gauging the strength of the 9 dragons. This proud dragon clan prodigy finally began to treat Bai Yi as an equal. At the very least, in this space, the opponent was definitely qualified to be his rival. He was even starting to put pressure on him. After the Sea of Death merged with the Golden Sea of Blood, Sumyubai's internal world had expanded significantly. Consequently, the base value for summoning his boss tier units had also increased from 80 to 180, coupled with the Blessing of Death summoning, which possessed the catastrophe trait. 900 skeleton dragon kings were ultimately fused into 9 5-star skeleton dragon emperors. The strengthening of the Sea of Death had also improved the effect and quantity of their fusion. Each 5-star skeleton dragon emperor was formed by the fusion of exactly 100 skeleton dragon kings that had been empowered by the Sea of Death. Moreover, their appearance had changed from skeletal giant dragons to skeletal divine dragons. The golden coating bestowed by the Sea of Death made them look like 9 golden divine dragons, despite having no flesh. Beyond that, the ultimate fusion allowed them to break through the limits of Saint Extermination level bosses and reach the combat power of a true god. Chapter 588, The Terrified Aoshin. Skeleton Dragon Emperor 5-star level 300 Saint Extermination level boss vitality. 99 stars strengthened by Sea of Death divine soul, divine body. Peak Lesser God strengthened by Sea of Death combat power. Mid-stage Lesser God. Laws Death Destruction Law 9 pattern ultimate. Soul Annihilation 3 pattern. After being strengthened by the Sea of Death, the attributes of the 5-star Skeleton Dragon Emperor were truly luxurious. If it weren't for Sumyubai holding them back in terms of laws, they would definitely have been able to reach the combat power of a late-stage Lesser God, even without a divine soul. This reminded Sumyubai of the Eternal Tree Demon in the Life Dream. Presumably, in the near future, the Skeleton Dragon Emperors he summoned would also possess that level of combat power. As for the lagging path of laws, that would soon no longer be a problem. Sumyubai rested his chin on one hand. Watching the 9 golden Skeleton Dragon Emperors besiege Aoshin, one had to admit, this guy was shockingly strong to be a Dragon Clan prodigy. Even when suppressed to the same attributes and realm as him, he could still display such combat power, relying on the various laws he had mastered. Aoshin managed to turn the situation around in just a short time. Sumyubai didn't have much interest in the various lightning-type laws he was using. What he mainly wanted to observe were the space-type laws Aoshin employed. Although the path of laws that Sumyubai's divine soul could currently carry had reached its limit, learning more could prepare him for future insights. Right? Still not planning to use your full strength? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. It looked like Aoshin was entangled by the 9 golden skeleton dragon emperors. But until this moment, this guy hadn't even used his rule authority. This forced Sumyubai to change his opinion of the other players in the myriad worlds. The ones he had met in the past could only be called ordinary players. Even those true gods who had broken through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm were merely average true gods. The true top-tier combat power in the myriad worlds had to be seen in prodigies like Aoshin. And the Dragon Clan was only ranked 10th on the myriad races ranking. How strong would the prodigy of the God Clan ranked first? Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. He had only forgotten one point. Although Aoshin's realm was suppressed to the 8th tier, his divine soul had only been suppressed to the peak of the Lesser God realm. Therefore, the reason Aoshin possessed such formidable combat power at this moment was also linked to his exceptionally powerful soul. After all, before Aoshin had reached adulthood, he did not possess such a potent soul. The reason he was able to improve so rapidly was entirely due to triggering the world announcements several times in succession. This was not something that just any heaven-gifted genius could trigger. The infusion of origin power was not as easy to obtain as Samurai had imagined. As the saying goes, the bystander sees more than the player. Samurai truly hadn't thought of this point for a moment. But Aoshin was very clear in his heart. Before he reached adulthood, he hadn't even comprehended the path of laws. So how could he have such strong combat power? For the new generation of top-tier races, they were born as saint extermination level beings. Moreover, due to the existence of the world game, they no longer needed a vast amount of time to absorb energy as they did in the past. As long as they killed the monsters and bosses created by the world game, they could level up and quickly enter adulthood, even in the resource-barren God-forbidden land. Samurai had been able to make his level skyrocket. The resources of top-tier races were even more powerful than the cheats he had used back then. One could imagine how fast a saint extermination level being like Aoshin would grow. Therefore, for players of such top-tier races, true growth actually only began after they reached adulthood. So, while Samurai was surprised by Aoshin's strength, the latter was even more shocked in his heart. Facing Samurai's inquiry, the proud Aoshin felt as if he had found an opportunity to turn the tables. He let out a cold snort and returned the words Samurai had previously spoken. "As you wish." The moment his voice fell, a vast power suddenly descended over the arena. Rumble. This power was completely different from the deathly silence of the death rules. Instead, it contained violent, destructive force. Finally willing to use your rule authority, Samurai's lips curled slightly. A golden light flickered deep within his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow suddenly opened. Eye of the profound heaven. In the next moment, he clearly saw a deep, extreme purple lightning bolt descend from thin air. Crack! This lightning was the power of the lightning rule authority. When it descended, it lacked any overwhelming pressure. It looked just like an ordinary bolt of lightning, landing simultaneously on the heads of the 9 golden bone dragon emperors. But the next moment, the soul fire within the pupils of the bone dragon emperors instantly extinguished, and dense cracks appeared all over their powerful divine bodies. Following that, the explosion he had imagined did not occur. The bodies of these bone dragon emperors simply disintegrated bit by bit, not even leaving behind a speck of bone ash. What Aoshin had done went far beyond this. Beyond killing the 9 bone dragon emperors, the purple lightning actually still had enough residual power to strike towards Samurai. At the same time, a notification sound rang in Samurai's ears once more. Aoshin had already used his space authority to lock him firmly in place. Furthermore, the opponent had transformed into human form in an instant, appearing via teleportation. The halberd of the heavens in his hand arrived at Samurai's face at the same time as the purple lightning. "You are indeed stronger than I imagined, but it is still not enough." Aoshin's lips curled slightly upward. If he weren't afraid of ruining his image, he would have loved to shout a curse right now. "Don't act so cool next time." In his view, this strike of his had already locked in the victory. Although he guessed that Samurai had likely comprehended the path of laws known as death transference, he remained full of confidence. He was only at the 8th rank. Even if he had truly comprehended the death transference law, how much could he have grasped? Even if he had fully comprehended it, it would be meaningless in the face of his own attack fueled by the lightning rule authority. Facing this shocking strike, the golden light in Samurai's pupils flickered violently. A profound and mysterious power shot out from his pupils, instantly enveloping Aoshin. Everything around them seemed to slow down in his eyes. Even Aoshin's triumphant expression gradually froze on his face. Immediately after, the corners of his mouth, which had been raised, actually returned to their previous state. The next moment, Aoshin's body suddenly vanished, and along with it, the halberd of the heavens and that bolt of purple lightning disappeared without a trace. Crack! Following that, the purple lightning crackled. But it did not fall. Instead, it returned to the high sky. Rumble. As the lightning flickered, that vast power of the rules also vanished, as if it had never appeared at all. Aoshin's figure reappeared in the position where he had been surrounded by the 9 dragons, and he simultaneously transformed back into his true dragon form. Everything that had happened to him began to play back like a slideshow. including the actions he had taken, and his expressions. They were exactly the same. The only difference was that the 9 golden bone dragon emperors did not reappear. At this moment, Aoshin finally recovered, but he seemed completely unaware of what had just happened, and instead, he let out another cold snort. As you wish. But immediately after, this dragon race genius froze, a rare look of terror flashing in his eyes. Where are the bone dragons from just now? Chapter 589. Is this guy a monster? Bonus chapter. Guess, Sumyubai said, almost as if possessed. At this moment, he was also shocked by the effect of the wheel of time and space, facing Aoshin's previous attack. Although he was not afraid while in the death survival state, he had suddenly wanted to try the time reversal he had never used before. Originally, because teleportation had lost its effect under the lockdown of Aoshin's space authority, Sumyubai hadn't actually held much hope. After all, the wheel of time and space was still incomplete, so it was only natural that it couldn't contend with rule authority. But the effect of time reversal had far exceeded his expectations, and Aoshin seemed completely unaware of what had happened. Aoshin's expression stiffened. Am I a child? And you want me to guess? At this moment, he stopped attacking, transformed directly into human form, and looked at the halberd of the heavens in his hand. Although he did not understand why the 9-headed bone dragon that had been besieging him suddenly vanished, he felt a faint sense of unease in his heart. Something must have happened just a moment ago, because his cultivation realm and soul were suppressed by the Myriad Worlds game. Aoshin had not sensed the fluctuations of the laws of time generated when Sumyubai utilized the Wheel of Time. It was not until he attempted to mobilize his authority over thunder that he discovered with horror that he was temporarily unable to do so. Amidst his shock, Aoshin finally noticed a faint fluctuation of the laws of thunder existing around his body, but he clearly hadn't used it. Boom! In an instant, Aoshin felt a thunderclap explode within his soul. He abruptly raised his head to look at Sumyubai, exclaiming in shock, "You have comprehended the laws of time?" As a prodigy of the dragon race, he had fought countless players. There were powerhouses from the dragon race, as well as experts from other top-tier races. Among them, there was no shortage of other prodigies, but he had only had the experience of fighting someone who had comprehended the laws of time exactly once. That time, it had made him experience what it meant to feel stifled and desperate. Facing the laws of time, all of his offensives seemed to lose their meaning. Unless one possessed strength far superior to the opponent, it was impossible to break that power. That time was also the only time in Aoshin's career that he had been defeated by a player of the same realm. As expected of a dragon race prodigy, you are indeed well informed. Sumyubai stood up, his gaze meeting Aoshin's, and the throne beneath him gradually dissipated. Although he had not yet comprehended the laws of time, with the Wheel of Time in his possession, what was the difference between having it and not? Therefore, he did not refute Aoshin's words. In any case, unless a ruler of rules arrived in person, no one could see through his true nature. Letting the other party mistakenly believe he had already comprehended the laws of time was not a bad thing. Having seen the strength Aoshin displayed after mobilizing his rule authority, Sumyubai no longer had any interest in continuing to play. He gripped his right hand lightly, and the calamity of eternal silence instantly condensed into a sword of death. The next moment, the blade pointed toward Aoshin. Come. It is time to end this battle. But Aoshin's subsequent reaction left him slightly stunned. He saw the other party wave his hand to retract his painted halberd, then suddenly shake his head and say, "You win. Here, I am no match for you. That doesn't sound like your personality." Sumyubai also retracted the sword of death, looking at Aoshin with some surprise. But this one glance caused his pupils to shrink violently. He suddenly saw a blurry image behind Aoshin. This time, it was not a fragment of a vision appearing in his mind due to touching the threads of causality, but something he saw directly by using the eye of the profound heaven. Aoshin did not notice anything unusual at all. He simply rolled his eyes. The laws of time are too shameless. I cannot find a way to break them for the time being. Every supreme rule Great Tao possessed extremely powerful and unreasonable strength. Although Aoshin had comprehended a few laws of space, he knew very well that he had only grasped the surface. Whether it was space locking or spatial movement, they were just the simplest paths under the laws of space. But the laws of time that Bai Yi had just used were not like that, because he had experienced it before. Aoshin was very certain that it was definitely the law of time reversal. That was a main branch of the laws of time, without strength far exceeding the opponent, unless he had also comprehended a main branch of the laws of space. He could not resist it at all. Although he had comprehended a main branch of the laws of thunder, it did not belong to the supreme rules, and fortunately, Aoshin did not know that Sumyu-bai was using time reversal through the treasure known as the Wheel of Time, which had a cooldown of 6 hours. In his view, as long as the opponent's soul power was not exhausted, they could continuously use the law of time reversal, rendering everything he did meaningless. Precisely because of this, he had decisively admitted defeat. If he continued to fight, what could he gain other than a belly full of frustration? Aoshin sighed and spoke slowly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Bai Yi, let's talk about Bing Xuan instead. Although he had lost this battle unexpectedly, Aoshin would still not give up on helping Bing Xuan break the mount contract. For this, he would not hesitate even if he had to pay a price. But Sumyu-bai seemed not to have heard his words at all, showing no reaction whatsoever. Seeing this, Aoshin frowned and was about to speak again, but he suddenly noticed that the other party's state was a bit off. No way. Can one even have an epiphany like this? Aoshin's eyes were filled with confusion. He didn't seem to have done anything. Is this guy Bai Yi a monster? The human race, as the elders said, is truly always able to create miracles. Today's extra update is here, chapter 590, The Limitations of the Mount Contract. Sumyu-bai did not hear a single word of what Aoshin said. His attention was completely immersed in the image behind Aoshin. The image was extremely blurry and would flicker several times from time to time, looking as if it were being subjected to some kind of interference. Therefore, his soul was almost entirely poured into it. The golden light within his eyes grew increasingly intense, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow opened to its limit. Encountering such a situation for the first time, Sumyu-bai really wanted to figure out what it was. As he fully concentrated his soul power, the phantom behind Aoshin gradually became solid. This is, after a long while, Sumyu-bai's gaze sharpened. In the image, his own figure had actually appeared. Not only that, but there were dozens of divine dragons. Naturally, Aoshin was among them, and he was almost at the very forefront of all the dragons. The reason it was almost was because the one truly at the very front, standing side by side with Sumyu-bai, was Bing Xuan. Although the divine dragon beside him looked slightly different from Bing Xuan, Sumyu-bai was very certain that it was definitely Bing Xuan. The next moment, all the images disappeared completely, as if they had never appeared at all. System prompt: you have glimpsed a sliver of fate. Your comprehension of the law of causality has increased significantly. Law of causality current level of comprehension, 10.85%. As the system notification chimed, Sumyu-bai recovered his senses. A sudden increase of over 2% in comprehension left him slightly startled. Such a margin was by no means insignificant, however. What truly plunged Sumyu-bai into deep thought was the vision he had just witnessed. Why was he with so many members of the Dragon Clan? And judging by their expressions, there must have been a formidable enemy facing them. Who exactly was this enemy? And what role did Aoshin play in all of this? As his comprehension of the law of causality deepened, Sumyu-bai felt the mystery of fate growing ever more profound. In his view, even the laws of time were not as enigmatic as the laws of fate. At the very least, as someone who possessed the ability to control time, he understood the nature of that power. But when it came to fate, he was completely in the dark. Furthermore, this feeling did not diminish as his comprehension deepened. Instead, it became increasingly blurred. After careful deliberation, Sumyu-bai looked toward Aoshin. What did you say just now? Hearing this, Aoshin wore a troubled expression. He took a deep breath before speaking slowly. Brother Bai Yi, I still wish for you to dissolve the mount contract with Frost. Having said that, he seemed afraid that Sumyu-bai might not grasp the importance of the matter. So, he quickly added, I hope you won't rush to refuse. Please hear me out first. Fine, go ahead. Sumyu-bai nodded slightly, signaling for Aoshin to continue. He had actually been considering this himself. If Frost returned to the Dragon Clan, it would undoubtedly receive significant cultivation resources. Most importantly, Even if the mount contract were dissolved, Frost would still be one of his own. The loyalty of a fanatic was not even a fraction less than that provided by a mount contract. Moreover, Frost had been by his side every day since it was born. Sumyubai was very confident that even without any contractual bindings, nothing would change between them. Putting himself in its shoes, he had never simply viewed Frost as a mount. More than anything, it was a partner. Hearing that, Bai did not immediately refuse. A flash of joy appeared deep in Aoshin's eyes, and he hurriedly spoke. Have you never noticed a certain problem? A problem? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you referring to the talent? Even if Aoshin hadn't mentioned it, Sumyubai had long since noticed. Frost's status window was a mount panel, from the 8th tier legendary grade until now. As it was about to break through to the 11th tier ruler of Lo's realm, the talent section had never once appeared. It seems you already knew. Aoshin nodded. Double quotes yes. Talent. Sumyubai frowned. Talents only go up to SSS grade. Is it really that important? An SSS grade talent can be seen as a manifestation of the authority of laws, even if it is only a tiny fraction. Aoshin began to explain slowly. But what is truly important is that once a master-servant contract like a mount contract is signed, the possibility for further advancement is lost. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Elaborate. If the mount contract between you and Frost is not dissolved, its achievements will be capped at the peak of the upper god realm. The position of a ruler of laws will be forever out of its reach. There is such a thing. Sumyubai frowned. He truly had not been aware of this. But from Aoshin's serious expression, he could sense that the other party was indeed speaking the truth. He was so certain because his soul control law, which possessed the catastrophe trait, allowed him to discern whether Aoshin was spouting nonsense. It is absolutely true. Aoshin nodded heavily. Speaking of which, there is a historical connection between my dragon clan and the human race. If it weren't for such an important matter, I would never be so shameless. At this point, a faint flush appeared on Aoshin's face. However, because his dragon scales were as black as ink, it was not very noticeable. It had been agreed that if Bai lost, he would voluntarily dissolve the mount contract. But now that he himself had lost, proposing such a condition made him feel very embarrassed. If it weren't for the fact that Frost concerned the future of the dragon clan, given Aoshin's lifelong pride, he would never have gone back on his word. After finishing, he looked at Sumyubai nervously, waiting for the other's answer. There was a connection between the human race and the dragon clan. Upon hearing this, Sumyubai became interested, but unfortunately, Aoshin had only learned of this from the dragon clan elders a short while ago. As a member of the younger generation of the dragon clan, he did not know the specifics of what that connection was. Sumyubai felt slightly disappointed, then spoke slowly. It is not impossible for me to dissolve the mount contract. Aoshin's eyes lit up immediately. Really? But immediately after, he saw Sumyubai's half-smiling gaze. I know this isn't fair to you. Aoshin gritted his teeth. Whatever conditions you have, just name them. Whether viewed from the perspective of the outcome of the prodigy duel or the fact that the mount contract could not be forcibly dissolved, Bai Yi was in an absolute position of dominance, let alone him. Even if all the dragon clan elders were present, they could at most threaten Bai Yi's life to force him to dissolve it. But the dragon clan and the human race were not in a state of hostility. On the contrary, they had deep ties. If negotiation was possible, they would never go to such lengths, unless an existence like the ancestral dragon could potentially force the dissolution of a contract bound by the all-world game. But unfortunately, the ancestral dragon had long since fallen. Otherwise, the dragon clan would not have fallen to its current state. I am not an unreasonable person. Sumyubai smiled slightly. But regardless, I won this wager. He paused, looked into Aoshin's eyes, and said word for word, I want you to become my follower. Chapter 591, Title Upgrade, A Follower. Aoshin's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart trembled. He never imagined that the other party would actually make such a demand. A follower contract, while not technically a type of slave contract, was only slightly better than one. Once signed, he would have to prioritize Bai Yi in his future. Because of this, Aoshin felt conflicted for a moment. If the request had been for the dragon clan to provide compensation and resources, Even if the amount were massive, he would have agreed without a second thought. But to become a follower, as a proud prodigy of the Dragon Clan, whose arrogance had defined his entire life, Aoshin found it truly difficult to accept this condition. Seeing the look of hesitation on Aoshin's face, Sumyubai nodded directly. Yes, a follower. He added a final emphasis. That is my only requirement. Sumyubai was not lacking in resources at all. As for treasures, he could use his catastrophe talent to obtain them for free through promotion. Beyond that, the only other thing was to have the Dragon Clan agree to do a few things for him. But relatively speaking, if Aoshin also became one of his own, combined with Bingshuang, the future of the Dragon Clan, wouldn't getting the Dragon Clan to do his bidding in the future be as simple as saying a word? Sumyubai had never been a person who would let himself suffer a loss. Even though he had considered voluntarily releasing the mount contract after learning of its limitations, why not take the opportunity to gain even more? Can you give me some time to consider? Aoshin looked conflicted. Let's head out first. Sumyubai nodded and deactivated his death descent state. It felt as though a long time had passed, but in reality, only a little over a minute had elapsed since they entered this space. Consuming 60 or 70 points of death power was nothing to the current Sumyubai. All right, Aoshin nodded heavily. The next moment, two beams of white light descended from the sky, and the two of them vanished from this space. Notification. Congratulations to player Baiyi for winning this Prodigy Clash. The effect of the title Human Prodigy has been enhanced. Human Prodigy Unique Human Title. Only the first human player in the myriad worlds to pass a special achievement challenge can obtain this title. Title effects. 1. Luck. As the sole prodigy of the human race, your luck will certainly not be poor. Luck come 300.2. Comprehension. As the sole prodigy of the human race, your comprehension certainly cannot be low. Comprehension come 150.3. Potential. As the sole prodigy of the human race, your potential will be enhanced. Enhancement complete. Special effect. Authority. You can add other titles as subtitles to Human Prodigy, allowing their effects to take effect simultaneously. Current rank allows for the addition of 3 subtitles. You are the undisputed #1 prodigy of the human race and will surely become a pillar of humanity in the future. Keep it up, young man. After defeating prodigies of other races, your title effects will be enhanced again. Winning a Prodigy Clash also enhances title effects. Sumyubai hadn't expected such an unexpected surprise, and a flash of joy crossed his eyes. In contrast, a look of disappointment flickered across Aoshin's face. Although he didn't say it, Sumyubai could guess that the enhancement he received had been stripped from the other party's title effects. Therefore, Sumyubai did not bring up the matter again, but immediately after, another system notification rang in his ears. Notification. Because you defeated the Dragon Clan Prodigy Aoshin in the Prodigy Clash, you are rewarded with 1 cleansing by the power of origin. Notification. A myriad world human announcement is about to be made. The moment the system notification ended, a brilliant, dazzling golden pillar of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping Sumyubai's figure. It wasn't that Sumyubai was being pretentious. Having grown accustomed to the infusion of the power of origin, he didn't feel much from the cleansing. But to Bingshuang, this scene looked completely different. He took a step forward, arrived directly in front of Aoshin, patted him on the shoulder, and grinned. I told you, my master can crush you with ease when at the same level. For some reason, whenever he faced Aoshin, he always felt a desire to act as he pleased. Just like when he was with Brian. Aoshin's mouth twitched, and he remained silent. It wasn't because Bingshuang said he was crushed by Baiyi. Although he was arrogant, he was not someone who couldn't face defeat. The main thing was hearing Bingshuang call Baiyi master again. A moment later, the golden pillar of light dissipated, and a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. Your body has been cleansed by the power of origin, and your potential has been enhanced. Notification. Your base for dimensional attributes have each increased by 239,000 points. Notification. For every future level up, your base for dimensional attributes will increase by an additional 1,000 points. Notification. Every future breakthrough will have its effects enhanced to a certain degree. The specific enhancement depends on the breakthrough rank. Aoshin looked at Sumyu with envy. This was a cleansing by the power of origin, even for him. It was a rare and precious opportunity. But the next moment, he heard Sumyu speak calmly. Have you decided? Aoshin was stunned upon hearing this. Buddy, what is wrong with you? This is a cleansing by the power of origin. Could you not act as if it's such a mundane occurrence? It looks as if you receive rewards like this all the time. But looking at the indifferent expression on Sumyu's face, Aoshin ultimately swallowed those words back. He didn't report this matter to the elders either. Instead, he took a deep look at Bingshuang, as if he had made a certain resolution, looked seriously at Sumyu, and slowly spat out one word. All right, Bingshuang, does a kid like you even know how much I've sacrificed for you? Notification. Profound Thunder Dragon Emperor Aoshin has sworn allegiance to you. Do you accept him as your follower? Sumyu was slightly taken aback. He had just asked casually. He clearly hadn't expected Aoshin to be so straightforward and make a decision so quickly. However, he naturally had no reason to refuse such a matter. Notification. Congratulations on successfully contracting the Profound Thunder Dragon Emperor Aoshin as a follower. Current limit for contractable followers at your current realm. 1. Profound Thunder Dragon Emperor Aoshin. 2. Fallen Angel Yulan. 3. Holy Light Angel Lingyu. Having successfully taken Aoshin as a follower, a flash of joy could not help but cross Sumyu's eyes. His small team could now officially be considered to possess the combat power of a higher god. Even if Aoshin did not stay by his side at all times, it did not matter. The special skill summon follower allowed him to call the dragon to his side at any moment. Although Frost did not understand why Aoshin would voluntarily become Sumyu's follower, he still draped an arm over the other's shoulder and spoke in earnest, heartfelt tone. Old Shin, I have to say, you've made a wise decision. Later on, you will realize that the most correct thing you've ever done in this life was to become the master's follower. Aoshin clearly had no intention of paying him any mind at this moment. He simply looked at Sumyu with a solemn expression, hesitated for a moment, and finally uttered that title, my lord. I have already done what I promised you. Rest assured, there is no benefit for me in deceiving you. Sumyu nodded and moved his divine sense. The next moment, the sound of Frost's exclamation reached their ears. Chapter 592. The Human Race and the Dragon Race, God-forbidden land. No. Ever since the Shenlong Empire unified this place, everything had entered a state of rapid development. Due to the disparity in treatment, the original players of the Shenlong Empire naturally became the leaders among the various groups. After spending this time together, the original foreigners gradually discovered that the Shenlong Empire players were not as they had previously imagined. Whether it was because of the powerful Shenlong Hall or the strength of the Shenlong players, these players had now slowly integrated into the fold. Their only dream now was to contribute to the Shenlong Empire as quickly as possible, to elevate their status to first-class citizens, and to enjoy 100% of the benefits. Having experienced such good days, even if they were asked to return to their previous nationalities, these players would not agree. The Blue Star Regional Channel had disappeared, replaced by the Shenlong Empire Chat Channel. However, during this period, everyone was passionately busy leveling up, and no one had time for idle chatter. After all, with such abundant experience, seizing the time to level up was the most important thing. Of course, those who occupied the level rankings were still the original players, because their advantages were simply too great, just as all the players were entering dungeons to grind monsters and level up as usual. A system announcement suddenly resounded in the ears of every human player. Myriad World's Human Race announcement. Congratulations to the human prodigy Bai for defeating the dragon race prodigy Aoshin in the prodigy clash. This is hereby announced. In an instant, the entire God-forbidden land No. 07 fell silent. Immediately afterward, the Shenlong Empire chat channel exploded. Big Brother Bai is awesome. As expected of Big Brother Bai, even a dragon race prodigy is no match for him. By the way, do you guys know how strong a dragon race prodigy is? That's not important. In short, Big Brother Bai is awesome. Look at the rankings. Big Brother Bai has recruited another follower, Profound Thunder Dragon Emperor Aoshin. The title is domineering. And why do I feel like his name is somewhat familiar? Holy crap! Isn't Aoshin the dragon race prodigy mentioned in the announcement just now? Alas, I am uncultured. So, I can only silently send a 6 to Big Brother Bai. Shenlong Hall headquarters, within the valley. It wasn't just the players who were shocked, even Feng Yuan was stunned. The moment he heard the system notification, he opened his eyes abruptly, inscriptions swirling within his pupils as countless formations emerged. He faced a dragon race prodigy so soon. After a long while, he sighed softly. Little friend Bai, your pace is truly too fast. After some thought, Feng Yuan raised his wrist and made a call. Titan Realm, endless starry sky. Inside a spaceship, Hui Jian connected the communication, and Feng Yuan's virtual projection immediately appeared before him. Because of the dragon race matter, Hui Jian rubbed his temples. That little brat Baiyu really doesn't let one rest easy. A few days ago, he had just felt that he owed the other party a favor because of the Caroline incident, never expecting that trouble would arise so quickly. Don't be fooled by the fact that only human players could hear this announcement. But how numerous is the human race? This news would soon spread throughout the entire myriad worlds. At the very least, all the top-tier races would know. The relationship between the dragon race and the human race was already viewed as a thorn in the side by many races due to past events. Once this announcement was made, there would inevitably be many troublesome matters to follow. Yes, it's too fast. Feng Yuan frowned. The vast majority of people are not yet prepared. Hui Jian sneered. Old man Feng, you are always like this. Worldly affairs are unpredictable. If everything had to be fully prepared before starting, where would all these surprises come from? Do you think I don't know that? Feng Yuan rarely retorted to Hui Jian. But the human race can no longer afford to fail. Since we cannot afford to fail, then we win, Hui Jian said sternly. Since there is no way back anyway, why bother thinking about the consequences of failure? Hearing this, Feng Yuan remained silent for a long time before nodding. I know what I must do. There were many other human powerhouses who held the same thoughts as Feng Yuan and Hui Jian. Some, like Feng Yuan, constantly considered the big picture, while others, like Hui Jian, possessed the spirit of a desperate last stand. There were also some who were caught in indecision, however, because of various reasons. These human powerhouses were completely unknown in the myriad worlds. But after this announcement was triggered, unfamiliar true gods began to appear in various worlds across the myriad worlds. Wine Domain, Ruined Injury Secret Realm. Li Yun stood at the entrance, a look of hesitation on his face. The Ruined Secret Realm was a super large-scale secret realm that did not belong to any single major world, because it was, in itself, large enough to be considered a major world. Such secret realms were often extremely dangerous. Li Yun knew very well that his strength would certainly improve if he entered. But at the same time, the probability of falling was also extremely high. Therefore, when he truly arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, he suddenly became somewhat hesitant. Just at this moment, the announcement of Sumu Bai defeating Aoshin suddenly rang in his ears. Big Brother Bai, has he already become this strong? Having never been a top-tier prodigy, Li Yun was unaware that the prodigy tournament suppressed one's cultivation level. Therefore, he believed that Sumu Bai had defeated Aoshin in a direct confrontation. It could only be said that this was a beautiful misunderstanding, but it was also this misunderstanding that made Li Yun completely make up his mind. I cannot let Big Brother Bai leave me further and further behind. After taking a deep breath, a look of determination flashed in Li Yun's eyes. Immediately following this, he moved his divine sense, and the flying sword beneath his feet instantly transformed into a streak of light, carrying him directly into the vortex-shaped entrance of the secret realm. Pale Dragon Tome. First layer. At the dragon's tail. Notification. You have voluntarily terminated the mount contract with Bing Shuang. The other party will return to their player form. At the same time the system notification sounded, Bing Shuang's exclamation followed. Master, Bing Shuang, who was always boisterous, now had eyes filled with confusion, looking pitifully at Sumu Bai. Do you not want Bing Shuang anymore? An extra chapter for today, chapter 593, Bing Shuang's talent. Bing Shuang, who had been born for less than a year, had long since regarded Sumu Bai as the most important person in his life. This had nothing to do with the mount contract, nor did it have anything to do with faith. It was the purest emotion between the two. The first person Bing Shuang saw after being born was Sumubai, and Sumubai had lost both his parents, and had even been backstabbed by Liu Ryan before entering the game. Therefore, initially in the Myriad Worlds game, the only person Sumubai could truly trust absolutely was Bing Shuang. The emotion between the two was nearly akin to family. Of course, Sumubai was no longer as isolated and helpless as he was when he first entered the Myriad Worlds game. Among the Blue Star players, Fujia Tianjia, Hong Tabai, Feng Yi Xiao Xiao, Senkai King Feng, and others were all his capable lieutenants. Besides them, there were also old friends like Feng Yuan and Hui Jian, and later he created the trio of Yu Yi, Jinmi, and Mingri. After arriving in the Myriad Worlds, he gained even more, such as Brian, the Angel Sisters, and the three Signal Light brothers. Now, Aoshin had also officially become Sumubai's follower, but when it truly came down to it, they still could not compare to Bing Shuang. Even though Bing Shuang was not the strongest, in fact, he was almost at the bottom of the ranks. This did not stop Sumubai from regarding him as his brother. Looking at Bing Shuang's pitiful expression, Sumubai smiled and ruffled his hair. "What are you thinking? How could I possibly not want you?" As he spoke, he nodded toward Aoshin. "You explain it to him." A moment later, Bing Shuang finally understood everything. However, the focus of his attention was not that he had regained the possibility of breaking through to the 12th tier rule sovereign realm after returning to his player form, but rather that his master did not want to abandon him, especially after hearing Aoshin recount how important he was to the dragon race. Bing Shuang's eyes lit up, and he immediately said to Sumubai, "Master, once I hold power in the dragon race, when you point east, the dragon race will absolutely never go west." Hearing this, Aoshin couldn't help but slap his forehead. It's over. Why does it feel like he hasn't found the hope of the future, but rather found a daddy for the dragon race? However, Aoshin didn't pay too much attention to this, because even he himself had now become a follower of Bai Yi. In time, whether it was him, a dragon race prodigy, or Bing Shuang, who had completely awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline, both were destined to become the highest-ranking existences in the dragon race. It was easy to imagine that the future dragon race would very likely become a place where Bai's word was law. Aoshin also didn't know how wonderful the expressions of the elders would be when they found out about such things. They clearly didn't want to have anything to do with the human race anymore. But now it seemed that the relationship was only becoming deeper. Regarding Bing Shuang's words, Sumubai laughed in spite of himself. "All right. We'll talk about the future later. Your most important task right now is to fully receive the inheritance of the Pale Dragon God." Hearing this, Bing Shuang was slightly stunned, and then he reacted, "Master, are you leaving?" "Don't worry. Aoshin will stay here and keep you company." Sumubai nodded. Speaking of this, he suddenly turned to look at Aoshin and asked, "Do you have a sovereign-level spaceship?" "Yes. This is equipped for the dragon race's prodigies." "That's good. During this time, you to stay here and properly receive the inheritance. Wait for my summons." It had taken Bing Shuang nearly 6 days just to receive the inheritance of the first layer. It was impossible for Sumubai to wait here until he finished the inheritance, although his body had been baptized by a large amount of life force, delaying the collapse time significantly. The time he had left was still very limited. Moreover, the Sea of Death was exerting its effect at every moment, and his divine soul could break through to the early stage of a median god at any time. When that happened, his physical body would inevitably collapse directly as a result. Of course, Sumubai was not worried about this. After all, the flower of life was already in his hands. As long as he absorbed it, he could significantly increase his physical strength and accelerate the speed of his divine body's condensation. The reason he hadn't used it yet was entirely because he wanted to freeload and upgrade for the Flower of Life. What kind of effects would a rule-level life-type Supreme Treasure have? Sumubai was very much looking forward to it. Notification: Player Bing Shuang has requested to add you as a friend. Thinking about being separated from his master soon, Bing Shuang felt a bit unaccustomed to it for a moment. However, he did not make it too obvious. Instead, he took the initiative to add Sumubai as a friend, then stated with a solemn expression, "Don't worry, Master. I will improve my strength as quickly as possible and then go to help you." Go ahead. Sumyubai waved his hand, then suddenly remembered something and added with a smile, "By the way, don't call me master from now on, call me big brother." Yes, big brother. Bing Shuang nodded heavily, then followed Aoshin toward the second floor with visible reluctance. The joy of his status upgrade also lessened the sorrow of parting. For a long time to come, he would remain in the Pale Dragon Tomb, starting from here and inheriting his way all the way to the highest 12th floor, watching the backs of the two dragons as they left. A flash of shock crossed Sumyubai's eyes. After Bing Shuang recovered his player status, his panel information had also changed. Bing Shuang 5-clawed golden dragon, ancestral dragon bloodline fully awakened stateless top-tier dragon species lord of Law's realm vitality, 9 stars divine soul early stage lesser god divine body, early stage lesser god. Combat power, mid-stage lesser god law of gravity, law of death and extinction 9 pattern ultimate weakness. Having just broken through to become a lord of laws, his realm is still unstable. The ancestral dragon bloodline within his body is constantly tempering his divine body in a subtle way. If he can grow, he has a great chance of becoming the new ancestral dragon. Accepting the inheritance of the first floor not only allowed Bing Shuang to successfully condense a divine soul but also to fully master a path of law. This path of law was not even the law of death and extinction that Bing Shuang had already comprehended to the 9 pattern ultimate, but a brand new law of gravity. What was crucial was that this law belonged to the law of power, one of the 9 supreme rules. Seeing this, a look of confusion could not help but flash across Sumyubai's eyes. According to the intelligence provided by the bounty hunter's home, although the pale dragon god was a ruler of rules, what he mastered was not a supreme rule. Why would the inheritance he left behind allow Bing Shuang to go from nothing to comprehending the complete law of gravity in one go? Regarding this, Sumyubai was utterly baffled, especially after seeing the talent that appeared when Bing Shuang recovered his player status. The doubt in his heart deepened even further. Power breaks 10,000 laws. SSS rank exclusive talent skill effects. 1. Ultimate power, possessing the possibility of breaking everything. 2. Your power is endless and inexhaustible. 3. As long as it is something that can be broken by your power, it will be unable to pose any threat to you. The description of this talent was extremely simple, yet it was incredibly extraordinary. The more a talent was like this, the higher its potential ceiling tended to be. But why would Bing Shuang awaken such a talent? Sumyubai looked down at the corpse of the pale dragon god beneath his feet and narrowed his eyes slightly. A non-supreme rule master had left behind an inheritance of one of the 9 supreme rules, and Bing Shuang had just happened to awaken power breaks 10,000 laws. A talent that was clearly the authority of the law of power. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Was it luck? Or was it fate? Or perhaps, did some kind of connection already exist between the pale dragon god and Bing Shuang? Chapter 594. The breakthrough of Amon and the others. But Bing Shuang was originally just an ordinary frost dragon, and his rank was only an 8th rank legendary creature. The reason he was a demigod rank creature now, and had fully awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline, was entirely due to the unique forbidden rank talent, Cataclysm. What kind of connection could he possibly have with the pale dragon god? There was no such thing as reincarnation in the myriad worlds. Creatures above the 9th rank mythical level were dead once they died. Even if an undead creature were born from their corpse, it would be a brand new creature with no relation to the corpse's former life, because the souls of the two were completely different. Moreover, the pale dragon god was a 12th rank ruler of rules. His corpse was still lying here quietly. So how could it possibly give birth to an 8th rank undead creature like Bing Shuang? No matter how he thought about it, it seemed impossible. And Sumyubai could not help but frown. He had originally thought that the pale dragon tomb might solve the mystery of Bing Shuang's uniqueness, but he hadn't expected it to become even more confusing instead. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Sumyubai. This person had a graceful figure, sharp eyes, a black mask covering her face, and was dressed in leather, with 2 exquisite daggers tucked into her waist. It was none other than Caroline. Since Aoshin is here, I'll be going first. As the words fell, she had already turned and disappeared from the spot, leaving as cleanly and decisively as she had arrived. Caroline had specifically shown herself just to greet Sumyubai. Thanks. Sumyubai nodded without saying much more. He and the other party had only met once. And if it weren't for the old man Huijian, the two might have even come into conflict. But since she was one of his own, there was certainly no problem. In any case, he hadn't suffered any losses. The abstract painting by Huijian didn't count. The reason Sumyubai had revealed his identity directly to Ocean earlier was because he had heard Caroline's voice in his mind. Entrusted by Huijian, she had been protecting him for a week. A few days ago, when Bingshuang was pulled into the inheritance space, he had also entered the Void Rift, and Caroline had been waiting in place for them for 6 days. In fact, from the moment Aoshin arrived, to Sumyubai and Bingshuang appearing one after another, Caroline had seen everything. It was just that her stealth ability was too strong. Even Aoshin, a pride of the dragon race, had not noticed her at all. It was precisely because Caroline, a peak upper god, was there that Sumyubai had been able to reveal his ID, Baiyi, without any reservations. Now that everything had ended happily, Caroline naturally had to go do what she needed to do. As for the relationship between her and the old man Huijian, Sumyubai didn't know, nor did he want to understand. In any case, when the old man's avatar dissipated, he had left him with one sentence: Caroline is absolutely one of our own. It's just that she lost her memories for some reason. Sumyubai still trusted Huijian quite a bit, although this old codger's painting style was erratic and his tongue was sharp. He was actually quite a decent person. With his guarantee, Sumyubai naturally wouldn't doubt Caroline's identity. After taking one last look at the valley, Sumyubai condensed the sword of death in his hand and shifted his divine sense. The next moment, massive summoning gates rose from the ground one after another. Roar! Following that, the roars of Bone Dragon Kings echoed across the sky. The 9-headed golden bone dragon emperors that had been fused previously had all been killed by Ocean using the authority of the Thunder Rule. The bone dragon kings that Sumyubai summoned who had not been strengthened by the Sea of Death. So just like at the beginning, they could only fuse into 4-star bone dragon kings with peak sane extermination combat power. Sumyubai no longer had any interest in such combat power. After all 900 bone dragon kings were summoned, he shifted his divine sense again, and a powerful world force swept across the surroundings. In an instant, all the bone dragon kings were drawn into his internal world, appearing directly within the Sea of Death, which was glowing with a faint golden light. It wouldn't take long for them to be strengthened and once again fuse into powerful 5-star bone dragon emperors. Although they still couldn't be considered top-tier combatants in the team, at least they were no longer cannon fodder. At this moment, Sumyubai's divine sense also sank into his internal world. Previously, while in the Void Rift, he had realized at the very first moment that he could not sense the existence of his internal world. Now, after checking the status of the Signal Light Brothers and the Angel Sisters, Sumyubai finally confirmed his guess. His internal world had not followed him into the Void Rift. Therefore, the Signal Light Brothers and the Angel Sisters had effectively been tempering themselves in the Sea of Death for nearly a week. Yulan and Lingyu had already condensed their divine souls, so naturally, they wouldn't show improvement so quickly. But the three of them, Amon and his brothers, had reached their limit. They had now reached the 1-kilometer mark. At this moment, their faces were slightly contorted, teeth bared, clearly struggling against the soul impact within the Sea of Death. In such a state, as long as they could persist, they should soon be able to successfully condense their divine souls. Just as Sumyubai's divine sense was about to withdraw from the internal world, the three of them suddenly opened their eyes. The next moment, all three shot up from the Sea of Death simultaneously, their demonic wings fluttering as they hovered in the air. The efficiency is not bad. Sumyubai smiled slightly. Powerful divine soul fluctuations emerged from the bodies of the three. They had all successfully condensed their divine souls at the same time, taking the first step toward becoming true gods. Next, they only needed to condense a divine body and comprehend a complete law path to officially break through to the 11th tier Law Master realm. As for condensing a divine body, since they had absorbed a massive amount of life energy within the life dream, it wasn't a difficult task for them. The only problem was the complete law path. Is this the feeling of possessing a divine soul? Amon kept his eyes tightly shut, his divine soul power extending outward, immersively sensing everything around him. Huanghua and Lu Mao were also excitedly experiencing the way their divine souls functioned. This feeling was completely different from seeing with their eyes. It was as if they had opened a god's eye view. Of course, if they wanted to observe everything within range and minute detail, the consumption of divine soul power was immense. Their newly condensed divine souls could not yet withstand such consumption for long. However, this was not a big problem, with the Sea of Death acting as a cheat for divine soul growth. They would soon possess even more powerful divine souls. Successfully condensing their divine souls also wiped away the fatigue they had felt from enduring the soul impacts over these past few days. Alright, there will be plenty of time to experiment later. Amon patted Huanghua and Lu Mao, his gaze turning toward the Sea of Death below. Continue, splash. The next moment, the three dove head first into the pale golden Sea of Death. Only this time, their starting point was directly beyond the 1 kilometer mark. Just then, Sumyubai's voice suddenly echoed in their minds. Guard your divine souls well. Don't let your excitement cause you to neglect your defense. Just as the three were confused, three profound and mysterious law fluctuations descended. The next moment, the system notifications sounded in their ears simultaneously. Chapter 595, Ruined Star Domain. Bonus Chapter. Notification. Congratulations. You have successfully comprehended a new law path. In an instant, the three brothers widened their eyes, their pupils filled with question marks. What was going on? How did they suddenly comprehend a new law path? But they hadn't comprehended anything at all. Moreover, the law information that had appeared out of thin air in their minds was actually the law of causality. Following that, the three suddenly remembered the words Sumyubai had just spoken. Amon couldn't help but recall the time he had hit himself. Wasn't that the law of causality that the boss had used back then? Thinking of this, the pupils of the three shrank violently once more. What kind of heaven-defying method did the boss have to be able to make them comprehend such a terrifying law as causality out of thin air? This was simply inconceivable. The hardest part of comprehending a law path lay in the entry and the perfection. The initial 0.1% was the step from nothing to something. If one couldn't even enter the door, how could one talk about comprehending a complete law path? The final 0.1% was the most crucial of all. A complete and perfect law could unleash effects that a 9-striped ultimate law simply couldn't compare to. But with the three brothers' way of thinking, they could only be shocked by this point for the time being. They never imagined that Sumyubai's self-created SSS grade skill star shift, under the enhancement of the catastrophe talent, could completely mass-produce players who comprehended the law of causality. That was the truly terrifying part. As one of the primary branches of the laws of fate, the law of causality is no less difficult to comprehend than the reversal of time. In some respects, it is even more profound. Within the myriad worlds, those who can successfully gain an entry-level understanding of the law of causality are few and far between. Those capable of fully comprehending the law of causality are even fewer, hardly enough to count on one hand. But ever since Sumyubai created the SSS rank skill star shift, everything is destined to change. The boss is simply not human. Cucumber and Green Hair exchanged a glance, unable to help but exclaim. As soon as these words left their mouths, Amon immediately slammed his two fists onto the tops of their heads. Because they were inside the Sea of Death, the sound of these two blows seemed somewhat muffled. The immense power disturbed the surrounding sea, sending ripples outward in circles. If you don't know how to talk, then shut your mouths. Amon glared fiercely at the two of them, then looked up toward the surface of the sea and murmured, "How could the boss possibly be human?" Hearing this, the corners of the two men's mouths twitched, and they couldn't help but roll their eyes. "Big brother, do you even hear what you're saying? How is this sentence any better than what we said?" Sumyubai, hearing this, also frowned. He was just about to adjust the soul shock effect of the Sea of Death to make this kid Amon suffer a little. But then he heard Amon add, "He is a god." "Well said." Cucumber and Green Hair echoed in deep agreement, and a moment later, added another sentence. "Big brother, can we not pause so long when we speak in the future?" Inside the pale dragon tomb, Sumyubai withdrew his divine sense, opened the map to find the exit, and his figure vanished from where he stood. Teleportation. The first floor was the place one arrived at first upon entering the pale dragon tomb. When one wished to leave, it was also necessary to pass through here. The popularity of the Pale Dragon Tomb was clearly very high as soon as Sumubai appeared. He saw many players from various races. However, among these people, there wasn't even a single true god at the Lawmaster stage, so they failed to pique his interest in the slightest. Frost had already made arrangements, and Sumubai, without any lingering attachment, passed directly through the exit vortex and left this secret realm. The next moment, his figure appeared directly in the vast starry sky. He waved his hand to summon the star dome, and a white light descended, guiding Sumubai into the cabin. Boom! The next second, the speed of the star dome soared to the speed of light, disappearing in an instant. Faint, five-colored flowing light fluctuated continuously as the star dome kept increasing its speed within the dark space. 10 times the speed of light. 100 times the speed of light. 1,000 times the speed of light. Sumubai did not set a destination. He simply let the star dome accelerate on its own. Before it had reached its maximum speed, Sumubai moved his divine sense, and the Death Codex slowly emerged in his palm. The coordinates he had obtained earlier by using his sovereign authority in the Void Rift were stored within the Death Codex. But when Sumubai clearly saw the destination provided by the Myriad Worlds game database, his pupils constricted sharply. This place was clearly beyond his expectations. Undead Realm. Ruined Star Sector. According to the intelligence Sumubai had purchased from the bounty hunter's home, this place was once one of the most prosperous star sectors in the Undead Realm. But today, this star sector had completely turned into a ruin. Even the Land of Ruin was far better off than this place. However, the former was merely a forbidden area of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, while this place was one of the forbidden areas of the entire Death Domain. The Land of Ruin only had fragmented spatial torrents on its periphery, but here, spatial torrents were everywhere. Moreover, the movement of these fragmented spatial torrents followed no pattern whatsoever. Perhaps 1 second they were 10,000 miles away, and the next second, they would suddenly appear in front of a player, or even inside their body. When this star sector first became a ruin, countless players died because of it. It is said that even lawmasters at the upper god stage had fallen here, which is why it was listed as one of the extremely dangerous forbidden areas. With a blinding flash of white light, the star dome suddenly appeared within the ruined star sector. With spatial jumping, as long as one was within the same great world, one would never need to worry about traveling. Of course, the prerequisite was having enough energy, or like Sumubai, simply cheating with infinite energy. As soon as the star dome appeared, the spacer on the ship's hull suddenly tore open and twisted. Fragmented spatial torrents, like a flood, violently battered the ship. Bang, bang, bang. The ship's energy shield rang out with constant thuds, and Sumubai could clearly feel the power of the fragmented spatial torrents. No wonder even upper gods would fall here. Having said that, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Fortunately, I have a cheat. As long as the attack intensity did not reach the Rule Sovereign stage, the Star Dome's infinite energy shield was effectively in an invincible state, allowing the fragmented spatial torrents to batter it at will. The Star Dome followed the route Sumubai had provided and flew rapidly toward the deepest part of the ruined star sector. That was the destination of this trip. Extra update for today, Chapter 596. Did he discover me? Bang, bang, bang. The fragmented spatial torrents of the ruined star sector were everywhere. Along the way, the Star Dome's energy shield vibrated incessantly. If not for having infinite energy, even a sovereign-level ship like this would not be able to stay in this star sector for long. Moreover, due to the presence of a large number of fragmented spatial torrents, spaceships in the ruined star sector could not enter dark space and could only travel at a maximum of the speed of light. Sumubai sat on the sofa, flipping through the intelligence information, his eyes filled with shock. What exactly happened in the past to make this star sector turn into what it is today? Regarding this point, even the intelligence provided by the bounty hunter's home contained no description. It only mentioned one thing. In the blink of an eye, the entire star sector turned into ruins. Following that, a large number of fragmented spatial torrents appeared. Ever since then, this place had become one of the most dangerous forbidden areas in the Death Domain. However, the omnipresent torrents of fractured space were not the most insolvable aspect of the ruined star domain. What truly kept this place deserted was another form of chaotic energy. Seeing this, Sumyubai's pupils constricted slightly, and a figure suddenly surfaced in his mind. At this very moment, the speed of the star dome plummeted 100-fold. However, this was only visible from the outside. Sitting within the cabin, Sumyubai felt absolutely nothing. It was not until the wheel of time and space fused within his body suddenly manifested that Sumyubai sensed the anomaly. The wheel of time and space vibrated gently, emitting a rich, black radiance. Have we encountered it? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes. This was the most insolvable energy in the ruined star domain, temporal turbulence. According to the intelligence provided by the bounty hunter's home, there were two common types of temporal turbulence: time acceleration and time deceleration. These were identical to the first two laws of time possessed by the wheel of time and space. Only the effects were far more astonishing. Whether it was acceleration or deceleration, the minimum was tenfold, and the maximum could reach up to 10,000 times. Beyond these, there were two other types of temporal turbulence that were rarely encountered: time stoppage and time reversal. Ships that encountered the former would be frozen directly within the turbulence until the flow of time dissipated on its own. If one were unlucky, they could even be left in stasis for several years. If one encountered the latter, they would be randomly sent back to the moment they first entered the ruined star domain. The most terrifying part was that, without having comprehended the relevant laws of time, one would have absolutely no memory of any of this. In other words, whether it was acceleration, deceleration, stoppage, or reversal. To those who encountered the danger, it was as if nothing had happened at all. Many of those who initially entered the ruined lands only discovered the anomalies after contacting the outside world. Furthermore, the temporal turbulence here was of extremely high intensity. It is said that a high god who had fully mastered several laws of time once attempted to traverse it. Yet even they could not completely erase the effects of the temporal turbulence they encountered. Coupled with the fact that there were no treasures to be found in the ruined star domain, aside from a very small number of true gods who had gained insights into the laws of space and time, all other players avoided it like the plague. However, the number of true gods in the myriad worlds who had comprehended these two types of laws could be counted on one's fingers. And over these many years, every one of them had already explored this place. Those capable of gaining insights had already reaped their rewards. And for those without the aptitude, staying here was of no use. After all, aside from the cheating Sumyubai, the omnipresent torrents of fractured space were still quite dangerous for other true gods. The price of forcing oneself to stay here was simply too high. Thus, this forbidden zone of the ruined star domain had now been almost entirely forgotten. Within the entire star domain, there were no living beings left other than Sumyubai, spatial torrents, temporal turbulence. The products formed by these two supreme rule-based energies made Sumyubai suddenly think of one person, the master of time and space Sushingchen. Combined with what Brian had once said that his strongest divine body was annihilated by a suddenly appearing rift in time and space, Sumyubai couldn't help but speculate that this star domain was also formed by that legendary, world-shaking battle between Sushingchen and the Void Monarch. It was just that the time-space rifts appearing here were clearly not comparable to the one Brian had encountered. This was what caused the ruined star domain to be perpetually filled with spatial torrents and temporal turbulence. Just how intense was that battle? Sumyubai couldn't help but whisper softly. At the same time, golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow suddenly snapped open. Eye of the Profound Heaven. Since the Eye of the Profound Heaven had been able to see scenes of the past while in the land of ruin, what about this time? Over this period, he had absorbed a massive amount of essence of divine soul. Although he had consumed quite a bit, his soul power cap still reached several 100,000. With such a high soul power value, Sumyubai refused to believe he wouldn't be able to see anything. As the Eye of the Profound Heaven opened completely, Sumyubai's soul power began to drain rapidly. 10,000, 20,000, 100,000. The Eye of the Profound Heaven was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much soul power was provided, it accepted it all. Not until only the final 100,000 points of soul power remained did Sumyubai finally see two extremely blurry figures in his vision. Although Sushingchen had only spoken to Sumyubai through Dylan's projection in the past, and he had never seen what the man actually looked like, the moment he saw one of the figures, Sumyubai was instantly certain that it was definitely Zushingchen. As for the other figure, it was even more indescribable. The existence of that being seemed to distort everything, rendering all things unspeakable. Following that, the distorted shadow suddenly grinned, its gaze flickering toward Sumyubai inside the star dome. In an instant, Sumyubai felt as if that figure was staring directly at him across the span of fate. The next moment, he felt a sharp, stinging pain in both his eyes and the center of his brow simultaneously. It discovered me. Sumyubai's eyes trembled violently. His heart instantly filled with shock. So much time had passed since that great battle, and he was merely relying on the eye of the profound heaven to glimpse a thread of the original causality through the power of the laws of fate. How could it possibly discover him? Just what kind of terrifying existence was it that fought against Zushingchen? And Zushingchen had also discovered him. If the other party hadn't intervened at the final moment, Sumyubai estimated that even if he hadn't died, his divine soul would have definitely suffered severe damage. Moreover, in the face of such a terrifying existence, Sumyubai would not be naive enough to believe that his death transfer law would be effective, just as past SSS rank skills were completely ineffective in the face of complete laws and rules. When confronting that distorted shadow just now, let alone the death transfer law, Sumyubai felt that even the rule-level treasure, the Sea of Death, and the power of Death's descent were not very reliable. Although Zushingchen had never stated the extent of his strength, Sumyubai speculated that there was a high probability the other party had already stepped into the realm of breaking the rules. If that were the case, then whoever was locked in a fierce battle with Zushingchen must also be in existence at that same level. Thinking of this, a lingering fear couldn't help but rise in Sumyubai's heart. It seems that until he has absolute certainty of self-preservation, he should try his best not to forcibly pry into fate. Chapter 597. Aoshin's Ambition and Vision. System Prompt. Your soul power is too low. Please increase it in time, otherwise you will fall into a deep slumber. Current soul power, 98/275. As the system alert rang in his ears, Sumyubai had no time to reflect further. He waved his hand, produced a pile of essence of divine soul, and began to absorb them. A moment later, his soul power value finally reached a safe level, and the risk of falling into a slumber was averted. However, for the sake of caution, Sumyubai continued to absorb over 100 more essence of divine soul before finally stopping. Exhaling a long, heavy breath, Sumyubai looked at the wheel of time and space, which was still vibrating gently, and moved his divine sense. A massive amount of divine power was injected into it, and the black light emitted by the wheel of time and space suddenly expanded, passing through the hull of the star dome and sweeping out toward the surroundings. The next moment, the invisible time turbulence swirling around the star dome was instantly calmed, and the ship's speed, which had been decreasing, returned to normal. To be precise, the flow of time around the spaceship had returned to normal. It really works. Sumyubai's face lit up with joy, and he signaled for the star dome to continue along its route. The information provided by the Void Rift, in addition to the specific location, also included the conditions required to reach those coordinates. The first, naturally, was a defensive treasure capable of withstanding the torrents of shattered space for an extended period. The second was a supreme treasure of the time rule. Sumyubai felt very fortunate that he had the star dome as a little cheat, and that the incomplete wheel of time and space could also calm the time turbulence. Otherwise, even if he knew the route, he might not have been able to reach that destination. With this experience, Sumyubai realized one thing, that is, the next time he obtained sovereign authority, he must remember to include the condition of whether he could actually reach or accomplish the task when searching. He was lucky this time, but what if he wasn't so lucky next time? After all, there was less than a year left for the authority of the goddess of luck. Even now, Sumyubai still didn't understand the trigger conditions for this item, nor how many times this authority had actually been triggered. Although he was confident he could freeload similar treasures before then, it was still necessary to consider everything thoroughly. Relying on the divine power condensed from his powerful soul, Sumyubai moved steadily through the ruined star field using the power of the wheel of time and space. The star dome barreled forward, ignoring the torrents of shattered space directly. Whenever they encountered time turbulence, The wheel of time and space, infused with divine power, would calm it down. Fortunately, the time turbulence did not appear frequently, so Sumyubai's divine power was more than enough to support the consumption. At the same time, a figure appeared before this star field. "How could I have forgotten to come and take a look here?" the figure murmured, then took a step forward and entered the ruined star field. If anyone had seen this scene, their jaws would surely have dropped in shock, because this figure hadn't used any defenses at all, yet was strolling through this forbidden area filled with danger as if taking a leisurely walk. Pale Dragon Tomb. After Sumyubai left, Bing Shuang and Aoshin headed straight to the second level. Without even needing the guidance of a soul, Aoshin led him directly to the stone tablet on this level. The two stone tablets looked almost identical, though the claw marks seemed to have slight differences. If one didn't observe carefully, it would be impossible to tell. Just like the stone tablet on the first level, the one here had never shown any reaction. It was completely just an ordinary stone tablet. On the first level, there were still dragon race players who tried, but here, the stone tablet had long been ignored, and weeds had even grown around it. After all, there were many such things in the Pale Dragon Tomb that looked strange but were actually useless. Bing Shuang didn't touch the stone tablet immediately. Instead, he looked at Aoshin seriously and threatened, "Old Shin, let me tell you, even though you're already Big Brother's follower, don't even think about fighting me for the position of Mount. You hear me?" Ever since he found Bing Shuang, Aoshin had lost count of how many times he had been left speechless. He sighed helplessly, looking at Bing Shuang with a strange expression. "Except for you, I've never seen anyone take the status of a mount so seriously. You don't understand." Bing Shuang held his head high proudly. "Being able to become Big Brother's mount is definitely the luckiest thing in my life." As he spoke, he threw an arm around Aoshin's shoulder and emphasized again, "You promise me first." "Fine, fine, fine." 3 black lines appeared on Aoshin's forehead. "I promise you, I will absolutely not fight you for the position of mount in the future." "Good brother, that's more like it." Bing Shuang grinned and patted his chest. "Don't worry, when I grow up, I'll definitely have your back." As soon as he finished speaking, he flashed to the front of the stone tablet and placed his hand on the claw mark. The next moment, the stone tablet, which hadn't reacted for who knows how many years, seemed to be activated, and a rich, pale divine light emerged. Immediately after, the pale divine light contracted, taking Bing Shuang and the stone tablet with it as they vanished from the spot. "This little guy." Aoshin looked at the place where Bing Shuang had disappeared and couldn't help but smile. He had only just broken through to the Lawmaster realm, yet he already wanted to have the back of a dragon race prodigy like him. He was truly overconfident. Did he really think that just because he could possess the combat power of a late-stage upper god while being a middle god, he was someone to be trifled with? The ancestral dragon bloodline is indeed strong, but can the dragon race not produce an existence even stronger than the ancestral dragon? Regarding this, Aoshin had once held a longing. It was on the very day he became a dragon race prodigy. The elders had once said that his talent and comprehension were absolutely among the top tier of all the dragon clan's prodigies throughout history, even comparable to the descendants of the ancestral dragon, such as the Pale Dragon God. However, Aoshin was not satisfied with this. His lifelong pursuit was to surpass the ancestral dragon and become the strongest existence in the history of the dragon clan. Despite losing to Baiyi this time, his resolve remained unshaken. So what if he lost at the 8th stage, the 11th stage? The realm of the Lord of Laws was when the true gap would be revealed. The Myriad Worlds game never stipulated that a follower could not be stronger than the one they followed, did it? A flash of determination crossed Aoshin's eyes. "I will definitely be able to comprehend the method to break the time reversal." As for Bing Shuang, that suddenly emerged monster, although he had fully awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline and had now obtained the inheritance of the Pale Dragon God, in Aoshin's eyes, the other party was merely a junior. It would take an unknown amount of time for him to even catch up, let alone surpass him. His pride did not allow him to suppress Bing Shuang. As a senior of the same clan, he would instead help the other party grow as quickly as possible. Even if Bing Shuang's growth posed a threat to his status as a prodigy, it did not matter at all. If he were truly defeated by the other party, then Aoshin would not even care to keep the title of prodigy. Now, it went without saying that since he had become Sumu Bai's follower, he would spare no effort in helping Bingshuang. While waiting for Bingshuang to emerge from the inheritance space, Aoshin raised his arm and initiated a communication. Yes, I found him. It is him. His name is Bingshuang. No, he is a 5-clawed golden dragon. Right. He is still receiving the inheritance of the pale dragon god. Yes, I will protect him well. At this point, Aoshin suddenly paused. After gathering his thoughts, he spoke again. By the way, Elder, there is one more thing. Bingshuang now has a big brother, and he is of the human race. Chapter 598. Didn't you say you wouldn't get excited? Bonus chapter, Myriad Monster Domain, Ruins of the Ancestral Dragon. After hearing what Aoshin said, the expressions on the faces of the Dragon Clan elders varied. They didn't even have such rich expressions when they heard that a 5-clawed golden dragon was named Bingshuang. So, he really got involved with the human race again. It seems that our Dragon Clan cannot escape fate after all. We have known this for a long time, haven't we? The goddess of fate was the first to be harmed back then, otherwise, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. Old Six, have you forgotten what the goddess of fate once said? Hearing this, the dragon elder known as Old Six froze. I mean, isn't it always a good thing to know some of the future? It seems you still don't understand. Is the future we can see truly the future? The past cannot be undone, and the future is constantly changing. If that weren't the case, why would the goddess of fate and the master of time and space have made those choices? Old Six was rendered speechless and stopped mentioning fate. The lead elder sighed. All right, Aoshin, who is that human? Although it was just a casual question, all the dragon elders pricked up their ears. They clearly wanted to know who exactly had become the big brother of the Dragon Clan's hope. The next moment, the virtual projection of Aoshin slowly uttered two words. Bai, it's actually him. That monster of the human race. If it's him, he is indeed qualified. HMPH, I would like to see just how monstrous he really is. Enough. Don't let your emotions dictate your actions. If nothing goes wrong, Bai should be the future leader of the human race. With this connection through Bingshuang, some cooperation between us can be carried out more smoothly. Hearing the elders' discussion, Aoshin hesitated to speak. Old Six keenly noticed this and immediately said, Speak up. When did you become so long-winded? I just started a prodigy duel with Bai. That's not a big deal. If I remember correctly, Bai is only at the 8th stage, right? How is it? How much of your strength was he able to force out? Looking at the curious gazes of the elders, Aoshin couldn't help but show a bitter smile. I lost. What? You actually lost? The elders were stunned at first, then nodded. It is normal for you to lose if your strength was suppressed. Considering that monster could comprehend the path of laws at the 7th stage, create a small world, and slaughter gods at the 8th stage. What? Are you discouraged just because you lost once? You didn't show such an expression when you were defeated by that little girl Ju Xiaoyu back then. Hearing the teasing words of the elders, Aoshin took a deep breath and spoke again. There is one more thing, but you must promise me first. Don't get excited after hearing it. Spit it out. Old Six was the first to blow his beard and glare. I have roamed the myriad worlds for so many years. What haven't I seen? Speak. Although we haven't left the ruins of the ancestral dragon for a long time, we won't get excited over just anything. That's good. Aoshin let out a long sigh of relief and said word by word. I have already become Bai's follower. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire area surrounding the ruins of the ancestral dragon fell silent. Immediately afterward, violent energy surged up instantly, and terrifying divine power fluctuations swept toward the outer perimeter. Old Six was again the first to jump up. With his massive size, the surrounding starry sky trembled along with him. You little brat, say that again. The other elders also appeared exceptionally agitated. What on earth are you thinking? You are a prodigy of our dragon clan. How could you sell yourself out just because of one prodigy duel? What kind of magic does Bai have? How could you be so foolish? Don't hold me back. I'm going to go catch that brat and give him a good thrashing right now. This pushover. He has completely disgraced the Dragon Clan. Didn't you say you'd seen everything and wouldn't get excited? Aoshin muttered under his breath. It seems it's been too long since you've had a beating. You little brat, you've grown quite arrogant. Hearing the sinister tone of the sixth elder, cold sweat began to pour down Aoshin's back. It's over. Why did I accidentally say what was on my mind? And to make matters worse, I've caught the attention of the sixth elder. Should I perhaps not return to the ancestral dragon ruins for a while? The moment this thought crossed his mind, the lead elder spoke up. Once Bing Shuang finishes receiving the inheritance, get back here immediately. We are still capable of forcibly breaking the follower contract. Hearing this, Aoshin's expression turned solemn. Great elder, that won't be necessary. I gave my word, and I will not go back on it. After saying this, he slowly closed his eyes, preparing to face the impending storm. But no matter what, since he had made his choice, he would not forcibly break this contract. If he were to do such a thing, he would no longer be Aoshin. However, the expected verbal lashing did not come. After hearing his reply, the group of elders became strangely calm. It seemed they had tacitly accepted the matter. Of course, this was also because they only believed he had become Bai's follower. If they knew that Bing Shuang, their future hope, had previously been Bai's mount, and that even after the contract was dissolved, he still eagerly called the other party master, one could only imagine how furious the elders would be. This was one of the reasons why Aoshin chose to hide that fact. Naturally, the most important reason was that he wanted to spare Bai some unnecessary trouble. It was only after Aoshin ended the communication that the sixth elder looked up and let out a dramatic, howling roar. God damn it! How did our dragon clan produce so many pushovers who just give themselves away? Hearing this, the fifth elder beside him curled his lip. Stop howling. I don't recall anyone wanting to give themselves away to others, only to be rejected. Didn't we agree not to bring that up again? The sixth elder's expression froze, and he shut his mouth in a huff. Extra chapter for today, chapter 599. The peculiarity at the center of the Ruined Star sector. A week later, the land of ruins. Under the influence of the wheel of time and space, the star dome finally arrived smoothly at its destination. However, before Sumyubai's eyes, there was nothing. Even though a rich golden light welled up in the depths of his eyes and the vertical pupil on his forehead opened, he still could not see what was hidden here. Yet, the search results from the void rift pointed precisely to this location. The only difference was that the vibration frequency of the wheel of time and space in Sumyubai's palm had accelerated significantly compared to before. Is the level of the Zhuanshan pupil not high enough? Sumyubai frowned. Or is it that eyes capable of peering into fate cannot peer into time and space? Currently, the Zhuanshan pupil was still only a law-level ocular technique. Without catastrophe, it could only be upgraded to a rule-level ocular technique once Sumyubai fully comprehended the rules of fate. It was perfectly normal that it couldn't see what was hidden in this area, because Sumyubai knew very well what was hidden in this seemingly unremarkable expanse of stars. I'm counting on you, old friend. Gently stroking the wheel of time and space in his hand, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and he put the star dome away. To truly reach the destination, relying on external objects like a spaceship would not work. Whoosh! The moment Sumyubai appeared in the silent starry sky holding the wheel of time and space, the black and white Taiji disc in his palm began to spin rapidly. In an instant, divine light interwoven with black and white enveloped Sumyubai's entire body, forming a membrane similar to a bubble. This was not a capability currently listed in the Wheel of Time and Space panel information, but a special reaction triggered by the influence of the Ruined Star sector. In the empty space ahead, it seemed as if something was attracting the Wheel of Time and Space. It carried Sumyubai, slowly approaching the center of the Ruined Star sector. Wrapped in the black and white divine light, Sumyubai could clearly feel the turbulent flows of time that were omnipresent here. However, with the protection of the Wheel of Time and Space, these time turbulence flows could not affect him in the slightest. Sumyubai, encased in the black and white bubble, was not moving fast, but he was very steady. As he continued to approach, a faint sound of flowing water reached his ears. Splash, 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 splash. I'm finally going to see you. Sumyubai's gaze was like a torch, a sharp glint flashing in the depths of his eyes. According to the information provided by the Void Rift, This was the place closest to him that could shield the perception of beings that the rule sovereign realm, the River of Time. The aftermath of the great battle between Xuxingshan and the Void Monarch back then had not only turned this star sector into ruins but had also drawn in the River of Time. Of course, what existed in the ruined star sector was merely one of the tributaries of the River of Time. Under normal circumstances, the River of Time was omnipresent, yet even rule sovereigns found it difficult to step into it. The tributary here was only bound here for a long time due to the influence of that great battle. No one in the myriad worlds knew when it would quietly depart. The fact that the River of Time existed here was not even recorded in the intelligence of the Bounty Hunters Guild. However, Sumyubai guessed that the rule sovereigns behind the Bounty Hunters Guild must be aware of it, but such information was clearly not something they would sell. Only beings of the same level were qualified to obtain intelligence of this caliber from them. If he hadn't accidentally obtained sovereign-level permissions and searched for this information within the Void Rift, Sumyubai wouldn't have known when he would have discovered it. After learning from the death scripture that his destination was a tributary of the River of Time, Sumyubai had rushed over impatiently. His goal for this trip had also increased by one. That was to see if he could restore some of the power of the Wheel of Time and Space here. He still remembered that when he first entered the undead realm, the reason he was able to speak with Xuxingshan was because of the water from the River of Time contained within the Wheel of Time and Space. Once inside a tributary of the River of Time, wouldn't the water of the River of Time be available in whatever quantity one desired? However, this was merely Sumyubai's wishful thinking. The true reality could only be known after stepping into the tributary of the River of Time. As the black and white bubble delved deeper, the sound of flowing water reaching Sumyubai's ears became increasingly clear. He did not know how much time had passed when his pupils suddenly constricted. An intangible, formless long river suddenly manifested within his divine soul. This long river clearly possessed neither color nor shape, yet Sumyubai felt its existence with absolute certainty. It was not seen with his eyes, but perceived through his divine soul. Splash, splash. The murmuring sound of the flowing river grew clearer, and the yin-yang fish in his palm seemed to come alive, its speed suddenly surging. In an instant, Sumyubai lost all his senses. When he recovered, he had arrived in a strange space. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Notification: you have stepped onto the bank of the River of Time Death Realm tributary. Notification: do not step into the River of Time at will, lest you become lost in the space-time turbulence. Notification: the bank is not absolutely safe either. If you wander about, you do so at your own risk. Notification: staying on the bank, your space-time flow rate will not undergo any changes. Notification: if you see any living beings in the River of Time, do not be alarmed. They may be ferrymen of the River of Time. Though called notifications, they were, in reality, more of a warning. After Sumyubai digested all the information, he began to carefully examine this strange space. The spot where he stood was located right on the bank of a small river. The small river before him looked unremarkable, flowing slowly just like the most ordinary river on Blue Star. Beyond that, there was nothing else here. Along both banks of the small river, although one could not see the end, it was a blank void where nothing could be seen. This was completely different from the River of Time Sumyubai had imagined, even if it were just a tributary. Didn't this look a bit too ordinary? Sumyubai frowned. The only strange thing was that before entering, he could clearly hear the sound of the river flowing, but after coming inside, he couldn't hear any sound at all. Is this really a tributary of the River of Time? Despite the system notifications, Sumyubai couldn't help but voice his doubt. It was simply because this river was overly ordinary. Driven by an inexplicable impulse, Sumyubai slowly reached his hand toward the small river. The system only said not to step into it at will. Surely there would be no harm in feeling it with his hand. Right, normally, given Sumyubai's caution, he would not rashly take such a risk. But at this moment, for some reason, his eyes were filled with a desire to explore the River of Time. Even the eyes of Xuanshan had lost their effect after entering this place. At the critical moment, the Wheel of Time and Space suddenly appeared before Sumyubai's palm, radiating a dense black and white divine light, blocking his hand just as it was about to touch the river water. Sumyubai snapped out of that state, his eyes trembling. At this moment, The remarkable little river before him appeared as terrifying as a ferocious beast in his eyes. Chapter 600. Promotion to the Flower of Life. What just happened to me? Sumyubai looked at his retracted hand, a lingering fear in his heart. If not for the wheel of time and space, he had no idea what the consequences of that action would have been. But judging by the reaction of the wheel of time and space, it clearly would not have been a good outcome. Although his cheat was powerful, he was almost completely ignorant regarding the laws of time and space. The only thing he knew a little bit about was the latter. Limited to the catastrophe world law he comprehended when creating the small world within his body. In the past, whenever he used the powers of time and space, he had relied on the wheel of time and space. If he had truly become lost in the space-time turbulence, Sumyubai would have had no idea how to save himself. Even if he used catastrophe, he would need to have subjective consciousness to do so. Who knows what it would be like to be lost in the space-time turbulence? Thank goodness for you. Sumyubai patted the wheel of time and space, which trembled slightly in response, as if it understood what he had said. Immediately after, a large number of inscriptions suddenly emerged from the yin-yang fish eyes of the wheel of time and space, which then transformed into a stream of light and merged directly into the center of Sumyubai's brow. This is. Sumyubai's pupils widened, and a flash of joy crossed his eyes. Although the information fed back by the wheel of time and space was somewhat vague, he could understand the general meaning, just as he had guessed. This place could indeed allow the wheel of time and space to recover some of its power. However, the method of recovery left Sumyubai feeling puzzled. Fishing? How do I fish? Sumyubai muttered to himself. He hadn't brought a fishing rod. And even if he had, what grade of fishing rod could fish in the river of time? More importantly, what was he supposed to catch? The wheel of time and space hadn't mentioned any of this truly important information. He didn't know if it was because it was incomplete, or for some other reason. Just as Sumyubai was feeling confused, the wheel of time and space lit up once again with a dense black and white divine light. Then, before Sumyubai's astonished eyes, it underwent a transformation. The two-colored divine light intertwined, and the yin-yang fish suddenly split into two, floating before Sumyubai. Following that, the eye of the white yang fish flashed with light, and the body of the fish rapidly elongated. The black yin fish was stretched directly into a line. In the blink of an eye, the wheel of time and space had undergone earth-shattering change. Sumyubai looked at the white fishing rod in his hand, his face full of shock. It can even do this in a breath's time. The disc-shaped wheel of time and space had transformed into a long fishing rod. The fishing line was the black yin fish, representing the power of the law of time. Perhaps now it should be called a space-time fishing rod. Sumyubai examined the fishing rod and line, his expression somewhat strange. As expected of a fishing rod that fishes in the river of time, it doesn't even have a hook. The space-time fishing rod vibrated gently, as if it were already growing impatient. Sumyubai withdrew his thoughts. All right, don't rush me. I'm starting now. As he spoke, he swung the fishing rod directly toward the small river in front of him. Silently, the black fishing line dipped into the river water. Something is on the hook already. In an instant, the fishing line pulled taut, and at the same time, Sumyubai felt a massive pulling force transmitted to his hands. That terrifying force felt as if he had hooked an entire world. Up you go. Sumyubai gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength. And only after a great struggle did he manage to pull the line back up. But to his astonishment, there wasn't even a single drop of water on the black fishing line. Refusing to believe it, Sumyubai cast the line again. After several attempts, he finally confirmed one thing. That terrifying pulling force wasn't because something had taken the bait at all. It was merely the pressure exerted by the flowing river of time. And this force had likely been reduced countless times over by the space-time fishing rod itself. Realizing this, Sumyubai couldn't help but frown. If he could barely pull it up without catching anything, what would happen if he actually hooked something? Wouldn't he just be dragged in himself? Thinking of this, he immediately pulled the fishing line back in. The space-time fishing rod immediately began to vibrate gently, urging Sumyubai to hurry up and start fishing. Don't be impatient. My strength isn't enough yet. Just wait a moment. Patting the space-time fishing rod, Sumyubai moved his divine sense and put it away. Following that, A blooming flower appeared in his hand, the flower of life. This low-level flower served to accelerate the speed at which a divine body condensed. In other words, it could massively increase attributes, allowing players to condense a divine body more easily. After all, the power of a divine body was no longer in the same category as the physical body of an ordinary creature. The reason Sumyubai hadn't used it until now was that he was waiting for this very moment. Since he was already here, there was no rush to leech off the great Tao of rules. Solving the problem of his body being on the verge of collapse was the top priority. Holding the flower of life, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes. Catastrophe. Target, flower of life. Hint: please select the promotion grade, first tier, second tier, or add a catastrophe trait to it. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to the rule level treasure world tree. No consumption. Option 2. Sublime it to the destruction rule level treasure mother tree of myriad worlds. Consumes 1 trillion soul crystals. Option 3. Individually add a catastrophe trait. Consumes 9,000 soul power. Mother tree of myriad worlds. The name made Sumyubai pause. But the consumption of 1 trillion soul crystals was far beyond what he could afford at the moment. Moreover, for a long time to come, the rule-level treasure world tree would be more than enough for him to use. However, before leeching, Sumyubai first narrowed his eyes. Add catastrophe trait. 9,000 soul power transformed into energy and injected into the flower of life. A moment later, this low-level treasure had been successfully imbued with the cheat-like catastrophe trait. Sumyubai didn't rush to check it. It wasn't going anywhere, after all. He took a deep breath and activated the catastrophe talent once more. Promote to first tier. The next moment, terrifying life force appeared out of thin air, surging madly into the flower of life. This palm-sized little flower suddenly began to expand rapidly, and its form underwent a massive change. One moment it was a flower, and the next, it had become a small sapling. In the blink of an eye, the sapling had already surpassed Sumyubai's height, and it was still growing vigorously at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not good. Sumyubai's pupils shrank sharply. World power swept out, instantly pulling the world tree, which was in the middle of its leeching promotion, into his internal small world. He suddenly remembered the system warning from earlier. The banks of the river of time were not absolutely safe. Although there was nothing in sight, being careful was never a bad thing. The world tree, just by the name, one could tell it would grow to be massive. If it triggered something, he wouldn't even have time to run. Following the previous incident, Sumyubai had specifically looked into it. The internal small world was not an independent secret realm. It existed in attachment to the player. Therefore, even if the world tree was leeching its promotion within his internal small world, the energy consumed would be drawn from the death realm or the entire myriad worlds. This was also the reason why Sumyubai had requested it not be an independent secret realm while in the Void Rift. He didn't want a repeat of the experience where the Blood Realm secret realm was sucked dry and destroyed. Chapter 601. How is this any different from drugs? Bonus chapter. The moment the world tree was pulled into his internal small world, it had already grown into a sapling over 10 meters tall, before Sumyubai could decide where to place it. The little guy dove head first into the golden vortex at the center of the Sea of Death. It certainly knows how to pick a spot. Sumyubai smiled slightly. Although the world tree was still in the process of its leeching promotion, it had already begun to radiate a dense life force. Hint: the estimated time required for this promotion is 5 days. During this period, please do not use the catastrophe talent, otherwise the promotion will fail. As expected, just like the promotion of the Blood Sea, it would take 5 days for a player of the myriad worlds. This amount of time was not even worth mentioning. With the life force radiated by the world tree during its promotion, Sumyubai was not worried that his body would collapse during this period. Now, he was even more curious about what kind of improvements the rule-level treasure world tree would bring him. If the integration of the Golden Blood Sea into the Sea of Death had granted Sumyubai endless soul power, then the world tree taking root in his internal small world would bring him a massive amount of life force. As this power integrated, the small world within Sumyubai's body gradually began to teem with vitality. First was the Sea of Death. Wherever the power of life swept through, green aquatic vegetation began to slowly emerge. Oh no! Sumyubai's expression shifted as he suddenly recalled the outcome of summoning undead creatures within the Dream of Life. To other beings, the power of life was undoubtedly a supreme tonic, but for undead creatures, it was the most lethal poison. Life and death were two completely opposing rules. With a massive amount of life force now appearing in his internal small world, wouldn't the Scourge Legion slumbering in the sea be finished? However, when Sumyubai sank his divine sense into the sea of death, he was left stunned. He saw that the Scourge Legion was not only showing no rejection toward the life force, but was instead slowly absorbing this energy that was completely contrary to their own attributes. What was going on? Undead creatures could actually absorb the power of life. How was this any different from taking drugs? Seeing this, Sumyubai first felt a wave of astonishment, but immediately after, he realized something. Aside from the bug-level catastrophe traits, what other power could possess the ability to defy common sense to such a degree? Thinking of this, he hurriedly pulled up the catastrophe traits of the world tree to inspect them. Although this rule-level supreme treasure was still in the process of ascending, the catastrophe traits had been added when it was at the low level. Aside from the main subject of the description, the effects would not change, nor would it affect his inspection. Catastrophe traits. 1. The energy within the world tree is inexhaustible. Even if the myriad worlds were destroyed, it would never run dry. 2. When the world tree exists within the internal small world, the creator of the small world will be constantly strengthened by the power of life, passively tempering their physique. 3. The life force nurtured by the world tree has undergone a mutation, allowing undead creatures to absorb it safely. Catastrophe traits, as expected, never disappoint. The first 2 points didn't need much elaboration. They were almost identical to the catastrophe traits of the Sea of Death. The only difference was the third effect. The current Scourge Legion had already been strengthened by the Sea of Death. Even Sumyubai didn't know what level they would reach after absorbing a massive amount of life force in the future. And this was just a catastrophe trait added by a low-level treasure. Sumyubai looked forward to seeing how exaggerated the effects would be once he had absorbed enough soul power and added catastrophe traits to the many rule-level treasures he possessed. Closing the catastrophe trait interface, Sumyubai withdrew his thoughts and took another look at the Scourge Legion slumbering on the seabed. Since they had only just begun absorbing the life force, no major changes were visible yet. However, an undead army that had absorbed the power of life had never appeared in the myriad worlds before. Surely, it would bring some unexpected surprises. Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but curl his lips into a smile. The former Lord of Death probably didn't have an army like this, did he? Although the Scourge Legion had yet to change, several powerful ores erupted one after another at the edge of the Sea of Death. Boom, boom, boom. Amon and the other 2 shot into the sky simultaneously, their demonic wings swaying behind them as they greedily absorbed the increasingly dense power of life. Back in the Dream of Life, they had already absorbed a massive amount of life energy under the enhancement of the tenfold high-level light of life. At that time, they had been only 1 step away from condensing their divine bodies. Now, under the influence of the World Tree, the 3 of them had finally crossed that threshold and met the requirements to condense their divine bodies. However, absorbing the massive amount of life force meant Amon and the others could no longer maintain their current forms. For the first time, they revealed their true demonic forms in front of Sumyubai. Boom. In an instant, 3 towering demon emperors appeared within Sumyubai's internal small world. The 3 did not lose their sanity, knowing they could not step into the Sea of Death at this moment. They remained flying high in the sky. It was just that their current forms were far too massive. Standing tens of thousands of meters tall, their ferocious faces resembled hellish ghosts. Their curved demonic horns seemed as if they would pierce the firmament, and the hellfire burning on their bodies made the entire small world grow scorching hot. As peak saint extermination-level demon emperors, they were existences capable of destroying the heavens and extinguishing the earth in any small world. Of course, compared to Bing Xuan's true form, the 3 of them were still far behind. The only way to distinguish their identities now was by their red, yellow, and green skin colors. Following this, their bodies gradually began to turn transparent, first the skin, then the flesh and meridians, and finally the bones. Breaking and then rebuilding, this was the final step in condensing a divine body. Yulan and Lingyu followed closely behind. rushing out from the sea of death. The mixed-color gradient wings behind them flapped gently. Their beautiful eyes were tightly shut, their arms slightly spread, as they frantically absorbed the power of life. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Extra update for today. Chapter 602, The Vanishing World Tree. Notification. Your body is being tempered by the power of life. All attributes come 100. Main attribute come 100 extra. Notification. Your body is being tempered by the power of life. All attributes come 100. Main attribute come 100 extra. The life force nurtured by the world tree, after sweeping through the entire small world, finally began to temper Sumyubai's own body. All attributes come 100. Main attribute come 100 extra. It didn't seem very high, not to mention compared to the infusion of origin power. It couldn't even compare to the effects of being cleansed by origin power. But the tempering from the power of life was not a one-time event. Every second, every minute, Sumyubai's attributes were increasing. 100 per second, 6,000 per minute, in 24 hours a day. That was a staggering 8.6 per million. With the additional increase to the main attribute, it reached a terrifying 17.28 million. If I keep improving like this, won't I start condensing a divine body even before I break through to the rank 9 mythic grade? Sumyubai felt a faint surge of excitement in his heart. Although the rule grade supreme treasure, the world tree, had not yet finished its promotion, it had already brought him a massive surprise. Life force was merely the energy naturally nurtured by the world tree. It wasn't even its true function yet. Even so, the effect of this energy on Sumyubai's improvement was far beyond what the law-grade flower of life could compare to. Between a law-grade treasure and a rule-grade supreme treasure, there seemed to be only a one-rank difference, but in reality, the two were simply incomparable. Perhaps when the world tree grew to its limit, a single random leaf might be comparable to a flower of life. Feeling the increasingly powerful strength within his body, Sumyubai couldn't help but clench his fists. However, his gaze turned toward his own status window. In the health bar column, it was still that glaring 1/1. Even the rule-grade world tree can't solve this problem. Sumyubai frowned. He had no solution for this either. Gurgle, gurgle. Just then, a series of bubbles suddenly emerged from the golden vortex at the center of the Sea of Death. After glancing at the 5 people who were still condensing their divine bodies, Sumyubai turned his gaze toward the vortex. In the next moment, he used his divine soul power to condense a projection within the small world inside his body. The small world created by a mid-tier god was attached to the creator. Therefore, although Sumyubai could bring non-resisting creatures into the small world, he himself could not enter. According to his understanding, only when the internal small world grew to a certain extent could the creator enter. However, Sumyubai's current level was still far from that. Is it growing this fast? Sumyubai's divine soul projection stood suspended in the air above the golden vortex, his eyes burning as he watched the scene below. Immediately after, the world tree extended its lush branches from the vortex. In just a short while, it had already grown to such an extent. Rumble. Sumyubai's internal small world shook as the world tree emerged. The small world, which was already constantly expanding because of the Sea of Death, now expanded even faster. For every bit the small world expanded, the Sea of Death would also grow larger and deeper. The growth of the world tree did not stop. It continued to frantically absorb energy to strengthen itself. In this way, the two formed a strange balance. No matter how much the world tree grew, it could only show its top within the Sea of Death. Sumyubai wasn't sure if this was related to the fact that its promotion wasn't complete yet. But it didn't matter much. No matter which of the two was stronger, he was the ultimate beneficiary. At this time, Amon and the other two had successfully condensed their divine bodies. Sensing the presence of Sumyubai's divine soul projection, the 3 massive demon gods instantly shrank to normal human size and quickly approached Sumyubai. Boss, is this the legendary world tree? Amon was the first to cry out in surprise. Huanghua and Lno also widened their eyes in cooperation, showing expressions of being impressed despite not fully understanding. What? You know about the world tree too? Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. I've only heard of it. Amon shook his head awkwardly. With such dense life force, and since it's your handiwork, boss, I really wouldn't know what else it could be besides the world tree. I didn't see that coming. When did you become so enlightened? Yulin's teasing voice rang out. She and Lingyu had also successfully condensed their divine bodies and rushed over. At this moment, although the two had not yet truly broken through to the rank 11 Lawmaster realm, because of their divine bodies, the 8 wings on their backs had already increased to 10. Yulin stood with her arms crossed, looking at Amon with a smile. The latter's already red face turned even redder, though it wasn't clear whether it was from being praised or from anger. What do you know? I usually practice great wisdom appearing as stupidity. However, his confidence was clearly lacking. Immediately after, the echoing voices of Huanghua and Vmao turned his excuse into a complete joke. Big brother is right. Seeing Amon's embarrassed state, Yulin almost doubled over with laughter. Lingyu ignored the group's banter. Her eyes fixed on the world tree within the golden vortex, a flash of shock crossing her gaze. Then, she looked up at Sumyu-bai, her eyes filled with admiration. My lord, I didn't expect you to be able to make the world tree reappear. Sumyu-bai was somewhat puzzled. In the life domain, there was once an incredibly massive divine tree whose branches could hold up entire worlds. Lingyu spoke slowly. It is said that it was the world tree that the goddess of life spent immense effort to nurture. At this point, she paused noticeably, taking another deep look at the towering tree in the golden vortex before continuing. When the goddess of life disappeared, many terrifying existences appeared in the myriad worlds wanting to take the world tree for themselves. But unfortunately, the world tree seemed to have disappeared along with the goddess of life. Even though those terrifying existences turned the entire life domain upside down, they couldn't find a single clue. Lingyu looked at Sumyu-bai with some concern and reminded him softly, My lord, the news of the world tree must never be known by others, otherwise it will definitely attract terrifying existences at the Rule Sovereign realm. Oh Lingyu, don't worry about that. Yulin put an arm around Lingyu and laughed. Which one of my lord's good things wouldn't attract the greed of a Rule Sovereign? Now, it's just one more world tree. Lingyu's pretty face flushed slightly as she realized her reminder was completely redundant. The Sea of Death, the Tome of Death, the Wheel of Time and Space. Any single one of them was enough to set off a bloodbath across the myriad worlds. Although the world tree is powerful, in the presence of the master, it truly doesn't rank first. Lingyu also meant well. Sumyu-bai smiled slightly and waved his hand at the group. Seize the time to comprehend the laws. Strive to break through to the Lawmaster realm as soon as possible. As his words fell, his soul projection slowly dissipated. The signal lamp brothers and Yulan flashed onto the continent, beginning to strike at their final bottlenecks. Lingyu, however, remained above the golden vortex. With 5 pairs of wings fluttering behind her, she flew directly to the top of the world tree and slowly closed her eyes. She wanted to use this rule-level supreme treasure to take the transformation laws she had previously comprehended a step further. Chapter 603. Fishing in the River of Time and Space. On the bank of a tributary of the River of Time and Space, Sumyu-bai withdrew his divine sense, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The world tree had once been born within the myriad worlds, and it had been personally cultivated by the goddess of life. Could the one he had freeloaded into existence using catastrophe be the same one that had vanished? Given the usual nature of the catastrophe talent, Sumyu-bai felt it was highly likely. Just like the Codex of Death, all other books of death in the myriad worlds had likely vanished entirely. Glancing at the calm and ruffled tributary of the River of Time and Space, Sumyu-bai thought for a moment. Instead of starting to fish immediately, he took out a pile of essence of divine soul and began to absorb it. Since he needed to exert his full strength even when he didn't catch anything, it was better to wait until he had tempered himself with the power of life for a while longer before starting to fish. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Sumyu-bai was immersed in the pleasure of his soul power increasing until a system notification sounded in his ears. Notification. You have absorbed a large amount of life force. Your physical strength has increased, and your collapse time has been extended. Body collapse countdown 59 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Friendly reminder. Absorbing more life force can continue to extend the time before your body collapses. Only after successfully condensing a divine body can you withstand your powerful soul. It extended by this much. Sumyubai slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashing in their depths. In just about half a day, all of his attributes had seen a significant increase. Among them, his dominator power, due to the extra bonuses and the stacking of two major attributes, had directly increased by nearly 20 million points. Feeling the terrifying power within his body, Sumyubai slowly stood up. With my current strength, it should be enough. The next moment, the wheel of time and space appeared in his palm, instantly transforming into a black and white fishing rod. Sumyubai cast it lightly, and the black fishing line submerged directly into the tributary of the river of time and space. It really is much easier. The rod, which previously required his full strength to stabilize, was no longer heavy. Deadly silence and death energy condensed into a throne behind Sumyubai, and he began to fish by the side of the tributary of the river of time and space just like that. Although he didn't know exactly what the wheel of time and space was trying to catch, Sumyubai wasn't in a hurry about it. In any case, he couldn't use catastrophe for these 5 days. His body and soul were constantly being tempered, and his strength was improving every single moment. Even if he wasted some time experimenting, it was of no consequence. During the fishing process, Sumyubai also carefully observed the tributary of the river of time and space. There were no other objects in this strange space, and he didn't know where the source of this little river was, nor where its end lay. It seemed to appear out of thin air and vanish just as suddenly. The only part Sumyubai could see was this small section before him. Both the upstream and downstream were obscured by mists that blocked his vision. Sumyubai held the pure white, jade-like fishing rod, his gaze scanning the mist over the river of time and space. And he couldn't help but recall the system notification from when he first entered. What kind of existence is the ferryman of the river of time and space? He murmured softly, his brows gradually furrowing. If that person truly appeared, would they drive him away? After all, the other party might not necessarily agree with someone fishing in the river of time and space. Thinking of this, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering how to respond in such a situation. Yet, what he could not see was that within that mist, a figure was quietly watching him. Just as he was deep in thought, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly sank. Something's on the hook. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. Regardless of whether the rod transformed from the wheel of time and space actually had a hook, he pulled back with a sudden, forceful jerk. The ink-black fishing line instantly pulled taut. It's quite heavy. Sumyubai stood up from his throne. Luckily, the improvement brought by the life force is significant enough to rise for me. As he erupted with his full strength, the black fishing line was suddenly pulled out from the river of time and space. At the end of the line hung a small cluster of colorless liquid. It really is this stuff. Looking at the familiar liquid, Sumyubai felt a surge of joy. Water of the river of time and space, special item, no level, no grade. A magical water flowing in the river of time and space. After being refined by the dominator of time and space, each drop contains a small amount of time and space power. Quantity, 16 drops. Last time, he had obtained 100 drops in the treasury of the Korea Kingdom. Back then, he hadn't even had time to use catastrophe before it was directly absorbed by the wheel of time and space. It was a pity he couldn't test it this time either, because the world tree within his body was still in the process of leveling up, and the catastrophe talent could not be used. However, since this item had no level or grade, the catastrophe talent likely couldn't improve it anyway. The fishing rod in his hand trembled slightly, and the cluster of water of the river of time and space merged into the rod along the fishing line. Clearly, the wheel of time and space had absorbed it again. Sumyubai cast the line once more, fishing while checking the changes in the wheel of time and space. Sure enough, a new piece of information had appeared on the wheel of time and space panel. Water of the river of time and space, 16 drops. Usage, repair the wheel of time and space. That's it. Looking at that simple sentence, Sumyubai was momentarily dumbfounded. Golden light ignited deep within his eyes, and refusing to believe it, he opened his mystic heaven pupils, but to his disappointment, the panel still only displayed that one simple description. It just says repair, but it doesn't say how to repair it. Sumyubai curled his lips in speechlessness. Did that guy Zhu Xingchen really enjoy being a riddle monger so much? But the next moment, Sumyubai was slightly stunned, because the quantity of water of the river of time on the panel had suddenly changed from 16 drops to 15. Immediately following that, the number quickly changed to 14. Seeing this, Sumyubai reacted instantly. So it's fully automatic. That's fine then. With his doubts cleared, he sat back down on the throne, quietly waiting for the next cluster of water of the river of time to take the bait. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Over these days, Sumyubai had harvested nearly 1,000 drops of water of the river of time in total. However, what puzzled him was that after the wheel of time and space absorbed all of this water, it showed no changes whatsoever. The 6 effects had not been enhanced in the slightest. Just how much more do you need to absorb? Give me a number, at least. Sumyubai sat on the throne, patting the fishing rod in his hand. After fishing for so long without a single change, how was this any different from coming back empty-handed? Just then, the time-space fishing rod suddenly sank. This wasn't a response to Sumyubai. Something else had taken the bait. It was still water of the river of time, but this time, there were 32 drops. If one had to point it out, this was perhaps the only change. After absorbing a massive amount of water of the river of time, the harvest from each catch was becoming increasingly larger. The time-space fishing rod absorbed all the water of the river of time as usual. Just as Sumyubai was preparing to cast the line again, he suddenly felt a lightness in his hand. The next moment, the fishing rod had transformed back into the black and white yin-yang fish. Chapter 604 Zhuanshan Divine Pupil. The 2 yin-yang fish circled each other in midair, their eyes emitting black and white divine light. Seeing this, a flash of joy appeared in Sumyubai's eyes. Finally, there's a change. As the yin-yang fish merged together, the wheel of time and space had already returned to its original form. Immediately after, 2 beams of divine light with opposite colors suddenly shot out from the fish eyes, instantly submerging into Sumyubai's pupils. The speed was so fast that even his soul, at the peak of the lower god realm, couldn't react in time. This is. Sumyubai's pupils constricted, and then he felt his soul become incredibly clear, while the world before him underwent a drastic change. At this moment, within his pupils, 2 yin-yang fish patterns were rotating slowly. Following that, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. You have received the gift of the laws of time and space. Successfully comprehending the special skill Time-Space Divine Pupil. Time-Space Divine Pupil. Sumyubai felt a surge of joy in his heart. The name alone sounded extraordinary. He hadn't expected that besides being used to mobilize the laws of the space and time systems, the wheel of time and space would have such a function. But before he could even check the effects of the Time-Space Divine Pupil, a golden light suddenly flickered deep within Sumyubai's eyes. The intensity of the golden light far exceeded any time he had used the Zhuanshan pupil. The vertical pupil between his brows opened instantly, and the dense radiance even dyed the world in Sumyubai's eyes with a layer of golden halo. Without him actively using it, the Zhuanshan pupil had actually activated on its own. This was the first time Sumyubai had encountered such a situation. However, this change came suddenly and ended just as quickly. The moment the golden vertical pupil between his brows opened, the yin-yang fish patterns in Sumyubai's 2 pupils gradually faded away. Immediately after, the 2 fish actually merged into one and appeared within the golden vertical pupil. Using the god's eye view of his soul power, Sumyubai clearly saw all these changes. His heart filled with shock. What did this mean? The Zhuanshan pupil had absorbed the Time-Space Divine Pupil. Wasn't this thing a power of the law of fate? How could it absorb the power of the law of space and the law of time? Was the Zhuanshan lineage beyond the laws themselves? Was the founder of this lineage an existence that could destroy the realm of laws? In an instant, a series of thoughts flashed through Sumyubai's mind, but the next moment, his train of thought was pulled back by the system notification ringing in his ears. Notification. Your Zhuanshan pupil has absorbed the full power of the Time-Space Divine Pupil and upgraded to Zhuanshan Divine Pupil. Zhuanshan Divine Pupil Law Level I Technique. Special skill. The day you fully comprehend the law of fate, it will transform into a rule level I technique. Ever since the Zhuanshan treasure mirror went missing, No creature has comprehended the Zhuanshan divine pupil for countless epochs. Passive effects. 1. Perception is greatly enhanced, capable of seeing through traps, illusions, etc. that are not above the law level. 2. For creatures whose strength is not above the Lord of Law's realm, all disguises, invisibility, information, and even weaknesses are laid bare before your eyes. 3. Any negative status targeting the spirit is ineffective against you, including complete law level. 4. Any negative status targeting the eyes is ineffective against you, including complete law level. 5. You can always distinguish the weak points of time and space, breaking through the influence of spatial seals and temporal turbulence, including complete law level. 6. Any hidden space is laid bare before your eyes. 7. You can distinguish temporal turbulence with the naked eye. Active effects. Every time you use the Zhuanshan divine pupil, you have a chance to glimpse the threads of fate, space, and time, and from them, comprehend the laws related to these three systems. Until you fully comprehend all laws, condense the great Tao of fate, the great Tao of space, and the great Tao of time, and become the new master of fate, master of space, and master of time. The Zhuanshan lineage is passed down to only one person per generation. The previous generation's Zhuanshan mirror saint was known as the goddess of fate. Looking at the newly added effects of the Zhuanshan divine pupil, Sumyubai's eyes were filled with shock and confusion. What does this mean? To think that a mere low-level ocular ability could actually peer into the threads of three different rules of the Great Tao. Although it still appeared to be dominated by the rule of fate, the effects of space and time were not the least bit inferior. The most critical issue was, Zhu Xingqian was clearly still alive. He was the master of time and space. How could he himself ever become the master of space and the master of time? Lost in thought, Sumyubai sat back down on his throne, his gaze naturally drifting toward the opposite bank of the river of time and space. But with just that look, he suddenly froze. Previously, that area had always been empty, devoid of anything at all. But at this moment, in his eyes, the opposite bank was filled with many patches of blackness. What is this? Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and he immediately activated the Mystic Heaven divine pupils to their full extent. The next moment, a wealth of information regarding this black mist flooded his mind. Time turbulence. These mists were actually all time turbulence. Moreover, judging by the density, each cluster of mist represented a different flow of time. Sumyubai shifted his focus, concentrating his gaze on one of the densest clusters of blackness. Immediately afterward, his eyes widened out 1,000 times. The flow of time within that cluster of blackness was actually 1,000 times faster than the outside world. A flicker of burning excitement flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. If he could enter that, wouldn't his strength skyrocket like a rocket taking off? Staying inside for over 3 years while only 1 day passed in the outside world, what kind of concept was that? If he were to stay for 8 or 10 days, to what extent could the world tree and the sea of death temper his divine soul and physical body? Condensing a divine body, that would be nothing more than a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Sumyubai's breathing couldn't help but become rapid. However, there was still one difficult problem. How could he cross this river of time and space before him to reach the opposite bank? Today's extra update is served. Chapter 605, Spatial Turbulence. When he first entered this place, Sumyubai had been captivated by the river of time and space and had almost reached his hand into it. But judging by the reaction of the wheel of time and space in stopping him, stepping into the river of time and space at that time would surely have resulted in him getting lost in the turbulence of time and space. Now that I have comprehended the divine pupils of time and space, I wonder if it will work. Thinking of this, Sumyubai stood up from his throne and slowly reached his hand toward the river of time and space. The wheel of time and space appeared once again before his palm, radiating a rich black and white divine light, blocking his hand just as it was about to touch the river. Still not working, Sumyubai withdrew his hand, unable to help but frown. Flight was impossible in this strange place, yet the wheel of time and space kept preventing him from touching the river water. In other words, to cross the river of time and space, one would need a boat capable of floating upon it. But it was obvious that ordinary objects could not float on the river of time and space. To be precise, this river was not a concrete object. but an abstract concept manifested by the rules of time and space. During his fishing these past few days, Sumyubai had made several attempts. Aside from the fishing rod transformed by the wheel of time and space, nothing else could even make contact with the river of time and space. Although the river of time and space flowed right there, to all other things, it was as if it did not exist at all. Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but look at the wheel of time and space. Among all his treasures, if there was any one that might be able to float on the river of time and space, it could only be this. However, the wheel of time and space suddenly trembled violently, as if refuting Sumyubai's words. The next moment, the two yin-yang fish separated once again, and amidst the shroud of black and white divine light, the time and space fishing rod appeared in Sumyubai's hand once more. Still fishing, Sumyubai sighed. Although he complained, his hand naturally began to cast the line. He had already experienced how powerful the mystic heaven divine pupils were after merging with the divine pupils of time and space. Since the wheel of time and space wanted to fish, what else was there to say? He also wanted to see if he could fish up anything other than the water of the river of time and space. Even if it were still only the water of the river of time and space, that was fine too. 1,000 drops had allowed him to comprehend the divine pupils of time and space. What if he got another 1,000 drops? Or even 10,000 drops? Perhaps once the wheel of time and space recovered to a certain degree, it would be able to carry him across the river of time and space to the opposite bank. Holding on to this thought, Sumyubai began to fish with great enthusiasm. After the black fishing line submerged into the river of time and space, his expression suddenly stalled, and he turned his head to look behind him, since there was so much time turbulence on the opposite bank. What about the side he was currently on? Sure enough, the area behind Sumyubai, which had originally been empty, now also featured clusters of mists. However, these mists were not black, but a pure white, without a single impurity. What a pity! Looking at the color of the mist, Sumyubai shook his head in disappointment. Nevertheless, he narrowed his eyes and activated the mystic heaven divine pupils to their full extent. The yin-yang fish pattern within his vertical pupil slowly rotated, and a wealth of information regarding this white mist flooded Sumyubai's mind. The two banks of the river of time and space were filled with two types of turbulence of varying sizes. The opposite bank was time turbulence, and the side where Sumyubai stood was spatial turbulence. Likewise, judging by the density of the spatial turbulence, the effects represented by each cluster of mist also differed. But for any player without the divine pupils of time and space, every single cluster of mist was extremely dangerous. Sumyubai's gaze swept across the clusters of spatial turbulence, and he gained a certain understanding of this strange place. No wonder the system had warned him not to walk around casually when he first entered. The vast majority of these spatial turbulence clusters possessed mandatory teleportation effects. Normally, teleportation was not considered dangerous. The real danger was that you had absolutely no idea where you would be teleported to. More importantly, these spatial turbulences are extremely irregular. Some float in midair, just over a meter above the ground, appearing as clusters with a diameter of only 20 to 30 centimeters. According to the information Sumyubai gleaned from the Zhuanshan divine pupils, once a player passes through such a cluster of spatial turbulence, the part of their body covered by it will be instantly teleported away. Yes, only the covered area. As for the rest of the body, it would remain exactly where it was. Of course, for a true god who has condensed a divine body, this hardly counts as a danger, even if their head were to be teleported away. A powerhouse at the true god stage could simply condense a new one, as long as their divine soul remains intact and they have sufficient divine power. A true god stage powerhouse does not fear damage to their divine body. However, within these white mists, there also exist spatial turbulences with effects such as spatial locking, spatial slicing, and even spatial strangulation. Sumyubai only needed a rough skin to spot many white mist clusters capable of posing a threat to a true god at the upper god stage. Without the space-time divine pupils, even those true gods who have grasped some laws of space would only be able to vaguely sense the faint fluctuations of the spatial turbulence. Here, they remain in constant danger of falling if they are even slightly careless. The place looks exceptionally calm. Yet it hides profound perils. Compared to this, the ruined star fields of the outside world are merely child's play. After clarifying the hidden dangers here, Sumyubai withdrew his gaze and looked back at the opposite bank. The temporal turbulence there looks harmless, merely consisting of different rates of time flow, but in reality, it is far more dangerous than the spatial turbulence. The reason Sumyubai is confident he can enter and return is because he possesses the Zhuanshan divine pupils. As for other players, once they are swept in, it is hard to say when or if they would ever walk out. After breaking through to the 9th rank mythical level, one no longer has to worry about lifespan. If one were to enter a place where time flows faster than the outside world, that would be manageable. But if one were to be swept into temporal turbulence like the Void Rift, things would get interesting. Other players cannot see the temporal turbulence, nor can they distinguish the differences in time flow within it. Moreover, the comprehension and potential of the vast majority of players are limited. If they encounter a bottleneck in grasping the laws, then no matter how much time they are given, it will be of no use. Otherwise, what place would there be for the new generation in the myriad worlds? Wouldn't it just be a matter of comparing who has existed for longer? Sumyubai fished while considering his upcoming arrangements. In less than 2 days, the world tree within his internal small world would finish its promotion. At that time, the catastrophe talent would be available for use once again. With this thought, Sumyubai moved his divine sense and summoned his law interface. Law's current law paths. 5. Currently capable of accommodating 5 law paths, continuing to improve the divine soul will allow for more law paths to be accommodated. 1. Law of Soul Control. Current level of comprehension, 99.99%. 9 Pattern Ultimate. 2. Law of Causality. Current level of comprehension, 10.85%. 1 Pattern. 3. Law of Catastrophe World. Current level of comprehension, 25.73%. To Pattern. 4. Law of Soul Annihilation. Current level of comprehension, 38.62%. 3 Pattern. 5. Law of Death Transfer. Current level of comprehension, 0.18%. 0 Pattern. Which law path should I leech first? Chapter 606, Imminent Collapse. On the surface, it appears that Sumyubai has grasped 5 laws. In reality, he only has 3 choices: the law of souls, the law of death, and the law of fate. No, it should only be 2 choices. Looking at the law interface, Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. The law of death encompasses the law of souls. In other words, Sumyubai only needs to choose one great path between the law of death and the law of fate. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this is that his divine soul must be strong enough to bear a great law path. In the past, Sumyubai wouldn't have even considered trying, let alone a divine soul at the lower god stage. Even Brian at his peak might not have been able to do it. But things are different now. The Sea of Death in his internal small world has effectively granted Sumyubai an immortal divine soul. This is what gave him the idea to give it a try in death, or fate. Sumyubai whispered to himself, falling into deep thought. The law of fate has a deep connection with the Zhuanshan lineage. Furthermore, it concerns whether the Zhuanshan divine pupils can evolve into a rule-level ocular technique. This is something that even mastering the laws of space and time cannot achieve. However, judging by the effect of the catastrophe talent promoting an SSS-level skill into a law path, Sumyubai estimates that the promoted Great Law path would also start from 0. Therefore, a newly leached Great Law path would certainly not be enough to cause the Zhuanshan divine pupils to evolve. Frowning, Sumyubai couldn't help but recall what Zhu Xingchen had said. Just then, the fishing rod in his hand sank. Sumyubai immediately withdrew his thoughts and pulled hard, hauling the black fishing line up. To his disappointment, what he caught was still water of the space-time river, and even the quantity had returned to the initial dozen or so drops. Have I consumed all the power that was restored previously? Sumyubai gripped the rod tighter, cast it back into the space-time river, and then took out a pile of essence of divine soul to begin absorbing it. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. The space-time fishing rod caught over 300 more drops of water of the space-time river, all of which he absorbed. As its power began to recover, the harvest from his future fishing would gradually increase. Just as Sumyubai was preoccupied with the world tree not yet finishing its promotion, his divine soul suddenly trembled. Without a moment's hesitation, he retracted the space-time fishing rod, sat cross-legged on the spot, and mobilized his divine soul power to the fullest. Ever since the Sea of Death merged with the Golden Blood Sea, his soul had been under constant bombardment with the restorative powers of the Sea of Death. Sumyubai had long since grown accustomed to this, but just a moment ago, he suddenly felt a loosening of his bottleneck. Given the potential he had accumulated after being infused with origin power multiple times, the soul bottleneck of the median god realm naturally could not hold him back for long. A moment later, Sumyubai felt his soul become crystal clear, and his soul power surged several times over. Soul quality, early median god. Soul strength, early median god. Following this came a series of system notifications. Notification: due to your insufficient physical strength, it is difficult to sustain such a powerful soul for long. Please increase your physical strength as soon as possible. Notification: if your physical strength is not increased immediately, your body is expected to collapse completely in 1 day. Body collapse countdown: 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Friendly reminder: rule-level treasures of the life attribute can effectively extend the time before your body collapses. Notification: your body has been tempered by the power of life. All attributes come 100. Main attributes come 100. 1 day. Sumyubai's heart trembled. He hadn't expected that after his soul broke through to the median god realm, it would shorten his body's collapse time so drastically. One had to realize that after these few days of tempering by the power of life, the original collapse time had already been extended to nearly a year. This isn't fun anymore. Sumyubai's brows were tightly locked. The improvements brought by the tempering of the power of life were clearly no longer keeping pace with the speed at which his body was collapsing. He thought for a moment and adjusted the soul shock effect of the Sea of Death to 0. Next, it all depends on the effects of the world tree. Sumyubai took a deep breath and cast his fishing rod into the river of time and space once more. The current tempering by the power of life was merely an incidental effect of the world tree. What exactly this rule-level supreme treasure was capable of would only be known after the promotion was complete, and at this moment, there was less than half a day left until the promotion ended. Sumyubai looked at his dominator power, which had already broken through 200 million points. A look of confusion flashing in his eyes. Is this still not enough to condense a divine body? One must know. This was merely his base attribute. After he had upgraded the Eternal Silence Tribulation set to the pinnacle of the Saint Extinction grade, it could perfectly amplify Saint Extinction grade beings. Sumyubai had asked Amon, his current dominator power, under the amplification of the Eternal Silence Tribulation set, had already surpassed what the other party possessed before condensing a divine body, but until now, he still hadn't felt his limit. No matter the race, every being had a limit. It was just that the top 2 races at the forefront of the 10,000 races ranking had higher limits. But no matter how high, once attributes reached their limit, they could no longer be increased. When that time came, it would be the day to condense a divine body, of course, without the use of heavenly treasures. Even top-tier races could almost never grow to their limit attributes automatically. Therefore, there were not many players truly qualified to condense a divine body. Even so, among those at the peak of the Saint Extinction grade who possessed sufficient resources, only 1% succeeded in condensing a divine body. Logically speaking, a race as naturally frail as the human race should have limit attributes far inferior to members of the Demon Imperial clan like Amon. Even though Sumyubai had walked the path of the ultimate epic and the path of legend in succession, that had only narrowed the gap slightly. After all, he had yet to open the most important path, the mythical path. Thinking of the mythical path, Sumyubai couldn't help but feel a headache. According to the data provided by Old Man Fang, the mythical path as the final and most important step of the 3 steps to break limits required the assistance of at least 9 true gods at the peak of the median god realm to be open to its extreme. And that was merely the theory of the human sage Mo Hao, because from beginning to end, no human player had ever truly walked the 3 steps to break limits to their extreme. In the words of that old geezer Huijian, if one wanted to ensure the mythical path was open to its absolute limit, seeking help from a rule dominator was the only safe bet. But where was he supposed to find a rule dominator to help? Sumyubai curled his lip. That old geezer, he talks so easily, yet he doesn't offer to help. A shadow clone with 1/5 of Huijian's strength possessed combat power at the peak of the median god realm. One could only imagine how strong this guy's true strength was. But the old geezer had no intention of helping at all. After meeting with Caroline, he had cut off contact once again. The figures of Bing Shuang and Aoshin couldn't help but flash through Sumyubai's mind. The dragon race. They must have beings at the rule dominator realm, right? Just as Sumyubai was pondering, the previously calm river of time and space suddenly rippled. Immediately following, the mist permeating the upstream suddenly began to churn gently. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and he stood up. Something is happening. Chapter 607. The Ferryman of the River of Time and Space. Bonus chapter. Silently and soundlessly, the mist shrouding the upper reaches of the tributary of the River of Time and Space suddenly began to churn gently. If not for the ripples appearing on the river, Sumyubai would never have noticed. He immediately retracted his fishing rod and moved his divine sense, Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. The yin-yang fish pattern within the golden vertical pupil rotated slowly, and Sumyubai's gaze narrowed accordingly. Vaguely, he actually saw a figure within the mist, a ferryman. Sumyubai's expression couldn't help but turn grave. 1 second, 2 seconds. In just over 10 seconds, Sumyubai felt as if a long time had passed. As the mist in the upper reaches of the River of Time and Space rolled away, a small boat slowly appeared within his line of sight. It was just an ordinary small wooden boat, looking like it could hold at most 3 or 4 people. Its surface covered in the marks of time, as if it might sink at any moment. Yet, this very leaf of a boat was floating steadily within the River of Time and Space. At the bow of the boat stood a figure. It was impossible to tell their gender or race. The figure was completely shrouded in a voluminous black cloak. Even their information was completely invisible to Sumyubai. Forget about their cultivation stage or strength. Even their name was just a question mark. Since he had acquired the Mystic Heaven Pupil, this was the first existence whose information he could not see. Sumyubai's pupils constricted sharply. A rule sovereign. This was something he had not anticipated. Logically speaking, if the ferryman of the River of Time was a rule sovereign, then what was Zhu Xingchen? Surely the ferryman of the River of Time couldn't have comprehended a different rule. Wasn't it true that only one rule sovereign could be born for every great rule? Could the information Brian possessed be wrong? While Sumyubai was filled with doubt and suspicion, the small boat slowly drifted closer. At the same time, the figure at the bow suddenly raised their head, seemingly staring at Sumyubai, but that black cloak was like a black hole, completely obscuring their face. Soon, the small boat reached the shore and docked in front of Sumyubai, and the ferryman's ethereal voice echoed in his ears. Bai Yi, you have come. Sumyubai was slightly stunned. What did that mean? Was the ferryman waiting for him? Or was all of this an arrangement by Zhu Xingchen? Seeing the puzzled expression on Sumyubai's face, the ferryman suddenly sat down. No need to be surprised. I am the ferryman of the River of Time. Naturally, I have seen you within the River of Time. Having said that, he paused, his gaze seemingly examining Sumyubai carefully from beneath the pitch-black cloak. Sumyubai did not speak, as he was completely bewildered and truly did not know what to say. After a long while, the ferryman spoke again, though the tone of the conversation shifted. How do you possess the authority of the goddess of luck? Hearing this, a strange glint flashed deep within Sumyubai's eyes. What did that mean? Didn't he say he had seen him in the River of Time? How could he not know how the authority of the goddess of luck was obtained? Thinking of this, Sumyubai couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, observing the ferryman before him calmly. Although he could not see the other party's information, he had a vague feeling that something was wrong. He secretly tested his abilities and, upon discovering that the Wheel of Time and Space as teleportation could still be used, Sumyubai felt relieved and continued to listen to the other party. You have provoked an existence you shouldn't have. The ferryman slowly shook his head, then let out a soft sigh. The goddess of luck is very petty. You stole her authority. You have definitely been marked by her. What will be the consequences? Sumyubai frowned. He had been mentally prepared for being targeted by the goddess of luck, but he had only just learned that she was very petty, possessing the Sea of Death and the World Tree, which was nearing the completion of its evolution. Sumyubai was not overly worried about his own safety, but if the other party was the sovereign of luck, It would be a different story if he were caught. Wouldn't he become incredibly unlucky from then on? Thinking of this, Sumyubai's heart trembled, and he looked at the ferryman with a serious expression. The latter spoke slowly. The consequences are very serious. Given her personality, she will likely hang you in the center of the city of dreams and curse you to be unlucky forever. Is it that childish? Sumyubai's expression was somewhat strange. The goddess of luck was a sovereign of a supreme rule. How did she sound like a child who hadn't grown up? Yet, this kind of method was the most difficult for Sumyubai to accept. He would rather be hunted by a rule sovereign than be punished by the goddess of luck in such a way. If word got out, how would he, the dignified Sumyubai, ever show his face again? Thinking of this, Sumyubai made a firm decision in his heart. He absolutely must not let the goddess of luck catch him. Actually, there is a way to make the goddess of luck stop punishing you. The ferryman spoke again, and Sumyubai immediately perked up. What way? The method is very simple. The ferryman beckoned to Sumyubai, about to continue speaking, but the next moment, both of them froze simultaneously, downstream on the river of time. Although the mist had not churned, a small boat suddenly appeared. The appearance of that boat was exactly the same as the one the ferryman was sitting on. Not only that, but the figure at the bow and the black cloak shrouding them were no different from the ferryman. The other party also discovered their presence, standing with hands behind their back at the bow, sailing against the current of the river of time towards Sumyubai's location. For a moment, Sumyubai was completely dumbfounded. What is going on? To ferryman. Today's bonus chapter is here, chapter 608. Sumyubai doubts his life. Sumyubai looked in astonishment at the second ferryman of the river of time sailing upstream, his mouth agape, unable to find words for a moment. Another one. What is this situation? The real and the fake ferryman. The two were identical in appearance and equipment. If they hadn't appeared at the same time, Sumyubai wouldn't even have been able to tell they were two different people, because he could sense neither their information nor their aura. The law-level mystic heaven divine pupil had completely lost its effectiveness in front of the two ferrymen. This meant that the second ferryman was also a rule sovereign. Sumyubai couldn't help but glance at the ferryman in front of him, and fortunately, both of their faces were completely obscured by black cloaks. Pitch black and impenetrable, it was impossible to see their expressions, and naturally, impossible to discern any clues. However, Sumyubai felt a slight shock in his heart. A minute ago, he was still wondering where to find a rule sovereign, and now two had appeared at once. Thinking of this, a sharp glint flashed deep in Sumyubai's eyes. Regardless of which one was real and which was fake, is it possible for me to trick them into helping me open the path of myth? Since that old geezer in my embrace said that finding a rule sovereign realm existence is the only way to be safe, wouldn't two rule sovereigns be a double insurance policy? Just as Sumyubai was pondering how to bluff his way through, the ferryman standing before him gave a light cough. It has been many years since I last encountered a colleague. What a coincidence. Colleague? Sumyubai was stunned. Could it be that the ferryman of the river of time and space isn't a single individual, but a group? Are you kidding me? Mass-produced rule sovereigns. Although the first ferryman's explanation had no apparent flaws, Sumyubai couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. He couldn't help but take a deep look at the other party. If one of the two was a fake, it had to be this one right in front of him. Moreover, Sumyubai had already vaguely guessed the other's identity. He just hadn't expected the goddess of luck to speak ill of herself. The petty goddess of luck, is it? Interesting. Sumyubai still remembered the cataclysmic trait of authority of the goddess of luck. Unless the goddess of luck herself arrives in person and meets you face to face, she cannot sense that you are the one who stole the authority of luck. The fact that the other party brought up the authority of the goddess of luck the moment they opened their mouth made their intentions all too obvious. Sumyubai felt increasingly convinced that although the goddess of luck was powerful, she was actually just a naive young girl who hadn't seen much of the world, though he couldn't understand why that was the case. It didn't stop him from feeling secretly pleased. After all, a naive young girl is much easier to fool. While Sumyubai was sizing up the ferryman, the latter had already turned to look at the second ferryman coming against the current, their ethereal voice sounding once more. Were you also attracted here by the aura of Bai? The second ferryman had arrived at the bank at some point, They first nodded toward the first one with a soft hum, then turned their gaze to Sumyubai. Is this the real ferryman? Although he couldn't see the second ferryman's eyes, Sumyubai could clearly feel the other party locking gazes with him. Just as the second ferryman was about to speak, what happened next left Sumyubai completely bewildered. Could it be that my previous deduction was all wrong? A small boat had actually appeared upstream on the river of time and space. The mottled traces of time upon it, looking as if it might sink at any moment, were no different from the small boats beneath the two ferrymen on the bank. Sumyubai's expression froze. No way. This is a boat capable of floating on the river of time and space. Right. It couldn't possibly be standard issue equipment for all ferrymen, could it? It had always been Sumyubai who made others doubt their lives, but this time, he felt his own worldview receiving a massive shock. Again, is being a ferryman of the river of time and space really just a job? In such a short time, 3 of them have already appeared. Was what the first ferryman said about colleagues actually true? Looking at the figure on the third boat, Sumyubai began to doubt his previous conjecture. So, was the first ferryman really not the goddess of luck in disguise? When the third ferryman saw the 2 ferrymen before Sumyubai, the small boat beneath them trembled slightly. However, this change was extremely subtle. And because they were floating within the river of time and space, Sumyubai did not notice it. Immediately afterward, the figure headed toward the bank without a word. Soon, the 3 gathered at the bank, their gazes hidden beneath black cloaks fixed directly on Sumyubai. Being stared at by 3 ferrymen simultaneously, Sumyubai suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. He didn't know if they had communicated in some way, but they spoke in unison. Bai, have you met him? Oh. Sumyubai snapped back to reality and immediately realized. The sovereign of time and space, yes. The 3 nodded in unison. Seeing this, a flash of confusion crossed Sumyubai's eyes. Can't you see that from the river of time and space? Hearing this, the second ferryman shook their head. What we can see are only the lingering shadows of time and space. We cannot observe everything completely. The third ferryman also spoke. Ferrymen are merely. Before they could finish, the first ferryman interrupted. We are just maintainers of the river of time and space. To put it bluntly, we are just employees. Then, they looked down at the slowly flowing river of time and space and continued. The sovereign of time and space has already transcended beyond the river of time and space. It is absolutely not something we can pry into. Hearing this, Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. Transcended beyond the river of time and space. Is Xingqian truly in existence at the rule-breaking realm? What is the purpose of the ferryman asking if I have already met Xingqian? Thinking of this, Sumyubai became hesitant. What is the optimal way to answer? If I answer incorrectly, will the ferryman expel me? Whether it was the ability to freely obtain rule-level treasures or the turbulent time zone on the other side of the river of time and space. These were reasons Sumyubai was reluctant to leave. The sovereign authority was already gone. Finding another tributary of the river of time and space would be no easy task. Seeming to see through Sumyubai's concerns, the third ferryman spoke slowly. Rest assured, we bear you no ill will. Hearing this, Sumyubai pondered for a moment before nodding slowly. I have met him. As soon as these words were spoken, Sumyubai clearly sensed a trace of excitement from the 3. However, the excitement of the 3 was slightly different. The first ferryman to appear showed much stronger emotions. Even their wide black cloak trembled slightly along with their mood. Since he still exists, then Big Sister must be fine too. Big Sister. Just as Sumyubai was confused, a brilliant white light began to flash from the figure. The black cloak slowly faded away in the light, and the small boat beneath them became ornate and exquisite. After the light dissipated, a graceful young girl appeared before Sumyubai's eyes. Chapter 609. What did you say? This was a silver-haired girl, standing barefoot upon a small boat, her hair adorned with pearl accessories held by pink ribbons. Her palm-sized doll-like face featured apricot eyes that resembled purple grapes, filled with a faint mist that couldn't help but evoke a sense of pity in others. The tight bodice outlined a provocative curve, and the slender waist beneath her gauze skirt formed a strange contrast with her still childish features. Looking at the information displayed under his profound heaven-divine pupils, Sumyubai was suddenly left speechless. Goddess of Luck. Luyin, aside from the name, Everything else was just question marks. Even this name was something the other party had intentionally let Sumyubai see. What did this mean? No more pretending. Time to show her hand. In that instant, Sumyubai almost had the urge to use teleportation and vanish on the spot. However, he ultimately held back. At this moment, the goddess of luck did not seem to harbor any malice toward him. Once the goddess of luck stopped her disguise, the other two ferrymen suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. This young miss had finally had her fill of playing. As long as she wasn't pretending to be a ferryman, everything else would be easy to handle. Both of them glanced at Sumyubai simultaneously. Although they said nothing, Sumyubai felt as if they were sympathizing with him. The two ferrymen exchanged a calm, knowing look, and the small boat beneath their feet began to move silently. Once targeted by this great ant, there would be endless suffering ahead. Brother Bai, may you be blessed with good fortune. At this moment, Li Yin suddenly let out a cold snort, glared at Sumyubai, and threatened him in a childish voice. HMPH thief. You wouldn't want Big Sister to hang you in the center of the Dream City and curse you to be unlucky forever, would you, Big Sister? Watching this lowly goddess refer to herself as Big Sister in a doll-like voice, Sumyubai found the contrast quite jarring. But he only thought it to himself. He had no intention of saying it out loud. However, being labeled a thief, Sumyubai felt it was necessary to offer an explanation. Oh well, if I said it wasn't intentional, would you believe me? I'd believe a ghost. Li Yin puffed out her cheeks. Despite her best efforts to make a fierce expression, her porcelain doll-like face made it hard for anyone to feel afraid. The other two ferrymen had already drifted far from the shore, each looking in a different direction as if they were completely uninterested in what was happening here. However, the slight tilt of their bodies betrayed them. Clearly, these two real ferrymen were also very interested in what the goddess of luck would do. Do you want to come over and listen? Suddenly, Li Yin's icy voice rang out in both of their ears simultaneously. The two ferrymen shuddered instantly and disappeared into the mist upstream and downstream without looking back. They just left. Sumyubai was slightly stunned and couldn't help but ask. The ferryman appeared. Was it only to ask him a single question? They haven't left. Li Yin stared straight at Sumyubai, a curve forming at the corner of her mouth. But they will only return after we have finished dealing with our business. As she spoke, a lollipop suddenly appeared in her hand. She popped it into her mouth and tilted her chin toward Sumyubai. Thief, hurry up and answer Big Sister's question. Or have you already prepared yourself to be hung up for display? Sumyubai suddenly felt that the goddess of luck was somewhat cute. Only after she heard that he had already met Su Xingchen did she stop her disguise. And she had blurted out that Big Sister line. It was definitely fine. Clearly, she needed his help with something. In that case, wasn't the initiative now in his hands? Thinking of this, Sumyubai looked at Li Yin with a half-smile, sat back on his throne and hurriedly, and spread his hands. Since the sovereign doesn't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Go ahead and hang me, you. The goddess of luck was startled, clearly not expecting Sumyubai to respond this way. She waved her hand in annoyance, preparing to teach him a lesson, but immediately after, Sumyubai continued. It's just that I have a rather thin skin. If I were really hung up, I certainly wouldn't have the face to see the space-time sovereign again. This sentence made Li Yin's movements stall. She changed her palm into a finger and looked at Sumyubai in disbelief. Threatening the sovereign of luck, you. Are you not afraid of being unlucky forever? Listen to that. Does that sound like something someone with thin skin would say? Li Yin wished she could pounce on him and take a bite. She had never seen anyone more thick-skinned than this guy. Sumyubai smiled. Looking like a rogue. Unlucky is unlucky. Since you are the sovereign of luck, isn't it all up to you anyway, you? The goddess of luck was at a loss for words. She simply plopped down onto her exquisite little boat and said huffily, "This isn't fun at all. I'm not playing anymore." Then, she looked up at Sumyubai again, but this time, she didn't beat around the bush and stated the purpose of her appearance directly. If you agree to one thing from me, Big Sister won't pursue the matter of you stealing the authority. Tell me what it is first. I don't care. You must agree to this, otherwise I will strip you naked and hang you in the center of the Dream City. Seeing that it took Li Yin a long time to come up with such a non-threatening ultimatum, Sumyubai's expression turned strange. How on earth did this naive girl become the sovereign of luck? It couldn't be that she was born with complete mastery over the laws of luck, could it? As soon as this thought occurred, Sumyubai shook his head. He still remembered the situation during the Cataclysm Frost. The demigod level was the limit a creature could reach upon birth in the myriad worlds. Yet, the way the goddess of luck behaved didn't look like someone who had cultivated to the sovereign realm at all. Thinking of this, a certain conjecture suddenly formed in Sumyubai's mind. He stopped teasing Li Yin and said seriously, "You at least have to let me know what the matter is. If it's something I can do, then naturally, it's no problem." Although he hadn't stolen the authority on purpose, the other party had already come knocking. If the favor requested wasn't difficult, Sumyubai wouldn't refuse, given a choice. No one would want to make an enemy of the goddess of luck. "From now on, I'm going to follow you, just for that." Sumyubai suddenly widened his eyes. "What did you say? You're so young. Is there something wrong with your ears?" Liu Yin rolled her eyes and repeated it word for word. "I said from now on I'm going to follow you." Confirming he hadn't misheard, Sumyubai couldn't sit still any longer. He jumped up from his throne and shook his head repeatedly. "No, you're a sovereign. Why would you follow me? No way. It's inconvenient for me." Liu Yin also jumped up, pointing at Sumyubai. "I didn't even say it was inconvenient. And you're actually looking down on me, hearing Bai Yi say it was inconvenient." Liu Yin was nearly infuriated to death. This damn thief. Is he actually putting on airs? Chapter 610. The Stunned Goddess of Luck, bonus chapter. Looking at Liu Yin, who seemed genuinely angry, Sumyubai had his own unspoken grievances. It really was inconvenient for him. If she were truly one of his own, it would be fine. But the other party was the sovereign of luck. She would certainly never sign a contract with him. Nor could she ever become his believer. The Zhuanshan Treasure Mirror, Heart of Chaos, Wheel of Time and Space, Codex of Death. Not to mention the Sea of Death and the World Tree within his internal small world. These supreme treasures were all of the rule level. And that was without even mentioning his unique forbidden level talent, Catastrophe. With the sovereign of luck following him, how could he continue to use these cheats without restraint? Don't let her appearance fool you. She might look like a sweet, innocent, and harmless girl. But who could say for sure that this wasn't just an act? Those two ferrymen from earlier seemed genuinely afraid of the sovereign of luck. Ever since he experienced Li Ryan's betrayal, Sumyubai had understood one thing. The more beautiful a woman is, the less trustworthy her words are. Compared to the goddess of luck, a school beauty like Li Ryan was practically a common passerby, until he could guarantee that she was truly on his side. Sumyubai could not use his trump cards without reservation in front of her. After a moment of contemplation, Sumyubai looked at the goddess of luck, whose chest was heaving slightly from anger, and spoke slowly. "I didn't mean it like that, but there are no buts." Liu Yin glared at Sumyubai also. "Don't you go overthinking things. The only reason I want to follow you is that I want to ask about my sister the next time he appears." "Is that so?" Sumyubai breathed a sigh of relief. "When he appears again, can't I just notify you?" "No, that guy's appearance inevitably freezes time and space. You won't be able to notify me." That was indeed a problem. Thinking back to the scene when he last saw Zhu Xingchen, a look of difficulty appeared on Sumyubai's face. But he had just started to speak when he was interrupted by Liu Yin. "There are no buts. If I insist on following you, could you even stop me?" As she spoke, Liu Yin raised her eyebrows confidently. Sumyubai's expression froze upon hearing this. Facing a sovereign of the supreme rules, he really wasn't confident that he could shake her off. The Wheel of Time and Space was powerful, but it was currently incomplete. "All right, it's decided then." Liu Yin waved her hand, making the decision for Sumyubai directly. "I know what you're worried about. My sister can sign a follower contract with you. For real." Sumyubai never expected that the goddess of luck would take the initiative to suggest such a thing. But the next moment, he realized he had overthought it. "Of course. As long as you become my sister's follower, you'll be one of our own." Liu Yin nodded as if it were a matter of course. She jumped off the exquisite little boat and patted Sumyubai on the shoulder, wearing an expression that said, "Following me is the right choice. Don't worry. You're my sister's first follower. I'll definitely treat you well in the future." Sumyubai's mouth twitched. Thanks, but no thanks, you little thief. This won't do. That won't do. I really want to give you a couple of punches. Liu Yan stomped her foot, ignoring Sum Yubai's opinion, and began to forge the contract. Although a follower contract required the other party's consent, in her eyes, Bai Yi was just being hypocritical. How could anyone refuse to become her follower? One had to know that back in the day, that old fox from the Dragon Clan had tried to follow her and hadn't even succeeded. It was just that Liu Yan hadn't forged a contract in so long that she was a bit rusty. However, she still managed to successfully forge a contract very quickly. The moment the contract condensed, Liu Yan's pupils shrank violently. Why was the authority of luck being mobilized again? Wasn't Bai Yi, that little thief, right in front of her? Could it be? The next moment, her expression changed drastically. Oh no, it seemed she had messed up the contract. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Sum Yubai's ears. Notification. Goddess of Luck, Liu Yan wishes to sign a heart link contract with you. Do you accept? Sum Yubai was slightly stunned. Wasn't it supposed to be a follower contract? What the hell is a heart link contract? Notification. After signing the heart link contract, you and Goddess of Luck Liu Yan will share the same heart and fate. Notification. This contract is an equal contract. It cannot be dissolved once signed, and both parties are eternally forbidden from betraying one another. If you had such a contract, you should have said so earlier. Sum Yubai's eyes lit up, and he immediately chose to accept. Don't. Just as Liu Yan's voice rang out, the contract was already signed. The next moment, the entire contract burst into flames, then transformed into two streams of light that flew into the space between Sum Yubai's and Liu Yan's eyebrows. Notification. You have successfully signed a heart link contract with Goddess of Luck Liu Yan. Notification. Your luck stat has increased to system prompt. Your temporary authority of the Goddess of Luck has been converted into a permanent one. System prompt. You have learned the special skill, Distance Between Heaven and Earth. A series of system notification sounds made Sum Yubai's eyes widen. This heart-to-heart contract seemed to be somewhat different from what he had imagined. Looking at Liu Yan, however, she was staring blankly, muttering to herself, it's over. How did I end up getting myself involved in this? If Big Sister finds out, she'll definitely scold me, right? This Supreme Rule Sovereign stared blankly at Sum Yubai, her eyes somewhat unfocused, while her heart was in complete chaos. This guy, how on earth did he manage to do it? As the Sovereign of Luck, she had somehow, inexplicably, signed a heart-to-heart contract with him because of the authority of luck. Had the rule of luck played a trick on her? Seeing Liu Yan's expression, Sum Yubai understood that this contract was definitely not her intention. But the heart-to-heart contract was different from other contracts. The two parties involved were equal, and once signed, there was no way to dissolve it. Even if Liu Yan was a being at the Rule Sovereign Realm, she could not break it. Perhaps only when she broke through to the Destruction Rule Realm would there be any hope of dissolution. Sum Yubai's divine sense stirred, and he prepared to examine exactly what was so special about the heart-to-heart contract that it could make a Rule Sovereign appear so distraught. Just at that moment, his eyes suddenly lit up. Within his internal small world, a surge of extremely powerful life force erupted. The world tree had finished its evolution. Today's bonus chapter is here, chapter 611. The Goddess of Luck's Chaotic Heart. The sudden completion of the world tree's evolution left Sum Yubai with no heart to examine the specific details of the heart-to-heart contract. After his divine soul broke through to the mid-level god realm, his physical body had reached the brink of collapse. If he did nothing, in half a day's time, his body would collapse directly because it could not withstand the overwhelming strength of his divine soul. Although Sum Yubai would not die as long as his divine soul remained intact. Deep down, he did not want to lose his original body. Sum Yubai clearly remembered that Beng Xuan had once said that dying too many times would make it impossible to break through to the 9th tier mythical level. For the subsequent 10th tier Saint Destruction level, 11th tier Law Lord Realm, and 12th tier Rule Sovereign Realm, the implicit requirements would only become increasingly higher. Therefore, Sum Yubai's requirement for himself was to achieve perfection. Not only must he not die even once, but even a situation like his body collapsing must absolutely not occur. As the terrifying life force erupted from his internal small world, Sum Yubai immediately submerged his divine soul into it. Since he had already signed the contract with the goddess of luck, it wouldn't be too late to check the specific details later. What was most important now was to confirm that the world tree could help him condense a divine body. Lian, who was standing to the side in a daze, also had a flash of astonishment in her eyes, and she whispered softly, "Such pure life divine power of this aura." As if thinking of something, her pupils shrank slightly, and she exclaimed, "It's Lingxi's world tree." Previously, when she saw Sumyu in the mist upstream, the latter had already freeloaded the evolution of the flower of life and had begun fishing. Therefore, Lian did not know about the world tree. Her claim of having seen Sumyu in the river of time was merely a fabrication she had blurted out to fit the persona after disguising herself as a ferryman. As a being at the rule sovereign realm, and one who governed the rule of luck, one of the 9 supreme rules, the hidden effects of the calamity of eternal silence naturally could not take effect in her eyes. At the time, when she saw Bai actually able to fish in the river of time, Lian had felt a slight shock. Coupled with the mention of a ferryman in Sumyu muttering, it had sparked her idea to tease him. It was just that Lian hadn't expected that the ferryman would actually come, and that both of them would show up. It wasn't until she learned about Bai from the second ferryman that Lian changed her initial plan and asked that question along with the 2 ferrymen. However, while the ferrymen were concerned about the sovereign of time, she was concerned about another existence, and fortunately, the final result was difficult for Lian to accept. Thinking of the authority of luck that had been suddenly mobilized just now, her heart felt somewhat chaotic. What did the rule of luck mean by this? Could it be that concluding a heart-to-heart contract with Bai was actually a lucky thing for her? Ever since her birth, Lian had always been surrounded by luck. She had never encountered any misfortune herself. Now that the authority of the rule of luck had made the decision for her, Lian knew very well that this might be the best choice. Understanding was one thing, but Lian looked at Sumyu with a complex expression and wrinkled her delicate nose. Even Lingxi's world tree has chosen this thief. What exactly are they trying to do? With this thought, Lian's voice pierced through the mist of the upstream and downstream, ringing in the ears of the 2 ferrymen. "Can you really not tell me?" The river of time rippled, and 2 identical small boats emerged from the upstream and downstream respectively. The 2 ferrymen quickly arrived at the bank and shook their heads in unison. "Young miss, you should know that we cannot disobey the orders of the sovereign of time." HMPH, that guy is truly annoying. Lian snorted coldly, realizing that what the ferryman said was the truth. She stopped making things difficult for them and instead pointed at Sumyu, asking, "What exactly do you want with him?" The 2 ferrymen exchanged glances, and after a moment of contemplation, they spoke slowly. "There is nothing that cannot be said about this matter." During the course of their explanation, Lian looked at Sumyu from time to time, her expression becoming increasingly strange. This thief, does he really have that kind of ability? Inside the internal small world, the moment the world tree finished its catastrophe evolution, thick, mist-like emerald life divine power instantly flooded the entire world. In an instant, the seabed plants at the bottom of the Sea of Death began to grow wildly. On the 4 continents, the various plants that had just sprouted directly covered the entire land. If an outsider were to see this, they would absolutely never imagine that such a vibrant, life-filled small world was, until recently, a barren wasteland covered by an army of the undead. The few individuals currently at the bottleneck of the path to the laws did not open their eyes, but their divine bodies began to greedily and autonomously devour the divine power of life that permeated the entire world. The one who gained the most was naturally Lingyu, who was in seclusion at the top of the world tree. Originally, she had no clear direction regarding the laws of metamorphosis, but at this moment, she felt the fluctuations of the rules of life and directly entered a state of epiphany. Next were the disaster armies within the Sea of Death. Countless undead creatures were frantically absorbing the mutated divine power of life. Although their golden bodies appeared unchanged, the soul fire within their pupils grew increasingly bright. Vaguely, it seemed as if a hint of agility had been added. Rumble. At the same time, Sumyu internal small world was rapidly expanding due to the birth of the world tree. In just a few breaths, the small world had doubled in size once again. The Sea of Death expanded along with it. As a product of the rules, if it were to expand to its limit, It would be far beyond what the current small world could contain. The reason it had maintained such a size was entirely due to the limitations of the world's dimensions. Previously, when the small world expanded, the world tree, which had not yet fully formed, could only reveal the top of its canopy from start to finish. But at this moment, it broke through the golden vortex, completely growing into a towering giant tree. The lush canopy almost covered the entire small world. Sumyubai's divine soul projection condensed and emerged. Looking at the world tree that blotted out the sky and sun, his eyes were filled with excitement, glancing at Lingyu, who was in the midst of her epiphany. Sumyubai did not disturb her, preparing instead to directly examine the specific functions of the world tree. But the Myriad Worlds game clearly did not want to give him that chance. Do not forget, Sumyubai's divine soul had already merged into the small world. The two prospered together and suffered together, precisely because of this. Every time his internal small world underwent a massive expansion, his divine soul would be enhanced as a result. Even though Sumyubai had stopped the tempering effect of the Sea of Death for the sake of safety, the strengthening of his divine soul did not stop because of it. Divine soul quality, early stage intermediate god. Divine soul strength, early stage intermediate god. On the surface, the quality and strength of his divine soul remained at the early stage intermediate god realm, without any changes, but in reality, Sumyubai's divine soul was already more than twice as powerful as it had been when he first broke through. The urgent system notification sounds ringing in his ears confirmed this well. Notification. Due to your insufficient physical strength, it is difficult to sustain a powerful divine soul for long. Please increase your physical strength as soon as possible. Notification. If you do not increase your physical strength immediately, your body is expected to collapse completely in 30 seconds. Body collapse countdown 29 seconds. 28 seconds. Chapter 612. Opening the Path of Myth. The sudden system notification caused Sumyubai's pupils to constrict. Just a moment ago, he had half a day left, but now it had suddenly dropped to only 30 seconds. There was no time to think, and no heart to examine the specific functions of the world tree. Sumyubai reflexively merged his divine soul power into the world tree. The law-level flower of life had the effect of accelerating the condensation of a divine body. The rule-level world tree would certainly be even better. This was the only way to prevent his divine body from collapsing. So Sumyubai did not hesitate in the slightest. The moment his divine soul power merged into the world tree, an illusory, towering giant tree suddenly appeared beside the river of time and space. The shadow of this tree was so vast that it far exceeded the range of Sumyubai's vision. If it weren't for the fact that this strange space had no concept of specific size, Sumyubai would have even suspected that the shadow of the world tree could cover an entire realm. This sudden change naturally attracted the attention of the goddess of luck and the two ferrymen. However, it was clearly not the first time the three of them had seen the world tree, so there was no look of shock on their faces. The reason Lin had exclaimed at the beginning was not because of the world tree itself, but because the world tree had appeared on Baiyi. The three of them watched Sumyubai, who had his eyes tightly closed, without making a sound. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification. The world tree has acknowledged you as its master. Notification. You have received the blessing of the world tree, and your potential has been greatly increased. Notification. Your base for dimensional attributes have each increased by 23,900,000 points. Notification. For every level up hereafter, your base for dimensional attributes will increase by an additional 100. And your free attribute points will increase by an additional 500. Notification. Every future breakthrough you make will have its effects increased by a certain margin. The specific increase depends on the breakthrough rank. Notification. You have received the blessing of the world tree, increasing all attributes by 100%. Notification. Your physical strength has been greatly increased, and the collapse time has been extended. Body collapse countdown 11 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Notification. Only by condensing a divine body can you withstand a powerful divine soul. Even the world tree can only extend it by half a day. Sumyubai opened his eyes, his gaze filled with shock. It seems that a divine soul at the intermediate god realm is simply too powerful for a player who has not yet condensed a divine body. But looking at his exaggerated attributes, Sumyu-bai was somewhat stunned. At this moment, his base sovereign power had already exceeded 600 million. Added to the bonus from the calamity of eternal silence, Sumyu-bai's sovereign power had reached a terrifying total of over 6 billion. This value was something that even Bing Xuan, before condensing her divine body, could not touch. In just a few days, Sumyu-bai's attributes had increased more than tenfold. But the time until his body collapsed had not only failed to extend, but had actually shortened. The most critical point was that even though his attributes had expanded to such an extent, he still had not felt the opportunity to condense his divine body. After the world tree successfully acknowledged him as its master, the phantom that had shrouded the world rapidly shrank, eventually merging completely into Sumyu-bai's body and disappearing from sight. A brilliant white divine light flickered in Lion's eyes as she spoke to the two ferrymen. "Is it time now?" "Yes." The ferrymen nodded in unison. Lian reached out a finger, and a dense, brilliant white divine light shot out from her fingertip, instantly sinking into the center of Sumyu-bai's brow. At the same time, the two ferrymen also extended their fingers. Dense white divine power and black divine power emerged from their respective fingertips, likewise sinking into the center of Sumyu-bai's brow. "You all." Sumyu-bai was not alarmed. Instead, a look of wild joy appeared on his face. Having read the information provided by Feng Yuan, he knew very well that the three were not attacking him, but rather opening the mythical path for him. Wait, he hadn't even started his schemes yet, so why did they take the initiative? The figure of Zhu Xingqian flashed through Sumyu-bai's mind. Clearly, the only one capable of arranging all of this in advance was this master of time and space. Those two ferrymen must have been the openers of the mythical path specifically prepared for him by that person. Two existences at the Rule Sovereign Realm were absolutely enough to open the mythical path at the ultimate difficulty level. As for the goddess of luck, it could only be said to be a coincidence. The influence of the authority of luck must have been at play here. As the power of the three surged into his brow, Sumyu-bai immediately withdrew his thoughts, sat cross-legged on the spot, and closed his eyes. System prompt: mythical path is opening. It was not that the human race could not break through on their own, but to approach or even surpass those races at the top of the myriad races ranking, one had to complete the 3 steps of breaking limits. Judging from the situations of Zhu Xingqian and Hui Jian, the human race must have attempted the path of bloodline fusion to become stronger before this. But clearly, that path was a dead end. Thus, the 3 steps of breaking limits were born. This was, to date, the most suitable path for the human race, created by the human sage Mo Hao. Sumyu-bai held great admiration for this person. He might not have been the most powerful existence in human history, but he was absolutely the most indispensable. Without the 3 steps of breaking limits, even a player like him, who had been cheating all the way, would not have achieved such accomplishments today. With 3 rule sovereigns acting simultaneously, the opening of the mythical path took much less time than expected. It was even faster than when the legendary path was opened. After only 10 minutes or so, the 3 felt that the divine power absorbed by Sumyu-bai had reached a state of saturation. "Is this enough?" Lian spoke softly, and seeing the 2 ferrymen nod, they withdrew their hands at the same time. Following this, Sumyu-bai opened his eyes. System prompt: your mythical path has been opened. Difficulty rated as SSS-Con. System prompt: you have opened the mythical path. Advancement Quest 2 has officially begun. Bai's mythical path difficulty requirements: 1. Base main attribute value exceeds 200 million. Requirement met. 2. Total base attribute value exceeds 500 million. Requirement met. 3. Comprehend a law path to the 9 pattern ultimate level. Requirement met. 4. Potential is sufficiently powerful, possessing the hope of breaking through to become a rule sovereign. Requirement met. 5. Soul strength is sufficient to condense a divine soul. Requirement met. 6. Number of deaths is 0. Requirement met. 7. Successfully obtained the title Human Prodigy and defeated an alien prodigy through the Prodigy Clash. Requirement met. 8. Comprehension exceeds 300 points. Temporary buff effects not included. Requirement met. 9. Luck exceeds 600 points. Temporary buff effects not included. Requirement met. If you fail to complete this, you will remain at the 8th tier legendary level for the rest of your life, unable to make any progress. The mythical path was indeed the final and most important step of the 3 steps of breaking limits. In its extreme state, this difficulty was truly heaven-defying. The first few items seemed simple, but that was only for Sumyubai. If it were any other 8th tier player, it would be impossible to meet such exaggerated requirements. The additional items looked plain, but in reality, they were even more difficult. Even Sumyubai had only barely met the comprehension requirement. However, that no longer mattered, because he had already perfectly met all the requirements for the ultimate mythical path. Chapter 613. The terrifying improvement brought by the ultimate mythical path. Bonus chapter. Congratulations on successfully walking the mythical path, meeting the conditions for breaking limits. Congratulations on completing all advancement quests. Your XP cap has been increased. In an instant, a dazzling golden light rose from Sumyubai's body. Seeing this scene, Lian couldn't help but turn to look at the 2 ferrymen. Have you ever seen a creature so strong before breaking through to the 9th tier mythical level? Hearing this, the ferrymen shook their heads in unison. Never seen one, let alone the 8th tier. There aren't any in the 10th tier stronger than him. This guy is truly a monster. Lian bit through the lollipop in her mouth and took a deep look at Sumyubai. Although this bit of strength was nothing in their eyes, the other party hadn't even reached the level cap yet. For the powerhouses in the myriad worlds, reaching the level cap was only the beginning. The appearance of Bai Yi had clearly broken this rule. His previous feats comprehending laws at the 7th tier, creating a small world, and slaying gods at the 8th tier were things no one in the myriad worlds had ever achieved before. The 3 were also looking forward to seeing what level of strength Bai Yi would reach after his breakthrough. Although their voices were not loud, Sumyubai heard them clearly. However, he clearly had no time to pay attention to them at the moment, as a series of system prompts rang in his ears again. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for leveling up to 240. 4 dimensional attributes come 116. 0. Skill points come 1. Free attribute points come 522. Prompt. You have further integrated the power of the Death Sovereign. Sovereign power come 20. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for breaking through to tier 9. Compatibility with the Death Sovereign class has increased, unlocking a portion of the class's power. Power integration is in progress. Please wait patiently. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for successfully breaking through the limits. Based on the difficulty of the mythic path and your own potential, your base for dimensional attributes come 1000%. How much? Sumyubai's pupils dilated in shock. Thinking he had misheard, he hurriedly pulled up the system messages to check. After rubbing his eyes several times, he finally confirmed that the bonuses brought by the ultimate mythic path and his own potential had indeed reached a 10-fold increase. Without checking his attributes first, Sumyubai directly opened the panel for Calamity of Eternal Silence. Immediately after, a flash of disappointment crossed his eyes. As expected, under such an exaggerated boost, even the Calamity of Eternal Silence set, which had been upgraded to its limit, could no longer exert a 100% bonus effect. His sovereign power remained at 50 billion points. This seemed to have reached the biological limit. This power. Sumyubai couldn't help but raise his hand and gently clench his fists. However, the spatial tremors he imagined did not occur. He then realized with a start that he was in a tributary of the river of time and space. How could such a small amount of power shake the space here? However, the ethereal voice of the ferryman cleared up the doubts in his heart. In terms of power alone, your body is already comparable to a divine body. We have never seen such powerful strength in a creature below the level of a true god. Of course, the power they referred to was the power beneath a divine body. Otherwise, Sumyubai would not even rank among true gods at the Lord of Love's stage. But this was normal. After all, he had only just broken through to the tier 9 mythic level, and there was still a gap of 2 major realms before reaching the Lord of Love's stage. No, to be precise, he hadn't even completely broken through to the tier 9 mythic level yet, because the power of the Death Sovereign class had not yet fully integrated. Sumyubai withdrew his hand and asked with some confusion, "Since my power is already comparable to a divine body, why haven't I felt the opportunity to condense one?" Hearing this, the 2 ferrymen shook their heads. You will know soon. Speak. Li Ying frowned, glaring at the two of them. I hate riddlers the most. She was also confused. Logically speaking, it is extremely difficult for the human race's limits to catch up to those of Saint Extermination level creatures. Even if Bai Yi had obtained the world tree and walked the so-called 3 steps of ultimate limit breaking, he shouldn't be unable to condense a divine body in such a state. One must know that this thief's power had already far surpassed that of a demigod-level creature. Sumyu couldn't help but give Li Yin a thumbs up. Well done. He hated these riddlers the most. Looking at Li Yin's bewildered expression, the ferryman rolled his eyes. Young miss, did you forget about the class power? Bai Yi is a death sovereign. Li Yin didn't blush or skip a beat. I've never changed classes. Isn't it normal to forget for a moment, as she spoke? She didn't forget to explain to Sumyu. Once you officially break through to Tier 9, you will be able to condense a divine body. Hearing this, Sumyu wanted to ask for more details, but his expression suddenly froze. He suddenly felt his power surging crazily, perhaps because his base attributes were too heaven-defying. The power of the Death Sovereign class finished integrating very quickly this time. Although he didn't gain any new abilities, the improvement it brought far exceeded Sumyu expectations. Power integration complete. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for officially breaking through to a Tier 9 Mythic level professional. A portion of the Death Sovereign's power has been unlocked. Your class bonuses have changed. Click to view details. Since Yu Yi and the others had long since reached level 300, Sumyu did not trigger a system announcement this time. However, with his sovereign power already at its limit, the small reward from a Blue Star District announcement meant nothing to him. When he opened the details of the changes to his class bonuses, he couldn't help but gasp. Was the improvement from breaking through to the Tier 9 Mythic level really this massive? Today's extra update is here. Special thanks to Zhu Pai Bagua Pai for the Great God certification. Chapter 614, The Complete World Tree. 1. You have taken a big step on the path to becoming a Death Sovereign. Every level up grants an additional Kung 10. 0 to all attributes, and Kung 100. 0 to free attribute points. 2. You are now able to withstand more power. Every level up increases your sovereign power by an additional 200. 0 points. 3. You have advanced a distance on the path of the Death Sovereign and have further mastered the ability to absorb soul points to strengthen your own soul. At this stage, you have a certain understanding of this ability, so the absorption conversion rate has increased to 30%. 4. A sovereign class should not have weaknesses. You are now capable of mastering the complete sovereign power, and your constitution and agility attributes will also be integrated into your sovereign power. From now on, your sovereign power will possess all the effects of your 4-dimensional attributes. After reading the changes to his class bonuses, Sumyu finally understood why his power had suddenly increased so significantly. Although the first 3 class bonuses were a great improvement compared to the Tier 8 legendary level, they were nothing to the current Sumyu. Moreover, his previous sovereign power, under the blessing of Calamity of Eternal Silence, had already reached its limit. Even if subsequent level-ups increased his attributes, the final total would not change at all. As the base values increased, the bonus effect brought by Calamity of Eternal Silence would decrease accordingly. This is also why Saint Extermination level creatures rarely use equipment. Their limits were nowhere near as high as Sumyu, who had been cheating his way through the game from the start, and they lacked a bug set like the Calamity of Eternal Silence. The bonus effects of Saint Extermination grade equipment were almost entirely ineffective for them. What truly surprised Sumyu was the 4th profession bonus. He still remembered that when he first broke through to the 2nd rank, his strength and spirit attributes had fused into the power of the Sovereign. It was from that moment on that he embarked on the path of dual cultivation in both magic and martial arts. Now, having broken through to the 9th rank mythical level, the agility and constitution attributes among the 4 basic stats had also merged into the power of the Sovereign. The improvement this brought was nothing short of massive. Having bathed in the power of origin multiple times, coupled with the enhancements brought by the World Tree, Sumyu's constitution and agility attributes were, in reality, not much lower than his strength and spirit. Most importantly, with the integration of these 2 basic attributes, the limit of the power of the Sovereign had also been elevated. On the contrary, the bonus effects of the calamity of eternal silence were not significantly affected. This was because, in addition to the power of the sovereign, this special set also provided separate bonus effects for agility and constitution. Now that these two basic attributes had merged into the power of the sovereign, those bonus effects now applied to the power of the sovereign as well. Every second after his breakthrough, Sumyubai could feel his strength rising rapidly. Beyond just strength and spirit, his defense, speed, and reaction time were all advancing by leaps and bounds. On his character panel, the 4 basic attributes had vanished, replaced by the singular power of the sovereign, and at this moment, the value of the power of the sovereign was skyrocketing. 60 billion, 70 billion, 80 billion, finally. The number stopped at 99,999,999,999 points. It was a mere point away from 100 billion. Yet, that single point felt like an unbridgeable chasm, impossible to cross. Is this my ultimate limit? Sumyubai murmured to himself, feeling the immense power surging within his body. Nearly 100 billion in the power of the sovereign. What an exaggerated figure. Sumyubai even had the feeling that he could now go toe-to-toe with Bing Xuan, who had already condensed a divine body. One had to remember that Bing Xuan was a 5-clawed golden dragon who had fully awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline. The power he possessed after condensing his divine body was far beyond what a newly ascended lower god could compare to. That guy was a creature whose vitality had reached 9 stars the moment he condensed his divine body. That Sumyubai could achieve such a feat was due not only to his extreme 3 steps of breaking limits but also to the successive infusions of the power of origin, and the fact that the World Tree had recognized him as its master. Looking back at his journey, had he cheated even a little less, he would never have reached such heights at this rank. How is it? Have you sensed the opportunity to condense your divine body? A lollipop had appeared in Lian's mouth at some point, and she was watching Sumyubai with great interest. I've sensed it, all right. Sumyubai frowned, but it feels like it's still missing a little something. It doesn't seem perfect. The moment his power of the sovereign reached its limit, he understood that he could condense his divine body. But looking at that string of 9 south on his panel, Sumyubai felt a lingering sense of discomfort. Why was it exactly 1 point of the power of the sovereign short? Hearing this, Lian rolled her eyes in a charming manner. The World Tree chose you, didn't it? Use it. Her gaze was as if she were looking at a fool. Sumyubai patted his forehead and hurriedly pulled up the information for the World Tree, which he hadn't had the chance to check yet. World Tree Rule Grade Creation. A creation cultivated by the Life Sovereign with endless effort, for unknown reasons. It has reverted to a seedling state. Specific effects. 1. The World Tree can continuously condense divine life power to nourish the world. 2. The World Tree possesses infinite life energy, which will significantly strengthen the power of all laws under the life category. 3. The existence of the World Tree will assist you in comprehending the laws of the life category. 4. The World Tree contains terrifying life force, which can be used to rapidly temper a divine body, capable of tempering it up to the sovereign realm. 5. The existence of the World Tree will assist in the recovery of your divine body. Special. The World Tree has recognized you as its master. When you condense your divine body, you can borrow the power of the World Tree to break your limits and condense your divine body at high speed. Cataclysm characteristics. 1. The energy within the World Tree is inexhaustible. Even if the myriad worlds were destroyed, it would never run dry. 2. When the World Tree exists within your internal world, the creator of the small world will be constantly strengthened by life force, passively tempering the body. 3. The life force nurtured by the World Tree has undergone a mutation, allowing undead creatures to absorb it safely. The power of the World Tree is still growing rapidly. Perhaps one day, its branches will shroud the entire myriad worlds, eventually growing into the mother tree of myriad worlds, the likes of which have never been seen before. You call this a seedling? Sumyubai's heart trembled. The phantom he saw earlier might not have been able to cover a whole realm, but it was more than enough to cover a great world. And yet, the Myriad Worlds game actually claimed the World Tree was still in a seedling state. Could there be anything more exaggerated than this? From this simple description, Sumyubai could also see just how powerful the existence of a rule sovereign was. Don't be fooled by the fact that he could move freely in front of 3 rule sovereigns. That was entirely because they hadn't released even a shred of their aura or power. Sumyubai moved his divine sense and closed the virtual screen. Even in its seedling state, the world tree was a complete rule-grade creation, and its utility was no less than the Sea of Death. Of course, the Sea of Death was also still in the process of growing. The two focused on the divine body and the divine soul respectively. Which was stronger or weaker didn't matter for Sumyubai. Both were indispensable. He took a deep breath and immediately began to draw upon the power of the world tree with all his might. It was time to condense his divine body. Chapter 615, Condensing the Divine Body. Mutation. What Sumyubai was drawing upon was not the divine life power condensed by the world tree, but its most primal, original power. The phantom of the towering giant tree reappeared. However, this time, it was not as exaggerated as before. Instead, it rapidly shrank into a small sapling, merely enveloping Sumyubai. The source power, green to the point of extremity, shimmered with light and slowly merged into Sumyubai's body. The moment this power entered his body, it was as if Sumyubai had stepped into a new world. PFFT. In the depths of his consciousness, he seemed to hear the sound of a bottleneck being shattered. At the same time, the number following dominator power on his status window finally changed from a string of 9 south to a number starting with 100 billion. It was a difference of only 1 point. But Sumyubai knew very well how difficult it was to break through. Lion held a lollipop in her mouth, watching Sumyubai, who was in the middle of his breakthrough, without blinking. Although she had a good relationship with the goddess of life and had seen the world tree many times, this was truly her first time witnessing someone using the world tree to condense a divine body. The faces of the 2 ferrymen were hidden beneath black cloaks, but they, too, were staring intently at Sumyubai, as if afraid of missing a single detail. Next, they would witness with their own eyes the birth of the first Tier 9 divine body in the myriad worlds. Moreover, this divine body would be the strongest one since the birth of the myriad worlds. To be precise, it could be called the strongest among newly condensed divine bodies. After the source power of the world tree completely merged into Sumyubai's body, the phantom of the small sapling dissipated. Immediately after, a system notification sounded in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: your physical strength and attributes have reached their limit. You are now officially beginning to condense your divine body. Normally, condensing a divine body requires a great deal of preparation, but with the blessing of the world tree as source power, Sumyubai had no need for such trouble. His body rapidly began its transformation into a divine body. First was the eternal silence tribulation. This set of equipment completely transformed into energy and merged into Sumyubai's body. All of its bonus effects were also fully absorbed. From this moment on, the bonuses brought by Eternal Silence Tribulation no longer belonged to external objects, but became Sumyubai's own power. During this process, a dense source of life energy lingered on the surface of Sumyubai's body, forming an energy shield. Because of this, he did not end up exposed after all his equipment was absorbed. The 2 ferrymen were clearly aware of this, so they did not specifically try to peer into the scene inside the energy shield. But the goddess of luck, that naive girl, did not know that the people she knew were at least at the level of peak high gods. When had she ever seen someone else condense a divine body in person? Even if she had encountered it by chance, she had never been interested. However, Lion was clearly somewhat curious about this thief who had signed a heart-to-heart contract with her. And so, driven by this curiosity, a shimmering white light welled up in her beautiful eyes. The next moment, the lollipop in Lion's mouth fell to the ground. Immediately following, her pretty face flushed red, and the shimmering white divine light in her eyes rapidly dissipated. Pervert, she cursed inwardly, quickly regaining control of her emotions, and glanced at the 2 ferrymen as if nothing had happened. Seeing that there was nothing unusual about them, she took out another lollipop. Yet, the scene from just a moment ago kept replaying in her mind. In the end, Lion put the lollipop away. The 2 ferrymen on the side exchanged a look, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Although in terms of strength, Lion was no match for either of them within the river of time. They could not forget the memories of the past. If they offended this little ancestor, there would be plenty of unlucky days ahead. perhaps they wouldn't be injured. But losing face was absolutely inevitable. Those days would be truly miserable. After the power of eternal silence tribulation was completely absorbed, the condensation of the divine body entered its second stage. Even Sumubai couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. It was too painful. The pain that went deep into his bone marrow was nothing compared to this. No wonder Ice and the others would involuntarily cry out in pain when condensing their divine bodies, starting from his skin, then his flesh and meridians, and finally even his bones. Everything began to turn transparent bit by bit and slowly disappear. This was not merely reshaping the body, but a leap in his level of existence. It was like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Once he crossed it, the sky would be vast for birds to fly, and the sea would be wide for fish to leap. During this process, Sumubai's soul remained in a state of constant clarity. He could clearly feel every single cell in his body evolving. But then, Sumubai suddenly froze, because after his entire body had almost completely disappeared, there was still a heart beating thud-thud in its place. This is incomplete chaos heart. Sumubai's soul trembled. Ever since he came to the myriad worlds, this thing had almost lost its utility. Compared to the wheel of time and space, it was far too incomplete. It was only that one time in the life secret realm that the chaos heart had shown any reaction. However, even until he left the life dreamscape, Sumubai had not been able to figure out the reason. Now that he was merely condensing his divine body, why was the chaos heart reacting again? Just as Sumubai was puzzled, two diametrically opposed energies suddenly emerged. The first was the emerald green source of life divine power. The second was the gray-white source of death divine power, which Sumubai was all too familiar with. The former originated from the world tree, while the latter came from the sea of death. In an instant, a vortex appeared on the incomplete chaos heart, greedily sucking in these two completely opposing divine powers. How can this be? Sumubai's soul surged. This scene was completely beyond his expectations. Every supreme rule contains, to a greater or lesser extent, multiple ordinary rules. But only the chaos rule is the most special. Because it has no main branch, it is entirely fused from the 9 basic elemental rules. They are gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, as well as light and dark. Regarding this point, Sumubai had already guessed a thing or two from the description of chaos power when he first obtained the incomplete heart of chaos. However, the current situation left him completely baffled. Life and death were supreme rules on the same level as chaos. Now that the incomplete heart of chaos had suddenly absorbed these two types of power, what would happen? Furthermore, wouldn't the divine power of death and the divine power of life cancel each other out? The repulsive and restraining effects between these two supreme divine powers were far beyond what water and fire, or light and darkness, could compare to. Within the same living being, life and death could never exist simultaneously. Sumubai's soul shuddered violently as he suddenly recalled the cataclysmic properties of the world tree. If even undead creatures could absorb the divine power of life, it seemed quite reasonable that it could fuse with the divine power of death. Just as Sumubai was feeling shocked, the incomplete heart of chaos had already finished absorbing the two divine powers. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Sumubai's ears. Chapter 616. Unknown Grade Supreme Treasure. Bonus Chapter. Notification. Due to unknown reasons, your rule grade Supreme Treasure Incomplete Heart of Chaos has mutated. Notification. You have obtained the unknown grade Supreme Treasure Incomplete Heart of Reincarnation. Notification. Your quest chaos has changed. Unknown grade. Sumubai was greatly alarmed. Ever since he entered the myriad worlds, he had never seen such a description again. After the heart of chaos absorbed the primordial divine power of life and the primordial divine power of death, what kind of changes had actually occurred? And this name, Incomplete Heart of Reincarnation. There was no concept of reincarnation in the myriad worlds, nor did such a rule exist. Although Sumubai was desperate to inspect it, he could only give up for now as he was in the middle of condensing his divine body. After absorbing the two primordial divine powers, the incomplete heart of reincarnation suddenly burst forth with various rays of light. In addition to the 9 basic elemental powers of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness, The powers of life and death were also prominently included. The 11 types of divine power fused and intertwined, beginning to condense Sumyubai's divine body. First came the chaos-colored skeleton, followed by the dense network of meridians, flesh and blood filled with vital energy, and finally skin and hair. Everything that had disappeared before reappeared within just a few breaths. However, the power contained within this divine body was far beyond what it had been before. Sumyubai opened his eyes, and with a thought, his divine power instantly condensed a set of equipment onto his bare body. To save trouble, he directly adopted the appearance of the Eternal Silence Tribulation set. However, the equipment at this moment no longer had any bonus effects. All power now came from himself. Notification: congratulations to player Bai for successfully condensing a divine body. Notification: congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first player in the myriad worlds to successfully condense a divine body at the 9th rank. Reward: divine body strength increased by 100%, and you have received an infusion of primordial power. Notification: a myriad worlds announcement is about to be made. Notification: your divine body strength is now sufficient to withstand a powerful soul. The countdown for body collapse has been lifted. A series of system notifications rang in his ears. Sumyubai stretched his body, feeling the immense power brought by his divine body. However, the triggering of this myriad worlds announcement left him feeling somewhat puzzled. Since condensing a divine body could trigger a myriad worlds announcement, why didn't it trigger when he condensed his soul? And at that time, he was only at the 8th rank, a rank lower than he was now. Sumyubai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. This meant that he was not the first player to condense a soul at the 8th rank. Thinking of this, Sumyubai shook his head. He still didn't know how long the myriad worlds had existed or how vast it truly was. It was not impossible for a creature to exist that was more talented than him in certain aspects. Having figured this out, Sumyubai quickly stopped dwelling on the matter. However, he did develop a bit of interest in that existence who had condensed a soul faster than him. He wondered if that person was still alive. Boom! The next moment, golden light of all things suddenly surged above the river of time and space. A primordial golden dragon suddenly condensed and roared as it charged toward Sumyubai. On the bank, the two ferrymen exchanged a glance and nodded imperceptibly. Immediately after, the small boat beneath their feet gradually drifted away from the bank, disappearing silently into the mist upstream and downstream of the river of time and space. It was as if the only purpose of their appearance was to help Sumyubai embark on the path of myth. For a time, only Sumyubai, wrapped in primordial power, and the still dazed goddess of luck remained on the bank of the river of time and space. After condensing the divine body, the feeling brought by the infusion of primordial power was vastly different from before. Sumyubai could clearly feel that the efficiency of his divine body in absorbing primordial power was much higher. After a brief moment of excitement, he immediately calmed his mind, taking this opportunity to comprehend the laws he had already mastered. His already exceptionally high comprehension, coupled with the blessing of primordial power, felt like using a cheat code. The paths of laws that usually seemed hidden in mist now became clear. Moreover, after possessing both a divine body and a soul, Sumyubai felt that his understanding of the laws had instantly become dozens of times clearer. The difficulty of comprehension also dropped significantly. As the golden dragon condensed from primordial power was completely absorbed, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: congratulations. Your comprehension of law soul annihilation has progressed further. Current comprehension level 88.73%. Notification: congratulations. Your comprehension of law cataclysmic world has progressed further. Current comprehension level 46.12%. Notification: congratulations. Your comprehension of law causality has progressed further. Current comprehension level 16.98%. Notification: congratulations. Your comprehension of law death transfer has progressed further. Current comprehension level 15.39%. The first four system notifications did not contain anything particularly special. They were simply much larger in magnitude compared to the previous infusions of origin power. What truly surprised Sumyubai was another path of law. Notification: congratulations. You have fully comprehended law of soul control. The soul control law which had previously been at 99.99% comprehension, was now finally complete. This 0.1% gap allowed Samubai to understand just how vast the difference was between a law at the extreme 9 pattern level and a complete law. If he hadn't possessed the catastrophe trait, he would never have been able to control Brian's soul back then, even if the opponent had been at their weakest. It would have been impossible. After fully comprehending the soul control law, Samubai was now no different from a true god at the Law Lord realm, save for his insufficient cultivation base and level. Notification: your body has been infused with origin power, and your potential has been enhanced. Notification: your divine body strength has increased by 20%. Notification: every future breakthrough you make will have its effects enhanced by a certain margin. The specific enhancement depends on the breakthrough rank. Notification: your divine soul has been infused with origin power, and your divine soul quality and soul strength have been improved. Comprehending a complete law did not trigger a myriad worlds announcement, however. The system notification that followed made the corners of Samubai's mouth curl upward slightly. Extra update for today, Chapter 617, Little Shinshin, where are you? For the many players across the myriad worlds. This was supposed to be an extremely ordinary day, but a sudden system announcement caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the human player Bai for becoming the first entity to successfully condense a divine body at the 9th rank. This is hereby announced. We hope players of all races will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. The announcement repeated 20 times, rolling and bombarding the ears of all players in the Myriad Worlds for several minutes. The name Bai was not appearing in a Myriad Worlds announcement for the first time, but regarding the content of this specific announcement, players of various races held vastly different opinions. How is this possible? The human race is a race that hasn't even made it onto the Myriad Worlds ranking. Why was Bai able to condense a divine body at the 9th rank? What kind of heaven-defying treasures did he obtain? Given the weak foundation of the human race, it is already a rarity to be able to condense a divine body at the 10th rank Saint Extermination level. By what right did Bai do it? Even those demigod-level creatures couldn't do it. Yet Bai actually managed to. Condensing a divine body so quickly clearly means his limit is too low. Exactly. Bai was too impatient. With his monstrous talent, why didn't he find a way to raise his limits before condensing a divine body? After so many years, the human race finally produced such a monster, only for him to ruin himself. He is simply an idiot. The weak human race, the divine body he condensed must be very weak as well. Ha ha ha. Hearing this announcement, my hanging heart has finally been put to rest. With Bai being this stupid, what else does the human race have to fight us with? Some players were shocked by Samubai's achievement, finding it incredible that he could condense a divine body at the 9th rank. But many other players believed that the only reason Bai was able to condense a divine body early was that his limit was too low. If the human race's limit were the same as the top-tier races at the forefront of the Myriad Worlds ranking, it would have been absolutely impossible for Bai to condense a divine body at the 9th rank. But regardless, the for characters human Bai once again resounded throughout the entire Myriad Worlds. The brand in the hearts of players from all races grew deeper and deeper. The number of powerhouses paying attention to Bai was already countless, and many had even begun to take action, attempting to locate him. A small portion of these powerhouses were thinking of investing in this human monster early to ride on his coattails. The rest, however, held different ideas. Pale Dragon Tomb, 9th floor. After Samubai left, Aoshin accompanied Bingshuan as she accepted the inheritance of the Pale Dragon God floor by floor. After accepting the inheritance on the first floor, Bingshuan's speed in mastering the subsequent floors became faster and faster. It wasn't until this current 9th floor that her speed finally slowed down again. Aoshin sat cross-legged where the stone tablet had disappeared. The dark dragon scales on his body had lost their luster, and he looked as if he had turned into a stone statue. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the human player Bai of times 20. It wasn't until the system announcement sounded that Aoshin suddenly opened his eyes. However, far from being happy, he furrowed his brows deeply. So fast. If one were to ask who in the Myriad Worlds understood Bai's attributes the best, Aoshin believed he would definitely rank first. Because just a short while ago, He had engaged in a contest of geniuses with Bai Yi. At that time, after being suppressed by the Myriad Worlds game, his attributes were exactly the same as the other parties. He had been shocked then that Bai Yi, a mere 8th rank human, could match a weaker Saint Extermination level creature of the same rank. Such attributes, when placed on a human player, could truly be called monstrous. But it all depends on what you compare it to. If it came to condensing a divine body, it was somewhat lacking. Although more than 10 days had passed since then, how much could one really improve in such a short time? Onefold, twice. Even if Bai Yi was truly monstrous and could increase all his attributes by 3 or 4 times in such a short period, so what, at most? That would only allow him to condense the most ordinary of divine bodies. Thinking of this, Aoshin's brows furrowed even deeper. He had already become a follower of Bai Yi, so naturally, he hoped that other parties' achievements would be as high as possible. An ordinary divine body would inevitably make the road ahead very difficult for Bai Yi. Sigh. I can only wait until I confirm the specific situation before asking the elders if there is any way to help. Aoshin sighed heavily. The moment the announcement sounded, he had tried to contact Bai Yi to ask about the situation, but the other party was clearly in a special location, and his top-tier communicator could not reach him. Just at this moment, a pale divine light suddenly lit up beside Aoshin, and the figure of Bingshuang slowly emerged. However, the current Bingshuang gave off a feeling that was completely different from before. He simply stood there, his entire being like a black hole, drawing everything in the surroundings toward him. You heard the announcement just now, right? Aoshin stood up. Why is Lord Bai Yi in such a rush? Bingshuang gave him a strange look. What is there to be in a rush about? Aoshin then remembered that Bingshuang was also a novice who only possessed inherited memories and knew nothing else. Following that, he slowly voiced the worries in his heart. To his surprise, after hearing this, Bingshuang was not worried at all. Instead, he laughed and patted his shoulder. Old Shin, you still don't understand my big brother. Just set your heart at ease. If my big brother's divine body could be weak, I'll take my head off and let you kick it like a ball. Aoshin was stunned, clearly not expecting such a reaction from Bingshuang. Alright, once you have more contact with my big brother, you won't be so surprised by these things. Bingshuang grinned, shot straight into the sky, and headed toward the 10th level of the Pale Dragon Tomb. Let's go. We need to hurry. Death Domain, Death Continent. This was the center of the entire Death Domain and a gathering place for the strong. This continent was incredibly vast, spanning countless light years, and to this day, no one knew exactly how large it was. At the headquarters of the Nether Immortal Workshop, a cold-looking young girl sat in the #1 divine private room, toying with a wine glass in her hand, ripples of light swirling in her eyes. Bai Yi, I am waiting for you right here. I hope you won't disappoint me. She had used many methods and even sought help from many powerful figures within her clan, but in the end, she could only confirm that Bai Yi was in the Death Domain. As for anything more specific, it remained unknown. This was the effect brought about by the Eternal Silence Tribulation set. Unless the Sovereign arrived in person, no one would ever be able to remotely track Sumu Bai's location again. The reason why Liu Yun and Harriman had been able to know that Sumu Bai was in the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom in the past was entirely because the Eternal Silence Tribulation did not have the Cataclysm trait at that time. Just as the girl was about to drain the fine wine in her glass, the all-world announcement rang in her ears. The next moment, she slammed the wine glass onto the table, her eyes burning with rage. I finally found an interesting opponent, yet I never expected you to be so ignorant. In her view, for Bai Yi to condense his divine body so quickly meant that for a long time to come, he was effectively ruined. If a newly condensed divine body is too weak, it will inevitably limit one's future achievements. To eliminate such an impact would require countless times more effort, and it was very likely that it could never be fully erased. The girl shook her head in disappointment and slowly stood up. Such a person was no longer worthy of being her opponent. As she flashed out of the private room, the girl raised her arm and dialed her communicator. Little Shin, where are you? My hands are feeling a bit itchy. Chapter 618, The Wolf Clan's Discovery. The Divine Sword Unsheathed, Dark Domain, Scarlet Realm, Sea of Blood. Inside the ancient castle, The blood ancestor sat upright on his throne, blood-red light flickering in his eyes. Below the steps, a group of Blood Clan members knelt in submission. The sounding of the all-world announcement had not changed the situation here. A bunch of trash. It has been so long, and you still haven't managed to find Bai. What use do I have for you, Blood Ancestor? Spare us. The group of Blood Clan powerhouses begged for mercy repeatedly. That Bai doesn't know what kind of concealment method he used. We simply cannot find where he is. That's right, Blood Ancestor. It is not that we are incompetent, but that the enemy is too cunning. Hearing this, a cold glint flashed in the Blood Ancestor's eyes. He was well aware of this, as even he himself could not locate Bai. But in his view, this could not be used as an excuse for these people's failure. The Blood Ancestor let out a cold snort and moved his fingers slightly. The next moment, the Blood Clan members kneeling at the foot of the steps all floated into the air. No, Blood Ancestor, I beg you to spare your subordinate's life. The pleas for mercy rang out, but the Blood Ancestor turned a deaf ear. Streaks of scarlet bloodlines spread out from his body, instantly piercing into the hearts of these Blood Clan members. Thump thump. A chilling sucking sound echoed, and the divine bodies of the Blood Clan powerhouses withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. A moment later, the Blood Ancestor licked his lips and retracted all the bloodlines. Bang, bang, bang. The Blood Clan powerhouses fell like dumplings. However, their faces were filled with the excitement of having survived a disaster. As divine power rippled, their withered divine bodies recovered to their original state at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before they could offer any flattery, the Blood Ancestor's cold, sharp voice rang in their ears. HMPH, failing to find Bai is one thing, but to suffer such losses just from capturing human blood food, what use do I have for you? Hearing this, everyone's bodies trembled, and they immediately knocked their heads hard against the ground, not daring to lift them even an inch. Enough, get out. I'll spare your lives this time. The Blood Ancestor waved his hand impatiently, his divine power rippling as he pushed them all out. He, however, rested his chin on his hands and began to ponder. Recently, the number of human experts in the all-world seems to be increasing. Are these rats finally coming out of hiding? If they want to rise again, they'll have to see if I allow it. The Blood Ancestor narrowed his eyes, a fierce glint flashing in their depths. Following that, he couldn't help but stick out his scarlet tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, laughing like a madman. Good. It seems I will soon have high-quality blood food to enjoy. Dark Domain. Moon Eater Realm, Wolf God Mountain. This was a massive mountain standing in the cosmic starry sky, looking overall like the head of a wolf howling at the sky. Ordinary stars looked as insignificant as grains of rice in front of this divine mountain. At the peak of the divine mountain sat rows of palaces, and the palace in the center was the place where the strongest of the Wolf Clan, the Wolf Ancestor, resided. As the myriad worlds announcement echoed, the Wolf Ancestor was listening to a report on the recent situation from the true gods of his clan. Like the Blood Clan, they had been searching for Bai's whereabouts during this period. Naturally, the result was the same. It was destined to be fruitless. After the scrolling announcement ended, a ghostly green light flickered within the pupils of the pitch-black Wolf Ancestor. That fool Bai, the divine body he condensed, is too weak. When the time comes for this venerable one to devour him, he surely won't be as delicious. As he spoke, his gaze swept over the crowd of Wolf Clan true gods below, and he said in a deep voice, "From now on, all of you had better pay more attention. The human clan is bound to have major movements soon, and this venerable one does not want to hear about such losses again." Yes, compared to the members of the Blood Clan, their lives were clearly much easier. After issuing the military order, the group of Wolf Clan true gods walked out of the central palace. Only then did they all heave a collective sigh of relief. Do not be fooled by the Wolf Ancestor's seemingly reasonable demeanor. That was only because he was not truly angry. Otherwise, they would all have been torn to shreds. The group exchanged glances and immediately went their separate ways, leaving only the pure white werewolf true gods behind. Jack, was there a reason you specifically asked me to stay? Something must have happened to the Blood Realm Secret Realm. What? The next blood pool baptism is just around the corner. How could something go wrong? The other werewolf's expression changed. The Blood Realm Secret Realm was under their jurisdiction. Now that something had gone wrong, neither of them could escape responsibility. Jack shook his head. I'm not sure. It's just my guess. Because I haven't been able to contact Bellis for a long time. Damn it. Do those scumbags of the Blood Clan want to die? The other werewolf snorted coldly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In his view, if there was a problem with the Blood Realm's secret realm, it must have been caused by the Blood Clan. Because of that secret realm, the two clans had been in a constant state of contention. I only hope it can still be salvaged. As Jack's voice fell, both of them shot into the sky together. However, their trip was not to search for Bai, but to head to the Blood Realm's secret realm to investigate the truth. The werewolf clan was only ranked in the middle of the myriad races ranking. Although the Blood Realm's secret realm was not powerful, it was still very useful. If a real problem had occurred, the wolf ancestor would surely be furious. And then it would be impossible to have it as easy as they did today. Divine Realm, Cradle of Gods. In a hidden location, a middle-aged man with a head of silver hair suddenly opened his eyes. This brat. His movements are too fast. Huijian frowned. Although he knew very well that with Bai's personality, it was impossible for him to condense a divine body easily. Since the other party was condensing it now, his attributes must have already reached the true limit. He had a deep understanding of just how monstrous the catastrophe talent was. Moreover, the improvement brought about by the ultimate 3-step limit breaking was terrifying. Therefore, unlike players from other races, Huijian did not think Sumu Bai's divine body would be weak. The reason he frowned was that Bai's speed of improvement was simply too fast. He had finally found some clues and traveled here from the Titan realm. He hadn't even rushed to meet Caroline yet. If this continued, Huijian was very afraid that his progress would fall far behind Bai's. Huijian exhaled a breath of turbid air. It seems I have to be more aggressive from now on. All this time, even when he was being hunted by a group of Titan great apes on the Titan ancestral star, he had never exposed to strong an aura. Because he had offended quite a few people in the past, whether it was the Titan clan or the God clan, he had enemies everywhere. Huijian naturally did not fear his former defeated foes. But if he were to get entangled, it would be a huge hassle. That was why he had always kept himself hidden. But now it seemed that if he remained so cautious, it might be too late. Thinking of this, Huijian could not help but reach out to take the long sword carried on his back, gently brushing the scabbard. The movement was as gentle as if he were caressing his own wife. Old friend, it's been too long since we last struck. I suppose the myriad worlds has already forgotten the name Shadow Chaser, right? As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his entire temperament had undergone a heaven-shaking change. If Huijian were compared to a divine sword, then at this moment, this divine sword had already been unsheathed. In the past, he had kept his light hidden, but now, his sharpness was fully exposed. Chapter 619 Lian Death Realm, Undead World, tributary of the River of Time and Space. Notification. Detected that player Bai Yi has successfully comprehended a complete path of laws and condensed a divine body and divine soul. Please raise your level to the maximum as soon as possible to break through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm and achieve the status of a true god. Listening to the system notification ringing in his ears, the corners of Sumu Bai's mouth could not help but curl into an arc. He must be the first player in the myriad worlds to meet all the conditions for advancing to a true god, yet be unable to break through due to insufficient level. Right, normally, to break through to the Law Lord realm, one only needed to satisfy 3 conditions: a divine soul, a divine body, and mastery of a complete law. Level and tier had never even been listed as conditions. But who could have imagined that Sumu Bai would be unable to break through because of his level? And he had only just broken through to the 9th tier mythical grade. There was still the 10th tier Saint Extermination grade in between. This was also the first time since the 2nd tier that Sumu Bai had not reached the level cap immediately after a breakthrough. There was no help for it, apart from himself. There were only 3 rule sovereigns here. Where was he supposed to get EXP? Mentioning the 3 rule sovereigns, Sumu Bai noticed that the 2 ferrymen had disappeared at some point. He could not help but look at the remaining goddess of luck in confusion. The latter's eyes darted away. Don't look at me. Ask the sovereign of time and space yourself. Sumu Bai smiled awkwardly. Can I ask you something? He had just flipped through everything and could not find the specific details of the heart-to-heart contract in the system. The only information was that an extra special skill with a very mysterious description had appeared. So close, yet so far special skill heart-bound like strings. The ends of the earth are but a step away. Only those who share a heart and a life can utilize this. Just a simple sentence like that, and nothing else. Even when Sumyubai activated his mystic heaven divine pupils, he couldn't discern any further information. Because of this, he wanted to ask the goddess of luck. Upon hearing this, Lian let out a cold snort. You cannot ask about the heart-bound contract. Oh, never mind then. Sumyubai rolled his eyes and opened his status window on his own. He had already condensed his divine body. Surely he wouldn't still be stuck with only one drop of blood. Right. Filled with intense anticipation, Sumyubai's gaze fell upon his character panel. After condensing his divine body, even the last remaining bit of sovereign power had vanished, and the panel had become extremely concise. Player by Urus, human nationality, non-freelance bounty hunter level, 240% class, sovereign of death subclass, mystic heaven appraisal sane title, human prodigif, 1/1 and known cause, permanently unincreasable. Realm 9th tier mythical graded divine soul quality, early stage intermediate god of soul strength. Early stage intermediate god of body rank, early stage lesser god of body strength. Early stage intermediate god combat power. Early stage intermediate god panel combat power, excluding additional methods. Looking at his panel, Sumyubai almost couldn't help but cry out in shock. It wasn't because his newly condensed divine body had reached the realm of an intermediate god. Nor was it because his panel combat power had soared directly to the early stage of an intermediate god. It was because, what happened to the promised vitality? Why is it still HP? And why is it still only one drop of blood? Is this right? In this instant, even Sumyubai, a cheater of the highest order, wanted to shout 10,000 worlds game, give me a refund. What exactly is this unknown cause? To be unable to change his maximum HP even after condensing a divine body was simply inconceivable. Lian also noticed Sumyubai's abnormality, and a pearlescent divine light flickered within her eyes once more. Following that, the goddess of luck frowned. How could this be? Her murmuring voice was very soft, but Sumyubai heard it clearly. Even you can't tell. Who said big sister can't tell? Hearing this, Sumyubai was stunned, then quickly pressed. Then how can I increase it? I won't tell you. Lian crossed her arms over her chest, looking haughty. Sumyubai wasn't in a hurry and said slowly, it seems you really can't tell. You! Lian pointed at Sumyubai, puffed up with anger, but immediately realized what he was doing and added, reverse psychology won't work either. I'm just not telling you. Fine, that confirms it. This naive girl definitely couldn't figure out the reason either. Sumyubai shook his head in disappointment and said nothing more. But Lian wasn't having it. Hey, thief, what's with that expression? After signing the heart-bound contract, her heart and mind were constantly stirred by Sumyubai. This feeling was very strange, and easy to get addicted to. Sumyubai felt the same, though he hadn't realized it yet. The two were meeting for the first time, and the other party was a sovereign of one of the 9 supreme rules. Yet, when facing Lian, he felt as natural as if they had known each other for a long time. This wasn't the forced composure he had when they first met, but rather an unconscious way of interacting, and able to find an answer. Sumyubai stopped dwelling on it. With a thought, he closed his panel, pondered for a moment, and asked, the big sister you mentioned, do you mean the goddess of life? When the contract was signed, Lian had done so specifically to follow him and personally ask Yuxingshan some questions about her sister. Not big sister Lingxi. Lian shook her head, her eyes filled with melancholy. Big sister Lingxi can never come back. Speaking of this, she paused before continuing. The one I am looking for is big sister Fate, the goddess of fate. Sumyubai's pupils shrank slightly. He should have guessed it sooner. Luck, fate if one were to be pedantic. The latter should encompass the former. Although Sumyubai didn't understand why luck could be on the same level as fate, he wasn't surprised at all to hear that the goddess of fate was Lian's sister. Next time you see that guy, remember to ask for me. Aren't you supposed to be following me? Who wants to follow a thief like you? Lian's pretty face flushed. She glared fiercely at Sumyubai and turned to leave in his anxiety. Sumyubai grabbed her hand. Lien, wait. Today's bonus chapter is here, chapter 620. The identity of the ferryman. What do you want? Lien pulled her hand back instantly, as if she had been electrocuted. Looking at Sumyubai with vigilance, however, she did stop her attempt to leave. I think Sumyubai looked serious. Some things are safer if you ask them yourself. Having said that, a look of difficulty appeared on his face. After all, I don't know the specific situation either, do I, thief? Why did you suddenly change your tune? Lien crossed her arms, looking Sumyubai up and down. Before the contract was signed, this guy kept saying it was inconvenient and didn't want her to follow him. Now, his attitude had done a complete 180-degree turn. Something was wrong. This was definitely suspicious. Although Lien seemed like a naive girl, that was only because she lacked experience. As the sovereign of luck, she wasn't truly stupid. Are you trying to make big sister your laborer? Lien looked at Sumyubai with disdain and snorted, no way. Sumyubai, whose plan had been seen through, didn't feel embarrassed in the slightest. Compared to having a bodyguard at the sovereign of rule's realm, what is pride? Can you eat that stuff? Am I that kind of person? Sumyubai looked righteous. I am truly just afraid that I didn't ask clearly enough. Enough, you thief. Put away your little schemes. This sister won't be fooled by you. Lien glanced at Sumyubai, looking as if she had already seen right through him. It seems you have a deep misunderstanding of me. Sumyubai curled his lips. Seeing that there was no point in pursuing the matter, he decisively changed the subject. Can we discuss something? What else is there? The wariness in Lien's eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Can you stop calling me a thief from now on? Sure, thief by. The matter of the authority of luck was truly just an accident. I believe you. Thief by. A few black lines hung down from Sumyubai's forehead, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. He had finally realized that Lien, this goddess of luck, had the mindset of a child. Forget it. Let her call him whatever she wanted. Seeing Baiyu reveal a look of resignation, a flash of cunning crossed Lien's eyes. This guy not only stole her authority, but now he had also stolen. If this wasn't a thief, then what was? Thief by anything else, if not. This sister is leaving. As she spoke, Lien moved her divine sense, and the exquisite little boat on the shore instantly shrank and flew back into her palm. Seeing this, Sumyubai hurriedly spoke up. There actually is one thing. You really are thick-skinned, aren't you? Lien rolled her eyes at Sumyubai. Her previous words had just been a polite formality. She hadn't expected this thief to actually climb up the pole as soon as it was offered. However, she still said, speak. What is it? For you. It should just be a small matter. Sumyubai pointed at the little boat in Lien's palm, then pointed to the opposite bank of the river of time and space. Can you send me to the other side before you leave? Although the wheel of time and space as teleportation could be used here, it could only teleport one outward. The space-time on both banks of the river of time and space was always in a state of chaos, making it impossible to determine specific coordinates. Therefore, if one wanted to cross the river to the other side, they could only ask Lien or the ferryman for help. Now that both ferrymen had left without a sound, Sumyubai naturally had to pin his hopes on Lien. It is indeed a small matter. Lien smiled faintly, but before Sumyubai could be happy, he heard her continue. It's a pity that you haven't comprehended the laws of space freezing and time stasis, so you can't ride this sister's boat. As she spoke, she lightly raised her hand, and the exquisite little boat in her palm immediately flew in front of Sumyubai and quickly returned to its original size. Magically, although this little boat looked like a physical object, it passed directly through Sumyubai's body. It was as if the two were not on the same spatial and temporal plane at all. Sumyubai frowned. Is it absolutely necessary to comprehend these two laws? Yes, and you must comprehend them completely. Lien nodded. Hearing this, a look of disappointment appeared on Sumyubai's face, though he was slightly shocked in his heart. From this statement, it was clear that the master of luck before him had actually comprehended these two space-time laws as well. Were space-time laws really that easy to comprehend? He didn't know if Lien was trying to show off or what, but her next words happened to resolve the doubt in Sumyubai's heart. Except for me. Anyone else who wants to board the boat of time and space must do so. Why don't you need to? Sumyubai was startled. Lian smiled triumphantly. Because this sister is the master of luck. As long as I stand there casually, I can accurately step on the pulse of time and space. This reason. It made so much sense. Is this what they call comparing people to others only leads to frustration? Sumyubai suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. He also possessed an authority of luck. So why couldn't he be like Lian? Lian seemed to see through Sumyubai's thoughts. And the corners of her mouth curled up slightly as she said, "Thief by. Stop thinking about it. How could the little bit of authority you stole compare to the sisters?" As she spoke, her gaze swept across the opposite bank of the river of time and space. And she continued, "You want to make use of the turbulent time zone on the other side, right?" "Yes, but it's a pity I can't get across." Sumyubai spoke bluntly. This wasn't anything shameful. It's not that there's no way to get across. Lian waved her hand and put away the boat of time and space. Hearing this, Sumyubai's eyes lit up. "What way? Find the ferryman." "How do I find them?" "I don't know." Lian shook her head. "Those guys in the space-time department are all the same, coming and going like ghosts all day long. If they want to see you, they will naturally appear." Hearing this, Sumyubai understood that he wouldn't be able to cross over in the short term. Those two ferrymen were clearly arranged by Zhu Xingchen. As the master of time and space, the other party must be very clear about the purpose of the turbulent time zone on the other side of the river. Since the ferryman had left without saying a word, it meant that it was not yet time for him to go over. Perhaps the turbulent time zone still held dangers he hadn't noticed. Thinking of this, Sumyubai no longer forced it. The gains from entering this tributary of the river of time and space had already far exceeded his plans. Even if he couldn't go to the other side for now, there was nothing to regret. Withdrawing his thoughts, before Lian left, Sumyubai asked another question that had been weighing on his mind. What kind of beings are the ferrymen? Exactly. How could there be so many masters of rules in the space-time department? Those two guys. Lian seemed to be recalling something, and after a long while, she said, "They are the former master of space and master of time." Former? Sumyubai frowned. What did this mean? Could one abdicate and yield their position after becoming a master of rules? Their current state is very complicated. Lian sighed and began to explain slowly. A moment later, Sumyubai finally understood everything. In the original river of time and space, there were no special existences like ferrymen. The two current ferrymen were the master of space and the master of time who had preceded Zhu Xingchen. However, they had already fallen. It was just that Zhu Xingchen had used some special means to make the two of them the ferrymen of the river of time and space. By doing this, the two sovereigns could be considered to have survived in a special way, and they could still exert their peak combat power within the river of time and space. However, there was one limitation. That was that the two of them could never take even half a step out of the river of time and space again. Chapter 621. Changes in the Inner World. When Lian spoke, her emotions were clearly somewhat low. Sumyubai could sense that she must have been very close to these two ferrymen in the past. Just like how she affectionately addressed the goddess of life as Sister Lingxi, Sumyubai guessed that among the original 9 supreme rule sovereigns, Lian was the youngest one. Perhaps that was why she had been protected so well and remained ignorant of many things. The tributaries of the river of time and space flowed in an orderly manner, no longer rippling. The mist upstream and downstream had also long since returned to calm. After the two ferrymen left, they never appeared again. Even Lian, after finishing her account of the ferrymen's identities, quietly departed. She did not use any special means. She simply walked a few steps along the bank, stepped casually into a patch of spatial turbulence, and vanished from the spot. As for where she would be transported, as the sovereign of luck, she had no need to understand at all. The authority of luck would naturally bring her the most fortunate outcome, just like how she had ended up concluding the heart-to-heart contract with Sumyubai through a series of coincidences. Time would prove the choice made by the authority of luck, although he had not managed to figure out exactly what the heart-to-heart contract was for. At the moment the contract was formed, a realization dawned upon Sumyubai. From this moment on, his fate and Lian's had become intertwined. Even though she had left for the time being, this fact could not be changed. It feels like Su Xingchen and the others are playing a massive game of chess. Sumyu narrowed his eyes slightly, sat back down on the throne, and with a flick of his wrist, the time and space fishing rod materialized. While casting the black fishing line into the river of time and space, Sumyu began to ponder. By piecing together the fragmented information he knew, he could guess a few things, but the specific situation remained unclear. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, Sumyu seemed to be the most important piece in this chess game. But no matter how important a piece is, it is still just a piece, unable to escape the fate of being controlled. Looking back at the journey so far, from awakening the promotion talent to exploiting bugs, from meeting Haijin in the novice village, to summoning Frost in the land of oblivion, from inexplicably promoting the wheel of time and space, to the Yamata no Orochi mutating due to the extra poisonous orb, which allowed him to obtain the incomplete Chaos Heart, from directly promoting the mystical heaven treasure mirror using god-level appraisal, to accidentally stealing the authority of the goddess of luck. Until now, Sumyu felt as if every step he had taken had been specially arranged by someone. Everything was simply too smooth. So smooth that it was as if he were the sovereign of luck himself. If an ordinary person were to learn of all this, they would feel angry to some degree, because no one would be willing to have their life arranged by others. But Sumyu was different. He did not feel angry about this at all, because he knew very well that strength was the foundation of everything. His current strength was far from qualifying him to be a chess player, so he could only be reduced to a chess piece. But who had ever decreed that a chess piece must always remain a chess piece? One day, when the chess piece possessed sufficient strength, it would be able to jump off the chessboard and become the one who plays the game. And Sumyu believed that day would definitely not be too far off. The wheel of time and space needed to recover, and he did not know how many drops of the river of time and space water it would require. While fishing, Sumyu sank his divine sense directly into his inner world, HMM. It was only then that Sumyu discovered that his inner world had undergone earth-shaking changes at some unknown point in time. Before this, the inner world was a huge spherical space, with 4 continents floating on a vast sea of death. At the center were the golden vortex and the world tree. But the current inner world made Sumyu, its creator, feel very unfamiliar. The spherical space no longer existed, and the sea of death and the world tree had broken free from the constraints of spatial concepts. The former seemed to flow in the endless void, and the latter was also rooted there. It was just that the world tree had grown into a towering giant tree, overall more than several times larger than the previous inner world. The entire tree was no longer a solid entity but had become ethereal. Although the trunk at the bottom was submerged in the sea of death, the two seemed to exist in different times and spaces, not interfering with each other. The golden vortex still existed in the center of the sea of death, which was also the center of the main trunk of the world tree. The lush branches were filled with huge, emerald green leaves, each one as vast as a continent. The pale golden seawater of the Sea of Death flowed upstream along the main trunk of the world tree, nourishing every branch and leaf. The two gave people a strong sense of conflict. In terms of space, the two did not interfere with each other at all, but in reality, they looked as if they were blending into one another. Where the first branch appeared, a transparent fruit had grown. Sumyu raised an eyebrow, probed it with his divine sense, and finally confirmed that this was his previous inner world. If one ignored the macro perspective of the Sea of Death and the phantom of the world tree, then this small world did not look much different from before. The pale golden Sea of Death still enveloped the 4 continents. But Sumyu knew very well that the Sea of Death here was now merely a tributary. The golden vortex no longer existed, and the world tree that had been within the vortex was naturally nowhere to be seen. A single fruit is a world. Sumyu was deeply shocked. He had gained a deeper understanding of these 2 rule-level products. If it is said that the gap between the 10th tier Saint Extermination rank and the 11th tier Lord of Laws rank is a leap from biological entity to deity, then the gap between the 11th tier Lord of Laws rank and the 12th tier Sovereign of Rules rank is the ultimate metamorphosis from deity to the incarnation of the origin of rules. The disparity between the two is far greater than all previous tiers combined. Just as Lion had said before, Precisely because she is the sovereign of luck. She does not need to comprehend two types of space-time laws. She can step into the threads of space-time at will. Sumyubai's death descent is the same. It is through the Death Codex, a rule-level supreme treasure, that he can mobilize the authority of death for a short time and become the incarnation of the rule of death. Therefore, when Death Descent is activated, Sumyubai simply cannot die, because in that state, he is the rule of death itself. Since he is death itself, how could he possibly die? Just how strong is a sovereign of rules? Sumyubai couldn't help but murmur to himself, with his current perspective. He cannot even comprehend how a sovereign of rules could possibly fall. Is there really only a one-realm difference between a high-tier god and a sovereign of rules? Thinking this far, Sumyubai began to feel uncertain. Two names flashed through his mind. The first was the god of death Bak. The opponent was once recognized by all worlds as the strongest high-tier god, capable of even escaping alive from the pursuit of a sovereign of rules. The second was Hygian, a shadow clone with 1/5 of the old man's power, possessed combat strength at the peak of the high-tier god realm. If the main body were to unleash its full power, just how strong would it be? Chapter 622 Free Promotion. The Great Tao of Rules. Bonus chapter. Inside the only transparent fruit on the world tree, Amon and the others remained completely unaware of the changes in the small world. For the past few days, they had been in a state of comprehending laws. Sumyubai's divine sense swept over the 5 of them, but he did not disturb them, silently withdrawing from the small world within his body instead. They did not have the infusion of origin power. Wanting to break through the final bottleneck was clearly not an easy task. On the banks of the river of space-time, Sumyubai exerted a sudden force, pulling up the black fishing line. As he absorbed more and more water from the river of space-time, this time he managed to fish up over 30 drops. The wheel of space-time did not refuse anything, absorbing them all. However, to Sumyubai's disappointment, despite absorbing so much water from the river of space-time, this supreme treasure showed no signs of recovery. Apart from the divine eyes of space-time fed back earlier, there were no other pleasant surprises. Taking a deep breath, Sumyubai adjusted his state to its peak. After a long while, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and then his divine sense stirred. Cataclysm, target, law of catastrophe world. This was a choice he had made after careful deliberation. Since he had the cataclysm talent, the great Tao of rules could be mass-produced, under the condition that his HP would permanently remain at 1 point. Getting it for free to obtain the great Tao of the rule of death was clearly the best choice. Notification. Please select the promotion grade, 1st tier, 2nd tier, or add a cataclysm trait to it. Click to view details. Hearing the system prompt in his ears, Sumyubai remembered that he had forgotten to add a cataclysm trait to this law, which he had comprehended due to creating the small world. Without the slightest hesitation, he moved his divine sense and made his choice. Add cataclysm trait. Notification. Do you confirm consuming 9.0 soul power to separately add a cataclysm trait to it? Confirm. Notification. You have lost 9.0 points of soul power. Current soul power, 198,800. The 9,000 soul power transformed into invisible energy, adding a brand new effect to this path of law out of thin air. Sumyubai did not rush to check it, because he knew that once this law was freely promoted into a great Tao of rules, the cataclysm trait would also undergo slight changes. After waiting for a moment to let his state recover to perfection, Sumyubai once again utilized the cataclysm talent. Cataclysm, target, law of catastrophe world. Promote to 1st tier. The prompt that sounded in his ears, however, left him slightly stunned. Notification. Please select the desired promotion plan. Click to view details. There are plans to choose from for a free promotion. A look of confusion flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. He hurriedly clicked to view the details. Plan 1. Promote to the Great Tao of Rules Rule of Death. No consumption. Plan 2. Promote to the Great Tao of Rules Rule of Space. No consumption. After reading, Sumyubai suddenly realized he had almost forgotten that the law of the catastrophe world belonged to both a branch of the rule of death and a branch of the rule of space. That was why two plans had appeared. Looking at the two options on the virtual screen, Sumyubai's gaze lingered on the words rule of space for a long time. In the end, he still made a difficult choice. Promote to the rule of death. It still came back to that point. If one wants to jump off the chessboard and become a chess player, one must first ensure that one does not fall halfway. Judging from the situation of promoting from an SSS rank skill to a law, Sumyubai was very worried that the great Tao of rules obtained through free promotion would also start at 0. In that case, the life-saving effect of the rule of death was clearly much stronger than that of the rule of space. The moment the Cataclysm talent took effect, this strange space suddenly underwent a drastic change. Flash, splash. The tributary of the river of space-time, which had been flowing calmly, now stirred up waves. Even the river water was stained with a layer of grayish-white. The vast and boundless rule of death descended suddenly, forcibly extracted by the Cataclysm talent and injected into Sumyubai's soul. In an instant, Sumyubai felt his vision go black, and he entered another world entirely. Here, there is no time, no space, and no basic elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, or earth. Apart from death, there is nothing. Immediately following this, countless pieces of information flooded into his mind. The law of deathly silence, the law of deathly destruction, the law of deathly curses, the law of soul control, the law of soul annihilation, the law of deathly summoning. In a short span of time, the comprehension of various laws appeared out of thin air within Sumyubai's mind. Most importantly, he did not feel the slightest bit of unfamiliarity. On the contrary, he felt an extreme sense of familiarity. It was as if these laws had all been comprehended bit by bit through his own efforts. The only taboo-level talent, catastrophe, was just that unreasonable. Every single path of law rapidly ascended from a level of 0.01% to 100%. However, such a large number of complete law paths also meant an immense burden on his soul. Sumyubai, whose soul was only at the early stage of a median god, suddenly felt as if his soul were about to be torn apart. Normally speaking, with his current soul strength, he would be far from capable of bearing even a single great Tao of law. Not to mention that it was one of the 9 supreme laws, the law of death. But since the catastrophe talent could be successfully activated, it meant that Sumyubai had already met the conditions. Just as his soul was on the verge of splitting and about to reach its breaking point, a massive change suddenly occurred within his internal small world. The Sea of Death, which had originally been deathly silent, suddenly began to churn violently. A rich golden light illuminated the incomparably massive world tree, turning it golden. Sumyubai suddenly felt as if his soul were soaking in a hot spring, experiencing an indescribable sense of comfort. That feeling of being torn apart also gradually faded away under the influence of the Sea of Death. Today's extra update is here, Chapter 623, Closing the Entrance. The commotion caused by freeloading and ascension to a great Tao of Law was even more exaggerated than Sumyubai had anticipated. Fortunately, he had used his sovereign authority to find a tributary of the river of time and space. Otherwise, he would have inevitably attracted the attention of powerhouses at the rule sovereign realm. Not all rule sovereigns were pushovers like the goddess of luck. A naive and innocent being like her was likely the only one of her kind in the entire myriad of worlds. As for the 2 ferrymen, they were somewhat special. They could no longer be considered normal existences. To say they were dead, they hadn't completely perished. But to say they were still alive, they could only exist within the river of time and space. As soon as they left the river of time and space, both would instantly vanish into thin air, leaving nothing behind. The moment Sumyubai activated his catastrophe talent for the second time, the former sovereign of space and the sovereign of time, located at the upper and lower reaches of the river of time and space, simultaneously turned to look in his direction. Both were hidden beneath black cloaks, making it impossible to see the expressions on their faces. However, the ripples stirred up in the river of time and space beneath their small boats hinted that their hearts were not at peace. The ferryman at the upper reaches stood with his hands behind his back on his boat of time and space, his gaze seemingly piercing through space to see Sumyubai's current state directly. Seeing the law of death injecting into Sumyubai's soul, he spoke softly, "Joe, let us begin." The words were spoken very lightly, yet they were clearly transmitted to the ears of the ferryman at the lower reaches. The latter nodded slightly and pointed a finger. and a powerful divine power of time shot toward the high sky. The ferryman at the upper reaches performed the same motion. In an instant, two powerful divine forces converged above this strange space. A black and white Taiji fish pattern flashed and vanished, after which everything returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. Meanwhile, in the ruined star sector of the undead realm, a figure arrived through the air and stopped at the place where Sumubai had entered the tributary of the river of time and space. A moment later, the figure suddenly frowned. When was the entrance here closed? After lingering in place for a long time, the figure was unable to find a way to enter and eventually had no choice but to shake his head helplessly and turn to leave. What the two ferrymen had just done was to close this entrance to prevent anyone else from entering the tributary of the river of time and space and affecting by those capable of reaching this place and sensing the existence of the tributary of the river of time and space were, without exception, existences at the rule sovereign realm. If someone were to enter during this period, it would inevitably affect by This was something the two ferrymen would not allow. After joining forces to close the entrance to the tributary of the river of time and space, the two ferrymen withdrew their gazes and slowly departed on their respective boats of time and space. On the shore, Sumubai remained seated on his throne, though his eyes were tightly closed. When he had previously ascended the golden sea of blood and the world tree, it had taken 5 days. Now that he was freeloading an ascension to a great Tao of law, the time required would naturally be no shorter than 5 days. The difference was that, when ascending the previous two, Sumubai did not need to participate, so it did not affect his actions. But this time, it was clear that Sumubai would only be able to wake up once the ascension was complete. At this moment, his consciousness had completely submerged into that space where there was nothing but death. Filling his mind were only the comprehensions of various death-type laws. Miraculously, the fishing rod transformed from the wheel of time and space had actively cast its line into the river of time and space, without any control from Sumubai. This supreme treasure had actually begun fully automated fishing. Inside the internal small world, Amon and the others were unaware of the previous changes to the Sea of Death and the World Tree. Those were changes from a macroscopic perspective, since they had been inside the small world the whole time. They naturally had no way of knowing, but at this moment, the Sea of Death within the small world was boiling and roaring, startling the group out of their state of comprehension. It wasn't just them. Even the dense legions of the catastrophe army on the seabed were being swept up one after another by the towering waves. Big brother, what is going on? 3 demonic shadows shot into the sky, and Huanghua and Lumao looked at the tributary of the Sea of Death below with bewildered expressions. You're asking me, but who should I ask? Amon was equally confused. Cucumber and Green Hair suddenly changed expressions. Could it be that something happened to the boss? Bang, bang. 2 fists landed on their heads as Amon scolded angrily. Shut your crow mouths. How could anything happen to the boss? The master is likely experiencing some kind of breakthrough. Yulan's voice rang out as she arrived beside the 3, looking at the churning giant waves of the Sea of Death below with an equally solemn expression. No sooner had she finished speaking than the Sea of Death suddenly erupted with a dense, grayish-white divine light. Layers of law fluctuations instantly permeated the entire small world. As time passed, the law fluctuations grew increasingly intense, and the variety of laws became more and more numerous. Gradually, the group couldn't help but widen their eyes. This is the law of darkness. That fluctuation just now, it was the law of shadow. I can feel the fluctuations of the law of soul. The minds of the 4 were completely captivated by the layers of law fluctuations, naturally entering a state of epiphany. The rule of death encompasses many laws, with the death system as the trunk. Its branches include not only the soul system but also the darkness system, the shadow system, and so on. Only by mastering all these laws can one fuse them into the true rule of death. If not for the existence of the Sea of Death, Sumubai's current divine soul would not be sufficient to bear a rule Tao. It was precisely because of the Sea of Death that Amon, Yulan, and the others received an unexpected windfall. As the saying goes, when one person attains the Tao, their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. The group had merely felt the fluctuations of Sumubai's breakthrough indirectly through the Sea of Death. yet they had already gained immense benefits. The only one who did not appear was Ling Yu. The various laws contained within the rule of death had nothing to do with what she had comprehended, but for some reason, the moment Yu Len entered the state of epiphany, Ling Yu, who had just been awakened by these fluctuations, also entered the same state. Clearly, the chaos fusion of the angel sisters was not as simple as it appeared. To a certain extent, even after being separated, the fused sisters still possessed an unbreakable connection. Sumyu was completely unaware of what was happening within his internal small world. At this moment, he had poured his heart and soul into the comprehension of the vast number of laws. Although the catastrophe talent was unreasonable, allowing him to master various laws from scratch, the content poured into him still needed to be sorted out by himself. To utilize these laws well, it ultimately depended on Sumyu-bai's own understanding. On the same path of law, the effects displayed by different true gods could be worlds apart. The function of the Sea of Death was to rapidly repair Sumyu-bai's divine soul whenever it reached its limit and was about to tear apart, ensuring his soul would not be extinguished. Even the pain caused by the tearing of the divine soul was dulled by the Sea of Death. Without the pain, Sumyu-bai could immerse his entire consciousness into the ocean of laws. He had completely ignored the fact that his divine soul was being continuously torn apart and repaired. This was far more violent than enduring soul shocks at every moment. And knowingly, Sumyu-bai's divine soul became increasingly resilient and powerful through the repeated cycles of tearing and repairing. Chapter 624, I'll leave now. Right, Prayer Realm, City of Dreams. The colorful clouds that had vanished after Liu Yin left now reappeared in the vacuum outside the City of Dreams. Beneath the clouds, that exquisite swing still hung. However, Liu Yin, sitting on the swing, seemed to have no interest in playing at all. She had even forgotten to keep the lollipop she loved most in her mouth. A moment later, Liu Yin suddenly reached out to mess up her hair, gritting her teeth. So annoying. How did I end up forming a heart-to-heart contract with that thief? If not for this, she would have followed him no matter what, until that guy appeared again, so she could ask him about Sister Fate in person. But now, if she really stayed with that guy for too long, the influence of the heart-to-heart contract would surely deepen. Liu Yin didn't know how to face Bai Yi, which was why she chose to leave directly. I was clearly going to catch a thief. How did it end up like this? Hey! Liu Yin wore a dejected lowly face, muttering to herself. Just as she was feeling restless and didn't know what to do, she suddenly felt a certain sensation in her heart. Liu Yin jumped off the swing abruptly, standing barefoot in the vacuum of space, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She was certain that the sensation just now was definitely a fluctuation of a rule, and it was the rule of death. This is simply reckless. Liu Yin's delicate brows furrowed. The thief Bai's divine soul is only at the mid-level god realm. How dare he touch a rule Dao? Hidden within her angry tone was a hint of worry. This guy really is a newborn calf that isn't afraid of the tiger. As she spoke, Liu Yin reached out and slashed through the space in front of her, tearing open a rift. I'm only doing this to find clues about my sister through him. I'm not worried about this thief. Yes, that's it, convincing herself. Liu Yin stepped into the spatial rift. Disappearing along with her were the colorful clouds and the swing hanging below. A moment later, ruined starfield, Liu Yin's figure emerged, just in time to see the figure leaving as the entrance closed. However, she didn't pay it any mind, quickly arriving at the entrance, reaching out to take out the boat of time and space, and charging straight in. At the same time, within a tributary of the river of time and space, the expressions of the two ferrymen changed simultaneously. Someone has broken in. How is that possible? With the methods you and I have, who else could? Before the words were finished, both of them froze, suddenly remembering one person. Sure enough, Liu Yin's figure appeared in the tributary of the river of time and space immediately after. The two ferrymen looked at each other across time and space, seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. I say, miss, didn't you just leave? Liu Yin ignored their grumbling and questioned in a deep voice. What is wrong with you two? Why didn't you stop him? Hearing this, the ferrymen were completely bewildered. Stop him. The Tao of rules is that something he can bear. Even with Sister Lingxi's world tree, you can't just let him do whatever he wants. Lion complained to the two ferrymen while maneuvering the boat of time and space towards Sumyubai's location. Seeing this, the ferryman said nothing more. Once she saw Bai Yi, she would surely understand. Sure enough, the moment Lion laid eyes on Sumyubai, she felt the near-infinite soul power emanating from the Sea of Death. Where did this guy get so many supreme treasures? Lion's beautiful eyes widened, and she couldn't help but exclaim. Even as one of the 9 supreme rulers of rules, she was shocked by the sheer number of supreme treasures Sumyubai possessed. First, the Wheel of Time and Space, then the World Tree, and the fleeting glimpse of the Heart of Chaos during his breakthrough, and now, another supreme treasure of the Death-type rules. Moreover, it wasn't the Death scripture belonging to the ruler of Death. The power radiating from this treasure was no less than that of the World Tree. What shocked Lion the most was that she had never even seen the Sea of Death before. For such supreme treasures, most rulers of rules only possessed one. Was this thief? By running a wholesale business, are you relieved now? The ferryman's voice rang out, and Lion finally snapped back to reality. After taking a deep look at Sumyubai, who sat with his eyes tightly shut, she turned to leave. Don't tell him I was here. Only after confirming that Lion had departed did the two ferrymen begin to chat with smiles on their faces. It's over for her. This young lady is going to lose her heart to him sooner or later. Hell, I estimate it won't take more than 10 years. 10 years. I think 5 years at most. This promotion took much longer than the previous 2. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Sumyubai remained seated on the throne, eyes closed, showing no signs of waking up. However, the fully automatic fishing rod of time and space had finally absorbed enough water of the river of time and space. As black and white divine light shimmered, the fishing rod transformed into yin-yang fish, reverting to the form of the wheel of time and space. A moment later, the light dissipated, and the form of the wheel of time and space changed once again. This time, it did not turn into a fishing rod, but directly into a large, black and white interwoven net. Whoosh, still fully automatic. The black and white net cast itself into the river of time and space, beginning to fish for the materials needed to restore its power. The two ferrymen of the river of time and space acted as if they hadn't seen a thing, allowing the wheel of time and space to take whatever it pleased. Just kidding, this was the supreme treasure of the ruler of time and space. How could they dare to stop it? Although the two of them were once the ruler of space and the ruler of time, they were clearly far inferior to Zhu Xingchen. How could individual space and time compare to the fused time and space? Not to mention, the two were now nothing more than ferrymen of the river of time and space. After a long while, the black and white fishing net flew out from the river of time and space, with several black and white fish struggling inside the mesh. But as the divine light flickered, these fish gradually stopped resisting and dissolved into grains of fine sand within the radiance. The black and white net shimmered with divine light, absorbing all the sand and converting it into energy to restore itself. Once the digestion was complete, the net cast itself back into the river of time and space, beginning its journey of fully automatic repairs. If Sumyubai were to see this scene, he would definitely have a few complaints to make. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days passed. Half a month had already gone by since Sumyubai freeloaded his way into promoting his Tao of Rules. This strange space appeared and changed, with nothingness on both sides. However, if one were to inspect it with the mystic heaven divine pupils, one would discover that the spatial turbulence and temporal turbulence on both banks of the river of time and space had already undergone massive changes. These turbulences were not constant, and their changes followed absolutely no pattern. 1 second it might be accelerating 1,000 times, and the next, it would drop to 1,000th of its speed. Spatial teleportation could suddenly turn into spatial slicing. This was precisely why the banks of the river of time and space were the most dangerous places, and it was the reason why the two ferrymen would not send Sumyubai to the opposite bank. With his current strength, he simply could not handle such sudden mutations. Even with the mystic heaven divine pupils, it wouldn't work. Being able to distinguish temporal turbulence did not mean one could walk through it unscathed. Though the mystic heaven divine pupils were powerful, they were currently only at the low-tier level of ocular arts. Just as this day was coming to an end, Sumyubai on the throne suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Chapter 625. The method to improve the Tao of Rules. Bonus chapter, notification. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully comprehending all laws under the death rule. Notification. Congratulations to player Bai for successfully comprehending a Tao of Rules. Notification. A rules interface has been added to your status window. Notification. Your soul quality and soul strength have been significantly improved. Congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first player in the Blue Star District to comprehend a Tao of Rules. Reward. Kung 5% fusion degree for this Tao of Rules. Notification. A Blue Star District announcement will be made shortly. A golden pillar of light appeared out of thin air, enveloping Sumyubai. An invisible force descended. This was the system reward provided by the Myriad Worlds game. In an instant, Sumyubai felt his soul become clear, and his comprehension of the various laws under the death rule jumped up several levels in succession. So that's how it is fusion. Sumyubai bathed in the golden light, divine brilliance flickering in his eyes, starting from the introduction to a single law, and finally fully comprehending that law that was the path of laws. But the Tao of Rules was completely different. Taking the death rule as an example, it already contained a multitude of laws. Only after comprehending all the laws under the rule of death can one touch the starting point of the great Tao of Rules. After that, to advance one's mastery of rules further, simple comprehension is no longer enough. Instead, it requires fusing various laws together, making them a perfectly integrated whole. Only when all laws under the rule of death are fused can one truly complete the great Tao of Rules. To fully master the existence of a certain rule is to become a rule sovereign. Just as the 11th tier Lord of Laws realm is known as a true god, the 12th tier rule sovereign realm also has a title main god. This was all information provided by the Myriad Worlds game after Sumyubai comprehended the great Tao of Rules. Unlike true gods, main gods are not divided into lower, middle, and upper tiers of strength. In reality, a main god at the rule sovereign realm is already the supreme existence within the Myriad Worlds game. Beyond that, there is no further path for them to walk. Therefore, the gap in strength between main gods stems from only two aspects. First, it is their respective methods of utilizing rules and authority. However, those capable of becoming main gods are all brilliant talents with heaven-defying comprehension. In this regard, it is difficult to create a significant gap. What truly creates a disparity at the 12th tier rule sovereign realm is the rules they master. And this is the origin of the 9 supreme rules. As long as one masters one of the 9 supreme rules, they can easily crush main gods of the same realm. Of course, these 9 supreme rules are also the most difficult to master, because each supreme rule contains multiple laws from different systems. The fusion of the great Tao of Rules is not simply fusing various laws in pairs, rather, every single law must be fused with all other laws. The difficulty of completely fusing laws from different systems increases exponentially. Therefore, the sovereigns of the 9 supreme rules also have a title that transcends the main gods, called Supreme God. Sumyubai digested the information regarding the rule sovereign realm. Yet his heart was filled with countless doubts. Is there really no path left for a rule sovereign? Then what is the rule destruction realm? And what of someone like Xu Xingchen, a sovereign who simultaneously mastered 2 supreme rules? Is that not also a path? Or could it be that the capabilities of the Myriad Worlds game can only help players reach this point? Thinking of this, Sumyubai could not help but narrow his eyes slightly. After comprehending the great Tao of Rules, he clearly felt that he had begun to approach the deepest secrets of the Myriad Worlds game. However, this was merely the beginning. To understand more, what he knew now was far from enough. Under the illumination of the system's golden light, Sumyubai gradually gained enlightenment regarding the fusion of the various laws under the rule of death. Many things are like this. Often, a flash of inspiration is more useful than years of bitter cultivation. And the golden light bestowed by the Myriad Worlds game keeps players in this state of sudden enlightenment at all times. Sumyubai immediately seized the fusion of the soul control law and the soul annihilation law, the ones he was most familiar with. With the blessing of the Myriad Worlds game, the speed at which these 2 laws fused skyrocketed like a rocket. Following that came the death destruction law, the death extinction law, A 5% degree of fusion allowed Samubai to fuse all the laws in pairs in one go. However, just as he was immersed in the irresistible process of fusion, the golden light gradually dissipated. Law fusion becomes more difficult the further one goes. A 5% degree of fusion was all he could achieve. Yet Samubai was not disappointed, for he understood that this reward was merely an appetizer. Sure enough, the moment the golden pillar of light vanished, two more system notifications rang in Samubai's ears. Notification: congratulations to player Bai for becoming the first existence in the myriad worlds to successfully comprehend the great Tao of rules at the 9th tier. Rewarded with Kung 50% fusion degree for this great Tao of rules and 1 infusion of origin power. Notification: a myriad worlds announcement is about to be made. Boom. The next moment, a brilliant, dazzling golden pillar of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping Samubai. The momentum of this golden pillar was far beyond anything that could be compared to previous rewards. There were even 9 golden dragons condensed from origin power, coiling around the golden pillar. The entire strange space where the tributaries of the river of time and space are located trembled because of this myriad worlds game reward. The two ferrymen stopped their movements in unison and turned to look in the direction of Samubai. Even with their level of insight, they had never seen the myriad worlds game mobilize such vast energy. Samubai felt his divine soul clearer than ever before, as if he were situated within the complete rule of death. The fusion of various laws felt like water flowing into a channel. The 9 origin golden dragons also roared as they surged into Samubai's body, crazily enhancing his divine body and divine soul. After a long while, the origin golden dragons and the golden pillar dissipated simultaneously. Samubai opened his eyes abruptly, a terrifying aura erupting from within him. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears once more. Today's extra update is here. Dear patrons, have a great weekend. Please send gifts. Recommend this book to those in a book drought, and leave 5-star reviews. Xiang bows in gratitude. Chapter 626. Now, follow me. God Forbidden Land. No. Ever since the Divine Dragon Empire achieved unification, everything here has been developing toward prosperity, especially the speed at which players level up. It is now countless times faster than when they first entered the game. Aside from the XP bonus brought by the unification, it is also due to the existence of the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce, Divine Dragon Imperial Capital, headquarters of the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce. This building was newly constructed, and its level of luxury far exceeds even the Divine Dragon Emperor's palace. The decoration style is also completely different from the God Forbidden Land, looking like a product that transcends the era. When it was built, it caused a huge sensation throughout the entire imperial capital. If this building belonged to anyone else, such high-profile behavior would inevitably have aroused the dissatisfaction of the Divine Dragon Emperor. But since it is the property of the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce, that is a different story. The great Emperor Shenlong did not say much. Instead, he took the initiative to dispatch his own personal guard to oversee the security of the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce headquarters. Although the Chamber of Commerce did not strictly require it, this was merely his way of expressing his stance. Because the person behind the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce was named Bai Yi, the existence of the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce allowed the players of the Shenlong Empire to obtain a vast amount of top-tier equipment, especially since some time ago, when the Chamber of Commerce held an auction that directly drew the attention of all the local powerhouses in the Forbidden Land of Gods. Since then, the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce had completely unified the commercial market of the 7th Forbidden Land of Gods, for both players and locals alike. This building had a total of 33 floors, and the office of Fujiya Tianjio was located on the 32nd floor. As for the top floor, it was reserved for the true master of the Chamber of Commerce, Bai Yi. Perhaps he might not have a use for it, but Fujiya Tianjio had to prepare it regardless. In reality, Fujiya Tianjio was not currently here, as he had already departed for the Myriad Worlds. His talent could only exert its greater potential in a much broader world. Inside the office on the 31st floor, the round and plump Jin Shengden was busy handling the affairs of the chamber. Ever since Fujiya Tianjio left, he had become the temporary person in charge of the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce. Before leaving, Fujia Tianjia had already signed the God of Wealth contract with him. It was precisely because of this that the recent auction was able to attract so many local powerhouses. Saint Extermination grade equipment was not considered a rare commodity in the myriad worlds. What was truly rare were special treasures, and treasures above the Saint Extermination grade. Knock, knock, knock. The office door was rapped. But Jin Shengden did not even look up. Come in, acting manager Jin. The second auction is ready. The person who entered was a blonde, blue-eyed player, facing Jin Shengden. He appeared very respectful. There was no help for it, after all. He was only a third-class vassal commoner. Well done, Hermes. I will recommend you to the vice president. Jin Shengden looked up at Hermes, his appreciation undisguised. Go ahead. You have full authority over this auction. Hearing this, a flash of wild joy appeared deep within Hermes's eyes. Yes, saying this, he prepared to turn and leave the office. As the owner of the SS Grade Talent Free Trade, Hermes was the player second only to Fujia Tianjia in terms of commerce within the seventh forbidden land of gods. Before the unification, he could never understand why the gap between himself and Fujia Tianjia was so vast. Now, Hermes finally understood. The gap between an SS grade and an SSS grade talent was simply an insurmountable chasm. Not to mention, standing behind Fujia Tianjia was that godlike existence. However, Hermes was not discouraged. Because free trade could grow to the SSS grade, he believed that one day, he would be able to become an agent just like Fujia Tianjia. Yes, that was Hermes's current goal, to become Bai's second agent. This was also the reason he joined the Myriad Worlds Chamber of Commerce. And this auction was clearly a very good opportunity. Just as Hermes was excitedly turning around, a system announcement suddenly resounded throughout the entire seventh forbidden land of gods. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the Shenlong Empire player Bai for becoming the first existence among players in the Blue Star region to comprehend the Tao of Rules. This is hereby announced. We hope the vast number of players will learn from him to obtain generous rewards. Tao of Rules, what is that? Hermes's pupils shrank, and his body froze in place. The expression on the face of Jin Shengden, who was sitting before the desk, was no better than his dot in terms of business. He was absolutely an expert, but in terms of strength, this fat man, whose build was similar to Fujia Tianjia's, had almost no achievements. However, this did not affect his keen intuition in the slightest. Looking up at the stunned Hermes, Jin Shengden spoke slowly. Remember, this is only the starting point. Our Chamber of Commerce's journey is the Sea of Stars. As long as you have the ability, you don't need to worry about having no place. I understand. Hermes took a deep breath and turned to bow to Jin Shengden. At the same time, the Blue Star Region chat channel instantly exploded. It has to be Boss Bai. Every time he makes a move, it's something so high level. I clearly recognize every word, but when put together, I don't understand it at all. What exactly is the Tao of Rules? I guess it's about the same as the Path of Laws. Stop researching it. I estimate it will take us several years before we can even come into contact with such a high-level existence. Several years? Are you looking down on Boss Bai? It would be pretty good if we could touch upon it in 10 years. I still can't forget the last sentence of the Myriad Worlds game. Is this something we can actually learn? If you can't forget it, get it tattooed on you. The players had no idea what the Tao of Rules meant, so they did not feel that this announcement was any different from the past. Even the mythical great powerhouses of the Forbidden Land of Gods did not understand the meaning of the Tao of Rules. Only one person understood what kind of storm this announcement would stir up in the Myriad Worlds. Shenlong Palace headquarters, within the valley. Feng Yuan suddenly stood up from the stone platform, rays swirling in his eyes, his face filled with shock. The Tao of Rules. Although he knew Bai Yi was heaven-defying, he never imagined that the other party would comprehend the Tao of Rules so quickly. This completely shattered the common sense that had existed in the Myriad Worlds since time immemorial. Not to mention how difficult it was to fully comprehend all the laws under a certain rule. The most critical point was, how could Bai's current soul possibly bear the weight of a Tao of Rules? Could it be? Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's pupils suddenly widened. Not good. Little friend Bai Yi is in danger. As he spoke, he directly dialed the communication device in his bosom, but for some reason, The other party did not answer. For a moment, Feng Yuan's expression turned grim. It seems I have no choice but to make a trip out. However, before that, he had to arrange everything here and take away any risk factors. After pondering for a moment, he sent a message to the Divine Dragon Emperor, and his figure instantly vanished from the valley. The next moment, Feng Yuan appeared inside a cultivation chamber. Charles and Lovsky had also been awakened by the previous announcement. Seeing Feng Yuan appear, they hurriedly asked, "Old Palace Master, what exactly is the Tao of Rules? I will explain it to you later." Feng Yuan had shed his usual amiable demeanor, becoming decisive and swift. His gaze swept over the two of them as he spoke rapidly. "Now, come with me, huh?" The two were slightly stunned. "Go where?" The Myriad Worlds, Chapter 627, The Winds Rise. The Clouds Surge. The Blue Star Sector announcement did not bring about any major changes to the No. 7 Divine Forbidden Land. The departure of Feng Yuan and the other two went completely unnoticed. But the announcement that followed immediately after completely shook the entire Myriad Worlds. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the human player Bai for becoming the first entity at the 9th rank to successfully comprehend the Tao of Rules. This is hereby announced. And all players of the myriad races are encouraged to learn from him to receive generous rewards. No one had expected that not long after Bai triggered a Myriad Worlds announcement for condensing his divine body, he would trigger another one, and this time, the announcement was of unprecedented magnitude. The Tao of Rules. What kind of concept was that? In the Myriad Worlds, those below the 10th rank Saint Extinction level, and even many players at the Saint Extinction level, did not have a clear concept of the Tao of Rules. The only thing they knew that made them superior to those in the Divine Forbidden Land was that the Tao of Rules was something only a rule sovereign could master. For a time, players from every realm and every race were stunned by this sudden announcement. The Tao of Rules. The Myriad Worlds game must be joking, right? Bai is only at the 9th rank. How on earth did he manage that? The human race is definitely cheating. How could there be an existence as heaven-defying as Bai? It's too exaggerated. I highly suspect the Myriad Worlds game's detection system is malfunctioning. Face reality. The Myriad Worlds game doesn't make mistakes. Although I don't know how Bai did it, I have to admit that the rise of the human race this time will be unstoppable. HMPH. That's only if he can actually grow up. This time, I'm afraid those old monsters won't be able to sit still. The Myriad Worlds, which were already experiencing undercurrents because of Bai, had now completely entered a new era. The winds rose, and the clouds surged. In various realms, the supreme powerhouses of many races left their places of seclusion in unison, beginning to search for Bai's whereabouts. In the past, they had only sent subordinates to search, but now, they had to take action themselves, because Bai, having comprehended the Tao of Rules, was no longer an existence that their clansmen could contend with. Dark Realm, Scarlet World, Blood Sea, Ancient Castle. The moment the system announcement rang out, the Blood Ancestor stood up abruptly. What? Comprehending the Tao of Rules at the 9th rank? This simply shattered his worldview. Immediately after, a flash of madness crossed his eyes. Bai's divine soul could absolutely not bear the Tao of Rules. Then, there was only one possibility left. The other party possessed a soul-type rule supreme treasure. Only such a treasure could assist him in bearing the Tao of Rules. A soul-type rule supreme treasure. If this venerable one can snatch it, a breakthrough might not be out of reach. Thinking of this, the Blood Ancestor's breathing became ragged. The next moment, his figure vanished from the ancient castle. Just as excited as him were the wolf ancestor of the werewolf race, the great emperor of the ogre race, and other powerful existences who had not appeared in the Myriad Worlds for who knows how long. The races to which these powerhouses belonged were all on the death list compiled by Brian. Now they had all appeared, all for the sake of the soul-type rule supreme treasure in Bai's hands. Everyone was convinced that Bai, at the 9th rank, could never bear the Tao of Rules with his own divine soul. In their view, whoever could find Bai first would be able to obtain this treasure. How could such a massive gain not drive people mad? It wasn't just them. Almost every race had peerless powerhouses emerging. Even the top-tier races at the forefront of the Myriad Worlds rankings were no exception. Rule Supreme treasures were generally divided into 3 categories: offensive, defensive, and functional. Within each category, there were further distinctions for those targeting the divine body and those targeting the divine soul. A soul-type rule supreme treasure, regardless of its type, was enough to drive anyone insane. Even some rule sovereigns would take action because of it. One could imagine what kind of impact this announcement would have on the entire myriad worlds. Hell Realm, City of Slaughter, Aldrich Planet. Inside the manor, Patty suddenly froze. Brother Bai actually comprehended the Tao of rules. Just as he was shocked by this announcement, the communicator on his wrist suddenly vibrated. It was a notification from the Aldrich family. All clansmen, if you encounter the human Bai, you must notify the clan immediately. It seems Brother Bai is in danger. Patty narrowed his eyes slightly, since his own family had issued such a notice. The other two major families clearly would not turn a blind eye. Although Amon and the other two were on good terms with him and Bai, they could not influence the clan's decisions. After all, they were only the younger generation, and their strength and influence were severely lacking. To be precise, they had no influence at all, unless I can become a heaven-defying genius of the demon race. Patty's gaze sharpened, and the inscriptions on his skin flickered with a faint light. The next moment, a hoarse voice suddenly echoed in his mind. The Tao of Rules. Has the great change that guy spoke of finally arrived? Interesting. Hearing this voice, a look of pleasant surprise appeared on Patty's face. Teacher, you've awakened. Yes, I won't sleep for so long in the future. Really? Hearing this, Patty was instantly overjoyed. He owed his current achievements entirely to the influence of this divine soul within him. In the past, his teacher had been in a state of slumber 99% of the time. Yet he had still managed to reach his current standing. If he didn't have to sleep for so long, how fast would his progress be? You just said you wanted to become a prodigy of the demon race. En's voice rang out once more. Patty nodded immediately. Yes, but I know I am still far from that level. Please, teacher, assist me. Then let's go. Go where? To find the current demon race prodigy and take the title for yourself. En's voice was very calm, as if he were asking Patty to step out and snatch up a single soul coin. However, these words gave Patty immense confidence. Without a moment's hesitation, he walked out of the manor and began preparing for the challenge against the prodigy. Pale Dragon Tomb, 12th floor. This place was formed from the skull of the Pale Dragon God and was the highest level of the Pale Dragon Tomb. The final inheritance left behind by this master of dragon race laws was located here. Frost had already entered the inheritance space, but near the spot where the inheritance still had vanished, there was more than just Ao Shin. Sitting beside him was a young girl with an indifferent expression. So, you lost to Bai in the prodigy competition. The girl looked at Ao Shin with some surprise. The latter looked a bit disheveled at the moment, with a clear bruiser on his eye socket. Unless the residual divine power was cleared away, this bruise would not disappear. Yes, although we didn't fight to the very end, but Ao Shin rubbed his eye socket and nodded. But before he could finish his sentence, the myriad worlds announcement rang in both of their ears. In an instant, both of them stood up, their faces filled with shock. The bruise on Ao Shin's eye socket vanished without a trace in an instant. This guy is truly full of surprises. The interest the girl had lost when Bai condensed his divine body ahead of schedule was reignited at this moment. In those pure eyes, there was not a hint of impurity, only a thick, burning desire for battle. She suddenly turned around and, with a sudden shift in demeanor, reached out to hook Ao Shin's chin. Little Shin Shin, do you know where Bai is? Big sister will go and get some payback for you. I don't know. You really don't know. I really don't know. Chapter 628, Skyrocketing Combat Power, Bonus Chapter. You really don't know. The girl's gaze was half smiling, completely different from her previous indifference. I really don't know. Ao Shin's heart trembled, but he still shook his head. Although he knew where Sumu Bai was, it was impossible for him to tell her, because the announcement just now was destined to stir up a storm across the myriad worlds. Boring. I'm leaving. The girl rolled her eyes at Ao Shin, withdrew her hand, and her expression instantly returned to indifference. A word of advice. There are probably countless old monsters looking for that guy right now. Tell him to be careful. He better not die before he gets a chance to fight me. As her voice fell, her figure shot straight into the sky. leaving cleanly and decisively without any lingering hesitation, just as suddenly as she had appeared. Watching the back of Juxiayu as she departed, Aoshin couldn't help but touch his face. That crazy woman. She clearly promised not to hit the face. Feeling her aura completely vanish, Aoshin finally raised his wrist to inquire about his clan's reaction to this announcement. He knew that Juxiayu was right. From now on, many old monsters would emerge across the myriad worlds. The death domain was about to become very lively, and at the center of the storm was the person he followed, Bai Yi, a tributary of the River of Time. The moment the origin Golden Dragon and the Golden Pillar of Light vanished, Sumyu-bai suddenly opened his eyes, a terrifying aura erupting from within his body. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in his ears once more. Notification. Your body has been infused with the power of origin, and your potential has been enhanced. Notification. The strength of your divine body has been enhanced. Notification. Every future breakthrough you make will have its effects increased by a certain margin. The specific degree of improvement depends on the breakthrough rank. Notification. Your divine soul has been infused with the power of origin, and your divine soul quality and soul strength have been enhanced. The intensity of this infusion of origin power far exceeded anything from the past. Sumyu-bai even had the feeling that all the origin power he had obtained previously combined did not equal this single instance. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and summoned his status window. Divine Soul Quality. Mid-level God Late Stage Divine Soul Strength. Mid-level God Late Stage Divine Body Rank. Low-level God Early Stage Divine Body Strength. Mid-level God Late Stage Combat Power. High-level God Peak Panel Combat Power, excluding additional methods. His high-level God Peak. Even though he had mentally prepared himself, Sumyu-bai still couldn't help but gasp after seeing his exaggerated combat power. The gains from the infusion of origin power were immense, directly elevating both his divine soul and divine body to the late stage of a mid-level god. Yet, his divine body rank was still only at the early stage of a low-level god. In other words, the strength of a low-level god or early-stage divine body had actually reached the late stage of a mid-level god. Who would believe this if they heard it? But compared to the improvements brought by the laws of the Great Tao, these were not even worth mentioning. Under the rewards of the Myriad Worlds game, Sumyu-bai had fused more than half of the various laws within the Law of Death in one go. For him, this was the greatest harvest. It was also the source of his peak high-level god combat power. Sumyu-bai took a deep breath, calmed his excited heart, and opened the laws interface. Laws. Current laws of the Great Tao. 1. Theoretically reached the limit. Law of Death. One of the 9 supreme laws. Once fully mastered, you will be the embodiment of the Law of Death in the Myriad Worlds. Current fusion level 55.01%. Friendly reminder. When you fuse the Law of Death to 99%, you will have the qualifications to challenge the Sovereign of Death. Currently, there is no Sovereign of Death within the Myriad Worlds. The first Lord of Laws to fully integrate the rule of death will directly become the new Sovereign of Death, wielding the authority over death. 55.01% integration level. Not a fraction more or less. Whether it was the catastrophe talent or the rewards from the Myriad Worlds game, everything was as rigorous as ever. With my current strength, I estimate I can at most contend with an average peak high god. Waving his hand to close the rules interface, Sumyu-bai did not lose his composure due to his skyrocketing combat power. Beyond the descriptions on the interface, the additional information that appeared in his mind also made him realize just how vast the gap between high gods was. And at the same time, he understood why 1/5 of Huijian's power was enough to reach the peak of the high god realm. It could even be said that the 3 stages of early, middle, and late high god were entirely different concepts compared to the peak. In Sumyu-bai's view, a peak high god could entirely be considered a rank of its own. Creating a small world had taught Sumyu-bai the necessary conditions for breaking through to the mid-god realm. Now that he had comprehended the great path of rules, he also understood the requirements for breaking through to the high god and peak high god realms. The former required not only the divine soul and divine body to reach the high god realm but also the successful condensation of a godhead. The godhead was the symbol of a high god and, under normal circumstances, the vessel for carrying the great path of rules. Theoretically, Even an early-stage high god could carry the great path of rules. This was because, apart from peak high gods, there was no essential difference between the godheads of other high gods. And to fully comprehend all the laws under a certain great path of rules and find the fusion point between two of those laws was to step onto the great path of rules. This was the peak high god, just like the saint extinction level. Whether one had integrated 0.01% or 99%, both were called peak high gods. Among them, peak high gods who had stepped onto 9 supreme great paths of rules possessed strength far exceeding those at the same level. One could imagine just how massive the gap was at the 10th tier saint extinction level. As one comprehends the path of laws, every 10% increase in comprehension adds a law mark to the soul. The same applied to peak high gods. Every 10% increase in the integration of the great path of rules would cause a rule down mark to appear on the godhead. Therefore, the strength of a peak high god could also be divided from 0 marks to the extreme of 9 marks. Although Sumubai had reached the 5-mark realm, he did not possess a godhead, coupled with the gap between his divine soul and divine body. That was why he said he could currently only contend with an average peak high god. But this was already exaggerated beyond measure. Because Sumubai was only a 9th tier mythical level, he hadn't even maxed out his level yet. How many levels had this combat power span crossed? As Sumubai was digesting the information, he suddenly felt a fluctuation coming from the river of time and space. Looking up, he was instantly stunned where he stood. Today's bonus chapter is served, chapter 629. It would be a miracle if this succeeded. Sumubai looked up, stunned where he stood. He saw black and white net emerging from the river of time and space, as if a pair of invisible hands were pulling it in. Although it was his first time seeing this net, the familiar fluctuations and the aura bound to his soul made Sumubai instantly confirm that this net was formed by the wheel of time and space, just like the fishing rod from before. So you could do it yourself all along. Then what was my role before? Sumubai curled his lips, feeling that his previous earnest fishing made him look like a little fool. However, he quickly comforted himself. Perhaps it was precisely because of his previous fishing that the wheel of time and space was able to recover to this extent. Yes, that must be it. Thinking this, Sumubai immediately stopped feeling depressed. At this moment, the black and white net completely detached from the river of time and space. What surprised him even more was that there were over a dozen black and white fish struggling within the net. There are living things in the river of time and space. Sumubai was extremely astonished, and the golden vertical pupil between his brows instantly opened. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. At the same time, the net flashed with black and white divine light, and those fish gradually stopped struggling, rapidly turning into grains of fine sand. Sand of time and space special item, no level, no grade. Magical sand grains that sink to the bottom of the river of time and space, after being refined by the sovereign of time and space. Each grain contains rich power of time and space. Quantity: to 8 grains, something new again. Sumubai felt a surge of joy. Before he could think about what this stuff was used for, he seized the gap before it was absorbed by the wheel of time and space and moved his divine sense. Catastrophe target: sand of time and space. But the system warning that rang in his ears was just as he had imagined. Please note, this item cannot withstand the energy of promotion and will inevitably be annihilated directly. You will not gain anything. Sumubai was not surprised by this, because he had seen the product of the sand of time and space promoted by 1 tier, which was called tributary of the river of time and space. One could only say that it lived up to being a special item with no level and no grade. To freeload a tier and get a tributary of the river of time and space. But was this right? It was no exaggeration to say that the span of this item's promotion by 1 tier was even more heaven-defying than the span between Sumubai's realm and his actual combat power. If this could actually succeed, it would truly be a miracle. He feared that the moment the catastrophe talent injected energy, the sand of time and space would explode with a bang. Sumubai decisively cancelled the use of catastrophe and let the black and white net absorb all 28 grains of the sand of time and space. Just as Sumubai was about to check if the wheel of time and space had improved, the black and white net suddenly erupted with intense black and white divine light. Within the light, The net transformed back into two yin-yang fish, circling each other and returning to the shape of a wheel. Immediately afterward, the wheel of time and space began to rotate. Powerful fluctuations of time and space swept through the surroundings as it spun, within the vision of the mystic heaven divine pupils. Sumyubai was shocked to discover that the turbulence of time and space on both banks of the river of time and space was changing at an extreme speed. Almost every second, the effects within the same cluster of turbulence would shift several, or even dozens of times: spatial freezing, spatial displacement, spatial cutting, time acceleration, time deceleration, time stoppage. These turbulent currents were all being influenced by the wheel of time and space, becoming extremely unstable. Sumyubai did not hesitate in the slightest. He moved his divine sense instantly. The rule of death, filled with dead silence, descended, and its manifested phantom merged into Sumyubai's body in an instant. Death descent. Regardless of whether there would be danger, being prepared in advance was certainly the right choice. Notification. Current fusion level of the death rule is 55.1%. Consumption of death descent reduced by 55. The notification sound ringing in his ears brought a flash of joy to Sumyubai's face. He hadn't expected such an unexpected windfall. Death descent consumed the power of death, and his only source of the power of death currently was his believers. Although the upper limit of his believers had increased after breaking through to the 9th rank, he was still a long way from being able to maintain the death descent state permanently. Now that the consumption had been reduced by more than half, Sumyubai's power of death was no longer so stretched thin. Although he still couldn't maintain it permanently, maintaining it for over an hour at a time was no problem at all. This was a source of confidence far exceeding death transfer. After freeloading his way to promoting to a rule great Tao, Sumyubai had naturally comprehended all the laws of the death system. This included some laws he had already gained insights into previously. Having fully mastered the law of death transfer and fused it with other laws, Sumyubai was now able to use members of the Scourge Legion to substitute for his own death at any time. Coupled with the catastrophe trait attached to the death transfer law, he could even let the Scourge Legion substitute for other players. However, this was not invincible. If someone mastered a power of rules far exceeding Sumyubai's, it would still be possible for them to break his death transfer. Therefore, death descent remained indispensable. This ability came from the Death Codex and was the true authority of the death rule. After confirming that he would not meet with an accident due to the changes in the wheel of time and space, Sumyubai began to examine it carefully. But the wheel of time and space made no further moves, merely spinning continuously. Vaguely, Sumyubai could sense wisps of divine power of time and space being injected into the wheel of time and space, and its power was also constantly recovering. Sumyubai observed for a moment before ignoring it, instead opening his rule interface once again to check his previous catastrophe traits. Regrettably, to his disappointment, the catastrophe traits this time had not undergone any changes. The catastrophe traits possessed by those original laws had been preserved, but the other laws had not received any improvements. Sumyubai smiled and shook his head, secretly thinking that he was being too greedy. Thinking about it, it made sense. How could a law-level catastrophe trait possibly provide a boost to the entire rule Great Tao? However, he was not in a hurry, because once he left the tributary of the river of time and space, he would soon be able to attach new catastrophe traits to the death rule Great Tao. Although attaching a catastrophe trait to this supreme rule Great Tao individually required a full 100 million points of soul power, but for Sumyubai, this was not a problem. The batch of resources he had handed over to Vivian must have all been retrieved by now. This meant that he could engage in happy freeloading once again. By then, the value of that batch of resources would multiply dozens of times over. A mere 100 million points of soul power was that really a lot. If not for Zhu Xingchen's previous warning, Sumyubai even felt that he could gather the resources needed to catastrophize a destruction rule level treasure in a short time. Of course, such vast resources were clearly not something the Dead Zone Bank of the Undead Realm could produce. The reason Sumyubai chose to heed Zhu Xingchen's advice had everything to do with the other party's remark about the Myriad Worlds game being exclusionary. Sumyubai dared not gamble on whether he would be expelled by the Myriad Worlds if he were to catastrophize something of the destruction rule level. If he ended up wasting resources and coming away empty-handed, the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, it wasn't just the goddess of luck who had questions that needed answering. Sumyu-bai was in the same boat, and the opportunity to see Zhu Xingchen again clearly lay with the Wheel of Time and Space. Chapter 630, Multiple Causal Lines. The time required for the Wheel of Time and Space to recover was even longer than Sumyu-bai had imagined. After confirming that he would not be affected by the changes in the turbulence, he deactivated the Death Descent state. During this period, he had also attempted to summon the ferrymen of the River of Time and Space, but neither of them appeared, nor did they provide any response. Just as Sumyu-bai was feeling bored, absorbing essence of divine soul while observing the situation of the Wheel of Time and Space, his internal small world suddenly experienced a development. This power, a flash of joy crossed Sumyu-bai's eyes, and his divine sense immediately sank into the internal small world. Skipping the macro perspective, Sumyu-bai's soul projection appeared directly inside the only fruit on the world tree. High in the sky, 4 figures stood facing each other from a distance, their bodies wrapped in their respective divine powers, emitting dazzling divine light. The momentum of these individuals was climbing step by step. Is this what it means to achieve true godhood? Sumyu-bai watched this scene with great interest. Although his strength had long since far surpassed the vast majority of true gods, this was the first time he had witnessed someone breaking through from the 10th rank Saint Extermination level to the 11th rank Lord realm with his own eyes. And it was 4 people breaking through simultaneously. Why are there only 4? Thinking of this, Sumyu-bai realized one person was missing. Golden light flickered in his eyes as his gaze swept across the 4 clusters of divine light. Amon, Huanggu, Mao, and Yulen. What about Ling Yu? Logically speaking, Ling Yu shouldn't be slower than the 4 of them. They were all geniuses who had completed 2/3 of the breakthrough long ago. The only thing missing was the complete comprehension of a path of law. Previously, several individuals had been stuck at the 9 pattern limit. Now, by leveraging the fluctuations of the Sea of Death triggered when Sumyu-bai ascended to the Rule Dao, they were finally able to make a breakthrough. Sumyu-bai quickly understood the cause and effect. His divine sense swept across the entire small world, and he immediately located Ling Yu. The latter was sitting cross-legged in the sky at the center of the world, the place where the golden vortex had originally been, and also where the world tree had grown. And like the 4 who had already begun their breakthroughs, Ling Yu's eyes remained tightly shut, as if she were stuck at a bottleneck. Her holy wings, which she had originally disguised as pure white, had unknowingly reverted to their miraculous, gradient-colored energy form on the wings, where white occupied the vast majority of the surface. Streaks of bright purple energy patterns flowed slowly. Ling Yu, who had once been filled with an aura of holiness and tranquility, now faintly exuded a sense of bewitching strangeness. Sumyu-bai's gaze sharpened. After checking Ling Yu's status window, he immediately understood. It was not that Ling Yu was inferior to Amon and the others, rather, the law she was using to break through was neither the holy purification laws she had initially comprehended, nor the chaos light and darkness laws she had realized after fusing her powers. It was the law of metamorphosis, which she had accidentally comprehended within the dream of life. Is this progress a bit too fast? Looking at Ling Yu's level of comprehension regarding the law of metamorphosis, even Sumyu-bai felt quite astonished. How long had it been? Counting it all up, it had only been a little over a month. How did she go from just comprehending it to the 99.99% 9 pattern limit in such a short time? Let alone a life-type law. Even an ordinary elemental law could never be comprehended to such a degree. It was one thing for him to be cheating. But how was this little girl Ling Yu also cheating? And where did her chi come from? Sumyu-bai, feeling utterly baffled, narrowed his eyes slightly, and the vertical pupil between his brows opened. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. This time, he was not trying to see through Ling Yu, because for him, she already held no secrets. What Sumyu-bai wanted to do was to mobilize the law of causality to attempt to examine the cause. Under the enhancement of the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil, the only remaining law of causality on his law interface was immediately activated, with a comprehension level already exceeding 16%. The effect of the law of causality had improved significantly compared to before. Because Sumyubai could now see four causal lines on Lingyu all at once. One of them stretched far into the distance. There was no need to examine it. Sumyubai knew that the object connected by this causal line was Yulan. The remaining three, however, were all connected to himself. So many. Sumyubai's gaze tightened, and he whispered softly. He then reached out and brushed over the leftmost causal line. A scene flashed through his mind instantly. This time, the scene was not fragmented like the previous ones, it was complete, however. It was a scene Sumyubai was very familiar with. It was the moment he had taken Lingyu and her companion as his followers in the ancient wilderness. In the scene, Lingyu was kneeling on one knee before Sumyubai, with a blurry figure beside her, clearly Yulan. However, since this was the causal line between Sumyubai and Lingyu, there were not many details regarding Yulan. Then the second one should be. Sumyubai thoughtfully brushed over the second causal line, and the scene that flashed through his mind was indeed the same as he had imagined. There was no sign of Lingyu in the scene. Instead, there was a chaos-colored light cocoon of chaos. It was from that moment on that the sister pair, Lingyu and Yulan, gained the ability to fuse, giving birth to the unique chaos angel of the myriad worlds. It could be said that the scenes revealed by these two causal lines were both critical turning points in Lingyu's destiny. Thinking of this, Sumyubai could not help but frown. Were the scenes he saw back then regarding Liu Yun and Aoshin also moments of their destiny's turning points? Who was Liu Yun's opponent, and what did it have to do with him? And Aoshin, who were he and Bing Xuan leading the many dragon clans to fight against alongside him? These questions were destined to remain unanswered for Sumyubai for now. He firmly memorized these two matters, withdrew his thoughts, looked at the final causal line, and slowly reached out to brush over it. So, the fact that Lingyu could comprehend the law of metamorphosis so quickly also has to do with me. The next moment, countless fragmented scenes flashed through his mind. The difference between the previous scenes and this one made Sumyubai realize something. Are the scenes I've seen with my own eyes complete, while the ones I haven't are just fragments? Sumyubai was lost in thought. In the end, it was still because his comprehension of the law of causality was insufficient. If he had fully mastered it, there would certainly be a huge difference. If he were the master of destiny, could he see through a player's entire life at a glance? Thinking of this, Sumyubai suddenly frowned. Come to think of it, the master of time seems to have this ability as well. These two supreme rules seem to have certain commonalities. Sumyubai felt as if he had gained some kind of epiphany, but the feeling was fleeting, and no matter how he tried to grasp it, it slipped away. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly, stop forcing it, and withdraw his focus to organize the fragmented scenes in his mind. Soon, a nearly complete scene was pieced together by Sumyubai. It was a scene of Lingyu sitting atop the canopy of a giant tree. So that's it. Chapter 631. Teacher, long time no see. So that's it. Sumyubai found the answer, and the corners of his mouth could not help but lift slightly. The reason Lingyu was able to comprehend the law of metamorphosis so quickly was entirely due to the influence of the world tree. The reason she was currently stuck at a bottleneck and unable to complete her breakthrough was also because the world tree had detached from this small world. To be precise, it should be that this small world was hanging onto the world tree. Since that's the case, I will lend you a hand. Looking at Lingyu, whose beautiful eyes were tightly shut, Sumyubai reached out and grabbed lightly in midair, instantly plucking a verdant green leaf from the air. The leaf was as brilliant as jade, and its veins were pulsing with a rich, divine power of life. With a flick of Sumyubai's finger, the jade-like leaf shot toward Lingyu. As a treasure of the rules, the world tree could provide immense benefits even with just a single leaf, since it was a product of the life rule itself. Helping Lingyu break through the bottleneck of the metamorphosis rule was an effortless task. In an instant, the world tree leaf merged into the center of Lingyu's brow. The very next moment, a powerful aura erupted from her body. From this point on, all five of them had entered the process of breaking through. Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Frost Prison Planet, Frost Prison City. It was clear that Brian was terrible at naming things, otherwise he wouldn't have named everything the same. Inside a certain manner, Brian, draped in a black cloak, stared at the sky with furrowed brows, lost in thought. The next moment, the manor gates opened automatically, and 3 figures walked in. The rivals were, naturally, Yuyi, Jinmi, and Mingri. After reaching the level cap, they had begun their comprehension of the path of rules, for some unknown reason. The 3 of them possessed an unimaginably strong aptitude for the path of rules. Even Brian, the former lord of the Frost Prison Kingdom, was stunned by their speed. Upon reaching level 240 and the moment they reached adulthood, all 3 of them directly comprehended their respective rules. Yuyi and Mingri both comprehended the Soul Annihilation rule. This aligned perfectly with their individual talents. Over this period, the 2 had even pushed their comprehension of the Soul Annihilation rule to an exaggerated 15%. One must know, they hadn't been cheating with any external help. This speed had far surpassed any record Brian had ever heard of. Although Jinmi had only comprehended the most basic flame element rule, his speed of comprehension was even more heaven-defying, having already reached a terrifying 36%. Comprehending rules could not rely solely on sitting in meditation, so the 3 had frequently gone out during this time to take on missions from the bounty hunter house. They did this, of course, not for the mission rewards, but to comprehend rules faster through combat and to enhance their souls and attributes. After all, besides the path of rules, breaking through also required the condensation of a divine soul and a divine body. Even though they knew that if the sovereign took action, these things would not be a problem, the 3 still did not slack off. At this moment, having just returned to their base in Frost Prison City after a fierce battle, they noticed that Brian's expression was off. Yuyi hurriedly asked, "Brian, what's wrong?" Brian sighed, "I might not be able to take my revenge in the short term. Aren't you about to recover to your peak?" A hint of doubt flashed in Jinmi's eyes. Is Raphael really that strong? HMPH, that traitorous disciple? Brian let out a disdainful snort. If it were only him, this old man could take back the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom right now. Having said that, he frowned before continuing. Not long ago, the World Lord sent people here. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Yuyi and the others changed. Having been in the myriad worlds for so long, they had learned much information from Brian. They naturally understood that the World Lord's attitude was crucial to regaining control of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. If one viewed the myriad worlds as a whole, then the realms were the major powers within it. Each realm contained multiple great worlds. The undead realm was a great world belonging to the death realm, and the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom was merely one kingdom within the undead realm. There were many more such divine kingdoms throughout the undead realm. World Lord was the honorific title for the master of a great world. It meant that the individual was the controller of the undead realm. Any existence capable of controlling a great world was, without exception, peak upper god. Moreover, the undead realm ranked among the top of the many great worlds. Therefore, the strength of the undead realm's World Lord was far beyond what Brian could hope to match. Even if he fully recovered to his peak, he wouldn't be able to withstand a single finger from that person. How could a big shot like the World Lord be so concerned with a mere divine kingdom? Yuyi was very puzzled. Logically speaking, the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom shouldn't even catch the eye of the undead realm's World Lord. Why would they send people here? According to some clues I've uncovered recently, it is very likely that the traitor has reached some kind of deal with the World Lord. Brian narrowed his eyes. The players Sumubai had left behind were all sent out now, although their strength wasn't much. Possessing SSS grade talents made it easy for them to join various factions to gather information. The only thing he couldn't figure out was what Raphael could possibly have that would make the World Lord value him. The secret he had left behind. Impossible. That thing only concerned breaking through to the upper god realm, which was completely worthless to a World Lord. But besides that secret, what else could it be? Brian fell into deep thought. A moment later, the usually taciturn Mingri suddenly spoke up. Should we notify the sovereign? I've tried, but I can't reach him. Brian shook his head. Hearing this, Yuyi and the others exchanged a smile. It's fine, we can reach him. They were beings created by Sumubai, and they could feed information back to their creator through their souls. Hearing this, Brian's expression brightened. Although he knew his master's strength was certainly not as great as the World Lord's, he believed that as long as his master was there, there would surely be a way. But just as he opened his mouth to speak, a powerful force instantly descended upon the manor. What a terrifying suppression force! The expressions of Brian and the others changed drastically. A mocking voice followed. "Teacher, long time no see. This disciple has missed you so much." Extra update for today, chapter 632. Brian is doomed this time. "Teacher, long time no see. This disciple has missed you so much." As the terrifying suppression force appeared, Raphael's mocking voice suddenly rang in the ears of Brian and the others. Boom. In an instant, a terrifying divine power descended, directly reducing the entire manor to ruins. At the same time, a gray-white energy barrier descended, shrouding this entire area within it. The commotion here instantly drew everyone's attention. However, the appearance of the gray-white barrier left them completely unaware of what was happening inside. Holy crap! Whose subordinate is this? How can they be so bold, daring to cause trouble in Frost Prison Star? Are they tired of living? Looks like there's a show to watch now. The last time something like this happened, it was, well, the last time. Did anyone see which true god it is? Is he not afraid of the Kingdom Lord's wrath? No idea. Just wait and see the show. The Kingdom Lord's personal guard will surely arrive soon. It is said that Greg, the commander of the Frost Prison Army, is also on Frost Prison Star right now. No matter who this guy is, he's likely doomed. His commander Greg is here too. With the peak intermediate god sitting in town, this troublemaker really knows how to pick his day. Blocked by the gray barrier, the crowd immediately began a heated discussion. However, from their tone, it was clear that they did not think highly of the person causing trouble in the city. After all, this was the absolute center of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, and the place where the strongest individuals gathered. Even if a peak intermediate god came, they would still have to show Raphael some respect. After all, a divine kingdom does not just represent itself. Behind the divine kingdom stands the undead realm. Perhaps many kingdom lords do not have much interaction with the lord of the undead realm and do not usually keep in touch. But if someone were to destroy the center of the divine kingdom, that would absolutely be a slap in the face to the lord of the undead realm. Therefore, under normal circumstances, even a lawmaster at the level of a high god would not act so blatantly upon arriving at Frost Prison Star. The players in Frost Prison City had not seen such a scene in who knows how many years. So they all showed great interest. Let alone Frost Prison City. The last intermediate god who dared to act on Frost Prison Star now has a corpse that could do a breakdance. Although this was the center of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, the vast majority of players on the streets were still only at the mythical or saint extermination level. True gods at the 11th tier Lawmaster realm were still as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Hearing someone discuss Greg, the Frost Prison Army commander who possessed the strength of a peak intermediate god, a lawmaster immediately spoke up. "Do you know why Greg is on Frost Prison Star?" As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted the attention of many people nearby. Some players who wanted to mock the other party for showing off suddenly became as silent as cicadas in winter after feeling the divine power fluctuations radiating from him. Seeing the expectant gazes of the crowd, the lawmaster smiled with satisfaction. It is said that the realm lord sent an envoy, and Greg is back to receive the envoy. An envoy. Hearing this, the crowd's pupils immediately dilated. Doesn't that mean there is a true god at the high god level sitting in Frost Prison City right now? I wonder if the envoy will take action. If that guy inside the barrier knew the envoy was here, I wonder how much he would regret it. Look, the personal guard is here. Following an exclamation, everyone hurriedly looked up. They saw a team of powerful true gods flying through the air. It was none other than the members of Raphael's personal guard. Every one of them was a lawmaster, and they were the only squad allowed to fly freely within Frost Prison City. Aside from them, even the city guard and the Frost Prison Army were restricted from flying in many areas. However, contrary to what everyone expected, after the personal guard arrived, they did not break the barrier. Instead, they dispersed around it, their sharp gazes sweeping over everyone in the vicinity. The Kingdom Lord is handling matters. Everyone disperse. The moment the personal guard spoke, the expressions of the crowd suddenly turned strange. So, after all the discussion they had just had, it turned out the one causing trouble in the city was the Kingdom Lord himself. Immediately after, the vast majority of people changed their expressions and fled the scene without looking back. They had dared to stay and watch the show earlier because they believed the city guard and the personal guard could control the situation. But for the Kingdom Lord to act personally, what kind of concept was that? It meant the opponent was at least at the peak intermediate god level. In a battle between such powerhouses, if one ran too slowly and got caught in the crossfire, it would be all over in an instant. The crowd near the gray barrier dispersed rapidly, leaving only a very small number of daring true gods still paying attention to the situation. However, they did not dare to get too close, watching from afar instead. At the same time, the news that Kingdom Lord Raphael was acting personally in Frost Prison City quickly spread throughout the entire Frost Prison Star. Logically speaking, in a full-scale battle between peak intermediate gods, the planet would be unable to withstand it. But upon hearing this news, the players on Frost Prison Star were not in a rush to flee, because such a great battle was not something that had never happened before. Every planet that could become the center of a divine kingdom had extremely powerful defenses. This was because the defense systems of such planets were constructed by people sent by the Realm Lord, let alone a peak intermediate god. Even a battle between ordinary high gods could not destroy the entire planet in a short period of time. If one truly encountered a battle capable of destroying Frost Prison Star, there would be no need to run, because there would be no way to escape. After all, below the Lawmaster realm, very few people possessed their own private small-scale spaceships. For a time, speculations about why Kingdom Lord Raphael was taking action echoed all over Frost Prison Star. Far from the Gray Barrier, several true gods gathered together, also discussing the matter. Who do you think angered the Kingdom Lord? He was so furious that he started fighting right in the city. Doesn't matter who it is, they're dead for sure. This guy is really unlucky, choosing this moment to anger the Kingdom Lord. Indeed, with the Kingdom Lord, Commander Greg, and an envoy sent by the Realm Lord, this guy is destined to have no way to escape. It is said that someone heard Kingdom Lord Raphael's voice, mentioning something about a teacher and a disciple. Who do you think it could be? The Kingdom Lord's disciple. I haven't heard of any of the Kingdom Lord's disciples causing trouble recently. Something isn't right. Even if a disciple really committed a crime, it wouldn't be worth the sovereign taking action personally. This is truly strange. Who could it possibly be? Just as everyone was filled with doubt, one of the true gods suddenly had his pupils shrink. Is there a possibility that the teacher the sovereign referred to isn't Sovereign Raphael? Hearing this, the other true gods also recalled something, and their expressions shifted. You mean the previous sovereign? Yes, it must be. Didn't Sovereign Raphael issue a notice a while ago? That old guy. I never expected him to play a game of hiding in plain sight. Damn it. Number wonder I couldn't find this guy a while ago. It turns out he was staying in Frost Prison City all along. Do you think Brian can still survive? Survive? With what? Even if he returned to his peak, he could never escape. Don't forget, the special envoy is here too. As they spoke, the gazes of the several true gods turned toward the gray barrier in the distance. Their expressions varied. In their view, Brian, this former sovereign, was destined to fall this time. Chapter 633, Brian's Strength. Boom. The entire manor was reduced to dust in an instant. Brian reacted quickly, directly pulling Yi and the others into his internal world. The opponent's strike was not aimed at taking Brian's life, therefore, although it looked grand and imposing, it was merely meant to be a show of force. As the dust settled, Brian, draped in a black cloak, slowly appeared inside the gray barrier. The light had dimmed significantly, adding a sense of desolation. Not far in front of Brian, two figures stood in the air, looking down at him from above. The leader was none other than the current sovereign of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Raphael. Beside him was, naturally, the commander of the Frost Prison Army, a being whose strength also reached the peak of the intermediate god realm. Seeing that only two had come, the soul fire within Brian's pupils surged, and his hoarse voice rang out. I suppose you want me dead? He had originally thought that upon seeing Raphael again, he would be blinded by rage, but at this moment, Brian felt an unprecedented sense of calm, because he finally had the chance to take down this wicked disciple himself. Teacher, that's not right. I respect you so much. How could I want you dead? Raphael's lips curled into a smile, one that was extremely sinister, coupled with his bloodless, pale skin. It gave off a chilling sensation, just as he spoke. A surge of shadow divine power had already silently crept underground, rapidly spreading toward where Brian stood. HMPH, it's been so many years. And you still only know how to use these cheap tricks. Brian let out a cold snort, and his entire figure vanished from the spot instantly. At the same time, a surge of dark divine power erupted into the sky from the place where he had just been standing. Seeing that his sneak attack had failed, the smile on Raphael's face did not diminish in the slightest doubt. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out his hand toward the right. The next moment, Brian's figure suddenly appeared at his side, and the bone staff he had thrust forward was caught directly in Raphael's hand. Teacher, although I am surprised by your recovery speed. Raphael turned his head, smiling as he looked at Brian, but you don't seem to have made any progress. After sleeping for so many years, have you slept yourself stupid? On the last few words, Raphael's tone suddenly turned icy, and his voice grew much louder. Beside him, a giant axe suddenly appeared in Greg's hand, and he raised it to slash at Brian. In an instant, the terrifying world power of the three erupted, instantly creating a circular, distorted space. The distorted space did not exceed the boundaries of the gray barrier, but it gouged a massive crater into the ground below. In midair, the three had already exchanged dozens of blows. The divine power of the peak intermediate god realm collided with various powerful laws, making the battle extremely intense. Although Brian had slept for so many years, and his strength had not improved, in fact, it was even weaker because he hadn't fully recovered to his peak. If it were only Raphael alone, he still wouldn't be a match for him. However, Raphael was no gentleman. Amidst their banter, he unleashed his full power, joining forces with Greg to suppress Brian directly. Teacher, you don't really think you can take both of us on alone, do you? Raphael's eyes were small, but the divine light within them was very intense. Let me guess. Where could your life box be? While joining forces with Greg to suppress Brian, he tried to fish for information through his words. If he didn't find Brian's life box, then even destroying the other's divine body would be treating the symptoms, but not the root cause. For so many years, the fact that Brian was still alive had been a thorn in his side. This time, Raphael wanted to solve this problem once and for all. Didn't they say the World Master sent a special envoy? Why didn't they come with you? Divine light swirled in Brian's eyes. He also wanted to confirm where the special envoy was. Want to see the special envoy? Raphael grinned. Simple. Hand over the life box, and I'll take you there immediately. Hearing this, Brian narrowed his eyes slightly. The reason he was being suppressed by the two was that he hadn't used his full strength yet, but throughout the battle so far, he had failed to locate the special envoy, nor could he sense any presence other than Raphael and Greg. Since that was the case, he would stake it all. Thinking of this, Brian's gaze hardened. Terrifying power suddenly erupted from within his body, and various laws surged, instantly forcing Greg back. At the same time, a bone cage formed from the law of death curses, and a massive amount of divine power condensed instantly, trapping Greg inside. Following that, world power shook, and an undead creature clad in black armor, wielding a giant sword, appeared. This was his peak summon, the Black Emperor. For beings of the same realm, a large number of low-level summons were of no use, because he did not possess the cheats that Samubai had. But the Black Emperor was different. It also possessed the combat power of a peak intermediate god. Clang! The giant sword and the giant axe collided in an instant. The Dark Emperor successfully prevented Greg from destroying the cage and engaged him in a fierce battle. As the two clashed, the bone cage flickered with holy light, and the power of laws began to drain Greg's strength. The latter's body surface also surged with the power of laws, attempting to resist. But the moment he came into contact with Brian's power of laws, Greg's expression changed drastically. How could your power of laws suddenly become so much stronger? Raphael had no mind to pay attention to Greg's exclamation. This was because his divine body had been destroyed by Brian in a mere instant. Boom! Violent divine power swept toward the surroundings. But upon reaching the edges of the distorted space, it calmed down, causing no impact on the outside world. Raphael's divine body rapidly coalesced, his already pale face turning extremely unsightly. From that sudden strike just now, not only was his divine body destroyed once, But even his divine soul had suffered immense trauma. "Old man, how have you become so strong?" Raphael looked at Brian in disbelief, his gaze instantly locking onto the weapon in the latter's hand. This is... Raphael frowned, keenly sensing that Brian's surge in strength stemmed entirely from this suddenly appearing weapon. The more he looked, the tighter Raphael's brow furrowed, for he felt an incredibly powerful force emanating from this weapon. And the design of this weapon, why did it look more familiar the longer he stared at it? The dense divine power of death, the suddenly enhanced power of laws, the minimalist long-handled scythe design. Thinking of this, Raphael's pupils dilated sharply. Could it be the legendary scythe of the death god? Brian naturally would not answer his question. Before Raphael's voice had even faded, Brian had already swung the scythe of the death god in his hand once more. Swish! A grayish-white blade of light instantly slashed across Raphael's divine body. Boom! The next moment, the divine body he had just reformed was destroyed once again. The immense power brought by the scythe of the death god elevated Brian's combat prowess by several levels. A mere Raphael had absolutely no power to fight back before him now. Wicked disciple. "Today I shall purge the sect," Brian shouted in a deep, stern voice, the soul fire within his pupils flickering violently. Under the augmentation of the scythe of the death god, the law of soul annihilation erupted with full force. Chapter 634, The Special Envoy appears. Desperate Brian, I bug. Raphael's divine body had yet to fully reform, but his shrill, miserable scream echoed throughout the entire spherical distorted space. His divine soul had clearly suffered heavy damage under Brian's law of soul annihilation. He, too, had comprehended the complete law of soul annihilation, and had even mastered the law of soul protection. Under normal circumstances, Brian's law-based attacks could never directly inflict such heavy damage on him. After all, both were at the peak of the median god realm, and the gap in their strength was not significant. But with the amplification of the scythe of the death god, a high-level low-grade treasure, the situation was suddenly different. High-level low-grade treasures were second only to rule-grade supreme treasures. Although there was still a vast gap between the two, they were extremely rare treasures across the entire myriad worlds, let alone Raphael, the lord of the Frost Prison God Kingdom. Even the vast majority of great world lords did not possess one. What's more, the scythe of the death god was definitely among the top-tier existence even among high-level low-grade treasures. Therefore, only after using the scythe of the death god could Brian directly crush Raphael. It was not just Raphael. Greg, who was trapped by the bone cage and locked in a fierce battle with the Dark Emperor, had also fallen into a disadvantageous position. And during the attacks of the law of soul annihilation, Raphael consumed a massive amount of divine power to reform his divine body. If it were possible, he truly did not want to reform it just to suffer. But without the vessel of a divine body, his divine soul would only grow weaker and weaker. At that point, he would be even less capable of resisting Brian's law of soul annihilation attacks. "Old man, how could you possibly obtain the scythe of the death god?" Raphael's cold, sinister gaze remained fixed on the scythe of the death god in Brian's hand, far from fear. His eyes held a deep sense of greed. This was the scythe of the death god. If he were to offer this to the world lord, what kind of reward would he receive? It was not that he did not want to keep it for himself, but that he lacked the capability to do so. A treacherous villain like Raphael was best at assessing the situation. He knew exactly how to maximize his benefits. Most importantly, seizing the scythe of the death god was simply not something he could accomplish. Today I shall take everything back. Brian let out a cold snort and lightly swung the scythe of the death god. In an instant, dense divine power of death and the power of laws coalesced into a giant skeletal hand. Hand of death. The pitch-black hand of death grabbed Raphael and tightened its grip rapidly. Crack. The sound of bones breaking rang out immediately, and Raphael's expression twisted in agony. As Brian's signature technique, the hand of death was not merely a simple physical attack. While his divine body was being crushed, his divine soul was enduring the exact same damage. Brian watched Raphael with a cold, indifferent expression. After bringing out the scythe of the death god, just a few rounds of combat had caused Raphael's momentum to plummet significantly. This guy was on the verge of being unable to even maintain the combat power of a peak median god. However, There was no joy on Brian's face. Instead, he felt a sense of urgency. Faster, faster. He had to seize the time, otherwise, there would be no chance left. He had not forgotten that the special envoy sent by the undead world lord was currently in Frost Prison City as well. He had to completely annihilate Raphael before he could notify the other party. This was the reason why Brian had suddenly erupted after confirming the envoy had not yet arrived. Under his storm-like attacks, Raphael had no way to spare any focus to send a message to the envoy. Greg, trapped within the bone cage, was in the exact same predicament. The power of the laws imbued in the cage, bolstered by the scythe of the Reaper, was simply not something Greg could contend with. A gold man. In exchange for you delivering the scythe of the Reaper to me, I might torture you a little less later on. The divine light in Raphael's eyes grew increasingly intense. HMPH, at death's door and still barking like a rabid dog. I must have been blind back then to have taken in such a wicked disciple as you. Brian's gaze sharpened, and the hand of death suddenly exerted force, but the next moment, his expression changed drastically. Crack, 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 in an instant. The entire hand of death shattered into pieces, dissolving directly into divine power. Having regained his freedom, Raphael instantly restored his strangely twisted divine body and looked at Brian with disdain. Old man, you're finished. An envoy. Brian's pupils constricted, and his divine soul power immediately swept across the surroundings. Yet, he could not find the other party's figure at all. In that very moment, he had sensed a terrifyingly extreme power. That was definitely not something a newly ascended high god could possess. In other words, the envoy sent by the Lord of the Undead Realm was at least a mid-stage high god. Brian's gaze was vigilant, but his heart was filled with doubt. What method did Raphael use to notify the other party? As if seeing through Brian's thoughts, Raphael twisted his neck and laughed. Old man, do you really think that with my personality, I would come to find you without bringing the envoy along? Hearing this, Brian's heart trembled. So, the envoy had been here all along. The reason the other party hadn't acted before was simply because it wasn't necessary. Now that they had discovered the scythe of the Reaper, things were naturally different. From the brief exchange with Raphael earlier, the envoy had clearly gauged the boost that the scythe of the Reaper provided. Therefore, he had finally made his move. A single casual strike had been enough to destroy the hand of death. A powerful force of the world swept over, and the distorted elemental space around them instantly dissipated. Replacing it was a dim world. This place was similar to the dark space. It was called the Dark World. It was the world where true gods at the High God Realm fought. If they weren't pulled into it, beings below the High God Realm would be completely unable to see a High God in action. A slender figure appeared before Brian, his gaze like a torch. Hand over the scythe of the Reaper, and this deity will grant you a quick death. Feeling the terrifying pressure brought by the other party, Brian's heart trembled. It's over. His soul phylactery was with his master, so he wouldn't truly perish. But what about you and the other two? And what about the scythe of the Reaper? Such a loss was not something Brian could afford to bear. Just as Brian was falling into despair, the voice of Sumyubai echoed in his mind. Extra update for today, Chapter 635. Anomalies during breakthrough. On the banks of a tributary of the river of time and space, the wheel of time and space continued to spin endlessly, constantly absorbing the temporal energy within this strange space to restore itself. However, its method of absorption was very gentle. Aside from causing the temporal and spatial turbulence on both banks to shift constantly, it did not bring about any other effects. Sumyubai's consciousness had long since submerged into the small world within his body. After the leaf of the world tree merged into Lin Yu's brow, it immediately helped her cross that final, tiny bottleneck. The 5 people in the internal small world had finally all entered a state of breakthrough. Sumyubai released his divine soul power, carefully observing the changes as they broke through. After all, since it was his first time witnessing it with his own eyes, he wanted to gain more experience. 5 materialized paths of laws condensed out of thin air, extending from high above down to the tops of their heads. Among them, Amon and the other 2 were all comprehending the same law, the law of destruction. This law belonged to one of the 9 supreme rules, the rule of annihilation. However, it was not a primary branch. so it appeared slightly more illusory than the path of the law of metamorphosis condensing above Ling Yu's head. Of course, the most illusory one was the path of laws condensed by Yulan, because what she was using to break through was merely the law of dark erosion. Although this path of laws was considered relatively high level among the laws of darkness, it was inferior compared to laws from the supreme rule system. As the paths of laws manifested, the figures of the group also began to slowly rise into the air, as if they were truly advancing along the paths of laws. Sumyubai could clearly perceive that as the group rose higher, their aura became increasingly powerful. Is this the essence of the Law Lord realm? A flash of brilliance crossed Sumyubai's eyes. Through his observation, he had understood. The so-called three conditions for breakthrough: divine body, divine soul, and a complete path of laws were all indispensable. The first two required no further explanation. The role of a complete path of laws was to allow the player's divine body and divine soul to reach a perfect state of harmony. Only then could one be considered a true Tier 11 Law Lord. Before this, even someone like Sumyubai, who possessed the combat power of a peak high god, only had the combat power. They could not yet be called a true god. Because Ling Yu had broken through later, the path of laws above her head had just condensed, while Amon and Yulan's group had already walked nearly halfway. A slight difference in time would normally have no effect, but the moment Ling Yu began her breakthrough, a situation Sumyubai had not expected occurred. The path of laws that had just condensed above Ling Yu's head actually began to move directly toward Yulan. The latter's path of laws did the same. In the blink of an eye, their paths of laws were pressed tightly against each other. Not only that, the energy wings behind the two women suddenly erupted with intense dark gold and bright purple light. Under the coverage of the light, the two women, while in the midst of their breakthrough, were unconsciously merging together. More eerie, gradient-colored energy wings unfurled, swallowing all light as dark gold and bright purple energy patterns rippled across them. At the center of the five magnificent wings, a breathtaking figure where divinity and corruption coexisted emerged. The only Chaos Angel in all the myriad worlds. Lan Yu had arrived. Just as Sumyubai felt surprised and wanted to figure out what would happen next, a ripple surged through his divine soul. Sumyubai frowned. An envoy sent by the Lord of the Undead Realm, just moments ago. Yu Yi and the others had informed him about the situation on Frost Prison Star through their connection with the Creator. Upon receiving this news, Sumyubai was not in a rush. His voice resonated directly within Yu's mind. You all should board the Death God and leave Frost Prison Star first. Wait for me to return before doing anything else. Although the Death God was slightly inferior to the Star Dome, it was still a sovereign-class starship, let alone a mere envoy. Even if the Lord of the Undead Realm arrived in person, they would not be able to break through its defenses. Therefore, Sumyubai was not worried about the safety of Brian and the others. However, these words were clearly spoken too late, for at this very moment, Raphael had already brought people to their doorstep. Yu Yi and the others had also been taken into Brian's internal world at the first opportunity. However, Brian did not block their perception of the outside world, so the three of them could see the situation within the distorted spherical space with perfect clarity. Did the envoy not come? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes. In his view, given Raphael's insidious nature, he would never have proactively appeared before Brian without absolute certainty. It was highly likely that the envoy had also arrived, only they had not yet revealed themselves. If that were the case, it would be impossible for Brian and the others to enter the Death God right under the enemy's nose. Yet, he still had one doubt in his heart. Brian possessed a law-level treasure for concealing aura that he had personally given him. Only an existence at the peak of the upper god realm could discern any clues. How exactly did Raphael discover that Brian was on Frost Prison Star? Could it be that the envoy sent by the Lord of the Undead Realm this time was actually in existence at the peak of the upper god realm? Thinking of this, Sumyubai furrowed his brows and immediately stopped paying attention to the breakthrough of Lan Yu and the others. After withdrawing his consciousness from his internal world, he immediately checked the status of the Wheel of Time and Space. And fortunately, this rule-level supreme treasure was still in the process of recovering and could not be used. This meant that Sumyubai had no way to instantly rush to Frost Prison Star. Otherwise, he could have directly sensed the space-time markers left on them and used teleportation to arrive at the battlefield in an instant. I didn't expect to face a peak upper god so soon. A look of gravity flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. And in such a manner, no less. If the wheel of time and space had finished recovering, Sumyubai would have countless ways to resolve the problem brought by the undead realm's envoy. But now, he wasn't even sure if he could successfully resolve the crisis without his true body present. After all, an existence at the peak of the upper god realm, even with only a zero-pattern godhead, was not in the same league as an ordinary upper god, because they were existences who had touched upon the great Tao of rules. Although he felt uncertain, Sumyubai could not just abandon Brian and the others like this. His gaze hardened, and he sat upon his throne, directly taking control of Yu's body. The next moment, Sumyubai's perspective shifted to Yu. Mengri and Jinmi sensed the change in Yu immediately. The aura of the creator's divine soul was like a bright lamp in the dark night to them. Both of them immediately knelt on one knee towards Sumyubai. "Welcome, sovereign." Sumyubai waved his hand. "Get up. Where did you learn this routine?" Following that, he moved his divine sense and began to observe the situation outside. Jinni and Mengri stood up and remained quietly to the side, not daring to disturb him in the slightest. At this moment, Brian seemed to have determined that the envoy was not present and decisively drew the scythe of the death god, instantly seizing control of the situation. They really didn't come. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, though he did not lower his guard. As long as the opponent did not reveal themselves, there was no need for him to expose his presence proactively. Taking this opportunity, Sumyubai began to adapt to Yu's body. Ever since leaving the forbidden land of the gods, he hadn't taken control of Yu's body for far too long. Now that he had taken over, he felt that Yu was much weaker. Even his divine soul power was severely restricted while inhabiting Yu's divine body. It wasn't that Yu had become weaker, but rather that the current Sumyubai was simply far too strong in every aspect compared to Yu. Soon, Sumyubai had fully adapted. And at this very moment, the envoy, who had been hiding in the shadows, finally revealed himself. Chapter 636, Don't worry, I'm here. In the ruins of the manor, the moment the envoy appeared, Brian's expression changed drastically. The next instant, he was pulled into the dark world. "Hand over the scythe of the death god, and I will grant you a quick death." The envoy did not hold Brian in any regard. In his eyes, Brian was nothing more than a slightly stronger ant. If it weren't for the orders of the Realm Lord, why would he have come to such a backwater place as Frost Prison Star? He just hadn't expected that this official errand would lead to such an unexpected windfall. This was the scythe of the death god. If he could obtain it, becoming an existence on par with the Realm Lord was not entirely impossible. Thinking of this, a sharp glint flashed deep in the envoy's eyes. He had been observing from the shadows for a long time, but he still hadn't been able to sense the existence of Brian's life box through divine power fluctuations. Without being able to kill Brian completely, it was somewhat troublesome to claim the scythe of the death god for himself. High-level law-class treasures, while not soul-bound like role-level supreme treasures, were not things one could just pick up and use immediately. If not for this, how could the arrogant envoy have bothered to waste words with Brian? Enduring the terrifying pressure brought by the envoy, Brian trembled. It's over. But just as he fell into despair, Sumyubai's voice resonated in his mind. "Don't worry, I'm here." It was clearly just a very plain sentence. Yet for Brian at this moment, it felt like warm sunshine in the dead of winter or life-giving rain in a desert. Instantly putting his mind at ease, at this moment, the figure of Sumyubai naturally emerged in his mind, and like usual, that figure was now taller than the world itself. Like a god indifferent to all things, looking down upon everything in existence. System prompt: "The god you worship has heard your prayer." The system notification ringing in his ears made Brian's pupils shrink sharply. At the same time, the special envoy, seeing that he dared to ignore his words, grew angry. "It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin, HMPH. As he spoke, the special envoy slowly raised his hand to grab Brian, his powerful divine energy directly condensing into a giant hand. He didn't even use much of his law power, clearly not thinking much of Brian, a peak mid-level god. Even so, the powerful divine energy of a high-level god caused the surrounding space to tremble. Raphael, having recovered his divine body, and Greg, who had broken free, arrived behind the special envoy. the former wearing a cold sneer on his face. He seemed to have already foreseen Brian's end. Teacher, this time, your disciple will surely witness your fall with his own eyes. In his view, with the scythe of the death god present, no matter where Brian hid his soul phylactery, the lord of the undead realm would find it. But everything that happened next completely overturned his perception. Just as the giant hand of divine energy was about to seize Brian, the latter suddenly raised his head, and the soul fire within his eye sockets flared up violently. The scythe of the death god bestowed by my master is that something a piece of trash like you is qualified to touch. System prompt. You have received a divine gift from the death sovereign by Yi. He will descend a portion of his power upon you. Boom! As the system notification sounded in his ears, Brian's aura surged instantly. Whether it was his divine energy, his soul power, or even the law power already bolstered by the scythe of the death god, everything was enhanced once again. He felt as if he possessed infinite power at this moment. Crack! With just a light swing of the scythe of the death god, Brian instantly shattered the giant hand of divine energy condensed by the special envoy. This scene was exactly the same as when the opponent had crushed his hand of death earlier. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Raphael's squinted eyes widened to their limit, and he exclaimed in disbelief. What kind of method is this? Beside him, Greg also watched this scene in shock, his heart churning like a stormy sea. Neither of them could understand why Brian had suddenly become so much stronger. Divine descent. The special envoy's pupils contracted. The death sovereign has long since gone missing. As a creature of the undead race, you actually dare to worship another sovereign? From this sentence, it was clear that the special envoy, as a high-level god, had a certain understanding of divine descent. Sumyubai had once thought that all true gods at the 11th tier Law Master realm could master the ability of divine descent. But he later learned that this was not the case. Only a 12th tier rule sovereign could achieve such a feat. The reason he was able to master the sovereign level ability of divine descent in advance was entirely due to the rule level treasure, the Death Codex. But others did not know of the existence of the Death Codex. Therefore, the special envoy assumed that Brian had worshipped another sovereign. However, he did not feel fear, because it was already difficult enough for a high and mighty sovereign to respond to a believer's prayer. How could they possibly seek revenge for the life or death of a single believer? Such occurrences were rare throughout the history of the myriad worlds. Given Brian's strength, he clearly did not fall into that category. Facing the special envoy's questioning, Brian ignored him and swung the scythe of the death god at him once more. The surging divine energy and law power rippled, and the hand of death condensed again. But it was far more powerful than before. A second ago, it was the special envoy reaching for Brian. Now, the situation had completely reversed. After entering the state of divine descent, Brian was full of confidence. HMPH, today I shall slay you, this traitor, for the undead race. The special envoy shouted in a deep voice, drawing his weapon for the first time. It was a spear as black as ink, its tip flickering with a cold glint and carrying a thick aura of death. Break! The special envoy thrust his spear like a dragon. A point of cold light arrived first, and then it directly pierced through Brian's hand of death. Clang! The spear collided with the scythe of the death god in an instant, erupting with terrifying energy. The divine energy and law power of both sides clashed incessantly, and immediately after, Brian was forced back dozens of steps. HMPH, overestimating yourself. The special envoy snorted coldly. A mere mid-level god. Do you really think you are a match for me in a state of divine descent? Before the words had even faded, the spear was already closing in on Brian's face. The latter's pupils shrank, and he raised the scythe of the death god to block in front of him. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he knew very well that the opponent was right. Even with the dual enhancement of the divine descent state and the scythe of the death god, he was far from being a match for him, because the special envoy before him was not the mid-stage high-level god he had imagined. Their second exchange still ended with Brian being knocked back. Even Brian's divine body had been half destroyed by this strike from the special envoy. Just as the special envoy prepared to press his advantage, his figure suddenly stalled, because beside Brian, a figure clad in moonlight armor had suddenly appeared. The hollow space in the latter's faceplate was currently flickering with golden light. Immediately after, the special envoy sensed that the opponent was merely a saint extermination level creature. How could he have been startled by someone so weak? He was instantly enraged. You're courting death. Chapter 637. Black Light Death God Gan. Bonus chapter. The one who had suddenly appeared on the battlefield was naturally Yuyi, whose body had been taken over by Sumyubai. The golden light flickering within his pupils was the effect brought about by the mystic heaven divine eyes. Just like with the wheel of time and space, Sumyubai could utilize these soul-bound treasures and abilities while inhabiting Yu's body. However, after taking control of Yu's body, he was unable to exert its full strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to go through so much trouble. The moment he saw this special envoy, Sumyubai understood that the other party must have used some kind of treasure to discern Brian's identity. Blacklight Reaper Gandhi Undead Race Undead Realm Top Tier Undead Creature Law Lord Realm Vitality 72 Realms Divine Soul Late Stage Upper God Divine Body Late Stage Upper God Combat Power Late Stage Upper God Laws Death Annihilation Law Destruction Law Death Curse Law Dark Element Law Dark Erosion Law Weakness. He has no obvious weaknesses, but he also lacks any particularly outstanding aspects. Among true gods at the late stage upper god level, he is relatively mediocre. One of the many special envoys of the undead realm, sent by the realm lord to the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom to assist Raphael for certain reasons. After reading Gandhi's information, Sumyubai felt confident. Don't let this guy's title fool you. Even with the word Reaper in it. In reality, he wasn't even qualified to tie the shoes of a true Reaper. To put it bluntly, he was just indulging in his own delusions. If this guy were a peak upper god, it would indeed be troublesome, because Sumyubai couldn't make it back in time, and the law that allowed him to summon the shadow clone from his bosom could not be used while borrowing Yu's body. But if he was only a late-stage upper god, things were much easier to handle. Watch out! Brian sensed Sumyubai's aura within Yuyi the moment it appeared, and hurriedly called out a warning. But facing Gandhi's furious strike, Sumyubai simply ignored it. Squelch! The pitch-black spear instantly pierced through Yu's body. Sumyubai seemed to feel nothing at all, calmly turning his head to look at Brian. To be precise, his gaze fell upon the scythe of the Reaper. When he first obtained this treasure, his soul power was not yet sufficient to imbue it with a catastrophe trait. But during his time in the tributaries of the river of time and space, the essence of divine soul he had absorbed was more than enough. Although Gandhi's spear had pierced Yu's body and instantly emptied his vitality, Yuyi seemed completely unaffected. This was because before leaving the small world, Sumyubai had activated Death's rival in advance. In this state, Gandhi could never kill him. Furthermore, the moment Yu's HP hit 0, it immediately restored to full. Because Gandhi's attack contained death-type power, it was completely absorbed by Death's rival. Who exactly are you? Gandhi looked at this scene in horror. The person before him was undeniably only at the 10th Order Saint Extermination level. So, why were his attacks useless against him? Sumyubai did not have the habit of explaining things to his enemies. His gaze, fixed on the scythe of the Reaper, suddenly sharpened. Catastrophe. Target Scythe of the Reaper. Imbue catastrophe trait. Notification. You have lost 900,000 soul power. Current soul power, 150,150ths. Boom. The moment his divine intent made the choice, the scythe of the Reaper in Brian's hand instantly erupted with even more terrifying power. The death divine power, so dense it felt tangible, slowly condensed into an illusory skull above the cold, shimmering blade of the scythe. Sumyubai's pupils constricted slightly. This skull looked somewhat similar to the phantom skull that appeared when the law of death manifested. Immediately afterward, a phantom appeared behind Brian as well. Although the feeling this phantom gave Sumyubai was not as powerful as the phantom of the law of death, it was equally oppressive. Reaper Bach. This name suddenly flashed through Sumyubai's mind. He was certain that the phantom behind Brian was the legendary Reaper. After the phantom appeared, it merged directly into Brian's body, and the latter's aura soared once more. This sudden change also attracted Gandhi's attention. At this moment, he had no heart to care about how Yuyi had survived, because the Brian before him now possessed the ability to threaten him. The instant the Reaper's phantom merged into his body, Brian vanished from where he stood, clang. The next moment, the scythe of the Reaper collided with Gandhi's spear. This time, the two were evenly matched. Seeing this, Sumyubai mobilized the power within Yu's body to manifest a throne behind him, watching the battle with a calm expression. He had just consumed a full 900,000 soul power, and the catastrophe trait he imbued into the Scythe of the Reaper was simple, consisting of only 2 effects. Catastrophe trait 1. The Scythe of the Reaper's amplification effect on death-type laws is increased by 100%. 2. You can borrow a portion of the Reaper's power through the Scythe of the Reaper to enhance your own strength. The enhancement effect depends on your own strength. Boom, boom, boom. Brian, whose combat power had skyrocketed, engaged in a fierce battle with Gandhi. As the two continued to clash, Brian seemed to adapt to the immense power, becoming increasingly proficient. Gradually, he actually began to gain the upper hand. Conversely, Gandhi became more and more alarmed as the fight progressed. His eyes were locked onto the Scythe of the Reaper in Brian's hand, unable to understand why this treasure had suddenly become so much stronger. Sumyubai's catastrophe was naturally something he could not comprehend. Gandhi could only assume that Brian had been too weak before to unleash the true power of the Scythe of the Reaper. But the stronger this treasure appeared, the more intense his desire to claim it for himself became. After being suppressed by Brian time and again, he simply unleashed his full power, holding nothing back. In an instant, the already dim dark world became pitch black. All light was swallowed up in a heartbeat. Raphael and Greg also took this opportunity to begin approaching Sumyubai on the throne. Regarding this, Sumyubai merely raised the corners of his mouth slightly and moved his divine sense. An extra update for today is served. Chapter 638. Who exactly are you? The humiliation of being suppressed by Brian, a mid-level god, caused Gunther to completely erupt. The already dim dark world instantly became pitch black, and all light was swallowed up in an instant. It was not just his vision, even his divine soul perception was affected as a result. Brian immediately felt his pressure multiply, but he had no effective countermeasure for this, because this was an ability that could only be used at the high-level god realm of divine domain. It was a powerful force formed by the fusion of world power and the power of laws. Although Brian's combat power had been elevated to a level where he could barely suppress Gunther, thanks to the dual enhancement of the divine descent and the Scythe of the death god. In terms of cultivation realm, he was still just a mid-level god. Without a godhead, he was unable to use a divine domain. You should feel proud to have forced this deity to use his divine domain. In this pitch-black divine domain, Gunther appeared as a supreme existence. His voice came from all directions, and for a moment, Brian could not pinpoint his exact location. In the darkness, a pair of deep pupils stared fixedly at the Scythe of the death god in Brian's hand. The next moment, a long spear pierced through Brian's divine body. Pucci. At the same time, Raphael and Greg were also quietly approaching Sumyubai. As Gunther's teammates, their divine souls and vision were clearly unaffected by the dark divine domain. However, the expression on Greg's face was clearly hesitant. Even Lord Gunther couldn't kill him. Can we really do it? His question echoed in Raphael's mind, and the latter moved his divine sense. With such heaven-defying methods, I don't believe that Brat can maintain it for long. Anyway, he's just a saint extermination level, and even if we can't hurt him, we will definitely him. The voice of Raphael in his mind came to an abrupt halt. Greg was slightly stunned, and then his pupils shrank violently. He saw that the target was currently looking at them with a smile. In the opponent's eyes, a golden light was flickering. The absolute darkness brought by the divine domain seemed to have had no effect on him at all. With the mystic heaven divine pupils, Gunther's dark divine domain naturally could not affect Sumyubai's vision, because any negative effects, including those at the complete law level, were ineffective against Sumyubai as long as they targeted the spirit and eyes. Although he was currently using Yu's body, it did not affect the effectiveness of the mystic heaven divine pupils. Looking at the sneaky Raphael and his companion, Sumyubai didn't even stand up. He just raised the corners of his mouth and moved his divine sense. The next moment, a burst of blinding, holy white light erupted from within Sumyubai's body. Crack, vaguely, everyone seemed to hear the sound of something shattering. The originally pitch-black world was instantly flooded with white light, becoming bright as day. Gunther suddenly spat out a mouthful of divine blood. What had just shattered was actually his dark divine domain. The backlash from having one's divine domain broken was far greater than having one's divine body destroyed several times over. At this moment, the divine power within his body was clearly unstable, and his face had turned as pale as paper. In contrast, Brian, whose divine body had just been pierced, showed no change in his expression. Taking advantage of Gunter being injured and distracted, Brian immediately swung the scythe of the death god, instantly slicing him vertically in two. The sharpness of the scythe of the death god was not something Gunter's divine body could withstand. Previously, he had divine power to protect himself and could resist a little. But now that his divine domain was broken and the backlash was intense, he could not block it. The two halves of his divine body were wrapped in black light, quickly retreating from before Brian. After suppressing the backlash, Gunter finally recondensed his divine body. He looked at Sumubai, who was sitting on the throne, in disbelief and said with a trembling voice, "You, who exactly are you?" The fact that he hadn't been able to wipe out this saint extermination level person with a single spear strike had already shocked him immensely. Now, the opponent had broken his divine domain so casually, it was simply heaven-defying. Gunter knew better than anyone how strong his divine domain was. Even opponents of the same realm could only use their own divine domains to offset the influence, rather than breaking it directly. Is this guy really at the saint extermination level? For a moment, Gunter even doubted if he had seen wrong. But no matter how he looked at it, Yu on the throne was just a saint extermination level undead player. He had even only comprehended a single path of law. However, this is fucking unreasonable. A saint extermination level breaking a divine domain, how is that any different from an ant punching a starry sky behemoth to death? Even if one were cheating, there's no way to cheat like this. Also, that power just now was clearly the purest power of light. How can you, an undead, use such pure holy light, a holy light undead? It's simply defying the natural order. This is the death realm, the world of the undead. How could there be such a heresy? Countless thoughts flashed through Gunter's mind in an instant, but he could not figure out how the opponent had managed to do it. Brian clearly wouldn't give him time to think. Flashing forward with the scythe of the death god to attack, the sharp blade even caused ripples to appear in the space along its path. Gunter was about to defend, but his pupils suddenly shrank, as if he had seen an incredible scene. Where did this life force come from? Lord Gunter, watch out! Raphael and his companion, who were about to approach Sumubai, suddenly let out screams, and wisps of white smoke even rose from their bodies, because the area around them was filled with dense life force. For the vast majority of living beings, this energy could have a positive effect, including restoring physical strength and healing wounds. But for the undead race, it was a deadly poison. Although the two of them, being at the peak mid-level god realm, would not be severely wounded by this, they could not avoid the intense pain, discomfort, nausea, and the suppression of their strength, because the life force currently flooding their bodies was not simple at all. The expressions on their faces were as if they had seen a ghost. Although they did not understand why this life force had suddenly appeared, they were certain that all of this was the handiwork of the figure on the throne. In an instant, the two of them fled in a panic, trailing smoke behind them. However, the life force lingering around them was like a maggot in the bone, impossible to shake off no matter what they did. In desperation, the two could only cast pleading gazes toward Gaunt, but at this moment, how could the latter have any spare energy to rescue them? Pucci. The moment Brian's attack descended, Gaunt's body was also enveloped by a dense life force. His strength was instantly suppressed, and his divine body was pierced directly by the scythe of the death god. Miraculously, wherever the blade of the scythe of the death god passed, the life force seemed to have a consciousness of its own, receding immediately. A terrifying devouring force surged from the scythe of the death god, and Gaunt felt his divine power being rapidly drained. Coupled with the suppression of the life force outside his body, his face twisted instantly, and for a moment, he was unable to break free and escape. This feeling it was too painful. What the scythe of the death god was extracting was not just his divine power, but also the power of his divine soul. Bang! Gaunt made a decisive choice. His divine body exploded instantly, transforming into wisps of black light that sped away from the scythe of the death god, only to reform his divine body afterward. Yet, The life force on the surface of his body could not be purged no matter what. Chapter 639. The Lord of the Realm will not let you off. Having reformed his divine body, Gaunt mobilized his divine power to its limit, attempting to shake off the suppression of the life force. At this moment, he felt as if his mind were a complete mess. The holy light undead was one thing, but how could such pure life force exist in the death realm? Even the dream of life, where the flower of life resided, did not possess such powerful life force. Moreover, the dream of life was a spatial pocket, not actually within the scope of the death realm, unless the life sovereign arrived in person. Absolutely no one could wield such power within the death realm. Thinking of this, Gaunt's heart suddenly trembled, and he jerked his head up to look at Brian. Could it be that this guy worshipped the life sovereign? That didn't make sense either. Where would a life sovereign come from in the myriad worlds nowadays? Just as he dismissed the thought in his mind, Gaunt's eyes widened again. He saw that our own Brian, who was slashing over with the scythe of the death god. A dense power of death had suddenly appeared. Under the enhancement of this power, Brian's combat strength had increased once more, with one side growing and the other waning. The gap between the two had already widened. No, is this right? Which sovereign does this guy actually worship? Poochie, while he was distracted, the scythe of the death god pierced Gaunt's divine body once again. The latter had no choice but to repeat his previous tactic, exploding his divine body to escape. After reforming his divine body again, Gaunt glanced tremblingly at the figure on the throne, his heart already harboring thoughts of retreat. He stopped being distracted, transformed into a streak of black light, dodged Brian's attack, scooped up Raphael and the other, and tried to leave. But the voice that rang in his ears made his expression change. Did I give you permission to leave? Sumyubai sat upright on the throne, looking at the fleeing Gaunt with a playful gaze. Since you've come, you might as well stay. His tone was very flat, as if he were speaking of an insignificant matter. Upon hearing this, Brian seemed as if he had been injected with adrenaline, shouldering the scythe of the death god as he charged toward Gaunt. The dense power of death followed him closely, enhancing his combat strength. In contrast, Gaunt's expression was now ugly to the extreme. He had already retracted Raphael and Greg into his internal small world, but he himself had nowhere left to run. Gaunt discovered with horror that he had been pulled into the opponent's divine domain without even realizing it. The initial holy light, the life force that appeared later, and the power of death around Brian all originated from this divine domain. There were only two ways to leave. First, to forcibly shatter this divine domain, just as that white light had destroyed his own divine domain earlier. But without even thinking, Gaunt knew he couldn't do that. The second method was to use his own divine domain to resist the influence of the opponent's divine domain, find an opportunity to charge out of the dark world in one go, and then escape. But Gaunt's divine domain had just been destroyed and could not be reopened in the short term. And even if he could open it, it would be useless. Gaunt knew very well that his divine domain was like a bubble in front of the opponent's, shattering at the slightest touch. He had only ever seen such a powerful divine domain in one person. That was the Lord of the Undead Realm. But even the Realm Lord's divine domain could never possess so many different types of power. And they were the opposing forces of life and death, no less. This had never happened in the history of the entire myriad worlds. Clang! The long spear in Gaunt's hand collided with the scythe of the death god. But this time, it was he who was sent flying backward. Brian's current combat strength was completely above his, even approaching that of a peak high god. However, Gaunt had no intention of fighting to the death. While blocking Brian's attacks, his gaze remained fixed on Sumyubai upon the throne. From everything that had just happened, it was clear that this person at the saint extermination level was the true mastermind. Gaunt no longer dared to guess Sumyubai's identity, but he also did not want to perish here. Friend, you and I have no grudges. There's no need to kill us all, right? Hearing this, Sumyubai didn't react in the slightest. But Brian was the first to object. As he continued his assault, he said coldly, HMPH, friend, do you even deserve to be called that? I call him master, and you think you're his friend. If I give you a little leeway, wouldn't you be riding on my head to take a dump later? This brat must not be left alive. No. Gandhi frowned and just opened his mouth. But Brian suddenly changed his stance. Snap! The scythe of the death god struck horizontally directly across Gandhi's mouth, beating the words he was about to say back into his throat. Immediately following this was a frantic, storm-like barrage of attacks. Dense divine power of death and various laws of power surged, leaving Gandhi in utter misery. He couldn't quite wrap his head around it. He had only said the word friend. Was it really necessary to get so worked up, however? The constant depletion of his divine power and soul energy began to instill a sense of fear in Gandhi. Even a true god fears falling. With his status as a special envoy, he was treated as an honored guest wherever he went. How could he be willing to die in a god-forsaken corner like the Frost Prison Star? Under these circumstances, to survive, Gandhi had no choice but to bring up his background, free of these. But the moment he opened his mouth, he clearly felt Brian's attacks become even more ferocious. It left him truly at a loss for how to address Sumubai, begging for mercy. He certainly couldn't just call him by his name. Calling him friend would only trigger this madman again. Call him brother. Better not. The irritation from that term would likely be even greater than friend. After shattering his divine body once more to escape the devouring of the scythe of the death god, Gandhi simply skipped the address altogether and hissed sharply, "If I die here, the World Lord will certainly not let you off." This was no empty threat. A special envoy represents the World Lord. To kill an envoy is to slap the World Lord in the face. Regardless of the reason, the World Lord would inevitably investigate to the very end. For Sumubai, this was indeed a trouble. Although he now possessed the combat power of a peak high god, he could only barely handle an average peak high god. How could someone who manages to become a World Lord be merely an average existence? Not to mention, it was a top-tier major world like the undead realm. If it were anyone else, hearing this would surely cause them to have reservations due to the existence behind Gandhi. But who was Sumubai? Not to mention the heart-to-heart contract he had forged with the goddess of luck. The mere fact that he had the Frost Return Dragon clan on his side gave him the confidence not to fear the World Lord of the undead realm. Moreover, Ashen had now become his follower. Both the future prodigy and the current prodigy of the Dragon clan were his own people. Even if the Dragon clan didn't want to help, they would have to. Therefore, facing Gandhi's words, which were a threat on the surface but a plea for mercy in reality, Sumubai slowly stood up from his throne. "I would very much like to see how he intends to not let us off." As his voice fell, the pure white space changed instantly, and emerald green life force suddenly flooded the entire divine domain. Gandhi, who was already suppressed by this, suddenly felt his pressure multiply, and the consumption rate of the divine power within him skyrocketed. In contrast, Yu and Brian, who were also of the undead race, were not affected in the slightest by this dense life force. Not only that, but Brian's power even increased to a certain extent. Chapter 640, The Driven Mad Envoy. Bonus chapter, You. What kind of heretics are you? This scene was beyond Gandhi's comprehension, and even his voice began to tremble. As a special envoy of the undead realm and a powerful existence at the late stage of a high god, he had lived for endless years. But seeing the undead race absorb life force completely overturned his worldview. Such a thing, let alone him, even his direct superior, the World Lord of the undead realm, had never heard of. Gandhi could no longer believe anything he was seeing. There must be a powerful existence secretly influencing his soul. Hallucinations. Everything he was seeing now was just a hallucination. How could the undead race possibly absorb life force? And that guy named Yu, just a Saint Extinction level player. How could he be this strong? He was merely a pawn on the surface to attract his attention. From the initial inability to kill him to the later divine domain, it was all the work of that person in the shadows. He had simply been influenced in his soul. Otherwise, how could such opposing forces as the power of death and the power of life exist within the same divine domain? Yes, that must be it. It seems that the existence in the shadows also dared not openly offend the World Lord. Thinking this way, Gandhi suddenly found that everything made sense, and so, he suddenly looked up and laughed. "Ha ha ha, come out. I have already seen through your tricks." This sudden change caused Brian's attack to falter. This guy, is he crazy? Watching Gandhi, who was making no attempt to defend himself, Brian swung the scythe of the death god with a strange expression. Poochie. The sharp blade instantly pierced through Gandhi's divine body, beginning to frantically devour his divine power and soul energy, feeding it back to Brian. Possessing this high-level low-grade treasure allowed one to become stronger the more they fought. Come out, even if you hide in the shadows. The World Lord will not let you off. Gandhi seemed convinced that Brian dared not kill him. This time, he did not choose to shatter his divine body, but instead gritted his teeth against the devouring of the scythe of the death god and said in a deep voice, "Still not showing yourself. HMPH, I have already recorded the aura of this divine domain. Even if you don't show yourself, the World Lord will be able to find you." Relying on this leverage, Gandhi seemed to believe that the existence in the shadows dared not kill him completely. But as more and more of his power was devoured by the scythe of the death god, he began to panic, roaring, "You had better think clearly. If you kill me, can you withstand the World Lord's fury, idiot?" The response to him was Brian's cold words. Bang, and then Gandhi could not help but shatter his divine body to escape the devouring of the scythe of the death god. However, there was very little divine power left within him. Before he could figure out why, Brian had already attacked again. The gap between the two had grown increasingly vast. Gaunt no longer possessed the ability to resist, and under Brian's relentless onslaught, his divine body shattered time and time again. At this rate, he would inevitably meet his end. Sumyubai had no idea what this guy had imagined in his own head to suddenly act as if he had lost his mind. However, he also understood that the undead race absorbing life force was indeed difficult for others to accept, because such a feat was something even a ruler of rules could not achieve. The only reason he could do it was entirely due to his cataclysm talent, the life force nurtured by the world tree. Under the enhancement of the cataclysm trait, underwent a certain mutation that allowed undead creatures to absorb it. However, this was something under Sumyubai's control. In other words, if he wanted the other party to absorb it, they could. Otherwise, it remained a lethal poison. It was just that the life force here did not originate from the world tree, but from another supreme treasure, the incomplete heart of reincarnation. This supreme treasure had evolved after the fragmented heart of chaos devoured a massive amount of primordial divine life force and divine death force. It was also the first unknown grade supreme treasure Sumyubai had encountered since entering the myriad worlds. Because the primordial divine life force it devoured originated from the world tree, the life force channeled through it likewise possessed the effects of that mutation. Incomplete heart of reincarnation. Unknown grade supreme treasure in complete state effects. 1. Power of reincarnation. You can convert your divine power into one of the following at any time: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wine, thunder, light, darkness, life, or death. This significantly increases your comprehension and fusion speed regarding the laws of that element. 2. Divine domain of reincarnation. With the aid of the heart of reincarnation, you can open the divine domain of reincarnation. Multiple types of power can exist within the divine domain simultaneously, and they are completely under your control. The heart of reincarnation is incomplete, other effects are unknown. Originally a rule grade supreme treasure created by the chaos ruler, it underwent a transformation due to unknown reasons and cannot be used by ordinary people at all. This was the truth behind everything. It was precisely because of the heart of reincarnation that Sumyubai, while only at the 9th order mythical stage, could utilize a divine domain that only high-level gods could wield. Because the divine domain of reincarnation was to heaven-defying, it led Gaunt to believe that his own divine soul had been compromised. Divine domains containing multiple powers had appeared in the myriad worlds before. High-level gods who stepped onto the peak of the chaos rule path all possessed divine domains with multiple powers. But the simultaneous appearance of life force and death force was unprecedented. It had to be said that Sumyubai had underestimated the shock caused by the coexistence of these two forces. Even Gaunt, an envoy at the late stage of the high-level god realm, had been shocked into madness. And this was merely a small fraction of the heart of reincarnation's effects. If this unknown grade supreme treasure were to be restored to its complete state, Sumyubai could hardly imagine what kind of power it would possess. Was this, too, a part of the grand scheme? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, a few conjectures forming in his mind. Heart of reincarnation to reincarnation. There was no such rule in the myriad worlds. Zhu Xingchen and the others seemed to be playing a very dangerous game. Glancing at Gaunt, whose momentum was weakening and who had begun to curse incessantly. Sumyubai switched his perspective and opened his quest list. Aside from evolving into the Heart of Reincarnation, the Heart of Chaos had also caused a change in one of his quests. Today's bonus chapter is here, chapter 641, Don't Come Over Here, Reincarnation Quest Difficulty, and Known Quest Content. Please repair the incomplete Heart of Reincarnation within 999 years to unlock the subsequent stages. Quest rewards, failure penalty, and known originally. This quest was named Chaos, a 13-star difficulty quest that required Sumyubai to become the Chaos ruler. But after the fragmented Heart of Chaos evolved into the incomplete Heart of Reincarnation, the quest name also changed to Reincarnation, and a known grade quest. Looking at the information on the quest list, Sumyubai couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. The highest realm known on the surface of the myriad worlds was the 12th Order Ruler of Rules realm. Among them, the rulers of the 9 supreme rules were known as supreme gods. Although they were also 12th order, they were clearly several orders of magnitude stronger. However, Sumyubai knew very well that above the ruler of rules realm, there existed another realm called the rule-breaking realm. In the past, he didn't quite understand why this realm was called rule-breaking, but as his strength and horizons expanded, he gradually gained an epiphany. The so-called rule-breaking realm and the law of destruction comprehended by Oman and the others, while both containing the word destruction, had completely different meanings. The law of destruction was merely a path of law subordinate to the rule of destruction. As for the rule-breaking realm, based on Sumyubai's current understanding, it likely represented the state of breaking free from all rule-based constraints, reaching a realm where no law could touch one's body. Only this explanation could account for why the rule-breaking realm could stand above the ruler of rules realm, and this was the 13th realm of the myriad worlds. Yet, even for the rule-breaking realm, Sumyubai had only seen it mentioned on the Cataclysm panel. That was already the limit of the myriad worlds, and it would even be rejected by the world itself. Now, both the incomplete Heart of Reincarnation and the Reincarnation Quest were of a known grade. What did this signify? There must be a realm that exists above the rule-breaking realm. Looking at Reincarnation on the quest list, Sumyubai's eyes were thoughtful. Golden light flickered within his pupils, and the vertical eye at the center of his brow suddenly snapped open. Mystic Heaven Divine Eye. Within the dense golden light, the yin-yang fish slowly rotated. At the very bottom of the Reincarnation Quest, a line of small text gradually emerged. 9,999 years is the final deadline. The myriad worlds require reincarnation, otherwise, they will be doomed to eternal destruction. What did it mean that the myriad worlds required reincarnation? Or else they would be doomed to eternal destruction. Sumyubai's pupils constricted, and a sense of urgency suddenly gripped his heart. Before, when he saw this time frame, he hadn't felt much about it. After all, he was only 20-something years old. Nearly 10,000 years was far too distant a concept for him. However, when viewed against the backdrop of the entire myriad worlds, this amount of time was not even worth mentioning. What exactly does this mean? Looking at the time limit on the quest list, Sumyubai furrowed his brows tightly. Although the quest had undergone some slight changes, it still provided no clues whatsoever. Sumyubai had absolutely no idea how to restore the incomplete Heart of Reincarnation to its complete state. Moreover, this supreme treasure had originally been obtained by freeloading an upgrade from the abnormal elemental heart. This meant that Sumyubai's catastrophe talent could no longer be used to freeload an upgrade for it. At the very least, it would require a tier to sublimation. But this item was a treasure of unknown grade, transcending the limits of the myriad worlds. The resources required for such a sublimation would likely be impossible to gather, even if he were to scour the entire myriad worlds. On the bank of the tributary of the river of time and space, Sumyubai involuntarily raised his hand to touch his chest. He could feel the incomplete Heart of Reincarnation beating slowly within his ribcage. Reincarnation, chaos formed by the fusion of the 9 elements. Then life and death, fate, time and space. After sorting through everything that had happened since he entered the myriad worlds game, Sumyubai whispered softly, "Is there also luck?" The image of Lien flashed through his mind, and Sumyubai's pupils dilated sharply. He felt he had roughly guessed something, but it felt utterly inconceivable. If that were truly the case, then it was thinking far too highly of him. Sumyubai was well aware that his journey thus far had relied entirely on the cheat that was his catastrophe talent. Without this talent, he would have been nothing more than an ordinary member among the billions of players from Blue Star. Of course, an S-grade promotion talent could barely rank him in the top 1,000 of the Blue Star region. But when placed in the context of the entire myriad worlds, he would be as ordinary as one could possibly be. Is it really possible to achieve this? For the first time, Sumyubai felt uncertain about the achievements he could reach in the future. Just as Sumyubai was lost in thought, Brian had already arrived before Yui, dragging the unconscious Gaunt with him. "Master, should I kill this guy directly?" He was naturally referring to the special envoy, Gaunt. As for Raphael and Greg, whom the other party had previously tucked away into his internal small world, they were now kneeling before Brian like dead dogs. Their lives had always been in Gaunt's hands. Now that Gaunt had been beaten into a deep slumber, the two of them were naturally left to be slaughtered at will. Seeing this scene through Yu's perspective, Sumyubai suddenly had a moment of realization, casting all his hesitation to the back of his mind. Regardless of whether he could actually do it, he had to at least try. If the myriad worlds were to be doomed, how could he possibly remain unscathed? Isn't it just reincarnation? Sumyubai, accept the challenge. At this moment, Sumyubai once again felt a sense of mental clarity, and his entire body and mind became relaxed. The last time he had felt this way was when he personally killed that pair of scumbags, Liu Ryan and her lover, who tilled exhaling a long, turbid breath. Sumyubai slowly stood up, and the throne behind him dissipated with the wind. His gaze swept over the sleeping Gaunt, and his divine sense stirred. However, immediately afterward, Sumyubai frowned. He had urgently wanted to take complete control of this guy, but Yu was too weak. Under the condition of remote control, Sumyubai simply could not mobilize enough law energy to control a high god. The abilities he had used previously all came from soulbound rule-grade supreme treasures. The effects they could exert would not be diminished by Yu's weakness. At most, the duration would be reduced due to insufficient energy supply. Sumyubai thought for a moment and said, "Seal him first, and wait for me to return." Although Gaunt had been beaten into a deep slumber, to be safe, Sumyubai still had Brian seal him up first. After all, this was a late-stage high god, without the god descent state, and the scythe of the death god. Brian was truly no match for him. As he spoke, Sumyubai's gaze swept over the kneeling Raphael and his companion. "As for those two, do with them as you please. Thank you, Master, for your grace." The soul fire within Brian's pupils flickered violently, his emotions clearly agitated. It was because of this wicked disciple that he had been dormant for so many years. If he hadn't been lucky enough to meet his master, he likely would have found it difficult to ever return to his peak in this lifetime. Thinking of this, Brian first sealed the sleeping Gaunt, then cast his cold gaze toward Raphael. To prevent the other party from dying too quickly, he specifically ended the god descent state and put away the scythe of the death god. The latter looked at Brian in terror, trembling as he said, "My master, I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please, I beg you." "You don't know you were wrong. You just know you are about to die," Brian sneered, approaching Raphael step by step. His pace was very, very slow, and every step deepened the fear in the latter's heart. "You don't come over here." Chapter 642 Batch Comprehension of Laws. On the bank of the tributary of the river of time and space. After giving instructions for the subsequent matters, Sumyubai exited the control state, with Gaunt sealed in a deep slumber. The crisis for Brian and the others had been completely resolved, so there was naturally no need for his divine sense to remain in the entire Frost Prison God Kingdom. Besides the special envoy Gaunt, the strongest were Raphael and Greg. With Brian's current strength, he was already invincible even without activating the god descent state. Sumyubai now only needed to wait for the wheel of time and space to finish recovering before he could leave the tributary of the river of time and space. In his original plan, he had intended to try here to see if he could freeload Rule Daos for the Signal Light Brothers and the Angel Sisters. Only after stepping onto the Rule Dao of Death did Sumyubai realize that this was currently impossible. Their divine souls were far from sufficient to carry a Rule Dao, even if it wasn't a supreme rule, among his current subordinates. Brian is the only one with any real hope in the short term. As long as he can break through to the high god realm and condense a godhead, he will be capable of bearing the burden. Aside from him, even the Dragon Clan prodigy Ocean is still some distance away. Although that guy possesses the combat power of a late-stage high god, his divine soul is only at the late-stage mid-god level. It seems that having such a massive cheat comes with its downsides. Sumubai grinned, truly being one to have his cake and eat it too. But it was indeed the truth. Before entering the tributary of the River of Time, his own combat power was at most that of a low god. At that time, there were several subordinates whose strength surpassed his. Ashin, Brian, and Lanyu. The fusion of the Angel Sisters made 3, if one were to count Patty, whom the Signal Light brothers could summon back at any time. That made 4. Yet, in this short half-month, his strength had skyrocketed like a rocket to the peak high god realm. In an instant, the combat power of his subordinates had fallen far behind. But there was no helping it. No matter how talented they were, it was difficult to keep up with someone who was cheating. Unless they could cheat too. Thinking of Lanyu, Sumubai immediately sank his consciousness into the small world within his body. When Brian and the others were in danger, he had seen Yulan and Lingyu fuse together in an unconscious state. Now that the crisis was resolved, Sumubai finally had the peace of mind to examine the specific situation. His divine soul projection condensed within the small world, where 5 majestic paths of laws remained as eye-catching as ever. Among them, the paths of laws comprehended by Lingyu and Yulan were pressed tightly together, while the figure of Lanyu stood between the 2 paths. At this moment, the figures of Amon and his 2 brothers had already reached the end of their paths of laws. This meant that their breakthrough was entering its final stages. Crossing this step would allow them to step into the 11th tier Law Lord realm and achieve the status of a true god. Boom, 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 accompanied by 3 terrifying surges of divine might rising into the sky. The Signal Light brothers opened their eyes simultaneously. The clouds above the small world were dispersed by the brothers' powerful aura, and the divine light in their eyes pierced through the firmament, shooting into the void outside the small world. The next moment, 3 beams of divine light tore through the sky and arrived before Sumubai in an instant. Boss, Amon and his brothers spoke excitedly, about to share the good news, but they suddenly hung their mouths open, staring at Sumubai in disbelief. No way, boss. How did you suddenly become so strong? As his own people, Sumubai saw no need to hide his strength from them. For a moment, the Signal Light brothers stood frozen in place. A moment ago, they were still feeling smug about how quickly the 3 of them had broken through. But after seeing Sumubai's strength, they couldn't even speak. No way, boss. How on earth did you do it? How could you possess the combat power of a peak high god when breaking through from the 8th tier legendary level to the 9th tier mythical level? Is this exaggerated leap in combat power for real? Compared to boss, what difference does it make that we broke through from the 10th tier Saint Extermination level to the 11th tier Law Lord level? After being stunned for a moment, Huanggui and Lumao finally managed to utter a heartfelt sentiment. Boss, you're awesome. Amon, the leader, uncharacteristically didn't knock their heads, his face wearing an expression that suggested everything they said was correct. Sumubai chuckled. Not bad. The speed of your breakthrough didn't disappoint me. That's all thanks to your leadership, boss. Amon rubbed the back of his head with a simple expression. I had planned to give you all a surprise, but it seems that won't be possible in the short term. Sumubai's gaze swept over the 3 of them. For now, this will have to do. As his voice fell, he moved his divine sense. Catastrophe. Immediately after, the excited voices of the 3 brothers rang out in the small world. Wow, big brother, am I a genius? The system just said I comprehended the law of dark erosion. I'm a genius too. I comprehended a law for no reason at all. Bang, bang, 2 fists landed on their heads. Idiots. Those laws were bestowed by boss. Although he was scolding his 2 brothers, the corners of Amon's mouth were wider than an AK could ever be. Following the boss is just great. Just after breaking through, all 5 paths of laws were complete. This saved a massive amount of time for every path of law. The hardest parts are the initial 0, 1% and the final 0. The former is opening a path of law. The latter is fully comprehending a path of law. Now, in addition to the law of destruction which was already fully comprehended, For new paths of laws had been opened instantly. For others, this would take a significant amount of time. Many low gods spend their entire lives unable to open 5 paths of laws. If this doesn't count as a surprise, then what would comprehending the great Tao of rules? Clearing these absurd thoughts from his mind, Amon excitedly began to test his newly comprehended laws. Huanggue and Lu Mao did the same. Sumyu Bai did not disturb the 3 of them. He had just used catastrophe to freeload the promotion of the brothers for SSS tier skills into new paths of laws. The reason there were only 5 in total was not because the brothers lacked SSS tier skills, but because that was already the limit for a low god. Just as Sumyu Bai was about to turn his gaze toward Lan Yu, who was nearing the completion of her breakthrough, he suddenly paused, his eyes falling back onto the 3 brothers. Mondro Aldrich Demon Race Aldrich Family. Demon Royal Family Top Tier Demon Creature. Law Lord Realm 11th Tier Vitality 3 stars Divine Soul, Early Stage Low God. Divine Body Early Stage Low God. Combat Power Early Stage Low God. Laws, Law of Destruction. Law of Causality 0 marks. Law of Dark Erosion 0 marks. The 3 brothers' status windows were identical in every way, save for their names and family lineage. Although their 3-star vitality was far inferior to the 9-star vitality Frost had possessed upon his breakthrough, and their combat power had not reached the level of challenging those of higher ranks. Under the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupils, an extra line of information appeared beneath the panels of Amon and his 2 brothers. Chapter 643. 10-Wing Chaos Angel Lan Yu. Bonus Chapter. Sumyu Bai still remembered that when he had first reached an agreement with An, who resided within Padi, and accepted the Signal Light brothers, their status windows had contained additional information. When the 3 are together, their luck stat will increase significantly, and they will also bring good fortune to those around them. Now that the 3 had broken through to the 11th tier Lawmaster realm and achieved the status of true gods, this extra line of information had undergone a massive change. When the 3 are together, they will possess a portion of the Authority of Luck. The Authority of Luck. Sumyu Bai was taken aback. Had Lian been robbed again? But immediately after, a line of small text appeared beneath this information. This portion of the Authority of Luck does not belong to the Sovereign of Luck. Seeing this, Sumyu Bai felt somewhat bewildered. What did that mean? How could there be an Authority of Luck that didn't belong to the Sovereign of Luck? Could it be that the Sovereign of Rules had not fully grasped a certain type of authority? Thinking of this, Sumyu Bai couldn't help but nod. That was the only logical explanation. Keeping this in mind, Sumyu Bai turned his gaze toward Lan Yu. At this moment, this unique Chaos Angel of the Myriad Worlds had also reached the end of her 2 paths of law. Boom! A terrifying divine might surged into the sky once more. The commotion this time was far greater than when the Signal Light brothers had broken through. After all, even before her breakthrough, Lan Yu, the fusion of the Angel Sisters, had already possessed the combat power of a peak lesser god. Powerful divine energy fluctuations swept across the entire small world. Lan Yu's 5 pairs of wings were fully unfurled, and she was bathed in 9-colored divine light, appearing like a deity of chaos. Amidst the dazzling divine light, the flowing wings behind Lan Yu swayed gently. In an instant, she arrived before Sumyu Bai and bowed slightly. "Thank you, my lord, for your grace." Sumyu Bai waved his hand. He understood that Lan Yu was referring to the leaf of the world tree. If not for that, Yulan and Ling Yu would not have been able to break through simultaneously. He extended his divine sense to help Lan Yu up, his eyes flickering with golden light. 10-Wing Chaos Angel O Master Realm Vitality. 8,395 stars. Divine Soul. Late Stage Intermediate God. Divine Body. Late Stage Intermediate God. Combat Power. Late Stage Higher God. Laws. All Original Laws. Authority. A very small portion of the Authority of Chaos. The only Chaos Angel in the Myriad Worlds, possessing the ability to mobilize a portion of the Authority of Chaos. Her existence is extremely unique. Good heavens! Even Sumyu Bai was shocked by Lan Yu's improvement. The Angel Sisters had only just broken through to the early stage of Lesser God. Yet Lan Yu, formed by their fusion, already possessed combat power no weaker than that of Aoshin, the pride of the Dragon Clan. Was Chaos Fusion really this powerful? Thinking of this, Sumyu Bai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked, "If your cultivation levels both reach the peak of the higher God realm, What kind of strength would you be able to possess after fusing? I apologize. My lord, I do not know. Lan Yu shook her head, indicating she wasn't sure. As the only Chaos Angel in the myriad worlds, she had no predecessor's experience to refer to. Everything had to be explored on her own. It's fine. We'll know when the time comes. Sumyubai nodded, not dwelling on it too much. Since the fusion was not infinite, the Angel Sisters soon ended their fusion. However, this breakthrough had caused the time they could remain fused to increase tenfold. Perhaps after reaching the higher god realm, the two sisters would be able to maintain their fused state at will. Scanning the two women's status windows, Sumyubai found nothing particularly special. Sumyubai also freeloaded by promoting both of their law pots to 5, after which his divine sense withdrew from the internal small world. Now that they were in a tributary of the river of time, there was no point in them coming out. After sensing their newly comprehended law paths, they entered the Sea of Death once again to cultivate using the soul-shattering impacts. With the Sea of Death, the progress of the divine souls of both the Signal Light brothers and the Angel Sisters would be very rapid. Similarly, their divine bodies would improve quickly due to the influence of the World Tree. The only thing constraining their strength was their comprehension of the law paths. However, this would no longer be important once they reached the higher god realm, because once they condensed a godhead capable of bearing the great Tao of rules, Sumyubai would be able to use catastrophe to help them directly comprehend the great Tao of rules. All they needed was time. Pale Dragon Tomb, 12th floor. Aoshin sat cross-legged beside the mark left behind by the vanished stone tablet. Ever since the announcement of Bai Yi comprehending the great Tao of rules, he had been anxiously wanting to return to the ruins of the ancestral dragon. But because Frost had not emerged from the inheritance space for a long time, he could only wait helplessly. I wonder if that crazy woman can find Lord Bai Yi. Thinking of Ju Xiaoyu, Aoshin couldn't help but reach up and touch his eye socket. Although the bruise had long since faded, the psychological shadow remained. Ever since he was born, he had been suppressed by Ju Xiaoyu among his peers. But that was in the past. Now, there was an additional Bai Yi. Thinking of the time-based laws that both of them possessed, Aoshin felt a headache coming on. This ability was simply too shameless. Without comprehending a law of the same level, there was no way to break it. Just then, a rich, pale divine light suddenly lit up beside him. Within the light, a figure slowly emerged. It was Frost, who had been receiving the inheritance. However, his temperament had become increasingly profound, like a black hole, making it impossible for others to discern his true depth. Seeing Frost at this moment, Aoshin suddenly sighed. It seems that before long, there will be one more peer I cannot defeat. Old Shin, why are you sighing? Don't worry, I'll have your back from now on. As soon as Bing Shuang spoke, her previous aura vanished instantly. Aoshin didn't waste any words. He simply waved his hand to summon a small spacecraft. Let's go. Come back to the ruins of the ancestral dragon with me first. What's the rush? Are you in such a hurry to be reincarnated? Lord Bai's situation is becoming very dangerous. I must seek help from the elders. Then why are you still dawdling? Hurry up and accelerate into space jump. Extra chapter for today, chapter 644. The Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom, the Death Domain, the Demon God Secret Realm. This is an ultra-large secret realm that does not belong to any single great world. Or rather, an ultra-large secret realm is, in itself, a complete great world. The Demon God Secret Realm has always been under the control of the demon race, managed jointly by the 3 great royal clans. It is rich in a resource called Demon God Jade, which helps members of the demon race condense their divine bodies more quickly. Above the Demon God Jade lies the Demon God Jade Marrow, which is the rare resource truly valued by the 3 royal clans. Beyond strengthening divine bodies, Demon God Jade Marrow can also accelerate the speed at which true gods of the demon race comprehend the laws of destruction. Although the 3 royal clans present a united front to the outside world, there are still disputes internally. After all, everyone wants a larger share of the benefits. However, the 3 royal clans do not resort to all-out war over minor interests. Their method of resolving disputes is quite simple. Take the Demon God Secret Realm, for example. The distribution of benefits among the 3 royal clans is a straightforward 4-2-3-3 split. Whichever family the demon race's prodigy hails from receives 40% of the profits, while the other two families each receive 30%. As for a demon outside the three royal clans becoming a prodigy, such a thing has never happened. The current demon race prodigy is not from the Aldrich family, but from the Locke family, to which green hair belongs. In the center of the demon god's secret realm lies an abyss that radiates endless demonic energy. This is the place where the demon race prodigy goes into seclusion. Above the abyss, a tall and burly demonic figure flew over at high speed. The demonic horns atop his head curved backward, inscriptions shimmered on his skin, and the demonic wings behind him blotted out the sky. The newcomer was Patty. The information regarding where the prodigy was in seclusion was not considered a secret among the three royal clans, so he had found it easily. Only upon reaching the edge of the abyss did Patty slowly come to a halt, with his demonic wings swaying behind him. He looked down at the abyss filled with thick demonic energy, and a flash of nervousness crossed his face. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Who would have thought that he, once the bottom dweller, would now be able to challenge the prodigy master? Before Patty could finish his sentence, and interrupted him directly. If you keep being so wishy-washy, don't call me master anymore. Hearing this, Patty's expression stiffened. He reached out to pull the greatsword from his back, took a deep breath, and plunged into the abyss. The moment he entered, he felt every cell in his body become active, and the divine power within him began to grow scorching hot. All of this was due to the influence of the tangible demonic energy within the abyss. The aura of the demon race prodigy was like a bright lamp in the dark here, without the slightest concealment. Patty soon arrived before his opponent, Sid. The moment he called out the name, the demon known as Sid opened his eyes. These eyes were completely pitch black, devoid of any other color. Oh, and you are. Although Sid could see Patty's information and knew he was a member of the Aldrich family, he had truly never heard of the name Patty. After all, Patty had been a non-entity for a long time, even after obtaining his golden finger. Because his soul was essentially in a dormant state, he had only become one of the geniuses of the new generation. With his strength, he naturally could not catch the eye of Sid, the demon race prodigy. If it had been any demon other than one from the three royal clans who disturbed him, they would have been dead by now. Facing Sid's emotionless gaze, Patty lowered the greatsword he had been carrying on his shoulder, pointed the tip directly at him, and said in a deep voice, "Once I take the title of prodigy, you'll know who I am." Hearing this, Sid acted as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Ha 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 ha. Just you. He looked Patty up and down, truly unable to fathom where this guy at the lower god realm found the courage to challenge his position as prodigy. Afterward, Sid glanced at Patty with disdain and simply closed his eyes again. "Get lost. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll spare your life." Patty said nothing and directly initiated a prodigy challenge against Sid. The system notification that rang in his ears caused Sid to open his eyes once more. Only this time, killing intent had appeared in his gaze. "Do you know that not a single demon who has challenged my position as prodigy has ever survived? Even if you are from the Aldrich family, it's useless." Hearing this, Patty grinned. "Too much talk. Are you afraid? Heh, since you insist on seeking death, I will grant your wish." A cold light flashed in Sid's eyes. As his words fell, two beams of white light descended from the sky, and both of their figures vanished from the spot. The Eternal Domain, Luotian World. The Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom is located on the edge of the Luotian world, with almost no presence to speak of. It possesses neither the resources valued by the myriad worlds nor any world-famous powerhouses. Players from many powerful races have never even visited this divine kingdom. It is simply too ordinary within the myriad worlds. But all of this will be rewritten after today, because 3 people have arrived in the Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom. To be precise, it is 1 person, as the other 2 are merely tagging along. In the teleportation hall on the plane, and remarkable planet in the Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom, as the white light of the teleportation flickered, 3 figures stepped out. Walking out of the teleportation hall, Charles and Lovsky looked around at everything like curious children. Although they were Saint Extermination level powerhouses, their understanding of the myriad worlds was extremely limited. The little information they did possess had been gleaned from ancient texts. This was the first time both of them had entered the true myriad worlds. But soon, the two discovered something amiss. Even though they were both tier 10 saint extermination level, after arriving here, they suddenly found themselves unable to see through Feng Yuan's strength. Hold Hallmaster, you. Feeling Feng Yuan's unfathomable aura, their pupils shrank, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. At this moment, how could they not understand that the strength of this old Hallmaster of the Divine Dragon Hall had always been suppressed by the Forbidden Divine Land? Thinking of this, a self-deprecating smile could not help but flash across their faces. Before Bai Yi had appeared, their primary intention had been to unite with Burns of the Saint Empire to first annihilate the Divine Dragon Empire. Looking at it now, everything they had done in the past was simply a joke. As long as the restrictions on the No. 7 Forbidden Divine Land were lifted, who could possibly be Feng Yuan's opponent? The two exchanged glances, both wanting to know just how strong Feng Yuan really was. Do not ask what you should not ask. Feng Yuan spoke indifferently. Xing Jun had already come out, and now that he was leaving, he naturally had to bring these two Saint Extermination level fellows along. In this way, only one Saint Extermination level existence would remain in the Divine Dragon Empire harem. Feng Yuan knew that harem had already been controlled by Bai Yi, which was why he felt at ease leaving him in the Forbidden Divine Land. This way, even if some special situation occurred, there would still be a top-tier combat force present. Although Feng Yuan's words were very soft, they made Charles and the other go silent as cicadas in winter. They obediently followed behind him and left the city. A moment later, a small spacecraft soared into the sky from this planet and disappeared into the starry sky at high speed. Chapter 645, High-Level Human Conference, Northern Frontier Divine Kingdom, Extreme North Star Region. This was almost the most peripheral area of the entire Woheaven realm. In the center of the extreme North Star region, there existed a small secret realm. Feng Yuan's destination was precisely here. Space in the starry sky vibrated, and a small spacecraft appeared out of thin air. This was not a space jump, but merely the fluctuations generated when exiting the dark universe. When the spacecraft decelerated to a stop, it landed just a short distance from the entrance of the secret realm. A white light descended, and Feng Yuan and the other two appeared, waving his hand to store the spacecraft back into his internal small world. Feng Yuan took a step forward and arrived directly in front of the slowly rotating entrance of the secret realm. Charles and Lovsky hurriedly followed, fearing they would be left behind by Feng Yuan. Both of them were entering the myriad worlds for the first time. They had followed along without any preparation, not even possessing a star map. If they were to get lost in this vast universe, it would truly be a case of calling to heaven with no response and calling to earth with no answer. The moment they approached, the entrance to the secret realm suddenly flashed with divine light. Countless dense inscriptions emerged, condensing into chains that sealed the entire vortex. Seeing this, divine light flickered in Feng Yuan's eyes, and a token suddenly appeared in his palm. The token suddenly burst forth with blinding light, acting like a key, causing all the chains to open one after another. Immediately following, a powerful suction force arrived, pulling the three of them directly into the secret realm. Charles and his companion felt a blur before their eyes, and they arrived in a brand new world. Before the two could recover their senses, they heard Feng Yuan say, "Do not approach the red areas. Stay far away from the black areas, and you may do as you please in the rest." Hearing this, both were completely bewildered, casting questioning gazes toward Feng Yuan. But where was there still a trace of Feng Yuan beside them? However, the next moment, the communicators on their wrists vibrated gently, and they simultaneously received a map file. The system map loaded immediately, and the two understood what Feng Yuan meant, helplessly exchanging glances. The two could only fly toward the nearest white area, if nothing else. Their top priority now was to learn more information about the myriad worlds. In the center of the secret realm, at the peak of a mountain that pierced the clouds, Feng Yuan's figure suddenly appeared. The energy barrier flashed with divine light, but upon sensing the token in his palm, it fell silent. Stepping onto the mountain peak, a grand hall appeared before Feng Yuan. The moment he pushed open the doors, a low voice suddenly rang out, "Yuan, long time no see." Feng Yuan's footsteps faltered, rays swirling within his eyes. He did not answer, but walked firmly into the depths of the hall. A moment later, in the central hall of the building, at an ancient conference table, 9 figures sat quietly in their respective seats. Everyone's expression was very grave, as if they were contemplating something of extreme importance. The people present were the most deeply hidden top-tier combat forces of the human race today. After a long while, the middle-aged man sitting to Feng Yuan's left suddenly spoke. "Must we really do this?" Once these words were spoken, the gazes of the others also fell upon Feng Yuan. The latter nodded heavily. "Bai Yi must be protected. We aren't saying we shouldn't protect Bai Yi." A beautiful, full-figured young woman spoke slowly. "But have you thought about what doing this entails?" As she spoke, her delicate brows were tightly furrowed, and the expressions on the faces of the others were the same. Bai Yi had been able to trigger myriad world announcements one after another, and now he had even comprehended the great Tao of rules at Tier 9. How important he was to the human race went without saying. Everyone present knew very well that Bai Yi was absolutely the hope of the human race. No matter what, he had to be protected. But if they did that, their years of hiding would all be for nothing. Feng Yuan's gaze swept across everyone's faces. "If we don't do this, do you have any other way?" As soon as this was said, everyone's expressions froze. That's right. The previous myriad world announcements were one thing, but this time was completely different. Comprehending the great Tao of rules at Tier 9 meant that Bai Yi possessed a supreme treasure of the soul-type rules. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to bear the great Tao of rules. Therefore, this announcement will inevitably attract numerous powerhouses who covet this supreme treasure of rules. And those with the qualifications to compete for this supreme treasure are at least at the peak of the upper god realm. To protect Bai Yi, they have no choice but to break the seals on their bodies and reveal their full strength. But doing so will bring about an unavoidable, major problem. Watching the solemn expressions of those present, Feng Yuan suddenly stood up. "Let's vote." As he spoke, he raised his right hand directly. Immediately after, the middle-aged man sitting to his left also raised his right hand. The glamorous young woman who had questioned him earlier, after a moment of contemplation, also slowly raised her hand. Seeing this, Feng Yuan nodded toward the two of them. The others, however, had not yet made a choice. An old man, who looked even more aged than Feng Yuan, coughed twice. Yuan, this matter is of great importance. Let everyone consider it carefully." The person beside the old man also chimed in. "Such a decision must be made with caution." Another burly man with a scruffy beard suddenly laughed. "Old man Feng, I remember you weren't one to make such impulsive decisions in the past." As his voice fell, he also raised his hand. This meant that the votes in favor of Feng Yuan's proposal had reached 4. But unfortunately, for the 9 of them, any decision requires at least 7 votes in favor to pass. Therefore, they were still 3 votes short. Feng Yuan glanced at the burly man, swept his gaze across the others once more, and said earnestly, "Everyone, Bai Yi has already stepped into the spotlight. How much meaning is there in us continuing to hide? Do you think that if we don't appear on the rankings, those races will spare Bai Yi or spare the human race? Over this period, I have come to understand one truth. A greenhouse cannot cultivate true powerhouses. Our human race has hidden for long enough." Having said this, he took a deep breath and continued, enunciating every word. "Fate is fickle. Even the goddess of fate back then, didn't she also fail to be prepared? I believe the time has come." Given Feng Yuan's past personality of prioritizing the big picture, he naturally would not have been able to say these words. But during this time, influenced successively by Sumyu Bai and Huijian, his way of thinking had undergone a tremendous change. As his voice fell, the atmosphere at the conference table shifted. The expressions on everyone's faces were no longer so solemn. One arm after another was slowly raised, and in an instant, they reached 8 votes. This vote count had already met the requirements for approval. However, they did not lower their hands, but instead looked in unison at the last old man. The latter leaned heavily back into his chair and slowly closed his eyes. When he opened them again, starlight flowed within his pupils, and a powerful aura surged into the sky. Crack! Vaguely, everyone seemed to hear the sound of something shattering. Although this last old man did not raise his hand, he made his decision through action. He was actually the first to break the seal on his own body. Immediately after, everyone stood up in unison, and the aura of each person underwent earth-shattering change. A sharp glint flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes, and they all shared a smile. Good, then let us take this opportunity to make the name of the human race resound once more. Chapter 646, The Myriad Worlds Tremble. Bonus chapter. On the banks of a tributary of the river of time and space, Sumyubai was absorbing the essence of divine soul while observing the recovery progress of the wheel of time and space. This supreme treasure had been spinning in midair for a long time, but it appeared and changed. 3 days later, Sumyubai suddenly opened his eyes. In midair, the speed at which the wheel of time and space was spinning had not decreased. Instead, it had become even faster. Following that, a terrifying suction force emanated from the wheel of time and space. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened. Golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes, and the vertical pupil on his forehead opened accordingly. Once the Zhuanshan divine pupil was activated, the turbulent flows of time and space on both banks of the river of time and space appeared in Sumyubai's vision once again. The next moment, his pupils constricted violently. He saw that those turbulent flows of time and space were beginning to twist, being pulled into long strips by the power of the wheel of time and space. Streams of time-space turbulence began to pour into the wheel of time and space. Although the wheel of time and space was absorbing them at an extremely fast rate, the very existence of the tributary of the river of time and space caused new turbulent flows to constantly appear on both banks. Seeing this, a look of wild joy flashed in Sumyubai's eyes. After absorbing these turbulent flows of time and space, the recovery progress of the wheel of time and space would inevitably increase significantly. Just as Sumyubai was filled with anticipation, the Myriad Worlds announcement that suddenly rang in his ears left him completely stunned. Myriad Worlds announcement. Congratulations to the human race for ascending the Myriad Races ranking. This is hereby announced. We hope that races not yet on the list will continue to strive to ascend the Myriad Races ranking as soon as possible to obtain generous rewards. Sumyubai's eyes widened, filled with shock. What was going on? He hadn't made the list even when he comprehended the great Tao of rules. So how could the human race suddenly ascend the Myriad Races ranking now? The appearance of this announcement shocked not only Sumyubai, but the entire Myriad Worlds and all the Myriad Races, of course. The most miserable were those who had previously been in last place on the Myriad Races ranking. The human race's ascent had pushed this race off the list. From this moment on, there was one more race that was hostile toward the human race. Because ascending the Myriad Races ranking provided improvements to the entire race, once a race fell off the list, the rewards bestowed by the Myriad Worlds game would be reclaimed. Once this announcement was made, the players of the Goblin race felt as if the sky had collapsed. From today on, my Goblin race and the human race are irreconcilable enemies. The racial buffs given by the Myriad Worlds game are gone. What do we do now? What else can we do? Why don't you go and knock the human race off, damn it? Once you're off the list, you can't even see the rankings anymore. I don't even know what rank the human race is in this time. Everyone, don't be anxious. The human race has no shortage of enemies across the Myriad Worlds. So what if they made the rankings? Unless they can reach the top ranks directly, I believe it won't be long before they are kicked off the list again. The Goblin race, having been the original 10,000th place on the Myriad Races ranking, began to harbor hatred toward the human race after being pushed off the list. In the past, although this ugly and filthy race enjoyed capturing human females, it was merely due to their inherently lecherous nature. Things were different now. Without the racial bonus, it would be very difficult for them to climb back onto the rankings unless the human race fell off. As the saying goes, depriving someone of their wealth is like killing their parents. Before the human race could demonstrate invincible power, this race was bound to seek revenge. It was not just for the sake of vengeance, but also with the intention of dragging the human race down from the rankings. At the same time, the entire Myriad Worlds was stirred into a frenzy by this announcement. Wow, 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 wow. The human race has actually returned to the rankings. How dare they? Yes, they've actually risen directly to the middle of the Myriad Races ranking. How on earth did the humans manage that? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe the human race could have so many people break through at the same time. Damn humans. They actually dare to appear on the rankings again. This time, we will surely exterminate your entire race. I was wondering why there have been so many human experts lately. Is this them finally deciding not to hide anymore? What does that mean? Could it be that the human race has found a way to bypass the myriad worlds game detection? Countless players were left in utter shock because of the human race's appearance on the rankings. Some top-tier existences of various races were even directly enraged. Although the myriad worlds were vast, the total resources were not infinite. If a race wanted to rise, war was naturally unavoidable. The human race had once climbed the myriad races ranking, and during their rise, they had offended or slaughtered no small number of races. This was the inevitable path for every rising race. Now that the human race had returned to the rankings, it would inevitably attract a hunt from these races, a situation the human leadership was unwilling to see. After that great war back then, the reason those few remaining top powerhouses chose to seal themselves away was precisely to hide and avoid bringing disaster upon the human race. But this time, the myriad worlds announcement triggered by Sumubai forced them to break their seals, because to protect Baiyi, they had to possess the power to withstand peak upper gods. As for the mortal enemies of the human race, they could no longer afford to consider so much. Just as Feng Yuan had said, even if they continued to hide, those races would still choose to act because of Baiyi's existence. This was the reason why everyone eventually voted in favor. Because they all understood that from the moment Baiyi stepped into the spotlight, the human race had no other choice. Of course, no one would blame Baiyi for this, because the myriad worlds announcement could not be turned off. On the contrary, the human race had to protect Baiyi at all costs. The entire myriad worlds knew that Baiyi was the hope for the human race's resurgence. For a time, the entire myriad worlds was boiling over because the human race had once again ascended the myriad race's ranking. A storm was about to sweep across the entire myriad worlds. Experts from countless races began to mobilize, their actions far more significant than before. Among them, many were enemies of the human race, aiming to slaughter the humans, eliminate Baiyi, and seize the rule-level supreme treasure in his possession. But at the same time, there was no shortage of races that had been on good terms with the humans in the past. However, whether these races would offer help remained an unknown. Extra chapter delivered today, Chapter 647. Ruins of the Ancestral Dragon, Myriad Demon Realm, Dragon Abyss World. Ruins of the Ancestral Dragon. The maximum distance for a spatial jump was only one great world. Moreover, the charging time between each jump also required a certain amount of time. After all, not everyone was like Sumubai, capable of cheating to give their spaceship infinite energy. Therefore, even though Ocean possessed a sovereign-level spaceship, it still took 3 days to bring Bing Xuan back from the undead realm to the ruins of the Ancestral Dragon. When Bing Xuan saw the group of Dragon Clan elders, he immediately felt a palpitation from the Ancestral Dragon bloodline within his body. "You have finally returned." Sensing the aura of the two, the great elder of the Dragon Clan slowly opened his eyes, his two golden pupils as dazzling as stars. Under the gaze of these eyes, Bing Xuan felt as if his entire being was being seen through clearly by the other party. Although the surrounding Dragon Clan elders were not intentionally radiating powerful pressure, Bing Xuan could still feel the terrifying divine power fluctuations emanating from them. Recalling what Aoshin had said, Bing Xuan hurriedly spoke up, "Great Elder, what danger is my big brother in?" In his urgency, he almost slipped up, making Aoshin, who was standing to the side, feel his heart tighten. He quickly patted Bing Xuan on the shoulder. "Don't be anxious. Even existences at the Sovereign Realm cannot detect Baiyi's specific location from a long distance. For the time being, he is still quite safe." Aoshin was ostensibly comforting Bing Xuan, but in reality, he was reminding him not to use the wrong title. Fortunately, this guy had corrected himself just in time, preventing the word master from slipping out. The elders had been furious enough when they learned he had become Baiyi's follower. If these elders found out that Bing Xuan had previously been Baiyi's mount, wouldn't they roll their eyes back and faint from anger on the spot? "Child, to what extent is your relationship with Baiyi?" The great elder of the Dragon Clan fixed his deep gaze on Bing Xuan, who replied without a second thought, "My big brother and I share a bond that goes through life and death." As he spoke, he glanced at the surrounding elders and continued, "Respected elders, No matter what you want me to do, I have only one request: to help Bai." Before the great elder could speak, the sixth elder leaned forward, looked Bing Shuang up and down, and squinted his eyes. "I saved you, brat. You haven't become Bai's follower too, have you, follower?" Bing Shuang was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but glance at Aoshin and shook his head. "That's not it. I am the master's only mount. How could I possibly lower my status to become some mere follower?" As for the rest of his thoughts, Bing Shuang naturally could not voice them in front of the group of elders. Despite not having been born for long and having limited life experience, he was well aware of what kind of words would bring trouble. HMPH, it's good that you don't be like that little brat Aoshin, who sold himself out the moment he met someone. The sixth elder snorted coldly, glared at Aoshin, and said nothing more. It was as if his sudden interjection had been solely to confirm whether or not Bing Shuang had become a follower of Bai. These matters were not something the elders would simply accept based on Bing Shuang's word alone. In fact, the moment they asked that question, they had already used their powerful divine souls to probe him. There were no contractual bindings on Bing Shuang's soul. Having confirmed this, the first elder's gaze gradually softened, looking at Bing Shuang. He appeared exactly like a senior looking at an extremely satisfactory junior. "Child, rest assured, my dragon race has always had historical ties with the human race. Even without you, we would not be able to avoid the storm that Bai Yi has stirred up this time." His voice was deep and low, as if he were recalling memories of the past. Upon hearing this, Bing Shuang felt a surge of joy in his heart. This is perfect. With the powerful dragon race as a backing, wouldn't his master be able to walk sideways unimpeded through the vast majority of the myriad worlds? As for whether the dragon race would suffer any losses, that was not within the scope of Bing Shuang's considerations. At least for now, he had not given that question a single thought. Although they were of the same race, he had never enjoyed the resources of the dragon race. From his growth until now, the one who had accompanied and guided him had always been his master, Bai Yi. The weight of the two in his heart was naturally vastly different. However, Bing Shuang did not show this on his face. Instead, he asked with concern, "Elder, what kind of ties do we actually have with the human race?" "You will know in the future." The first elder did not answer his question but reached out and plucked off a golden dragon scale. The color of that dragon scale was clearly a shade deeper than the other scales on his body. Given his massive size, this single scale alone was enough to blot out the sky and cover the sun. At the same time, the other dragon elders made the same movement. Even Aoshin, who was standing beside Bing Shuang, reverted to his true form and tore off one of his own pitch-black dragon scales. In an instant, dragon scales of various colors obscured the starry sky, shining with a blinding nine-colored radiance. "You all." Bing Shuang's pupils constricted sharply. He looked at this scene, somewhat bewildered, and for a moment, he did not know what to say. As a member of the dragon race, he naturally understood what the elders were doing. This was the legendary artifact of the dragon race, the myriad dragon armor. Although it was only a high-level low-grade treasure, in terms of defense, it was undoubtedly the undisputed number one below the level of rule-level treasures. It could even withstand several attacks from a rule sovereign. "Little one, we will not stand idly by regarding Bai's affairs." The first elder spoke slowly, and all the dragon scales began to shrink rapidly, transforming into streams of colorful light that shot toward Bing Shuang. "As for you, what you need to do now is to improve your strength as quickly as possible. Go on, don't worry, go where?" Hearing the first elder's final words, Bing Shuang was filled with confusion, but the next moment, he felt his entire body become unable to move, and he was forced to revert to his true dragon form. He watched helplessly as the dragon scales, each containing terrifying divine power, merged into his body. Immediately following this, Bing Shuang discovered with horror that his body was being driven by the impact of these scales to plummet rapidly into that collapsed void region. This collapsed void in the starry sky was the true ruins of the ancestral dragon. It was said that this place was formed when the ancestral dragon fell. Only the dragon elders knew what exactly was inside. Watching the struggling Bing Shuang, Aoshin could barely suppress the smirk on his face. "Good luck to you, little brother Bing Shuang. The days down in the ruins of the ancestral dragon are absolutely excruciating." I've suffered so much, surely you, a guy who has fully awakened the ancestral dragon bloodline, will suffer even more, right? He was gloating internally, but Aoshin did not show it on his face at all. He reverted to his half-human state, looked at Bing Xuan who was about to fall into the void with a serious expression, and shouted, "Don't resist. You want to have the power to help Bai Yi, don't you? The ruins of the ancestral dragon can help you improve rapidly." Hearing this, Bing Xuan's heart trembled. A flash of determination crossed his eyes, and he decisively stopped resisting. His rate of descent immediately increased several times over. In just a few breaths, Bing Xuan's figure disappeared into the collapsed void. Only then did the group of elders and Aoshin withdraw their gazes. First elder. Aoshin had just opened his mouth when a myriad worlds announcement suddenly rang in his ears. The next moment, all the elders widened their eyes, their massive bodies trembling violently, following their movements. This entire starry sky shuddered as well. The first elder's eyes flickered with divine light as he murmured, "It seems the human race has already made its decision." Chapter 648, Racial Bonus. Myriad Worlds Human Race Announcement. Because the human race has successfully ascended the Myriad Races ranking, placing 4,380th, all human players will receive the following bonuses. Myriad Races Ranking Bonus, 4,380, Human Race. 1. XP required for leveling up increased to 10 times. Initial attributes increased to 1,000 points. Base free attribute points gained per level up increased to 500 points. Players who have already leveled up will also receive compensation for their current level. 2. Initial luck come 30. Initial comprehension come 20. 3. Ace lifespan increased by 500 years. 4. The quality of awakened talents is improved. The probability of awakening high-tier talents is increased. The effects of already awakened talents will also be improved to a certain extent, excluding SSS rank. 5. Law affinity is improved to a certain extent. The difficulty of comprehending the path of laws is slightly reduced. 6. Soul quality and soul strength are improved. 7. The difficulty of condensing a divine body is reduced to a certain extent. The Myriad Worlds Human Race announcement rang in the ears of every human player. The racial bonuses obtained from ascending the Myriad Races ranking were displayed in real time on the virtual light screen visible to everyone. For the naturally frail human race, every single bonus on that screen represented a terrifying improvement. After all, the moment the human race ascended the ranking, they stepped directly into the middle tier of the Myriad Races ranking. The rank of 4,380 might not seem high at first glance, but for many races, this was already an unreachable dream. And this was merely a signal from the human race announcing their return to the Myriad Worlds. Although the human race had once suffered a devastating blow due to certain events, no other race knew for certain whether the humans still possessed hidden strength today. Since they were able to deceive the detection of the Myriad Worlds game previously and hide their strength for so long without ranking, who could say for sure that the human race had truly revealed everything now? After all, this race was once, therefore, even the top-tier races ranked in the top 10 attached extreme importance to the human race's re-entry onto the ranking. The human race, which had been silent for many years, had returned. From the moment the name human race reappeared on the Myriad Races ranking, it was destined that peaceful days would be gone forever. As the announcement for the human race echoed, a carnival erupted within each of the God-forbidden lands. This was the sublimation of the entire race, and for every player, it brought immense benefits, especially in God-forbidden land No. 7. The regional chat channel exploded instantly. Can someone tell me, is this real? I'm not a man of letters, so I'll just say holy crap to express my shock. I actually gained over 40,000 free attribute points. Can you believe it? The XP required for leveling up increased tenfold. Who are they looking down on? With bonuses like this, what's 100-fold? This Myriad Races ranking is too overpowered. They're only ranked for 0-something and already have such exaggerated bonuses. If they reached first place, wouldn't that be insane? 500 years of lifespan, awesome. Ha 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 ha. My talent upgraded from a rank to S rank. Who else? Although I don't understand the last few bonuses, I have a feeling they are even more powerful. Does anyone know why our human race suddenly ascended the Myriad Races ranking? Do you even need to ask? It's 100% because of the Big Boss Bai. That's true. Aside from Big Boss Bai, I really can't think of anyone else who could get the human race onto the myriad races ranking. Kneeling in thanks to Big Boss Bai, even a bottom feeder like me finally got to experience what it means to have one person attain the Tao and their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Everyone, hurry up and level up. There are still over 4,000 races ahead of us. And there are definitely enemies among them. We can't just rely on Big Boss Bai for everything, right? Well said. Regardless of whether we can help in the future, we must contribute our part for the human race. The players who received the bonuses were like they had been injected with adrenaline. Even many players who had been slacking off previously were now picking up their weapons and beginning their journey of grinding levels. It wasn't just God Forbidden Land, no. 7. It was the same in all the God Forbidden Lands. In the past, many people had lost hope for the future because their talents were too weak. But now, with the super high initial attributes and growth, everything had suddenly changed. Even those with F-rank talents could level up quickly. Moreover, this ascent onto the ranking gave all human players hope, because the racial bonuses treated every member of the human race equally. At this moment, everyone held the same thought in their hearts. That was to push the human race to an even higher rank. One person's effort might be negligible, but what if the entire human race strove toward this goal? With such a massive population base, geniuses would always emerge. Perhaps their awakened talent might be poor, but what if their comprehension of the path of laws was strong? Such situations had not been unheard of. God Forbidden Land, no. The bonuses brought by the ranking made everyone go crazy. But there was one player whose expression was rather ugly. Somewhere in the Blackstone Mountain Range, Dunpo Kangkyong stepped on the corpse of a demon tiger boss. His eyes fixed on the virtual light screen before him, his gaze gloomy and uncertain. The bonus content on the light screen was the same as other players. But at the very bottom, there was an extra line of small text. Due to your bloodline not being pure, you can only receive 80% of the bonus effect. It actually dropped again. Dunpo Kangkyong furrowed his brows tightly. Just when the light screen first appeared, the bonus ratio in the small text had been 90%, but this number had suddenly dropped to 80%. It was only because he had completed an advancement quest at the exact moment the announcement ended. Staring intently at the bonus ratio on the light screen, Dunpo Kangkyong involuntarily clenched his fists, muttering to himself, "This means my racial bonus ratio will continue to decrease in the future." Once this thought emerged, his pupils shrank violently. Did this mean that as he became stronger, he was also drifting further and further away from the human race? When he had inexplicably obtained this demigod-level bloodline, Dunpo Kangkyong had been incredibly excited. Coupled with his own SSS-rank talent, it made him believe that he was the protagonist of the Myriad Worlds game. But at this moment, Dunpo Kangkyong suddenly felt a sense of confusion. Was his bloodline truly his golden finger, and that Bai, who had triggered the Myriad Worlds announcement multiple times, had he ever fused with a bloodline? Just as Dunpo Kangkyong was pondering, the space beside him suddenly tore open a gap. Who is it? With his keen senses, Dunpo Kangkyong immediately raised his large shield. Looking over with a vigilant expression, an old man stepped out from the gap, his eyes scanning Dunpo Kangkyong up and down. Seeing the only name and identity visible on the other party's panel, Dunpo Kangkyong couldn't help but freeze in place. You are. Chapter 649. Feng Yuan's reminder, bonus chapter, little fellow. No need to be nervous. The old man smiled, a bloodline power. Although it will change your race, as long as your heart belongs to the human race, you will always be a member of the human race. Change my race. Dunpo Kangkyong's pupils dilated. Reflexively, he touched his face and body, wanting to see if any strange things had grown on him. The old man stroked his long beard and smiled slightly. It won't happen that quickly. I can sense that the bloodline power within you is very strong. Only by breaking through to the 10th order Saint Annihilation level can it be completely fused. After a moment of hesitation, a look of determination flashed in Dunpo Kangkyong's eyes. Can I clear this bloodline power? Not for the time being. The old man shook his head, turned around, and tore open a spatial rift once more. Follow me. Dunpo Kangkyong thought for a moment, put away the items dropped by the boss, and followed the old man inside. If Sumyu-bai were present, he would be astonished to discover that this old man's appearance was exactly the same as Feng Yuan's. Yet, his identity was that of the emperor of the Great Jia dynasty in the 777th God-forbidden land. Notification: you have gained 118,800 free attribute points. Notification: the free attribute points have been absorbed by the divine body. Notification: your luck come 30. Comprehension come 20. Current luck, current comprehension. Notification: you have gained 500 years of base lifespan. Soul power come 0. Current soul power, 670,670ths. On the bank of a tributary of the river of time and space, Sumyu-bai listened to the system notifications ringing in his ears, unable to recover for a long time. When he comprehended the great Tao of rules, the human race had not made it onto the rankings. How could they have suddenly ascended the myriad races ranking now? After a long while, he suddenly raised his wrist, only to remember that he was in the river of time and space and could not contact the outside world. Even though his communicator possessed the catastrophe trait, it could not ignore all barriers. This was because the river of time and space did not actually exist within the physical world. After some thought, Sumyu-bai's divine sense stirred, and he once again took control of Yu's body. Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, Frost Prison Star, Frost Prison City. Brian and the others had long since left the ruins of the manor. The place where they were now was a palace carved from pitch-black cold ice, the Frost Prison Divine Palace. This was the residence of the Kingdom Lord, and also a palace that Brian had ordered to be built for himself many years ago, after Raphael betrayed him and became the new Kingdom Lord. He did not build a new divine palace but instead simply usurped everything that was originally there. After Sumyu-bai took over Yu's body, he did not see Brian's figure. However, his divine sense descent this time was not to find Brian without disturbing anyone. He directly raised his wrist and initiated a call to Feng Yuan. Soon, Feng Yuan's virtual projection appeared in the room. Before Sumyu-bai could speak, Feng Yuan said directly, "Yi, I happen to have some matters that I need your help to relay to little friend Bai Yi." Hearing this, Sumyu-bai pondered for a moment and spoke slowly, "Old man Feng, no need to relay it, just say it directly." Upon hearing this, Feng Yuan was visibly stunned, his gaze sharpening. This form of address, this tone, and this voice. Bai. Although he was somewhat surprised, he quickly calmed the shock in his heart and spoke with a solemn expression. "From now on, the myriad worlds are going to fall into chaos. You must absolutely not expose your whereabouts during this time." What exactly happened? Sumyu-bai frowned. Many things cannot be explained clearly in a short amount of time. Feng Yuan shook his head. Simply put, your comprehension of the great Tao of rules has attracted the covetous eyes of many peak upper gods, and they are all searching for your location. As for the human race, they have chosen to protect you while continuing to hide their true strength. Having said this, Feng Yuan paused and added, "You must remember, the human race will always be your backing." Hearing this, Sumyu-bai's heart jolted. "So, you mean to say that the human race has actually always had the ability to ascend the rankings, but has been hiding it all this time?" "Yes." Feng Yuan nodded slightly. "I will tell you about the past of the human race slowly when there is time. The most important thing now is to ensure your safety first." Sumyu-bai nodded, his gaze fixed on Fan Yuan. At this moment, he finally understood that what was restricted in the God-forbidden land was not just Wei Jian, but also this librarian of the Divine Dragon Hall before him. His great Tao of Death rules, with the help of the Myriad Worlds game, had already fused to a level of 55. Yet, even this had not been enough to get the human race onto the Myriad Races ranking. This meant that the strength the human race had now exposed was inevitably far higher than his own. Otherwise, it would be absolutely impossible to be ranked directly in the middle tier of the Myriad Races ranking. After thinking for a moment, Sumyu-bai asked, "With the human race back on the rankings, many races are probably going to be unable to sit still, right?" We will find a way to resolve these problems." Feng Yuan's gaze was profound. No matter when, if the human race wants to rise, blood and sacrifice are unavoidable. As he spoke, He looked deeply at Sumyubai and continued, however, this is not what you should be concerned about right now. What you need to do is rapidly increase your strength. First, break through to the Law Lord realm. Your current cultivation level is still too low. I understand. Sumyubai took a deep breath and ended the call. The next moment, his voice echoed in Brian's mind. Soon, Sumyubai learned of what had happened over the past few days. Due to the Lord of the Undead Realm, Brian had not directly killed his rebellious disciple, Raphael. Although the special envoy sent by the other party had been sealed, Brian could not yet reclaim his position as the Lord of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom without the consent of the Lord of the Undead Realm. Regrettably, no matter how Brian tortured Raphael, he could not extract any information regarding the connection with the Realm Lord. As for Gunter, he had remained in a state of slumber. Regarding this, Sumyubai was not anxious. He simply told Brian to wait for his return. At the same time, he withdrew his control over Yuyi, on the bank of the tributary of the River of Time and Space. Sumyubai softly summoned the myriad races ranking, and the list automatically scrolled to the position of the human race. Looking at the two races listed above the human race, Sumyubai's gaze gradually turned icy. Myriad races ranking rank 4378, Blood race rank 4379, Werewolf race. Once I take over the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom, I will start with you too. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes, a chilling intent radiating from the depths of his pupils. The wheel of time and space in midair also gradually came to a halt at this moment. Extra update for today, Chapter 650, Laws of the Time-Space System. The wheel of time and space trembled slightly, no longer absorbing the turbulent flows of time and space on both banks, and its rotation gradually slowed to a stop. Although it had absorbed a great deal of these time-space turbulent flows, under the vision of the mystic heaven divine pupil, things looked no different than before. The existence of the tributaries of the river of time and space meant that this strange space was constantly generating new turbulent flows of time and space. The effects of these turbulent flows were also constantly changing, however, without the influence of the wheel of time and space. The frequency of their changes was no longer as rapid. Has it finally finished recovering? A flash of joy crossed Sumyubai's eyes. With a thought, he attempted to recall the wheel of time and space from midair. But the next moment, this rule-level supreme treasure transformed into a streak of black and white light, merging directly into the center of his brow. Boom. A powerful aura instantly surged into the sky, and the pure white space divine power along with the pitch black, lightless time divine power instantly enveloped Sumyubai. This is. Sumyubai was startled, and immediately after, his vision went black as he entered another world. Here, there were no basic elements like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, or darkness. Nor was it the world of pure death he had visited before. What existed here was only the pure power of time and the power of space. Swish, swish, faintly, the sound of flowing river water reached Sumyubai's ears. Sumyubai's eyes lit up. He was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound of the river of time and space flowing. Previously, on the banks of the tributary of the river of time and space, this sound had been absent. Now that he heard it again, he did not know what it signified. However, this brand new world was almost identical to the world where he had comprehended the great Tao of Death rules a few days ago. So, the wheel of time and space is a supreme treasure that carries the great Tao of time and space rules. Sumyubai was ecstatic. He seemed to understand the intention behind Zushingchen specifically leaving this supreme treasure for him. If one were to comprehend and fuse the great Tao of time rules and the great Tao of space rules from scratch, even for someone with heaven-defying comprehension, the chance of success would be minuscule. But with the wheel of time and space, it was different. Although the paths of the laws under these two supreme rules were still obscure and difficult to understand, they were much simpler than starting from complete ignorance. On these two rule great Taos, Zhu Shengchen was a genius-level existence. He had already completed the perfect answer sheet and handed the answers directly to Sumyubai. Knowing the perfect answer and then working to understand it reduced the difficulty by 1,000-fold. Realizing this, Sumyubai immediately calmed his mind and began to perceive the insights into the laws that came rolling in with the sound of the flowing river. In this space, Although he could not see the river of time and space itself, Sumyubai felt that sense of flow as if it were his own. It was as if his entire being was submerged within the river of time and space. In the past, the space and time skills Sumyubai used were entirely through mobilizing the power of the wheel of time and space. Abilities gained through external objects, after all, did not truly belong to him. To reach the pinnacle, he needed to thoroughly master the power within the wheel of time and space and make it his own. Sumyubai's body relaxed completely, his entire being bathed in the various laws of the space and time systems. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and the vertical pupil at the center of his brow opened naturally. Within the mystic heaven divine pupil, the yin-yang fish pattern slowly rotated, helping him comprehend the laws of the time-space system more easily. Here, time would sometimes accelerate, sometimes decelerate, and at times it would even stop completely, or even flow backward. Therefore, Sumyubai had no idea how much time had passed in the outside world. He only knew that with the wheel of time and space and the mystic heaven divine pupil working in tandem, his comprehension of the time-space system laws was advancing by leaps and bounds. After an unknown amount of time, Sumyubai finally opened his eyes and returned to the side of the tributary of the river of time and space. Divine light flickered in the depths of his eyes, and the two types of divine power that had surrounded him had long since vanished. Time and space. They are indeed completely different from death. Sumyubai couldn't help but raise his hands, and the gauntlets formed by divine power dissipated instantly. On the palms of both hands, a yin-yang fish pattern appeared on each. His left hand held a pure white yin-yang fish, representing space. His right hand held a pitch-black yin-yang fish, representing time. However, neither yin-yang fish had an eye, meaning he had not yet truly comprehended these to rule great Taos. Although the rule great Taos within the wheel of time and space were perfect answers, they still required individual understanding and comprehension. It was not as unreasonable as the catastrophe talent, which could directly help him successfully comprehend a rule great Tao. Is this the power of time and space? Sumyubai murmured to himself, and two contrasting colors of divine power suddenly emerged from his palms. It was precisely the divine power of time and the divine power of space. Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending a path of laws. Notification. Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending a path of laws. At the same time, a continuous stream of system notifications rang in his ears. After comprehending the great Tao of death rules, this was the first time Sumyubai opened his own laws interface. Current paths of laws. 7. Currently can accommodate 15 paths of laws. Continuing to improve the divine soul will allow for more paths of laws. 1 law of causality current level of comprehension, 16.38% 1 stripe. 2 law of spatial movement current level of comprehension, 99.99% 9 stripe pinnacle 3. Law. Space lockdown current comprehension level, 99.99% 9 pattern ultimate 4. Law. Space teleportation. Current comprehension level, 99.99% 9 pattern ultimate 5. Law. Time deceleration current comprehension level, 38.97% 3 pattern 6. Law. Time acceleration current comprehension level, 36.53% 3 pattern 7. Law. Time stasis current comprehension level, 15.82% 1 pattern. Of the original 5 paths of laws, only the law of causality remained. The other 4 belonged to the great Tao of death rules. Therefore, from the moment Sumyubai comprehended the great Tao of death rules under the influence of cataclysm, those 4 laws had already been fully mastered by him. What he needed to do now was to continuously fuse all the death-type laws together until he grasped the complete great Tao of death rules. And this time, under the influence of the wheel of time and space, Sumyubai successfully comprehended the 6 space-time laws he had used before. The 3 space-type laws, having been used many times, were significantly easier for him to comprehend. Directly reaching the 9 pattern ultimate level, he only needed one more step to fully comprehend these 3 space laws. As for the time-type laws, Sumyubai was much less familiar with them. Moreover, the difficulty of comprehending time-type laws was clearly higher, especially time stasis. This path of law was one of the main branches of the time rules. In reality, What Sumyubai wanted to comprehend first was another, more important branch, the law of time reversal. However, this was not something he could achieve just by wanting it. The law of time reversal was as important to the fate rules as the law of causality was. Throughout the myriad worlds, those who could even enter the threshold of these two laws were few and far between. Of course, ever since Sumyubai, this bug in the system created stars shifting and heavens turning. More and more people would enter the threshold of the law of causality in the future, and all these people would become Sumyubai's believers. Chapter 651. The Complete Wheel of Time and Space, Closing the Law Interface. Sumyubai turned toward the empty space beside him and tried out the 6 newly comprehended laws one by one, experiencing their application and the consumption required when using them. Of course, this was only the foundation. The true effects and applications would only be manifested in actual combat. Laws were not skills on a panel. Their specific effects varied from person to person. One's own understanding and method of use, the target's strength, and whether the target had also comprehended the same laws would all influence the final outcome. After a long while, Sumyubai finally stopped his movements, looking at the tributary of the river of time and space that remained unchanged. Rolling forward as always, he moved his divine sense and summoned the wheel of time and space. Unlike the Sea of Death, the reason he was able to use the Sea of Death to carry the great Tao of Death rules was that the Sea of Death had never carried one before. However, the Wheel of Time and Space already carried the great Tao of Space rules and the great Tao of Time rules left behind by Zhu Xingchen. Therefore, Sumyubai could not directly freeload and promote the 2 series of laws he had comprehended into great Taos of rules. But there was one point where the Sea of Death could not compare. The great Taos of Space and Time rules within the Wheel of Time and Space were complete. It's a pity my strength is still a bit weak. Sumyubai's gaze fell on the panel of the Wheel of Time and Space, and he couldn't help but sigh. Wheel of Time and Space rule: treasure cannot be dropped, cannot be stolen, cannot be copied. A treasure created by the Master of Time and Space, containing the 2 complete great Taos of rules left behind by him. Specific effects. 1. Except for the Master of Space and the Master of Time, the negative effects caused by the remaining Time Authority and Space Authority on you are reduced by 99%. 2. With the help of the Wheel of Time and Space, you can more easily comprehend all laws of the Space and Time series. 3. With the help of the Wheel of Time and Space, you can more easily fuse all laws of the Space and Time series. 4. When you use Space and Time series laws, consumption is significantly reduced, and effects are significantly enhanced. 5. Depending on your own strength, you can mobilize the great Taos of rules within the Wheel of Time and Space to a certain extent, until you fully master these 2 great Taos of rules. Current mobilizable level. Being able to mobilize only 1% of the great Taos of rules was the reason for Sumyubai's sigh. Although his current panel combat power had reached the terrifying realm of a peak upper god, that was only under the condition of using the death rules, which could not affect the effects of the Time and Space series laws. Therefore, when the Wheel of Time and Space calculated his current strength, it was based on the strength of his divine soul and divine body at the late stage of a middle god. Even so, when mobilizing the power of the Wheel of Time and Space, a 1% fusion level of the great Taos of rules could still allow his combat power to step into the realm of a peak upper god. Of course, in terms of divine soul and divine body, he was still at a great disadvantage. Sumyubai felt that if he didn't use the death rules and only used the Wheel of Time and Space, he would probably be the weakest peak upper god in the myriad worlds. However, he didn't care about this at all. Increasing his strength was not difficult for him. One must know that he was currently only at the 9th tier mythical level. Even if the 10th tier Saint Extermination level didn't bring much of an increase, it would be different once he broke through to the 11th tier Law Lord realm. Sumyubai withdrew his thoughts and continued to examine the subsequent information of the Wheel of Time and Space. The moment his gaze moved down from the 1% figure, a look of wild joy suddenly appeared on his face. This is exactly what I needed. Below the panel of the Wheel of Time and Space, there was a special entry just like the World Tree. Special. The Wheel of Time and Space has recognized you as its master. You can use the power within it to influence the time and space within the small world you have created. The Wheel of Time and Space is the most mysterious and powerful treasure in the myriad worlds. Its power far exceeds everyone's imagination. Influence the small world created by oneself. The special entry of the Wheel of Time and Space left Sumyubai ecstatic. To put it simply, this meant that Sumyubai would be able to alter the flow of time within his internal small world. Just a short while ago, he had been thinking about crossing the river of time and space to reach the opposite shore, hoping to use the turbulence of time to improve himself. He hadn't expected that after absorbing the time-space turbulence from both shores, the Wheel of Time and Space would actually possess the same effect. In this way, the problem of his subordinate's combat power failing to keep up with his own could be alleviated to a certain extent. Among those Sumyubai had taken under his wing, which one wasn't a genius of their respective race? Coupled with the series of cheats Sumyubai provided them, the only thing they lacked to keep their strength from falling behind was time. The only pity was that the Wheel of Time and Space lacked the Cataclysm trait. After leaving the Forbidden Land of Gods, the grade of this supreme treasure was at the rule level, and Sumyubai simply couldn't afford to add any more traits to it. Now that its effects had improved, it was merely a restoration. The grade itself had not changed. However, Sumyubai was not anxious about this. With Vivian and Fujiya Qiangxia acting as his agents, he believed he would soon have sufficient resources. Waving his hand to retract the Wheel of Time and Space, Sumyubai immediately sank his consciousness into his internal small world. The moment his soul projection condensed, Amon and the others sensed it. 5 figures rushed out of the Sea of Death at the first opportunity, arriving beside Sumyubai's soul projection. "Boss, what are your orders?" Amon was the first to speak. In his view, the boss wouldn't come in for no reason. There must be something to announce. Yulan and Lingyu, the pair of angel sisters, also looked at Sumyubai in unison, waiting for his instructions. "It's nothing major." Sumyubai smiled and waved his hand. "Just letting you know, you will likely be staying here for a very long time." As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 of them were completely bewildered. How long is a very long time? Ever since they started following Sumyubai, they had witnessed his strength skyrocket with their own eyes. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he changed every single day. The group had already begun to feel that they were becoming less helpful. And if they were to stay here for a long time now, they feared that by the time they went back out, their combat power wouldn't even compare to the foot soldiers of the Cataclysm Legion. Thinking of this, Lingyu immediately blinked her large, watery eyes at Sumyubai. "My lord, do you not need us anymore?" Yulan, standing to the side, also spoke up. "My lord, those 3 guys indeed need to go into seclusion, but after Lingyu and I fuse, we can definitely be of help to you." Hearing this, Amon was instantly enraged, glaring as he said, "What kind of talk is that? What kind of talk is that? What do you mean we indeed need to go into seclusion? So only you two can be of help, right? We 3 brothers can even counter-summon Brother Patey to come and hack people up." Huangua nodded heavily. "Exactly. Brother Patey is really fierce now." Sumyubai was just about to speak, but heard Elvi Mao immediately add, "Brother Patey has already started challenging the prodigies of our demon race." "Oh, Patey is already able to challenge prodigies. Can he succeed?" Sumyubai was somewhat surprised. Without his help, based on Patey's strength, he was still far from the level of a prodigy, let alone a prodigy of the demon race, which was a top-tier species. When challenging prodigies, there was no way to rely on his external power. Of course he can. The pride on Amon's face was overflowing, as if it were he himself challenging the prodigies instead of Patey. Chapter 652. Changing the Flow of Time. Bonus chapter. Changing the Flow of Time. After Sumyubai explained it into sentences, gasps of shock erupted from the group within the internal small world. Lingyu lightly covered her red lips. Her beautiful eyes widened into circles, and the curves on her chest rose and fell slightly with her breathing. Yulan, who usually maintained a cold expression, was no better off at this moment. In their understanding, even a peak high god who had fused 99% of the laws of time could only influence the flow of time in a specific area for a short period. To change the flow of time in an entire small world, only the Master of Time could do such a thing. The eyes of the three Signal Light brothers were also wider than the necks. All three stared blankly at Sumubai with their mouths agape, not knowing what to say. Shouldn't the boss be the next Master of Death? How did he suddenly go off track? Could it be that the boss is going to become the second multi-element supreme god in the myriad worlds after the Master of Time and Space? Death, time, space. Amon suddenly remembered the world tree from before and thought that life would have to be added to the list as well. Right, and he could let people comprehend the laws of causality at will. Isn't that fate? If that's the case, what should the boss's future title be? The Master of Life, Death, Time, Space, and Fate? The more the three brothers thought about it, the more shocked they became, and their pupils widened even further. Sumubai did not know that Amon had given him such an awkward title. He glanced at the sea of death below and said, "You won't be able to feel the changes while inside the small world, so hurry up and use the time to improve your strength." As his voice fell, he immediately moved his divine sense, but the next moment, Sumubai's expression froze, because he had failed to successfully mobilize the power of the Wheel of Time and Space. Notification: please dismiss your soul projection before attempting to change the flow of time. Please note, until your main body can enter the internal small world, your divine sense will also be enabled to sink into the small world after the flow of time has been altered. If you fully master the laws of time, you may ignore this warning. The sudden system prompt made Sumubai understand why he had failed. He quickly realized that this was a protective measure of the myriad worlds game. Before fully comprehending the laws of time, it would indeed be dangerous to sink his divine sense alone into a small world where the flow of time had been altered. When divine sense is submerged, it is only a portion of one's consciousness. Everything in the outside world would still be perceived. Therefore, the divine sense would very likely experience sensory issues due to the difference in flow between the outside world and the internal small world. Having figured this out, Sumubai decisively dispersed his soul projection and simultaneously withdrew his divine sense from the small world within his body. High above, the Signal Light brothers and the Angel sisters exchanged glances. Each let out a cold snort and flapped their wings to descend into the sea of death, continuing to temper their souls. At the same time, the life force nurtured by the world tree was subtly strengthening their divine bodies. As long as they had enough time, they could continue to improve until they reached the limits of their potential. Once they reached the realm of High God, Sumubai would be able to help them freeload their way into promoting their ruled house. By then, everyone would directly possess the combat power of a peak High God. The moment Sumubai's soul projection dissipated, a powerful fluctuation of time rules suddenly emerged within the small world inside his body. The flow of time in this world had been silently altered, however. The few individuals within the small world felt nothing at all. To them, the passage of time felt no different than it had in the past. But if they were to stay for a period and then leave, they would discover that not much time had passed in the myriad worlds. On the bank of a tributary of the river of time and space, Sumubai slowly opened his eyes. Is this the current limit? Just moments ago, he had mobilized the power of the Wheel of Time and Space to push the time flow of his internal small world to the extreme. With his current cultivation realm and the soul of a late-stage median god, he had ultimately managed to increase the time flow of his internal small world to 100 times the normal rate. In other words, for every year that passed in the myriad worlds, 100 years would pass within his internal small world. Although it could not compare to the time turbulence with 1,000-fold flow rate he had seen before, Sumubai was already satisfied. Once his realm broke through, the extent of the change would inevitably increase as well. By then, 200 times, 500 times, or even thousands of times would not be impossible. It is time for this journey through the river of time and space to come to an end. Sumubai took a deep breath and, with a thought, attempted to leave a time-space mark here. Although the interface of the Wheel of Time and Space no longer contained a description for time-space marks, Sumubai had already comprehended the law of spatial movement, so he could still utilize this ability. Before the Wheel of Time and Space had recovered, he had attempted this, but had failed. Now that the Wheel of Time and Space had fully restored its appearance as a rule treasure, he finally succeeded in leaving a time-space mark here. This meant that as long as Sumyubai wished, even if the entrance to this tributary of the river of time and space in the ruined star domain were to close, he could directly use teleportation to enter this place. With his tasks completed, Sumyubai prepared to leave. For him, this place no longer held any significance for the time being. But just at this moment, the river of time and space suddenly rippled. A small boat emerged from the mist downstream and slowly arrived before Sumyubai. The figure on the boat remained shrouded in a black cloak, their face obscured. The ferryman of the river of time and space. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened as he watched the other party approach in silence. Only when the boat of time and space stopped at the bank did he speak slowly. Should I call you the Master of Space? Or the Master of Time? Under Sumyubai's surprised gaze, the other party reached out and slowly lowered the hood covering their face, smiling slightly. Master of Time? That is a title from the past. Now, you may just call me the ferryman. Hearing this, Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. So, why did you suddenly appear? Extra update today. Delivered with both hands. Chapter 653. Raphael's life worse than death. Facing Sumyubai's question, the ferrymen of the river of time and space stated their purpose directly. The master asked me to remind you, before you meet him, do not elevate anything to the rule-breaking realm. He has been here. Sumyubai instantly grasped the key point. This was a sentence the other party had also said when he first met Tsushinshin. Now, having the ferryman specifically come to remind him again, it was clearly of extreme importance. What puzzled Sumyubai, however, was why the other party didn't just tell him directly. Last time, Tsushinshin was able to converse with Sumyubai using the projection left by Dylan because of the 100 drops of river of time and space water stored in the wheel of time and space. Now that he was in the river of time and space himself, even if it was just a tributary, there was no shortage of the water of the river of time and space. As the master of time and space, if Tsushinshin wanted to, he would certainly have a way to communicate with him. Just as Sumyubai was feeling perplexed, the ferrymen shook their head. No, the master told me this before that great war. Hearing this, Sumyubai's gaze tightened. Before the Great War. The Great War against the Void Monarch. So, even back then, Tsushinshin knew that he would enter this tributary of the river of time and space. One could only say that he was worthy of being the master of time and space. Very well, my mission is complete. Until next time. After the ferryman finished speaking, the boat of time and space beneath them began to slowly pull away from the bank. At the same time, they reached out and pulled the hood of their black cloak back up. Wait, Sumyubai hurriedly called out. Can you tell me the reason? Only the master knows that. Neither I nor you have ever reached that realm. The ferryman's voice drifted further away, and soon, they sailed into the mist downstream with the boat of time and space, their figure disappearing completely. Sumyubai withdrew his gaze, a look of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Is it because it would be ostracized by the Myriad Worlds game? He recalled what Tsushinshin had said back then. The Myriad Worlds game was frantically ostracizing him. But that didn't seem right either. Sumyubai's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but raise a hand to touch his chest. That heart beating within him was called the heart of reincarnation. Although it was still incomplete, the grade of this treasure was truly of an unknown rank and existence, even more powerful than the rule-breaking realm. Why was the heart of reincarnation not ostracized by the Myriad Worlds game? This point left Sumyubai very confused, but figuring this out was clearly not something that could be done in a short amount of time. Sumyubai withdrew his thoughts, his gaze sweeping across both banks of the tributary of the river of time and space. Next, his figure vanished from this strange space. Teleportation. This time, Sumyubai had once again borrowed the power of the wheel of time and space. Otherwise, with his spatial movement laws having only just reached the peak of the 9-pattern stage, he would have been unable to function within the tributaries of the river of time and space. Although the difference between the peak of the 9-pattern stage and the complete law was only 0.1%, it was a chasm as wide as heaven and earth. The moment Sumyubai departed, the two ferrymen upstream and downstream of the river of time and space looked up simultaneously, their gazes fixed on the direction where he had previously lingered. Joe, do you think he can succeed? The ferryman upstream spoke slowly, though his voice was not loud. It traveled directly into the ears of the downstream ferryman. The latter nodded slightly. "He certainly will. You have such confidence in him." Yu was somewhat surprised. The two had spent endless ages together, and he felt this was not something Joe would typically say. One must know that even the current master of time and space would not dare to guarantee that Bai Yu would definitely succeed. Joe's gaze was profound. If he cannot, all worlds will cease to exist out therefore, he must succeed. Hearing this, Yu's expression froze, lost in thought. After a long silence, he finally nodded in agreement. Yes, he must succeed. After the two ceased their conversation, this tributary of the river of time and space became quiet once more. Only the river water flowing toward the distant space continued to drift slowly along. Frost Prison God Kingdom, Frost Prison Star, Frost Prison City, Frost Prison Divine Palace. Master, I truly know I was wrong. I beg you spare me. Inside a specially constructed room, Raphael was suspended in midair. His divine body appeared to have no injuries, but his aura had long since become withered and listless. The combat power he once possessed at the peak of the Median God realm was now gone. His divine soul was currently suffering endless torture at the hands of Brian. As for this wicked disciple, he had no intention of killing him too quickly. If he died too easily, how could he vent the resentment accumulated from being asleep for so many years? Moreover, Brian wanted to wait for his master to return so he could take control of this fellow's soul and extract information regarding the connection between him and the Lord of the Undead realm. Seeing that Brian ignored him, Raphael endured the excruciating pain in his divine soul and spoke intermittently. I beg you, give me a quick death. The torture of the divine soul was far more intense than the destruction of the divine body. Furthermore, Brian had spent an unknown amount of time preparing for this day. He had a vast array of tortuous methods at his fingertips. Even a coward like Raphael, who feared death above all else, now harbored the thought that death would be a release. Since Raphael wanted to die, how could Brian let him have his way? To prevent this fellow from suffering too much damage to his divine soul and falling into a coma, he had specifically acquired a large amount of soul-calming incense. This was a special treasure that, when ignited, could stabilize the divine soul and accelerate the recovery of soul power. Beyond that, it could also provide a limited amount of healing to divine soul injuries. It was precisely because of this soul-calming incense that Raphael had been able to endure the torture for so long. Otherwise, he would have long since been unable to bear it and fallen into a deep slumber. Brian's actions could be described as beating while healing, leaving Raphael screaming that he couldn't take it anymore. Wicked disciple, when you betrayed me back then, did you ever think this day would come? Brian let out a cold snort, his hoarse voice ringing in Raphael's ears. At the same time, the soul fire within his pupils flickered gently, and two gray-purple beams of light shot out, instantly sinking into Raphael's pupils. Oh God, no! A shrill, miserable scream erupted from Raphael in the room. His divine body twitched incessantly as he tried to break free from his restraints. But how could he possibly break free from the tools Brian had specifically prepared for him? Perhaps having completely given up hope, knowing that Brian would never let him go regardless. Raphael's face gradually turned ferocious. His pupils, filled with gray-black bloodshot veins, glared fixedly at Brian as he cursed hysterically. Old thing, Lord Realm Master, will not let you off. It won't be long before you will also be like me, suffering all kinds of torture. Hearing this, Brian's expression did not change at all. Just as he was about to continue torturing this rebellious disciple, a figure suddenly appeared beside him, feeling that familiar aura. The soul fire in Brian's pupils leaped instantly. Master, I didn't expect you to return so soon. Has this fellow still not spoken? Sumyubai nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on Raphael, who was hanging in midair. When the latter heard how Brian addressed Sumyubai, he was instantly stunned. Master, this stubborn old thing, Brian, actually called him master. Forgive this subordinate for his incompetence, but this wicked disciple refuses to open his mouth no matter what. As soon as Brian finished speaking, purple light ignited in Sumyubai's pupils. Death Lost Soul Control, Chapter 654. The Lord of the Undead Realm. Raphael's pupils widened, and his voice came to an abrupt halt. Because Sumyubai's divine soul power, bolstered by the death law which was more than halfway integrated, broke through his soul defenses in an instant. Although Raphael had also comprehended the complete law of soul control, it was not worth mentioning in front of Sumyubai, but the next moment, Sumyubai frowned, because deep within the eyes of Raphael, who had already become vacant, a brilliant purple light suddenly emerged. The intensity of that light was even more profound than the purple light in Sumyubai's own eyes. This situation again. Sumyubai's brows locked together. The last time he attempted to control Vivian's soul, the same situation had occurred. However, there were still some differences between the two. Back then, what controlled Vivian's soul was the complete law of soul control. But the power currently controlling Raphael's divine soul was the death law, which had a degree of integration far exceeding Sumyubai's own. Brian, standing to the side, felt his expression shift slightly. So that's how it is. No wonder this guy's mouth was so tight. In reality, before torturing Raphael, Brian had confirmed that there were no marks left by anyone else within the fellow's soul. But looking at it now, it wasn't that there weren't any, it was simply that he hadn't discovered them. What use could the Lord of the Undead Realm have for controlling this guy's soul? Sumyubai frowned. The entity controlling Raphael's soul possessed a level of integration with the great Tao of death rules that far surpassed his own. His first thought was the Lord of the Undead Realm. What puzzled him, however, was that Raphael was merely a mid-level god. Specifically controlling such a person seemed to hold no significance for the Lord of the Undead Realm. Is there some secret on this guy that the Lord of the Undead Realm cares about? Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly, exerting his full strength to mobilize the rule Tao, attempting to forcibly erase the mark left by the other party. Although the opponent was far stronger than him in terms of the integration of the death rule Tao, Sumyubai's law of soul control possessed the catastrophe trait. It was just that the 100% effectiveness boost from the catastrophe trait was not very obvious when manifested in the fused power of the rules. After all, the catastrophe trait only enhanced the law of soul control, and the laws Sumyubai was currently using were not limited to just that one. Consequently, in his confrontation with the opponent, Sumyubai was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Two streaks of purple light collided in midair, and the light in Sumyubai's eyes gradually dimmed. Meanwhile, the purple light in Raphael's eyes grew increasingly intense. If he failed completely, he would suffer a severe backlash to his soul. Seeing that defeat was imminent, a flash of ruthlessness crossed Sumyubai's eyes. Since there weren't enough resources to directly add the catastrophe trait to the death rule Tao, he would make up for it with quantity. If the catastrophe trait of 1 law wasn't enough to bridge the gap, what about 5? What about 10? Thinking of this, Sumyubai immediately moved his divine sense. Catastrophe, target, law of soul tearing. Apply the catastrophe trait individually. Notification: you have lost 9.0 points of soul power. Catastrophe, target, law of soul annihilation. Apply the catastrophe trait individually. Notification: you have lost 9.0 points of soul power. Catastrophe, target, law of soul agitation. A series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears as he added the catastrophe trait to 10 soul-type laws in one breath. As more catastrophe traits were added, the purple light in his eyes grew increasingly intense. The confrontation, which had been a certain defeat, was forcibly reversed by Sumyubai under these circumstances. The 2 streaks of purple light suddenly reached a stalemate. Brian watched this scene, completely stunned. His master's methods were truly beyond his comprehension. To think he could increase the power of the rules so much in an instant. But Sumyubai was not satisfied with this. He continued to add the catastrophe trait to more law paths. Gradually, the purple light in Sumyubai's eyes began to overpower the purple light within Raphael's pupils. Just at this moment, Raphael's entire temperament underwent a heaven-shaking change. Who dares to erase this venerable one's mark? A deep, resonant voice, completely different from before, rang out from Raphael's mouth. His gaze also became majestic and cold, although he was still hanging in midair. Raphael now possessed an aura of someone ruling over the world, the Realm Lord. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow, directly stating the other party's identity, clearly. Just as the mark was about to be erased, the soul power left behind by the Lord of the Undead Realm had been activated. The current Raphael was no longer himself, but was being controlled by the Lord of the Undead Realm. Who are you? His gaze fell upon Sumyubai, and Raphael frowned. He was surprised to find that he couldn't see through the other party's information at all. However, he did not assume Sumyubai was a rule sovereign, but guessed that the other party possessed some powerful treasure capable of concealing information. Sumyubai naturally had no intention of answering, continuing to exert the power of the rule Dao with all his might. "You dare!" Raphael shouted sharply, and a powerful surge of soul energy immediately bolstered the purple light, launching a second round of confrontation with Sumyubai. Although he couldn't see through Sumyubai's information, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Brian standing to the side. "It's you." Raphael was slightly taken aback, clearly not expecting Brian to appear here. Brian had once been the Lord of the Frost Prison God Kingdom and could be considered an entity under the Lord of the Undead Realm. So, he naturally remembered him. It was just that he had always assumed Brian had died at the hands of Dylan, which was why he felt somewhat surprised. Raphael had not yet reported the news that Brian was alive to the Lord of the Undead Realm. After all, in his view, Brian was just a stray dog. Even if he had awakened from his slumber, he was not to be feared, and there was no need to report it specifically. The special envoy sent by the Lord of the Undead Realm had not come specifically for Brian either. Realm Lord. Brian's expression was complex. If one were to really calculate it, there was no hatred between the two. He had once worked under him, but he had been unlucky, first caught in the aftermath of the Great War between the Time Sovereign and the Void Monarch, and later targeted by Dylan, which caused him to lose his position as Lord and fall into an endless slumber. From the perspective of the Lord of the Undead Realm, he had merely allowed Raphael to become the new Lord and had never actually dealt with Brian. Of course, in the eyes of the Realm Lord, the Brian of that time was no different from a stray on the side of the road. "Forget it. Since you have returned, continue to serve as the Lord of the Frost Prison God Kingdom." Raphael's gaze flickered, and he suddenly spoke a sentence that took both of them by surprise. Immediately afterward, his gaze fell on Sumyubai, his eyes narrowing slightly. "As for you, this venerable one will personally make you pay the price." It must be said that the Realm Lord of the Undead Realm truly keeps his business separate. While he casually restored Brian to his position as ruler, he displayed the full majesty of a Realm Lord when facing Sumyubai, who had attempted to erase his divine soul imprint. The moment his words fell, Raphael's divine soul power and divine energy erupted violently, and his divine body began to swell accordingly, trying to self-destruct. Sumyubai's gaze sharpened, and he immediately moved his divine sense, Death Rule Soul Annihilation. In an instant, the purple light within Raphael's eyes vanished completely, and the self-destruction that had just begun came to a sudden halt. This was because his divine soul had been utterly annihilated. A divine soul attack was not a confrontation of soul control. The Realm Lord of the Undead Realm, who was nowhere to be found, had no way to help Raphael defend against it. The current ruler of the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom had fallen just like that. At the same time, a series of golden lights surged from Sumyubai's body. Chapter 655. The Undefeated War God Sakon Yu, Bonus Chapter. Somewhere in the Undead Realm, in the vast starry sky, a figure clad in heavy armor frowned deeply. This person was none other than the Realm Lord of the Undead Realm, who had previously confronted Sumyubai through Raphael's divine soul. He has some strength, and he is quite decisive. The fact that Raphael failed to self-destruct did not exceed his expectations, however. That is no reason for you to provoke this deity. The Realm Lord of the Undead Realm let out a cold snort, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Manipulating Raphael to self-destruct was never his true goal, because even if the self-destruction had succeeded, it would never have harmed an existence who had comprehended the great path of rules and possessed a high degree of fusion. The true goal of the Undead Realm Lord was simply for Raphael to die, whether it was through self-destruction or forcing Sumyubai to take the initiative to kill him. He would achieve the result he desired. This was because he knew very well that the divine soul imprint within Raphael could no longer hold on. If the other party were to take control of Raphael's divine soul, some of his secrets would be exposed out. Therefore, Raphael had to die. But this guy does have some good things on him. The soul fire within the Undead Realm Lord's pupils flickered slightly as he recalled the situation where Sumyubai's rule power had suddenly surged. That was the effect of Sumyubai using the catastrophe trait. However, The Undead Realm Lord did not know about bug-level entries like the catastrophe trait. In his view, the other party had clearly utilized some kind of powerful treasure, and a treasure capable of enhancing rule power to such a significant degree was clearly not simple. Moreover, this treasure was of the soul type, otherwise, it would have been absolutely impossible to enhance the effects of soul control. Thinking to this point, the Undead Realm Lord's expression suddenly stalled. A soul-type treasure, and one that was possibly a supreme rule treasure, coupled with such a young divine soul, and that extremely clumsy way of using power as if he had just comprehended the great path of rules despite having a fusion degree of over half. With all these factors combined, a sharp light suddenly flashed in the Undead Realm Lord's eyes. At the same time, a name that had caused turmoil across the myriad realms during this period surfaced in his mind. Bai Yi. Once this thought emerged, the Undead Realm Lord felt that the more he looked, the more it resembled him. So, that guy really might be Bai Yi. I never expected that Bai Yi, whom so many people are trying to find, has been right under my nose all this time. The corner of the Undead Realm Lord's mouth curled into an arc, and he took a step forward, disappearing from where he stood. Regardless of whether that person was Bai Yi or not, he had to go and confirm it personally. If it really was Bai Yi, then he would have struck it rich. He didn't have any particular opinion about the human race, but Bai Yi was different. That was a soul-type supreme rule treasure, something even a rule sovereign would covet. As a realm lord, how could he not be tempted? Undead Realm, Starry Graveyard. This was a starry graveyard that occupied a vast star field, and it was also the core region of the Undead Realm. Every day, countless undead creatures were born here and then teleported to various planets. In the center of the starry graveyard, the figure of the Undead Realm Lord slowly emerged. Before heading to the Frost Prison Star to find Bai Yi, he still needed to return here to make some preparations. There were quite a few people looking for Bai Yi, and among them were even existences he found troublesome. Therefore, it was necessary to be well prepared in advance. Thinking that he might soon obtain a soul-type supreme rule treasure, the soul fire within the Undead Realm Lord's pupils danced with excitement. If he obtained this supreme rule treasure, his chances of making the final breakthrough would increase significantly. The Death Domain had been without a master for a long time. Why shouldn't he be able to sit on the throne of the Death Sovereign? Thinking of this, the Undead Realm Lord's gaze burned with fervor, as if he had already seen the future of his success. But just at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared not far from him. The person had a bald head and was carrying a long metal staff covered in dense inscriptions on his shoulder with both hands. His sturdy physique gave off a feeling of astonishing power. Upon seeing the Undead Realm Lord, the bald man suddenly grinned. Yo, I didn't expect to run into you as soon as I arrived. That saves quite a bit of trouble. As he spoke, he had already taken a step forward, arriving directly beside the Undead Realm Lord, the metal staff on his shoulder having blocked the other party's path before he even realized it. Sean, where are you planning to go? It's you. The moment Sean saw the bald man, he froze in place. Now, finally coming to his senses, he looked at the other party in disbelief. You are actually still alive, bad luck. I'll give you a chance to rephrase that. Veins bulged on the bald man's shiny forehead, clearly very dissatisfied with Sean's choice of words. Reaching out to press down the metal staff in front of him, Sean looked at the bald man and said word by word, "The undefeated war gods are calling you." When he blurted out the bald man's name, Sean's pupils visibly contracted. His heart was clearly far from calm, and he muttered to himself, no wonder the human race was able to charge into the middle ranks of the myriad races ranking in one go. Besides you, there should still be a few of you old guys left alive. You will know soon enough. Since we have decided to appear on the rankings, we will naturally reveal ourselves. Sakonyu retracted his long metal staff and shrugged, then added, you know, this is just the beginning. It seems the myriad worlds are about to descend into chaos once again. Sean sighed with emotion and asked curiously, what did you come to find me for specifically? Although he was asking, Sean already had the answer in his heart. It's nothing major. Sakonyu raised an eyebrow. There is a junior named Bai Yi here with you. So I came to take a look. I don't even know where he is. What could you possibly see by coming to me? I never said I was here to look at him. Then who are you looking at? A bad premonition suddenly arose in Sean's heart. Sure enough, he saw Sakongyu grin, revealing a set of clean, straight white teeth. I'm here to watch you. Today's bonus chapter is here, chapter 656, Undefeated God of War, Today You Shall Fall. I'm here to watch you. Hearing these words, Sean's heart tightened, but his expression remained unchanged. He had governed the undead realm for who knows how many ages. Naturally, he was capable of maintaining the calm, lake-like exterior even while thunder raged within his heart. Looking at the white teeth Sakongyu revealed, Sean also smiled. Why watch me? I have no grudge against you humans. As he spoke, he reached out and gestured in front of him, his divine power of death condensing into several figures. The ones you should be keeping an eye on are these fellows, aren't they? Those worthy of being mentioned by the Lord of the Undead Realm were naturally no nobodies. Every one of these figures was once a renowned existence throughout the myriad worlds. However, unlike him, these figures had a truly hostile relationship with the human race. Now that Baiyu was rising to fame across the myriad worlds, the human race had chosen to stop hiding and had returned to the myriad races ranking. Back when the human race was powerful, many races dared not seek revenge. Later, due to that great war, the human race fell directly off the myriad races ranking, and all their powerhouses vanished. Even if they wanted revenge, they had no target. Not all powerhouses were like the Blood Ancestor or the Wolf Ancestor, who would keep their eyes fixed on the humans even after all their experts had fallen. Those who could catch Sean's eye still possessed a certain level of stature, just as when he saw Brian return, he had casually agreed to let him retake control of the Frost Prison Empire, to lower themselves to slaughter humans who couldn't even make it onto the myriad races ranking. They couldn't afford to lose that much face. However, this only applied to them personally. As for the races these powerhouses belonged to, the vast majority had always viewed humans as a thorn in their side. It was precisely because of this that the human race had such a difficult time in the myriad worlds. Before Sumyubai appeared, Feng Yuan, Sakongyu, and the others had chosen to seal themselves away to allow the human race to recuperate, because their appearance would inevitably push the human race back into the spotlight. But things were different now. Bai Yi had comprehended the great Tao of rules at the 9th order mythical level. Even if they didn't take the initiative to expose themselves, their enemies would target the human race in order to find Bai Yi. These powerhouses who had been silent for endless ages would inevitably emerge one by one. In the face of a supreme treasure of the soul-type rules, what was a little pride worth? Watching the figures Sean had condensed, Sakongyu rubbed his bald head and then spread his hands. You know, I'm not a person who likes to think. They told me to come watch you, so I came. Having said that, he paused and reached out to disrupt Sean's divine power, causing the figures to slowly dissipate. As for these guys, don't you worry about them. If they dare to make a move, they should be prepared to fall. Sakongyu's voice was not gloomy. On the contrary, it sounded quite cheerful. But Sean heard endless killing intent in his words. This couldn't help but make him recall those days of the past. As the Lord of the Undead Realm, he knew better than anyone just how terrifying the rising human race had been. Especially the guy in front of him back then. He had used nothing but his staff to slaughter his way through the entire Scarlet Realm, beating the Blood Ancestor into a panicked retreat. If a certain main god hadn't intervened at the last moment, the Blood race would likely have fallen off the myriad races ranking long ago. Sean considered his own strength to be above that of the Blood Ancestor, but facing Sakongyu, he still had no confidence in winning easily. With no grudges or grievances, getting into a fight with this guy was a thankless, exhausting task. The most critical thing was that this guy was like an unkillable cockroach. Once a fight started, he would act like a completely different person, a total madman who disregarded his own life. The title of Undefeated God of War was earned through real, hard-fought battles. Back in the peak era of the human race, if any of those figures condensed by divine power just now had dared to bare their fangs, they would have ended up with a mouthful of blood. They were just a group of defeated remnants clinging to life. If the human race hadn't suffered such heavy losses in that war that swept across the myriad worlds, would they dare to show their faces now? Now that the human race had returned to the myriad races ranking, even though they were only in the middle tier, who could say for sure if the humans didn't have hidden strength? Thinking of this, Sean narrowed his eyes. based on his understanding of the human race? The answer was clearly yes. Although he didn't know what method the humans had used to deceive the detection of the Myriad Worlds game, they would certainly not reveal everything at once. So, how much of their peak strength did the human race actually have left? As Sean pondered, Sekonyu patted him on the shoulder with a smile. I say, Sean, stop guessing. You'll know eventually. Hearing this, Sean coughed twice. That old immortal Feng Yuan must still be your own. Otherwise you wouldn't be the one sent to watch me. You people. You're just too calculating. But sometimes, being too smart isn't necessarily a good thing. Sekonyu withdrew his hand and stared straight into Sean's eyes. The latter's eyes flickered with divine light, perfectly masking all his emotions, however. I don't like being watched all day. You think I want to watch you? Sekonyu curled his lip. Don't worry. As long as you don't go after Bai, I won't interfere in anything. Why would I go looking for him? Hearing this, Sekonyu suddenly laughed. You are being far too hypocritical. Don't tell me you don't want the soul-type rule supreme treasure he possesses. Is it really there? Sean's emotions fluctuated slightly. Even for someone like him, who had held a high position for so long, he could not perfectly control his emotions when faced with a rule supreme treasure. Sekonyu raised an eyebrow. You guess. Sean felt a bit helpless. Even if I wanted it, wouldn't it be better for you to guard by his side? Why must you keep your eyes on me? You're wrong about that. Sekonyu shook his head. Surely you wouldn't just let those guys run wild in your undead realm, would you? As he said this, he suddenly raised his long staff without warning, his battle intent surging wildly. As long as I keep my eyes on you, I don't have to worry about not finding someone to fight, do I? It seems that until I defeat you, I won't be able to take a single step. Sean's voice gradually turned cold. He did indeed harbor wariness toward the human race. But that did not mean he was afraid of the current human race. After all, he was a dignified lord of a realm. If he were to let Sekonyu come to his doorstep and act as if nothing had happened, wouldn't he be ridiculed by other realm lords if word got out? That's more like it. Sekonyu's gaze instantly turned sharp, and his entire temperament underwent a massive change. If you ask me, you guys are just too hypocritical. Isn't it better to just start fighting the moment we meet? As his voice fell, the divine power of both collided instantly, and their figures vanished from the outskirts of the starry sky graveyard. Battles between high-level gods always took place in the dark space, otherwise, the planets in the myriad worlds would have long ceased to exist. What's more, Sean and Sekonyu were both outstanding figures among the peak high-level gods. Only the empty dark space was the most suitable battlefield for them. Only there could the two of them let go and engage in a thorough, unrestrained battle. Sean's body was permeated with thick, death attribute divine power, and the rules of death rippled around him. He gripped the air with his right hand, and a rusted battle blade suddenly appeared, its edge pointing directly at Sekonyu. The undefeated god of war today, you shall be defeated. Too much talk. Come. Sekonyu transformed into a stream of light. The inscriptions on the metal long staff in his hand flickered as he leaped above Sean's head and brought it crashing down. Boom! The powerful divine domains of both were unleashed simultaneously, and the terrifying energy generated by the collision instantly surged in all directions. Chapter 657. Sumyubai's Concerns, Frost Prison Divine Palace. The moment Raphael died, a series of golden lights rose from Sumyubai's body. As a peak mid-level god, although he had gained some insight into the law of death transfer, it was useless in the face of an absolute gap in strength. Sumyubai was someone who had fused more than half of the rules of death. Once soul annihilation was unleashed, it was simply not something Raphael could withstand. His divine soul, along with all the summoned creatures in his internal small world, were wiped out in an instant. Transfer to where? Unless he, like Sumyubai, possessed a rule supreme treasure like the Sea of Death. However, it was clear that he did not, and thus, his only ending was to perish. At the same time, a series of system notifications rang in Sumyubai's ears. Notification: soul extraction effective. Soul points come 1 trillion. Notification: you have obtained divine crystals times 100. Congratulations to player Bai for leveling up to level 2 for 1. For dimensional attributes come 126. 0. Skill points count 1. Free attribute points count 622. Notification. You have further fused the power of the Death Sovereign. Sovereign power count 200. Congratulations to player Baiyi for leveling up to level 269. 4-dimensional attributes count 126. 0. Skill points count 1. Free attribute points count 622. Notification. You have further fused the power of the Death Sovereign. Sovereign power count 200. Notification. Your XP has reached the limit. Please complete the advancement quest to break through to a higher rank before you can continue leveling up. All of Raphael's treasures had long been scavenged by Brian. However, that was not what Sumubai cared about. His level had risen to the limit of the 9th rank mythical grade in one go, and the total attribute points and free attribute points gained added up to less than 50 million for any 9th rank mythical player of any race. This number was already quite large, but for Sumubai, he felt nothing at all, having lost the attribute interface. The improvements brought by these attribute points were directly absorbed by his divine body, but for a divine body that had reached the late stage of a mid-level god, there was almost no change. It seems that leveling up no longer has any meaning for me. The key lies in the improvements brought by breaking through. Sumubai moved his divine sense and summoned the Death Codex. He had already completed all 3 steps of breaking the limits. The next breakthrough could not possibly have such a large magnitude of improvement. But at the same time, he now only needed to complete one advancement quest to officially break through to the 10th rank Saint Extermination grade. This realm was once the highest realm announced to all Blue Star players by the Myriad Worlds game. Now, less than half a year into the game, Sumubai had touched the bottleneck of the Saint Extermination grade, and his own combat power had reached the terrifying realm of a peak high-level god. Such an achievement, Sumubai was not sure if there would be anyone after him, but judging from the Myriad Worlds announcements, there were certainly no predecessors. Withdrawing his thoughts, Sumubai looked at the Death Codex. For the Death Sovereign class, the advancement quest could only be received by opening the Death Codex, and to open it again, the required soul points had reached an exaggerated 50 trillion. Raphael was a peak mid-level god, yet he had only contributed 1 trillion soul points. One could imagine how many living beings a 9th rank Death Sovereign class holder would normally need to slaughter just to open the Death Codex. Of course, the advancement quests for other Death Sovereign class holders certainly do not have such a high difficulty threshold, because what they once possessed was merely the Book of Death. Perhaps, somewhere in the Myriad Worlds, there still exist Death Sovereigns who can never advance. After all, from the moment Sumubai obtained the Codex of Death, all the books of death in the Myriad Worlds were snatched away by his Cataclysm talent. For those Death Sovereign class holders who have yet to break through to the 10th rank, their only option if they wish to advance is to abandon this class. Current soul points, 3.38 trillion have 50 trillion still that much left. Looking at his current soul points, Sumubai couldn't help but frown. In his original plan, after mastering the Frost Prison God Kingdom, he had intended to begin a grand purge of the Blood Clan and the Werewolf Clan from there. At that time, whether it was soul points or the slaughter required for the advancement quest, both could be easily achieved. But now, a slight accident had occurred. Raphael's soul was controlled by the Lord of the Undead Realm, which had exposed him to the other party. Although he had hidden his information, Sumubai was not certain whether the Lord of the Undead Realm could guess his identity. However, regardless of the situation, having offended the Lord of the Undead Realm, he could no longer stay here. Although Sumubai had reached the peak of the Upper God Realm in terms of combat power, he was clearly not yet a match for an existence like the Lord of the Undead Realm. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand under a crumbling wall. Even if he didn't switch to a different great world, he still needed to leave the Frost Prison God Kingdom. Although the Eternal Silence Tribulation set had already been absorbed by his divine body, its effects still remained. As long as he didn't stay here, even the Lord of the Undead Realm would not be able to find him easily. Thinking of this, Sumubai turned his head to look at Brian, just about to speak, when the communicator on his wrist vibrated. A God Kingdom announcement suddenly popped up. Appearing at the same time was Brian's virtual projection. Frost Prison God Kingdom announcement. which god Brian has obtained the permission of the Realm Lord and has officially become the lord of this god kingdom. This message caused the entire Frost Prison god kingdom to stir. Changing the lord of a god kingdom is no small matter. Moreover, Brian was the previous lord. This point, even for those true gods who had not experienced that era, was now known to all, because not long ago, Raphael had just issued a wanted notice. Now it seemed that in the grudge between this master and disciple, Brian, the master, had ultimately emerged victorious. For a time, undercurrents surged within the Frost Prison god kingdom, and everyone speculated on what changes would occur now that Brian had regained control. Among them, those who had been close to Raphael were the most panicked. Some who were solitary simply left the Frost Prison god kingdom altogether, but the vast majority had already put down roots here. Even if they wanted to leave, they couldn't do so in a short amount of time, unless they abandoned everything they had in the Frost Prison god kingdom. Coincidentally, the races that were closest to Raphael happened to be the Werewolf clan and the Blood clan. The reason these two mortal enemies were both on good terms with Raphael was entirely due to the existence of the Blood Realm's secret realm. Although Raphael was only a peak middle god, as the lord of the god kingdom, the two clans could only negotiate deals with him out of respect for the lord of the undead realm. If anyone could just kill the original lord and occupy the god kingdom, the major worlds would have been in chaos long ago. If the lord of the undead realm hadn't seen that it was Brian, his former subordinate, he would never have directly appointed him as the new lord. He would have also thoroughly investigated the matter due to Raphael's death. With the same realm and combat power, a realm lord can exert greater strength within their own great world, and naturally, they must also bear certain responsibilities. And maintaining the most basic order of the undead realm is the duty of the lord of the undead realm. Chapter 658. The opportunity Brian spoke of. Bonus chapter. Thank you, Master, for your grace. Inside the Frost Prison God Palace, Brian, who had just become the lord of Frost Prison, was kneeling on one knee before Sumyubai. He knew very well that if he hadn't met this person, he would never have been able to complete his revenge so easily. Although he hadn't been able to kill his wicked disciple Raphael with his own hands, the torture of this period had already helped him resolve his inner conflict. Brian even had a feeling that after his thoughts became clear, he was one step closer to the upper god realm. In addition, there was the high-level low-grade treasure, the scythe of the death god, which even peak upper gods would covet. All of this was brought about by his master. Therefore, after Brian became the lord again, the first thing he did was to thank Sumyubai. Get up. Sumyubai raised his hand. Having offended the lord of the undead realm, we can no longer stay here. Wherever master goes, I will go. You don't want the position of lord you just obtained. Sumyubai raised an eyebrow. Compared to master, what does a lordship amount to? Brian looked resolute. Soul control did indeed allow Sumyubai to control Brian at any time, but without specific commands. He still had his own thoughts. Only he could never betray or harm Sumyubai, even if his soul wasn't completely controlled. His experiences during this time told him that only by following his master would he have a limitless future. He was not a fool, naturally. He knew how to choose. Then let's go. Sumyubai nodded slightly. But Brian suddenly spoke up. Master, wait a moment. Something else. Before we leave, we must take the opportunity regarding the breakthrough to the upper god realm. Hearing Brian say this, Sumyubai suddenly remembered. Back then, when Raphael tried to force Brian to show himself, he had used this secret. Sumyubai didn't care too much about an opportunity to break through to the upper god realm. But if this thing could allow for a free breakthrough, then the significance would be completely different. An opportunity to break through to the rule sovereign realm would be enough to drive the entire myriad worlds crazy. Lead the way. Sumyubai spoke, and Brian immediately led him out of the interrogation room. Soon, the two arrived at the deepest part of the Frost Prison Divine Palace. Standing here was a skeletal portal radiating divine power of death. The secret Brian spoke of was clearly behind this portal. Gate of Death. This is a portal with cross-boundary teleportation capabilities. It is unknown why it appeared here. Perhaps the opportunity to break through and become a high god lies behind it. The Gate of Death. Sumyubai looked at the skeletal portal, a sense of familiarity welling up within him. The information on this portal was entirely question marks. clearly requiring a powerful appraiser to identify it. This was also the reason why Brian and Raphael had never been able to uncover its secret. However, Brian was certain that his master would definitely be able to crack this gate of death. Just as Sumyubai prepared to activate his Mystic Heaven divine pupils to identify the information of the gate of death, the Death Codex suddenly manifested on its own. A grayish-white light instantly enveloped the gate of death. At this moment, Sumyubai finally remembered where he had heard that name before. Back in the Holy Empire, after the Death Codex absorbed the cross-boundary teleportation array left behind by Dylan. Wasn't the newly emerged ability called the Gate of Death? The reason he was able to arrive in the undead realm ahead of time without authorization was precisely because of the Gate of Death. In other words, the Gate of Death before him was the same as the one on the Death Codex. Under the illumination of the light, the Gate of Death began to shrink rapidly. Judging by this, it seemed it would also be absorbed by the Death Codex. Sumyubai didn't have time to identify where this thing led. He decisively moved his divine sense. Catastrophe, target, Gate of Death. Promote by 1 tier. The absorption speed of the Death Codex was extremely fast. Sumyubai had no time to apply the catastrophe trait to it individually. Nor did he have time to open and view the detailed information. He could only choose to promote it directly. In reality, he didn't hold high expectations even for the promotion. But to Sumyubai's surprise, this catastrophe went unexpectedly smoothly. The rapidly shrinking Gate of Death suddenly flashed with divine light throughout its body, and the information following the series of question marks on the panel also underwent some changes. However, before Sumyubai and Brian could see it clearly, the Gate of Death had already been completely absorbed by the Death Codex, disappearing without a trace. After the absorption ended, the Death Codex shone with brilliant divine light. But it did not return to Sumyubai's hand immediately. Instead, it continued to float in midair, as if digesting this energy. Clearly, the promoted Gate of Death could not be digested in an instant. Seeing this, Sumyubai frowned slightly. He didn't know how long it would take for the undead Realm Lord to arrive. He still didn't know what kind of methods a Realm Lord level powerhouse possessed. Moreover, this was the opponent's territory. However, the Wheel of Time and Space had already recovered, so he wasn't afraid of being trapped here. Beep 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 beep. Just then, the communicator on Sumyubai's wrist suddenly vibrated. Raising his hand to look, Sumyubai immediately raised an eyebrow. Why was the old man Feng looking for him all of a sudden? After connecting, the virtual projection of Feng Yuan appeared. What he said directly changed Sumyubai's intention to leave the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. Little friend Bai, do your thing with peace of mind. Don't worry about the undead Realm Lord. He has no chance to come looking for you right now. It was evident that Feng Yuan must be very busy. He didn't even wait for Sumyubai to answer, leaving behind that sentence before hurriedly ending the communication. If you want to leave the undead realm, remember to give a heads up in advance. Due to the existence of the Eternal Silence Tribulation as catastrophe trait, let alone outsiders, even human powerhouses did not know Sumyubai's exact location. Therefore, Feng Yuan had specifically given that instruction. At the same time the communication ended, the Death Codex had also finished digesting the energy of the Gate of Death. Today's extra update is served, Chapter 659. The scene brought by the Scythe of Death. After the Death Codex finished digesting the energy of the Gate of Death, it transformed into a stream of light and returned to Sumyubai's body. Brian, standing to the side, had burning eyes. Master, quickly check where it leads. Is it the opportunity to break through to the Rule Sovereign Realm? He had naturally noticed that the Gate of Death had been strengthened before being absorbed. This meant that his master's upgrade had certainly succeeded. That was the opportunity to break through to the Rule Sovereign Realm. Anyone would be unable to contain their excitement. Although Brian understood that such an opportunity definitely belonged to his master. If his master became stronger, could his own future achievements be low? Don't get excited. Sumyubai smiled and patted Brian on the shoulder. Even if it really is the opportunity to achieve the Rule Sovereign Realm, it's not something that can be obtained right now. Hearing this, Brian immediately calmed down. That's right. The most basic requirement to break through to the 12th tier Rule Sovereign Realm was to comprehend a Rule Great Tao to the extreme level of 99. Without even satisfying this condition, There was no point in talking about anything else. However, this didn't stop him from feeling happy for his master. Even if it couldn't be used for the time being, having a lead was definitely better than having none. Sumyubai also summoned the panel of the Death Codex. Although the base attributes of this rule-level Supreme Treasure had increased due to his breakthrough to the 9th tier mythical level, the magnitude of the increase was negligible compared to his current combat power. The only pity was that this absorption of the Gate of Death's energy did not enhance any other special effects. However, those few special effects had seen some enhancement after the advancement. Death Codex. Profession exclusive by Yi. Rule-level Supreme Treasure not fully liberated cannot be dropped, cannot be damaged, cannot be traded, can be summoned or put away at will. 269 follows character base attributes, omitted. Special effects. 1. Soul absorption. Targets killed by you, your summons, and your contracted creatures will have a portion of their soul power absorbed by you. After wild monsters are killed by you, they will drop 1 to 2 tiers upon their next respawn. Players killed by you will suffer a 5-fold penalty, including a reduction in lifespan. Current soul points. 3.38 trillion. Consume 50 trillion soul points to gain the next opportunity to open the Tome of Death. 2. Soul amplification. 3. Death's gift. Death's arrival. Current number of believers 2025 9,000, including 5 fanatic believers. Current power of death 2,479 25,204. Death's judgment. You can continuously consume soul points to manifest the scales of death and forcibly judge the target's soul. Each soul can only be judged once in a lifetime. Cooldown: 1 day. The stronger the soul, the shorter the cooldown. Special functions. Gate of Death. Consume 1 billion points of extinction death chi to open an inter-domain portal leading to the Death Realm. The destination coordinates are chosen by you. Currently contains 1 set of coordinates. You can also consume Death Chi and Extinction Death Chi to leave a mark of death in the world you are currently in. The Gate of Death can lead to any world that possesses a mark of death. The specific number of people that can be transported and the cooldown time depend on your own strength. Current maximum transport capacity. Current cooldown 360 days on cooldown. Worlds currently possessing a mark of death. 1. God Forbidden Land. No. This is a book of rules, only you can read it. Possessing it makes you the next Lord of Death. The death penalty brought by soul absorption has been directly increased to 5-fold, which makes Sumyubai's subsequent actions much easier. The base control range increased by soul amplification has become meaningless now that Sumyubai possesses world power. However, it is still very useful in that it allows the amplified players to become the central hubs for Sumyubai to control the Scourge Legion. The improvement of Death's gift is also significant. The believer cap has reached 9.0, though Sumyubai does not currently have that many suitable targets. The cooldown for the authority of Death's judgment has been drastically reduced due to Sumyubai's divine soul, changing from the original 1 week to just 1 day. Finally, there is the special function, Gate of Death. After absorbing this portal beneath the Frost Prison Divine Palace, it transformed from an interworld portal into an interdomain portal. In other words, as long as the cooldown ends, Sumyubai can travel directly to any location in the Death Realm. Likewise, he can reach any world where he has left a mark of death, even if it is in a different domain. Most importantly, Gate of Death now has an additional set of coordinates. Sumyubai's eyes glowed with golden light, and the vertical pupil between his brows opened. Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil. The next moment, he vaguely perceived some information regarding these coordinates. Death Realm, Death Continent, Abyss of the Underworld. Here again, Sumyubai was stunned. The last time he opened the Tome of Death, he had obtained a vague set of coordinates. The hint at the time was that it seemed to have some connection to the former Lord of Death. Once he arrived at the Abyss of the Underworld, the Tome of Death would provide guidance. He did not expect that deep beneath the Frost Prison Divine Palace, he would actually obtain specific coordinates, allowing him to go there directly once the Gate of Death cooldown ended. Abyss of the Underworld. It seems this involves quite a few secrets. Sumyubai narrowed his eyes slightly. If he remembered correctly, when he first obtained the Scythe of Death and inspected it using the Mystic Heaven Divine Pupil, the characters for Death and Abyss were among the 3 that appeared. Perhaps there is a connection between the two. Thinking of this, Sumyubai reached out toward Brian. Summon the Scythe of Death. The latter immediately reached out and grasped, and a scythe permeated with deathly aura appeared in his palm. Sumyubai stared intently, pushing the mystic heaven divine pupil to its limit. He wanted to see if, after merging with the time-space divine pupil, he could see more information on it. But this look left him stunned. Regarding the opportunity needed to be achieved, there were still only those 3 intermittent small characters. However, Sumyubai saw some images on the Scythe of Death. In the image, a figure was flying at high speed through the dark universe. The speed was so fast that it even exceeded the maximum speed of the Star Dome. A giant, illusory human face formed from raging flames appeared out of thin air in the dark universe. The face looked clearly furious, and its mouth seemed to be constantly roaring in anger. However, Sumyubai could only see the image and could not hear what was being said at all. Immediately after, he saw the face transform into a giant palm, reaching out to grab the rapidly flying figure, although he could not hear the sound. From the way the dark universe was torn apart, Sumyubai could fully feel how powerful this strike was. He was certain that if he were in the place of that figure, he would absolutely not be able to withstand it. But then, Sumyubai's pupils constricted, because the giant palm that had already grabbed the figure somehow retreated along its original trajectory. Following that, a gray-white blade flash flickered and vanished. The figure had actually forcibly severed the flaming giant palm. The image then came to an abrupt end. Sumyubai came back to his senses, the vertical pupil between his brows closing as he murmured, "So, the one who was hunting down the death god Bach was the Lord of Fire. And also, at just now. That was definitely time reversal." Chapter 660. Comprehending the law of time reversal. Although the face of the rapidly flying figure in the image could not be seen clearly from the Scythe of Death in his hand, it was evident that the figure was the legendary strongest upper god, the death god Bach. And the giant face that was hunting him down was the Lord of Fire. Most crucially, Sumyubai had clearly seen the death god Bach use the law of time reversal. Furthermore, since his time reversal was capable of affecting a ruler of rules, it must mean he possesses a portion of the authority over time. "Is this the reason for your invincibility?" Sumyubai signaled for Brian to retract the Scythe of the death god, already forming a few conjectures in his mind. Death god Bach had not only fused the rule of death to the 9-pattern ultimate level, but his degree of fusion with the rule of time must also be incredibly high. But why was he able to see these scenes? Could it be that there is some sort of causality existing between death god Bach and himself? Just as Sumyubai was feeling puzzled, a system notification suddenly rang in his ears, making his eyes light up. Notification: "Congratulations to player White Knight for successfully comprehending a path of law." No way. Afraid that his guess might be wrong, Sumyubai immediately summoned the law interface. Following that, an expression of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. Current paths of law: 8, currently capable of accommodating 15 paths of law. Continuing to improve the divine soul will allow for the accommodation of more paths of law. 1. Law of causality, current level of comprehension, 16.38%, 1 pattern. 2. Law of spatial movement, current level of comprehension, 99.99%, 9 pattern ultimate. 3. Law of spatial lockdown, current level of comprehension, 99.99%, 9 pattern ultimate. 4. Law of spatial teleportation, current level of comprehension, 99.99%, 9 pattern ultimate. 5. Law of time deceleration, current level of comprehension, 38.97%, 3 pattern. 6. Law of time acceleration, current level of comprehension, 36.53%, 3 pattern. 7. Law of time stasis, current level of comprehension, 15.82%, 1 pattern. 8. Law of time reversal, current level of comprehension, 18.32%, 1 pattern. It really was the law of time reversal he had been longing for, and he had comprehended it to the level of 18.32% in one go. Such an exaggerated result made even Sumyubai, a cheater, feel it was somewhat unbelievable. But upon further reflection, he had essentially observed the entire process of the battle between the ruler of fire and death god Bach. So such an improvement was somewhat justifiable. The most crucial point was that as long as he had entered the door, he could use the wheel of time and space to quickly comprehend this law completely. It was not until the golden light in Sumyubai's pupils completely dissipated that Brian asked cautiously, "Master, what just happened?" "Nothing, just a small breakthrough." Sumyubai waved his hand, his gaze sweeping across the underground space. After the Gate of Death was absorbed, this place had already become completely empty. He immediately waved his hand, and together with Brian, returned to the Frost Prison Divine Palace above. In the main hall of the Divine Palace, Sumyubai sat upright on the throne of the Kingdom Ruler, while the true Kingdom Ruler, Brian, stood to the side. "Call Yui and the others over." While issuing the command, Sumyubai opened his quest list. Aside from the reincarnation quest, about which he knew nothing, the quest left behind by Dylan had finally completed its first stage. The moment Brian became the Kingdom Ruler again, it signified that Sumyubai had taken control of the entire Frost Prison Divine Kingdom. However, the second stage of this quest would not be so easy to complete. To control the undead realm, the first thing one had to face was the Lord of the Undead Realm, Ruler. The three of them, Yui, arrived in the main hall shortly after. Sumyubai nodded slightly and directly took them into his internal small world. Compared to the outside world, that place was clearly more suitable for them to rapidly improve their strength. With the support of the two rule-level treasures, the Sea of Death and the World Tree, plus the 100-fold time dilation, it was likely that the three of them would be able to break through and become 11th-tier true gods before long. As for Brian, Sumyubai did not intend to let him enter his internal small world for improvement just yet, because the task to follow still required the help of this Frost Prison Kingdom Ruler. Sumyubai looked at Brian. "How much do you know about the vampires and the werewolves within the Frost Prison Divine Kingdom?" "Master, the information this subordinate has is too outdated. There must have been significant changes by now." Brian offered an explanation, then hurriedly promised, "However, please rest assured, Master, I have already sent people to investigate, and I believe there will be news soon. Hurry it up." Sumyubai nodded slightly, but just as he was halfway through his sentence, he suddenly changed the subject. "Wait for me here for a moment." As his voice fell, his figure had already vanished from the throne, leaving behind a bewildered Brian, who had no idea what had just happened. The next moment, Sumyubai appeared in the cosmic starry sky. Not far ahead, one could faintly see a starry sky anomaly shaped like a blood-colored rose. That was exactly where the entrance to the former Blood Realm secret realm had been. But now, it had long since turned into a ruin. "Ruler, it's right over there." A voice suddenly spoke from the starry sky beside him. Sumyubai waved his hand, and a figure appeared before his eyes. This was a beastkin player of the Lion Man race, possessing strength at the Saint Extermination level. He had originally been a slave in the hands of that black-hearted slave trader, Victor, and later, along with Harriman, became a believer of Sumyubai. Back when he learned that the vampires and werewolves would regularly send people to the Blood Realm secret realm, Sumyubai had left him here before departing. To avoid any unexpected situations, he had even specifically set up a small, hidden profound heaven array. It seems these two races have already discovered that something is wrong with the Blood Realm secret realm. Sumyubai looked in the direction the Lion Man player was pointing and immediately saw three figures. One of them had a pair of ugly, fleshy wings growing from his back, while the other two both had ferocious wolf heads. Clearly, they came from the vampire and werewolf races respectively. At this moment, these two mortal enemies were not fighting. Instead, they stood side by side, seemingly having encountered some thorny problem. Due to the existence of the profound heaven array, they were completely unaware of the prying eyes of Sumyubai and his companion. It was just that the distance was too great, so Sumyubai could not hear the content of their conversation. "Well done. You don't need to continue guarding here anymore." Sumyubai nodded toward the Lion Man player, who immediately knelt on one knee and said, "It is Simba's honor to be able to contribute to the sovereign. Your name is Simba." Only then did Sumyubai notice that this guy's name was quite recognizable. He had bestowed grace upon too many believers at once previously, so he hadn't paid any attention to it at all. "Yes, sovereign." Simba hesitated for a brief moment, then continued, "If you find it unpleasant, I can change my name right now. Don't bother. Simba is just fine." Sumyubai waved his hand, and with a thought, He directly brought Simba into his internal small world. Immediately after, he looked once more toward the location of the Two Blood Clan and Werewolf True Gods, took a step forward, and vanished from where he stood. Teleportation, Chapter 661. A map delivered to his door. Bonus chapter. Before the ruins of the Blood Realm's secret realm, three figures stood suspended in the air at the edge of the blood-red rose phenomenon.